Chapter 801 God Descends Demon. A day in heaven is 1 year on earth. This is the most intuitive expression of the difference in the speed of time flow by ordinary beings. Absolute time and space is formed by the intersection of the endless rivers of time and space in the heavens. Countless time and space are intertwined and overlapped, forming a terrifying time collapse effect. Therefore, the flow of time in absolute spacetime is more than 10,000 times slower than that inside the heavens. And the land of silence is a vivid example of this. The birth of a wonderful forbidden area attracted a large amount of vortex force, and the collapse of time became more obvious. The passage of time was slowed down by tens of thousands of times compared with the former. It took Bai Donglin several years to destroy the Black Disaster Research Institute in a forbidden area. After that, he was trapped in Dr. Chen's experimental base, chasing phantoms in the white fog and reading experimental data. These two things seemed to have only taken a moment under the confusion of perception, but in fact they had lasted for nearly 1,000 years. According to a rough estimate, more than 100 billion years have passed in the endless heavens after Bai Donglin left the perfect heavens. After such a long time, both he and I have grown up. Above the dark red ancient city, Bai Donglin looked into the void with brilliant eyes. He sat cross-legged as if no one was around, pointing to the sky with one hand and touching the ground with the other. His vast will shook the space and time inside and outside, and his indifferent voice resounded among the minds of all races and the creatures of the Black Disaster. God is coming. Demons coming. Conceive gods and forge demons. His clones and I are the endless gods and demons under his command. With the help of the observer's will, the mind instantly crossed the boundless time and space, confused time, and connected with the clones of himself and others that were spread throughout the endless heavens. The moment the thoughts met, countless clones of him and me all froze. No matter where they were, no matter what time point they were in, whether they were in seclusion, reselling resources, fighting enemies, exploring secret realms. I am the deity. I am the deity. I need our strength. Supreme order. Stop everything you are doing and respond immediately. Destroy. Destruction. Bai Donglin's existence is the most fundamental and the most dazzling and shining point of resurrection. A terrifying number of his and my clones entered into extinction and observer state at the same time, anchoring the coordinates of the gray and silent land with their immortal power and resurrecting. What is this gray and silent place? What is the gate of eternity? The head of Tai. In front of the immortality, everything was like a bubble, and the unbreakable barrier was useless. His and my clone simply ignored all of this and arrived in an instant. Boom! Snap! The aura of powerful men that suddenly appeared was countless, and the intersection of endless wills caused changes in the sky. Dark thunderclouds spread like ink, and colorful thunder dragons rolled and roared in them. What the hell is this? With the blessing of the dark red ancient city, and the power of the calamity of all races, the Lord of Death and Darkness is able to sense every corner of the gray and silent land at all times. He is the first among the many beings besides Bai Donglin to see those countless figures that appear out of thin air. He was shocked at the strange way these figures appeared, which actually evaded his perception. However, the various magical powers brought to him by the other side also allowed him to instinctively detect the abnormality of these existences. Their aura seemed to be vaguely similar to that of the monster. What did you do again? The Lord of Death and Darkness looked at Bai Donglin, who slowly stood up, and felt inexplicably frightened in his heart. He could not see through or understand this monster at all. Time and time again, breaking his cognition. What did you do? Haha. Didn't you want to use your numbers to bully the minority and threaten me with the lives of all the creatures? What? Keep on being so arrogant. Bai Donglin looked at her with a playful look, looking down at her with a cold and condescending attitude, looking down at her with bloodshot eyes. Kan Wu, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded when he saw the majestic figures standing everywhere between heaven and earth. He was dazed and thought he was in an illusion. On the ground below, the battlefield that was still filled with fierce fighting a moment ago has fallen into absolute silence. All the creatures of all races and the Black Disaster monsters are frozen in place. Their hot hearts that were eager to die seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and the chill spread throughout their bodies. They had no choice but to stop, nor could they suppress the chill in their hearts, because in just a moment, they were surrounded by densely packed figures that stretched as far as the eye could see. The thick and complex powerful aura, as well as the indifferent gaze full of scrutiny, made people involuntarily quiet down, and they dared not make any rash moves before figuring out the situation. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. although they all have the aura of the 11th realm. This number, the Lord of Death and Darkness, swept the world with his scarlet eyes. He would rather be trapped in an illusion than believe what he saw. Yes. Quantity. Bai Donglin secretly sighed in his heart. This is indeed an unimaginably huge number. Even he, as the creator, couldn't help but be astonished. Not to mention others who knew nothing about it. During the time he entered the land of grey silence, he did not take the time to conceive gods and forge demons. But when he left, his clone had already developed to the 20th generation, excluding the first generation when he transformed into the heavens. The remaining incarnations of him, and I number approximately 129,600. The number of 1 to the 19th power. Humph! Don't tell me these aren't all your clones of me or him. The Lord of Death and Darkness had a gloomy look in his eyes. The reason why he asked this was because he faintly saw the shadow of Bai Donglin among those huge numbers of beings. This was not a distinction between breath and form of existence, but an intuition from the other side. Ha! You have a pretty good eye. Congratulations. You guessed it right. Bai Donglin stroked his hands gently and praised the Lord of Death and Darkness in an exaggerated tone. Bah! Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a fool? The Lord of Death and Darkness cursed loudly, feeling that his wisdom had been insulted like never before. Although he didn't know what Bai Donglin had come up with, it definitely couldn't be his clone. The clone of the other self is essentially conceived and evolved from the other self split from the self-consciousness. The process of splitting the other self is an extremely difficult task for all living beings. I have never heard of or thought that there would be a being that could give birth to so many clones of myself, even if it is a transcendent being. This already involves certain iron laws regarding self-consciousness. The self-consciousness is the root of all living things. Every time an other self is split off, it is like cutting off a strand of essence from the consciousness. And it is an irreversible damage. The split between other and me cannot be reversed. If it exceeds the limit of endurance, consciousness may collapse at any time. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He had some understanding of how the Lord of Death and Darkness broke through his defense. After all, even he himself didn't know what kind of wonderful changes had taken place in his self-consciousness that had been integrated with the seven-color divine light. In short, the infinitely divisible self has violated the underlying logic of the self-consciousness. If you say so, then so be it. Bai Donglin spread his hands, too lazy to say more. This was one of his trump cards. So how could he explain it to the enemy? Only a villain would do such a stupid thing. Humph! I admit that your move is indeed impressive. But with only these 11th realm cultivators, no matter how many there are, how can they possibly resist the calamity of all races? Below the other shore, we are all ants, and our numbers are meaningless. The Lord of Death and Darkness's gaze returned to indifference. He looked deeply at Bai Donglin and no longer guessed the whereabouts of the countless figures below. With a thought, he drove the dark red ancient city and many black disaster warriors to continue advancing towards the gate of eternity. Bai Donglin remained silent upon hearing this. It was hard to imagine that in the past 100 billion years, many of his and my clones had successively entered the 11th realm. But the embarrassing thing was that not even one had reached the other side. Logically speaking, his clone has synchronized the original body's cultivation experience. And with extremely high talent and an endless supply of resources, with such a huge base, there shouldn't be even one person who can step into the other side. In fact, normally speaking, it is not so easy for a cultivator to step into the other shore. A mere 100 billion years is nothing. Anyone who wants to reach the eternal other shore has gone through a long period of practice and tempering, which needs to be calculated in the Dine era as the time unit. The reason why Bai Donglin had this idea was because he brought himself into his clone. After all, they were from the same source. So no matter what, they couldn't be so much weaker than him. Right? The consciousness of the ego of my clones is all transformed from the other self that I split off. Although they are independent beings in unity, compared to beings who are born with complete consciousness, this is more or less a defect. It is difficult to break through the consciousness, and the will cannot enter the 8th level of creating something out of nothing. This is the root cause of why his and my clones cannot step into the other side. They need to undergo a thorough sublimation and transformation. Although Bai Donglin was somewhat dissatisfied with this, he was not too worried, because judging from the fact that his clone could summon the future incarnation of the other shore, in the future time and space, his clone could still step into the other shore. But it might take a long time. Roar, 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 kill, kill. While Bai Donglin was thinking, The order of the Lord of Death and Darkness had already been issued. The powerful Black Disaster warrior, who was frozen in place, suddenly became murderous and continued to pounce on him. "Ha! You little bastard. You underestimate me too much." Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His brows were like transparent glass. Colorful light flashed, and an invisible and transparent thread of consciousness shot out and sank into the long river of time and space. At the same time, countless clones of him and me, as if guided, all extended their threads of consciousness into time and space. Buzz! Time and space trembled silently, and a terrifying number of threads of consciousness crossed the void and converged into Bai Donglin's threads of consciousness. All rivers flowed into the sea, interweaving and merging into one. The long river of time and space, located in different regions, has different degrees of toughness due to their essential differences in height. In this ordinary universe, time and space are extremely weak and can be manipulated and played with by the strong at will. The past, present, and future are completely penetrated, and even the true body of the future can descend directly. The long river of time and space in the heavens has to rise to a higher level of toughness. The past can be changed, but the future is unpredictable and difficult to reach. As for the absolute time and space that is intertwined and overlapped by the endless river of time and space, its strength and tenacity are beyond imagination, making it more difficult to peek into the future. The gray and silent land is a low-lying area in absolute time and space, and the long river is even more stagnant and difficult, not to mention touching the future. Even the boundary wall between reality and the future is difficult to break. Therefore, Bai Donglin would personally take action, gather the consciousness of all his clones, and break the boundaries of the future with one blow. Break! Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, with 7 colors lingering in the depths of his pupils, and he shouted angrily. Snap! The boundary of the future was broken, and the thread of consciousness passed through the dim and hazy darkness and entered the future time and space shrouded in fog. Under the perception of the visual horizon, there are endless figures sitting cross-legged in the fog, floating up and down, and they all opened their indifferent eyes when they were summoned by the present world. Infinite. The future. My true self is invincible. Chapter 802. The Flood on the Other Shore. Boom. Snap. The future boundary that exists between existence and non-existence, illusory yet extremely solid, was shattered under the impact of the endless and brilliant torrent of destruction. At this moment, the long river of time and space in the gray and silent land was completely disrupted. The past, present, and future were twisted and intertwined like a tangled mess, becoming a turbid and uncertain tomb of time. A series of towering figures with blurred faces stepped out from the chaos of time. They had a vast and boundless aura and bright and shining eyes. Their huge bodies were in an uncertain and chaotic state, and the mist of time was wrapped around them like silk threads. Ah! Ah! What? What is this? Many future figures suddenly appeared, standing between heaven and earth. The complex and broad eternal aura truly covered all living beings in the gray and silent land. Under the oppression of the terrifying momentum, black disaster creatures continued to fall, kneeling on the earth, crushing the boundless continent. For a moment, as far as the eye can see, the ground is filled with twisted and deformed black disaster warriors with insane expressions. Only the other side can withstand such a vast suppression of energy. When all living creatures saw this, they were all frightened and stood there in a daze, their hearts and minds in turmoil. The other side. They are all supreme and eternal beings on the other side. Although the number of the towering figures that suddenly appeared this time is far less than before. The former is in the 11th realm, while the latter is in the other shore. The difference in strength is huge and cannot be simply compared by numbers. It can even be said that the two are not in the same dimension at all, and cannot be compared at all. Pity. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, feeling a little regretful. Even though he had empowered the consciousness of all his and my clones this time, he was unable to find his transcendent self in the future time and space. Perhaps the time is too long and difficult to cross. Perhaps the essence of transcendence is too supreme and does not exist in the future time and space at all. So how can we find it? In short, he is temporarily unable to communicate with his future body. So he can only settle for the next best thing and summon a future body whose consciousness can reach the end of future time and space. A distorted and blurry figure stood quietly behind Bai Donglin, silently, as if it did not exist here. It looked harmless, and the bloodthirsty figure on the side just took a glance at it with the corner of his eye, and then wailed and bled, emitting bursts of green smoke, and turned into black rotten flesh. and the dark red ancient city trembled continuously, looking at the miserable state of the Lord of Death and Darkness. Bai Donglin could not help but nod slightly. It was worthy of him that he had summoned his future body from a near-death state. His strength had become incredibly powerful. Bai Donglin stood on the dark red ancient city, looking down at the world. His eyes intertwined with a terrifying number of future figures. Although compared with the 11th realm's other self-clones, the number is indeed insignificant. After all, they are only extended from the 4 first-generation clones such as Wu Wei. As for the other self-clones, they will naturally be transformed into the heavens in the future, and all power will belong to the original body. However, the number is still staggering. Approximately 4 times 129600. This time, the invasion of all races is led by the existence of the other shore. To deal with this kind of existence, we naturally have to go to the other shore. The reason why a huge number of his and my clones are summoned is to gather their consciousness and break the future boundaries of the gray and silent land. Otherwise, with the toughness of the space and time here, it would be impossible to connect to the future space and time. The gray and silent land at this time had become the ocean on the other side. Except for Bai Donglin. The others, whether friends or foes, all fell into a state of blank consciousness. They began to doubt everything they saw and constantly questioned their own cognition. The feeling of confusion caused by the conflict between common sense and reality made people dizzy. Did I go a little too far? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of indifference flowing through his eyes. When he learned from Kan Wu about the corrupt situation in the outside world, and heard that hundreds of spiral arms were annihilated by the Black Disaster, he could not help but be furious. And then he attacked with all his strength. The vortex of the heavens is too huge. Although he and I have many clones, they are far from being able to cover everything. Even if one clone is responsible for one heaven, it currently only involves less than 1/1000th of the area, and the focus is on the rich and prosperous places in the core, and has not set foot too much in the relatively barren and remote places such as the spiral arms. In addition, his and my clones were solitary, and never joined the supreme forces of all races. Most of them were in seclusion, seeking opportunities to break through to the other side. Therefore, they did not know much about the battle situation on the front line that was concealed by the top leaders of all races, and did not realize the horror of the Black Disaster's invasion at the first time. He also thought that the Gray and Silence land was the focus of the Black Disaster invasion. This makes sense. Why did Dr. Chen's phantom say that his connection with his original body was cut off? He must be a transcendent being who was very busy here, and could not get away at all. Even if the Gray Silence land is just one of many battle lines, it has extraordinary strategic significance because it can directly reach the core area of the universe. We must not lose it. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and looked down at the Black Disaster creatures kneeling all over the continent, as well as the twisted black torrents spreading everywhere. His expression gradually became cold, and a flash of scarlet cruelty appeared in his eyes. Everyone, take action. Kill the Black Disaster completely. It's a long story, but in a flash, before Hayes I could come to his senses, his and my clones, who were trying to resist the backlash, had already taken a step forward and slowly sank into their future bodies. Use your body as armor. Immortality. It is said that every living being from the blue planet has a mecha dream. But there are such huge numbers of the other shore-class mechas that even those who have transcended the materialistic heavens and the idealistic heavens would probably think to themselves how awesome they are when they see them. Boom. Standing at the base point of the present world, enduring the backlash of time and space and maintaining a near-death state with immortality. The extremely weak clone of me and him, after receiving all-round protection. A group of future incarnations on the other side released the suppression of their aura and became unscrupulous. The murderous intent was so intense, and the terrifying aura penetrated the heaven and earth, awakening all the dazed Black Disaster warriors. As their expressions changed wildly, countless terrifying attacks were already coming towards them. There is a future body sitting on the lotus, with a bright Buddha wheel floating behind the head. They put their hands together and chant Sanskrit. Infinite Amitabha. Boom. The golden light was brilliant, extremely hot, and as rich as liquid. In an instant, the bright Buddha light covered the gray and silent land. All evil things on the other side will spontaneously combust under the illumination of the Buddha's light, and turn into ashes amidst inhumane wails, with their consciousness being pulled into the endless H.L. never to be reborn. There is a future body standing on the Tai Chi diagram, with a vision of a blue sky and a white sun on his back, and looking around the world with indifferent eyes. What is Tao? I am Tao. Buzz. In the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, yin and yang and the five elements are intertwined and flowing, and infinite chaos is bred in it. The sky of the gray and silent land is replaced by pure white, and the earth turns into pure black. The black and white mill rotates and grinds, and all abnormal life forms are pulled into zero-dimensional space and time, and all traces of their existence are erased from the world. After a round of covering strikes, the dark torrent suspended in the sky almost disappeared, and only towering and terrifying figures on the other side were left, floating in the golden Buddha light, and roaring under the crushing of the black and white mill. Although both are on the other side, the number of black disasters and the future body is too big. Too big. It's a completely crushing posture. Every black disaster on the other side has to face the siege of hundreds of millions of future bodies. There can't be more. They can't be surrounded anymore. The source of information was shattered by the torrent of future bodies, and died completely. However, in an instant, the dark torrent was completely destroyed. The future bodies kept moving, stepping towards the 9 dangerous places located in the void, extremely far away. Like a galaxy torrent, it tore through the boundary wall of the dangerous land and poured into it. The next moment, countless dazzling destructive light beams pierced the dangerous land, like 9 huge hedgehog light balls, suspended in the void, completely stagnant. And, is it over? The terrible black disaster beyond has been destroyed. On the earth, the excitement of all creatures could not calm down for a long time. They were both happy to have escaped death and to have crushed the black disaster. During the long years they had spent, battles with the black disaster were not uncommon. In most cases, the two sides were evenly matched. Even if they had the advantage, victory was very difficult, and there were heavy casualties. Crushing everything with absolute power like this was a scene that only appeared in dreams. At their level, unless they practiced special magical skills, they would not fall into a deep sleep. So this was a scene that they had never dreamed of. Bai Donglin did not use the body as armor technique. With his current strength, he had the power to protect himself even if he had to withstand the backlash of absolute time and space. The Lord of Death and Darkness was frightened and hid deep in the dark red ancient city, never to show his head again. Bai Donglin shook his head and sneered. He would certainly not let the culprit go. With a thought, the silent future body beside him moved. With a light step, invisible ripples spread out, and a circle of white spread wildly in all directions. The dark red of the ancient city was replaced by white, and the essence of its existence was tampered with from the source. Supreme white. Everything is white. Nothingness. Boom. In an instant, the majestic dark red ancient city turned into dazzling snow white, like the finest white jade, crystal clear. But beautiful things are often fragile. This is. Bai Donglin's eyes moved. He sensed a familiar fluctuation in his future body's movement. It was vaguely like the taste of realm of nothingness. He couldn't see through it, but thought that it should be a new trump card developed by his future self. Damn! Mix. What did you do? Deep in the ancient city, there was a roar of the main voice of death. He was united with the life and death of the ancient city. The ancient city was him. He was the ancient city. The strange state of the dark red ancient city was thorough than anyone else. Unable to help but, the Lord of Death and Darkness began to panic. He smelled the scent of death. Broken. Snap. The future body's eyes were bright and indifferent. He ignored the roar in his ears and stepped lightly. The white jade ancient city that towered over the sky and connected the earth was instantly shattered. The ancient city, which was extremely hard and endowed with the power of concepts, was now extremely fragile. It was crushed by a single step and dissipated in endless jade light. Oh! So beautiful! The powerful men from all races could not help but exclaim in amazement at the brilliant fireworks blooming in the sky. Chapter 803, Sudden Change. Crash! As the dark red ancient city disappeared, the 9 huge chains connecting the dangerous land trembled and broke into pieces. This is... Bai Donglin frowned, and saw a hint of dark red among the flying jade chips. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to catch it. What was held in the hand was a dark red metal ball, its surface covered with strange lines, twisting and wriggling like a living thing. This object was strange, and there was no trace of any information. When encountering something he couldn't see through, Bai Donglin naturally, as if by instinct, enveloped it with his will and drilled into the metal. Not good. Blood. A drop of dark, deep and infinite blood. Hypothetical blood. There was no mistake. Bai Donglin, who had experienced it once, would certainly not be wrong. Almost at the same time as the thought flashed through his mind, he raised his hand and threw the metal ball out. What good things can this stuff? I am afraid. This blood is the core of the Black Disaster's invasion of the Grey and Silent Land. And it is also the key to breaking the Eternal Gate. The Lord of Death and Darkness is just a discarded pawn on the table. Snap! The moment the dark red metal ball slipped out of his hand, the patterns on it suddenly began to rotate violently. With a crisp clicking sound, it bloomed like a flower, and a dark light flickered. Bai Donglin saw all this, and could not escape its influence. A dark flash passed through his eyes, and the source of information instantly fell into darkness. The boundary of near death was broken. Death. The future body at the side stood quietly in the same place until it disappeared, as if it had known all this and understood that the death of the present body was irreversible. The present world is the origin of the future. When the future body emerges from the chaotic superposition state of future space and time, he will lock onto the main timeline with countless possibilities. Everything that happens in the present world exists in his memory. He is not a mortal body and cannot tamper with the past. Even if he just has this thought, his own self, which has emerged from the chaotic superposition state, will dissipate because it violates logic. Bai Donglin's expression sank, and he maintained the status of an observer, not immediately resurrecting. The blood of transcendence was too strange and unpredictable. Even if he survived, he would probably be killed instantly. It was meaningless. So it would be better to see through the truth in this state. Thinking of this, the will spread out and penetrated into the dark blood. No one knew what happened in the sky except Bai Donglin. The powerful men of all races standing on the earth all looked up at the sky with shocked expressions, looking at the 9 dangerous places that were emitting terrifying waves. In their opinion, the crisis of the Black Disaster invasion has been resolved this time. After all, with so many beings from the other side, they couldn't imagine that the Black Disaster still had the power to resist. Unless there are Black Disasters, those who are overwhelmed by intervention. But the Transcendents are too high up, and their gazes can only accommodate beings of the same level. They will not interfere too much with the creatures below them. Ahem. This fellow Taoist. May I ask your name? Where are you from? A powerful man from the other side of the immortal mechanical gods of the materialistic universe, whose entire body was made of condensed purple gold metallic liquid, looked at the figure beside him, and asked in a low voice. I haven't thanked you all for saving my life yet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. His clone, numbered DCHSJY54699, had a frown on his face. With his memories synchronized, he saw the scene happening in the sky as if he were there in person. He knew that his original body was dead, and that there was the blood of transcendence. Naturally, he was not as relaxed as the powerful men of all races, who knew nothing. Oh, you're welcome. It's just a small favor. He and my clone shook their heads, somewhat indifferently. They all came from the original body's personality, with more extreme temperaments, but not as elegant and easygoing as the original body, who treated people like a spring breeze. Hee. The other side of the immortal mechanical god clan was a little embarrassed. The reason why he, a person from the other side, was so polite was because the other side had an unknown origin and had a close relationship with those other sides, who had just stepped out from the future time and space. Otherwise, he would have observed his information and seen through his whereabouts long ago. He didn't act rashly because he was afraid of offending someone he shouldn't offend. But he felt a little embarrassed when someone at the 11th level was so cold to him. Bai. Lord Bai. Is it you? Not far away. Kanwu walked over. When the dark red ancient city disappeared, he also returned to the earth along with the light that streaked across the sky. Hearing the conversation here, he walked over to talk. With some hesitation on his face, he wanted to call fellow Taoist Bai. But when he thought of the scary scene just now, he changed his words involuntarily. One man makes an army. This is what fellow Taoist Bai said to him personally. If he didn't lie to him, and considering that those other shores were summoned from the future, then these 11 realms in front of me may all be the clones of Bai Dongyu. Thinking about it this way, the faces of these 11 realms seem to be vaguely similar, but they just don't look like Bai Dongyu. Kanwu naturally didn't know that Bai Donglin had deliberately blurred his features in order to hide his identity. So at this moment, he naturally looked somewhat different from his clone. Yes, it's me. His clone glanced at Kanwu. His expression was still indifferent, but his brows slowly relaxed. The original body would naturally handle everything. Why should he worry? After all, his strength did not allow it. They, his clones who were destined to become the heavens, did not even have a future body. So they could not help at all. There was no need to stay here any longer. Leaving so many clones here would not only be of no help, but might also reveal flaws under the influence of the transcendent blood. Sir! It's you? Kangwoo widened his eyes, his heart filled with immense shock. He had never expected that there really was a being that could give birth to so many clones of himself. This was truly horrifying. The pupils of the Immortal Mechanical God clan shrank slightly. He naturally knew Kangwoo. They had fought side by side before. They were very powerful human beings. Now, seeing that the other party showed a humble attitude in front of a little guy in the 11th realm, he couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. Sure enough, these 11 realms that appeared strangely were not that simple. Sir, thank you again for saving my life. If you have any instructions, I, the Immortal Mechanical God clan, will do my best. Being able to summon countless other shores, such a terrifying force is simply unheard of. This is a good opportunity to make friends. It's the way of the world. You help me. I help you. And after a while, we will naturally become familiar with each other. If a channel of communication could be established with this mysterious force, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the entire Immortal Mechanical God clan. It's all said. My clone was a little impatient and just opened his mouth to refuse, but was suddenly stunned and received a thought from the original body. Okay. Since you sincerely want to thank us, then come to Baiyujing. Each of my clones has established the pawnshop of all worlds in the respective heavens, as well as a branch in Baiyujing. As he spoke, my clone flipped his palm, took out a jade token and handed it to the other party. It contained the method of contacting Baiyujing, which was applicable in all the endless heavens. At this moment, the same scene occurs in various places, and each other existence has received a jade card. Bai Donglin once imagined that he would enslave a group of people from the other side of the river for his own use, and use the power of minds create the universe to gain resources. But the other side of the black disaster is difficult to control. And as for the other side of all races, if they don't provoke him, they would be embarrassed to take the initiative to attack. So they can only settle for the next best thing. In return for saving his life, it's not too much to do a little hard labor for him. Right? A mere trillion years is nothing but a blink of an eye on the other side. Ha! Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Baiyujing? I will definitely come to pay my respects and express my clan's highest gratitude. The Immortal Mechanical God clan's other shore existence held a jade card and looked overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that they have established a relationship with this mysterious force? As long as they get along well in the future, they will naturally become closer and closer. He had no idea that when he took the jade token, he had already been targeted by the old capitalist Bai Donglin. Once he entered Baiyujing, it would be difficult to get out without losing a layer of skin. Kangwoo, and everyone else. Now that this matter is over, everyone should quickly leave this gray and silent place. Bai Donglin didn't know what kind of changes the sudden appearance of transcendent blood would bring, but it was definitely not a good thing. Now these powerful people from all races were all exploitable laborers, and it would not be worthwhile to die here. Ha! Sir, now that the Black Disaster invasion has been extinguished, the 9 great fierce lands will probably not be able to hold out for long under the attacks of those fellow Taoists. The Grey Silence land is safe now. Why should we leave? The other side is unknown. So I asked? No reason. Just leave when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My clone, who has a violent personality, shouted angrily, saying that these guys really didn't know what was good for them. If it weren't for the resources, he wouldn't care about their lives. However, this day will not be long. Once my clones begin to step into the other side of the world, I can exploit myself. After all, others are not as useful as myself. Ahem. Please calm down. Your Excellency. We will leave right now. Right now? Being scolded by the 11th realm, Bayan felt a little embarrassed. But he couldn't offend the other party. It would be even more awkward to stay. So he quickly took out the Eternal Order and urged it to leave the Grey and Silence land. The Black Disaster torrent has been completely eliminated, and the information coverage from the other side of the Black Disaster has dissipated and will no longer affect the judgment of the Eternal Gate. In fact, after a great battle, these creatures of all races had suffered more or less serious injuries, and they had no intention of staying in this Grey and Silent place any longer. In addition, with such a big thing happening, they naturally had to go back quickly to inform the forces behind them and think about how to deal with the current situation. The reason they wanted to stay was to see the outcome of the 9 dangerous places. But since this mysterious force had already started to drive them away, they couldn't continue to force them to stay. Buzz! The hazy light of the eternal order rose in every corner, and all living beings withdrew from the gray and silent land. Master Bai. Is there an accident? Ken Wu tightly grasped the eternal order, his expression solemn, staring at his clone in front of him. He is not a fool. Based on his understanding of fellow Taoist Bai, he will definitely not do anything useless. If this is the case, there must be something complicated going on. Ken Wu. Leave. You can't help. And neither can I. Leave everything to me. Countless clones of him and I spoke at the same time. Although they were whispering in low voices, their combined voices resounded through the sky and made Kang Wu's brain dizzy. Before he finished speaking, many of his and my clones slowly put their hands together. Destruction. Woo-woo. There seemed to be a whimpering and buzzing sound passing by. Kang Wu stood alone between heaven and earth. For some reason, he felt a chill. This chill was sudden and without reason. Bai. Sir. Although Kang Wu is weak, he is not a heartless person. How can I leave you here alone? Lord Bai is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Kind, selfless, and extremely noble. Kang Wu looked solemn and dignified as he stood there, looking up at the sky. The eternal order in his hand was casually thrown on the blood-stained ground. His eyes flickered, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. After a moment, he took out a colorful book from his arms and started writing quickly on it using his fingers as a pen. At least, someone is needed to witness your great achievements. Let me, Kang Wu, do it. Witness Kang Wu. Chapter 804 Narrative Perspective. The observers will all poured into the dark and profound transcendent blood, spreading out with all its might. It is dark, turbulent, distorted and disordered, and this is the weirdness that subverts the concept of space. Bai Donglin calmed himself down and avoided all kinds of negative abnormalities by relying on his will to ignore everything. In an instant, the will spanning tens of thousands of super thoughts had stretched to its limit, but it still could not touch the edge of the abstract and hazy space. He couldn't help feeling a little powerless in his heart. I can't be wrong. It is indeed the blood of the transcendent. The same feeling of powerlessness reminded Bai Donglin of the transcendent blood he encountered in the statue on the corpse continent. He could not see the difference between the two. His only feeling was that they were unfathomable and difficult to describe. The difference from last time is that his strength is vastly different, and the area covered by his will is thousands of times larger, so he should be able to capture more things. Coming! Bai Donglin's spirit was shocked, and he did not expect. The kind of characters that could not be described and remembered forcibly could make his thinking be overloaded. And it appeared again. They seemed to be ghosts with life, shuttling and jumping back and forth in the abstract and hazy endless space. With a slight flash, they can escape the perception of the will. Their speed is so fast that it defies common sense, and there is no pattern to be found. What on earth are these things? What form do they take? What is their function? This shouldn't be as simple as ordinary conceptual power. Could it be? Bai Donglin didn't know what he was thinking about. A flash of inspiration emerged in his mind, and a lot of information was intertwined in his heart. His inexplicably excited intuition locked onto one of the myriad ideas. Solarcia Super. Narrative. Pataphysics. For narrative-level transcendence, they are above all the real narrative worlds of existence in which they exist, and all known and unknown are contained and controlled by the narrative. Narrative transcendence does not only refer to the bottom level of narrative that has initially broken the fourth wall, but is the highest level once it is proven. It is at the top of the narrative ladder, even transcending the narrative. As for the rest, more. Bai Donglin frowned. He didn't know. His understanding of the narrative level only reached this extent. It was an ambiguous statement summarized after he tried his best to collect information over the years. He imagined that this drop of blood came from a narrative-level transcendent, which would explain why these jumping characters were so difficult to understand. He had just touched the power of concepts not long ago, and it was definitely not so mysterious and unpredictable. From this we can see that this should be the power of narrative. Another kind of terrifying power. If it is the power of narrative, perhaps it can change one's self-perception and observe from another perspective. Bai Dong is upset, and began to distort himself through the understanding of narrative level. However, he is in a state of observer. But he doesn't have to worry about encountering such a bad situation. Boom. After a moment of blank consciousness, Bai Donglin's memory was temporarily isolated, and his cognition of everything that had happened was tampered with from the root. At this time, in the eyes of Bai Donglin, Everything became false. Endless heaven. Tennis. Black disasters. Super Eskins. Everything that happened in the real realm. And even the novel character called by Donglin. His self transcended as his cognition distorted. And everything in the real world became a false world depicted in books. Whether it was by Donglin or the Transcendent. And he was just an ordinary mortal who accidentally opened this book and saw this vast and brilliant false world. And also saw the meaning of the text represented by the so-called blood of the Transcendent. Turn cognition. Simulation narrative perspective. Well, the blood of the narrative-level transcendental being, Varanshadi, carries with it the power of sacrifice. Crash! The sound of pages turning echoed eerily in my heart. On the corpse continent, the blood left is. A hint of doubt appeared in the distorted cognition. At this point, Bai Donglin did not know who the transcendent blood in the statue came from. The simulated perspective naturally could not break the logic and see the specific information about him. So distortions and freezes would occur. The meaning of that character suppression. Isolated. Boom. After seeing through the meaning of the characters, Bai Donglin's backup plan in his distorted self-cognition was triggered. And he fell from the narrative perspective. His cognition was also corrected. And he returned to the real world. Bai Dong's heart was scared. He was a bit bigger. But for the first time, he used the extent to the idea. If it wasn't for the observer's state of ignoring everything, he might not find himself in the chaos. Although it was only a brief moment. It was more dangerous and terrifying than being trapped in the real illusion at the beginning. This was completely courting death. After a long time, Bai Donglin came to his senses. But there was still some throbbing in his heart. He really didn't want to try that weird feeling again. The feeling of losing himself and the emptiness of existence was maddening. It turns out that the purpose of this drop of transcendent blood is sacrifice. Bai Donglin understood the meaning of those characters. But that was all. It did not mean that he could understand them and master their power. These were two completely different things. It is easy to understand that if the him, who is tampered with and distorted cognition observes everything from a narrative perspective, then everything in the real world becomes a textual description in a book, which is all false and contains only basic literal meanings. For example, a certain immortal emperor performed a move called transformation and freedom. Readers know that this move is called transformation and freedom. But how can they know the principle of this move? And how to perform it? It was completely impossible. The narrative perspective could only see the surface meaning of the text. Just like Bai Donglin's distorted cognition just now. All he saw was a paragraph of text describing Valentia Emperor left a drop of blood to sacrifice the 9 evil places. And then, there was nothing else. Being able to do this is already very good, thanks to the summary of information, such as the drop of transcendent blood that suppressed the ruthless emperor. Without more information, Bai Donglin could not see the name of that transcendent person. This is troublesome. I didn't expect that the Grey and Silent Land would involve a narrative-level transcendent. Bai Donglin felt a little bitter in his heart. He roughly knew of only 3 types of descriptions of the power of transcendence: conceptual, narrative, and logical. According to some secretive statements, logical transcendents do not exist at all and are just a concept. Then, the narrative-level transcendents are already the overlords among the transcendents. And there are not many beings that are stronger than them. Hey, so Dr. Chen, who is confronting the Brahma Emperor, is also at the narrative level? Wow, we are indeed fellow countrymen. Awesome. Awesome. At this point, Bai Donglin was still in the mood to joke. And he did not regard the current situation as a hopeless situation. Originally, it was the same. One should wear shoes that fit one's feet. If he could handle it, he might as well give it a try. But if the development of things was completely beyond his ability, he could just run away. If the sky fell, there would naturally be transcendence to hold it up. He is just a mere other shore. Very weak and unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Alright. I want to see what this so-called sacrifice is. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts. And took one last look at the hazy space with his will. Then retreated. He could do nothing about this drop of blood. Before that, I have to meet the phantom left by Dr. Chen to see what his plans are. With a thought, he locked onto an avatar of himself in the most dangerous place. The prison of nothingness. And resurrected him. Chapter 805. Resurrection of the Transcendental Instrument. The Grey and Silent Land. The 10 most dangerous places are all formed by the interweaving of absolute black and white time and space, and the gathering of endless vortex power, natural things that are not affected by human power. However, a long time ago, A wonderful forbidden area in the 10th dangerous place was occupied by 2 transcendents, and turned into an experimental field. All the dangers bred by nature were eliminated, and replaced by various strange experimental subjects. As for the 1st to 9th dangerous places, judging from the invasion of the Black Disaster this time, they had been tampered with long ago, and were no longer simply dangerous places created by nature. The number 1 dangerous place, the prison of nothingness, is on the verge of collapse due to the fierce fighting. In the boundless and vast universe, the sky was shattered. The earth was sinking. All things were extinguished. And time, space and information were intertwined like a tangled mess, and could no longer be separated. Scarlet, hot, sticky flames gushed out from the center of the earth, reaching millions of light years away, forming an endless halo that floated in wisps and entwined around the broken continent like a jade belt. The strange lives and dangerous places that used to be everywhere in the prison of nothingness were now wiped out in the fierce battle, leaving only a dead silence with no end in sight. In the magnificent macro, there is a towering temple suspended, with silver and white, and there are bright glory lingering. Valenshadi, what on earth did you leave here? Dr. Chen frowned and looked down with flickering eyes at the depths of chaos below. There, even time and space were shattered and erased, returning to chaos and nothingness. However, deep within, there were still things that could not be destroyed by any calamity or law. This is a boundless formation, with its center located deep in the vortex of chaos and nothingness. If one looks at it from a god's perspective, one can understand the vastness of this formation. It seems to completely envelop the number 1 dangerous place, the prison of nothingness. Even the silver-white temple is no exception. It is just located in the outer area, on the top of the big array. The complicated conceptual power is rich enough to be visible to the naked eye. If it is a high degree of cognitive existence, you can see at a glance that this array is from the hand of the super. Dongli, the plan of the Black Disaster has exceeded my expectations. You should leave now. If you delay any further, something bad may happen. Dr. Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the distorted and blurry figure on the side. It was the future body summoned by Dongling's clone. Because Dr. Chen took action in the prison of nothingness, most of his and my clones, which were like a torrent, went to the other 8 dangerous places. Even so, hundreds of millions of clones descended. Unfortunately, as soon as they entered this world, they were ruthlessly strangled by the formation. Only a few lucky ones landed next to the Silver Temple and were rescued by Dr. Chen. The Great Formation blocked all perception. Dr. Chen naturally had no idea how many future bodies had descended, and he knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. However, he also felt amazed that Bai Donglin was indeed a Source Walker. He could actually maintain his future body for a long time, and use his clone as the base of the present world. Dr. Chen, let's not mention the matter of leaving. I have a bad news to tell you. Buzz, the twisted figure of the future body rippled, and Bai Donglin, who had been resurrected with the help of his clone, stepped out from it. Huh? Why are you here? Dr. Chen frowned. He naturally recognized Bai Donglin's true identity. He was shocked again and felt surprised at this method of arrival. Alas, a phantom is just a phantom, and it has almost nothing to do with Dr. Chen. After all, it is just a creation similar to an intelligent brain. Noticing the surprise in the phantom's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh secretly, and his expectation for its existence suddenly weakened a lot. Bai Donglin was too lazy to explain. He raised his hand and directly packed all the information he had collected into Phantom's mind. This is the Phantom of Dr. Chen, who controlled the entire experimental base. Naturally had a very strong ability to process information. He read everything almost instantly. After analyzing and deducing various possibilities, his expression gradually became gloomy. How is it, Dr. Chen? Do you know what this so-called sacrifice refers to? Bai Donglin asked in a serious voice. After all, the other party had once followed a transcendent and had faced the Emperor Balan for a long time. Naturally, he knew much more about some secrets than he did. Oh, the situation is not good. Very bad. The Phantom's eyes flickered. He shook his head and sighed, and his eyes became very serious when he looked into the depths of the formation again. This time, the Gate of Eternity may be in danger of collapsing. Sensing Bai Donglin's doubts, the Phantom paused for a moment and continued. Donglin, have you ever heard of the Transcendental Instrument? Transcendence device? Do you mean the personal belongings of the Transcendent? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned and immediately thought of the 8-colored war monument. This treasure from war played an unparalleled role in his early growth. That's right. It is these terrifying things. Anyone who comes into contact with the transcendent, even if it is just a blade of grass or a tree, is no longer ordinary. Its power is beyond the imagination of the other side. After listening to what you said about the blood of transcendence and sacrifice, I have probably guessed what method the Virokana Emperor has arranged. Phantom's eyes were complicated, with a hint of defeat flashing across them. He had thought that he could suppress the calamity of all races by himself. But he didn't expect that he was still one step behind and was completely at a disadvantage. It's unintentional. At this moment, there is no doubt that the Transcendents have already formed a standoff. Their attention is on each other. They cannot interfere with external affairs, and they will not allow the other party to interfere. This involves very complicated things. But as far as I know, neither my original body nor the Brahma Bodhisattva can escape the blockade of the other party in a confrontational posture by any means, whether it is from the past, present, or future. Therefore, the drop of transcendent blood you saw does not contain any will of the Brahmacharya. If he were to use it to interfere with external objects, it would immediately attract the attention of beings at the same level, and all his plans would be in vain. This blood is just a dead substance, a trigger switch to activate a certain event. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin frowned and continued to analyze the information contained in the Phantom's words and transform it into a model that he could understand. To summarize the information, it can be roughly understood as follows. If everything in the real world is compared to a virtual game, then the Transcendents are the players, and they are all in an offline state at the moment. Furthermore, if any Transcendent wants to go online to interfere with the game, this behavior cannot be invisible and will be immediately noticed by other players. And because the Transcendent travels through time and space, this act of going online to intervene includes the past and future time and space. Therefore, when Balanchati was arranging the backup plan in the Grey and Silence land, he had already removed himself. He did not go online, but used a vest to jump, a vest of a player who had already died in the Transcendent's cognition. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank slightly, and like a phantom, he looked into the depths of chaos and nothingness. He also guessed something. The sacrifice you mentioned should refer to activating the transcendental instrument. What kind of transcendental instrument needs to be activated? It must be the personal belongings of the deceased transcendental person. The Phantom narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing. He was careless. This had nothing to do with wisdom. It was all because the two parties were in different positions. A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. This is the simple truth. As the attacker, Black Disaster will naturally have the upper hand, as both are transcendents. Who is worse than the other? A little bit of the upper hand is enough. If all 9 transcendent instruments were to be revived, I'm afraid. Phantom and Bai Donglin looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. That's right. Although the Gate of Eternity was carefully built by the Transcendent, we are outnumbered and our essence is almost the same. There is a chance that it will really be destroyed. Boom. Woohoo. Suddenly, the huge formation that covered the entire prison of true nothingness began to vibrate violently, and with an eerie and terrifying humming sound. Endless brilliant patterns appeared from nothingness, with the power of concepts lingering around them. With boundless power and extremely terrifying, a faceless statue, with countless tentacles on its back, strange and indescribable, slowly rose from the depths of chaos and nothingness. At the core of the formation, the faint aura it emitted caused the heaven and earth to topple over. Has it already started? Walk. Phantom looked stern. He could no longer stay in this world. This formation was too terrifying, and there was no way to break it. He had tried many times, but all in vain. If he didn't leave immediately, he would probably become a speck of ash in the sacrifice along with the prison of true nothingness. The silver-white temple, under the urging of the Phantom, burst out with brilliant silver light, condensed into sharp needles, piercing a small hole in the formation. The temple shrank to the size of a mustard seed and disappeared into it. In the gray and silent place, a silvery light flashed in the void, and the next moment, a towering temple stood between heaven and earth. Bai Donglin gazed intently at the sky and saw that the 9 dangerous places had emerged from nothingness, forming a circle and slowly rotating. In the center of the circle, there was an imperceptible dark red light point suspended. It was the blood of transcendence. 9 silk threads spread out from it, each of which sank into the dangerous place. Fellow, leave. The Phantom looked at the sky with a solemn expression and tried to persuade again. And you? Bai Donglin frowned. Although it was just an illusion, it was a real living being with joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. If it could live, it naturally would not want to die. Me? Haha. I left me here to guard the calamity of all races. Now it seems that I have failed. How can a loser have the face to continue living? Humph. This deity did not leave nothing behind. I have given up everything I have. I can take a transcendental instrument with me to the abyss. Without a transcendental instrument, the pressure faced by the gate of eternity will be much less. Perhaps. Phantom didn't say the last words, but he knew in his heart that the hope of eternity's gate surviving this disaster was very slim. Boom. Snap. As he was speaking, the dangerous place in the sky underwent another shocking change. The first dangerous place, the prison of nothingness, was seen. Its huge shape was twisted and shattered, and a faceless statue appeared from the distortion. All the essence of the dangerous land was sacrificed, turning into a dark torrent and sinking into the body of the statue. Woo-woo! The faceless statue trembled slightly, and a pair of scarlet evil eyes slowly opened on its blurry face, looking weird and terrifying. If you don't leave now, you will really have no chance. The Phantom clasped his hands together, and brilliant silver light gushed out from his brows, transforming into endless silk threads and sinking into the silver-white temple beneath his feet. Hee. Bai Donglin chuckled softly, sensing his own clones constantly returning to oblivion in the dangerous place. In this situation, he no longer had any anxious emotions in his heart, as this was meaningless in turning the tide of the battle. I can leave any time I want, but not now. With a flip of his hand, Yensu's book, which was carved from white jade, was taken out. Dr. Chen, leave one of these transcendental instruments to me. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky, and the second most dangerous place, Yukanji, disappeared. A pale skeleton staff slowly appeared, with a skull, holes, and dark green flame swaying. Chapter 806, 92. This is. Bai Donglin frowned, and the scene above the sky was reflected in his shrunken pupils. The moment he took out Yensu's book, another vast and ferocious land collapsed and disappeared. Instead, a round bead of silver and gray interwoven appeared, and invisible waves rippled out from the bead, sweeping across the entire gray and silent land in an instant. I can't sense the long river of time and space anymore. The time and space of the gray and silent land is very strong and tough. It is formed by the interweaving and superposition of absolute black and white time and space. In the entire realm of nothingness, it is difficult to find a few places that can match it. However, the moment this strange silver-gray bead demonstrated its power, it completely dissolved and stripped away the long river of time and space in this world, severing the past and the future, leaving only the basis of the present world. This state is time nothingness, where there is no long river of time and space. The concept of time loses its meaning. There is no distinction between fast and slow flow speed, and it is in an unobservable chaotic state with the external time. Humph. The arrangement of the Balunsha Emperor is indeed rigorous. This is a transcendental device that can control the concepts of time and space. Donglin, it is impossible to get support from the outside world now. Dr. Chen's phantom body twisted and turned into a silver-white transparent state, visible to the naked eye. An endless stream of information gathered in his body. The moment he saw the silver-gray bead, his eyes turned cold. There is no doubt that after the long river of time and space was stripped away, the flow of time in the gray land has been tampered with. How to define it? It must be biased in favor of the black disaster. Hearing this, Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of regret flashed across his face. Being a bee directly abolished the powerful whole card of future body. Bai Donglin was naturally unwilling, so he thought that he would temporarily leave the place where he was relieved. After calling the future, he returned to deal with the dark disaster, but after being reminded by the Phantom, he realized that this method was not feasible. Now, the speed of the passage of time was completely controlled by the silver-gray bead. In other words, if he spent a moment in the outside world, billions of years might have passed in the gray and silent land. By the time he returned, everything would be over. I'm going to do it. If all 9 transcendental instruments are revived and form a united force, even if I give my all, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with even one of them. Boom! As soon as the Phantom finished speaking, the silver-white temple roared and trembled, and then melted like liquid, turning into a long silver-white river that connected the sky and the earth. It was shining brightly, and had strange patterns inside. The long silver-white river collapsed madly with the Phantom as the center, and merged into its body. When the light dissipated, a silver-white giant stood between heaven and earth. An invisible and terrifying cold aura broke through the sky. Bai Donglin glanced sideways, shocked in his heart. The oppressive feeling possessed by the phantom at this moment is no less than that of the transcendental instrument that is revived in the sky. It seems that returning to the abyss with a transcendental instrument is not an exaggeration. Donglin, take care of yourself. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Every moment of delay will reduce the chances of winning. Phantom did not hesitate at all. After activating the means, he looked deeply at Bai Donglin. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the evil eye statue. The four eyes met. One was scarlet and evil. The other was silver and bright. The instantaneous collision of their auras tore a dark crack in the sky with no end in sight. Material reality is broken. A source walker like me, who also possesses many mysteries, can't possibly die in such a small scene. Right? The phantom muttered to himself in his heart that he was a phantom projected into reality from a thought in Dr. Chen's subconscious mind. And he had a relatively good understanding of the original body's path to transcendence. Of course, I understand that anyone who is transcendent must have gone through endless hardships and survived. If you die, you are dead. It can only be said that you are not qualified to set foot in transcendence. The names of losers will disappear in the years. Only the winners can be eternal. Even the Source Walker. The Phantom knows much more than the Lord of Information, and knows on the other side. Although the Source Walker has a great origin and extraordinary significance, there is no guarantee that he can achieve transcendence. And many of them die on the way, although they have only been together for a short time. For some reason, Phantom is very optimistic about Bai Donglin. My fellow countryman Donglin has the talent to transcend. Suppressing the thought, the Phantom's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and slapped the evil eye statue into the depths of the dark crack, then dodged and pounced on it. Kill. Roar. 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 The silver-white form, complete body, phantom and indescribable tentacle evil eye statue penetrated into the depths of concepts and transcended reality. Bai Donglin used all his eyes and senses, but could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting turbid shadow. And then, he could no longer see any trace of it. The dark crack that ran through the boundless sky also healed silently. Dr. Chen. Although it was just an illusion, it was an existence with the characteristics of an intelligent creature. Now that he was fighting to the death with a transcendental weapon, the chance of coming back alive was very low, which made Bai Donglin feel emotional. It is very simple to achieve eternal immortality without the influence of external forces. But under the shadows of so many terrifying existences, no one dares to say that he will never be in trouble. After all, it's still not strong enough. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze. His expression became indifferent, and he raised his hand to open Yen Suji's book. As the evil eye statue was pulled into the depths of the concept by the phantom, the oppressive feeling transmitted from the sky suddenly lightened. But it only lasted for a moment. When another dangerous place was eliminated, and a new transcendental weapon was revived and manifested, the terrifying oppressive feeling returned to its peak. Phantom's idea was correct. As long as the number of the 9 transcendental instruments could be reduced as much as possible, the chances of Eternal Gate surviving this disaster would be much greater. The Book of Yen Su is one of the 12 keys to open the Tomb of the Transcendence. There is no doubt that it also belongs to the level of transcendental instruments, which is equivalent to the objects above the sky. Moreover, they are all the remains of those who have died and transcended. Old buddy, give me some strength. Help me destroy a transcendental weapon. There was a flash of reluctance in Bai Donglin's eyes. As they were both transcendent instruments, it would not be as simple as exchanging the user himself to destroy the other party. He had already prepared for the worst. That means completely losing Yen Su's book. Crash! The snow-white pages move with the fingertips, and the drawings turn page by page, finally stopping at a blank page. The ability of Yen Su's book to distort reality is really useful, but Bai Donglin rarely used it after achieving the other shore. He cherished it very much, and now there are only more than 340 pages left. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to hesitate. Bai Donglin looked solemn. He used his thoughts as a pen, and after a pause, he began to draw on the blank page. The reason for the pause was that he wanted to use his pen to eliminate the silver-gray bead in order to break the situation of the disappearance of the long river of time and space. But then he thought, who can guarantee that time and space will return to normal after the silver-gray bead disappears? Will it be restored immediately? Or will it take a long time to wait? Bai Donglin didn't know. Nor did he want to gamble on the illusory possibility. He only had a vague understanding of the power of this strange transcendental weapon, and he had no idea whether its impact on time and space was temporary or eternal and irreversible. Only one target can be chosen, but there is no chance of success. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Bai Donglin gave up the silver-gray bead and turned his gaze to the pale skeleton scepter. Transcendental weapons naturally have different strengths. The sense of oppression this scepter gave him was second only to the evil eye statue. In fact, the strength of these 9 transcendental instruments can be roughly determined by the strength of the dangerous land sacrifice for the revival. There is only one chance. So of course, it should be reserved for the strongest one. The evil eye statue was given to Phantom. So it's your turn. Skeleton scepter. Woo woo. As if sensing Bai Donglin's malice, the skull on the scepter turned slightly, and the eye sockets filled with dark green flames looked over. Cold, evil, and extremely weird. Snort. Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly widened, and uncontrollable changes occurred in his body. His flesh and blood melted instantly, and his form of existence was tampered with, turning into a skeleton creature. An impulse arose in his consciousness, wanting to kneel down and surrender to the skeleton scepter. Presumptuous, the divine self looked around the world with an indifferent gaze, and a cold feeling flowed through his body, awakening Bai Donglin from that strange state. The power of the vortex. Isolation. A strange and powerful force gushed out from the vortex of the heavens, covering the entire body, temporarily blocking the sight of the scepter and preventing the erosion of the conceptual power. Horrible! The transcendental device is too strange and powerful. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with horror. He didn't dare to delay any longer. After his body recovered instantly, he tightly grasped the pen of his mind and began to write at a very fast speed on Yen Su's book. Die! Die! This is no longer an ordinary object, but an extremely strange and evil creature, or a terrifying creature with some extraordinary power. Buzz. As the outline of the skeleton scepter gradually became clear, the book of Yen Su began to tremble violently and burst out with unprecedented brilliant white light. The endless light gathered into a huge column of light that pierced through the sky. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly. In the past, when he used Yen Su's book, no matter how complex the shape of the object was, he could complete it in a single thought. The scepter is so simple in appearance, but it is difficult to depict. What surprised him even more was that the tip of his pen seemed to become extremely sharp at this moment, directly penetrating the pages of the book and going through hundreds of layers of paper. In other words, the scepter depicted at this time is no longer just on one page, but is spread over every remaining page. The entire book of Yen Su. As expected, it is worthy of being a transcendental weapon. There was a ferocious flash in Bai Donglin's eyes. His consciousness was boiling and roaring, burning brilliantly. The pen transformed by his thoughts was flashing with dazzling light, and the stagnant stroke suddenly became smooth. Die for me! Boom! As the finishing touch, a dark green flame was placed firmly on the whole. The lifelike skeleton scepter, with the same aura and shape, was successfully drawn on Yen Su's book. Roar! 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 At this time, the skeleton scepter also sensed something was wrong. It was shrouded in a sense of crisis that was about to dissipate. It immediately locked onto Bai Donglin, the source of the crisis. A ray of dark green flame shot out from the depths of its eyes, and wherever it passed, even concepts were burned to ashes. Ha! It's too late. Bai Donglin laughed loudly towards the sky. Large pieces of the heavens were disappearing inside his body, and the source of information was also collapsing. He was on the verge of death at one point, but was saved by the Immortal. As one who possesses the whirlpool of the heavens, his value is incomparable to that of an ordinary other side. After his talent has been restored several times, it is not impossible for his total value to catch up with that of a transcendent instrument. Besides, Yen Su's book is the main force at this time. Snap! The book of words suddenly closed, and colorful light condensed into floating silk ribbons lingering on it, beating and jumping in a strange rhythm. An energy that transcends concepts locked onto the skeleton staff in the invisible darkness. Snap! Yen Su's book was torn apart. The colorful light dissipated, and the crystal clear color disappeared, and it became like a rock carving that can be seen everywhere. It even lost the ability to float in the air, and fell straight into Bai Donglin's palm. Roar! The dark green fire line froze in place in shock when it pierced Bai Donglin's forehead. A sharp roar resounded through heaven and earth. The next moment, the skeleton scepter mysteriously disappeared, as if an invisible giant hand had wiped out all traces of its existence. Yen Su. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Donglin felt relieved and put away the book of Yen Su, which no longer had any magical power. Although the book no longer had the ability to distort reality, it was still very useful. This key is indispensable to opening the Tomb of Transcendence. Boom! The successive loss of 2 transcendent instruments seemed to have stimulated the transcendent blood, and the speed of sacrifice suddenly increased. Amidst the terrifying roar, all the dangerous places collapsed and disappeared. The 7 transcendent instruments then fully revived, floating above the sky. Their ferocity was immense and boundless. The terrifying force of oppression compressed the boundless land downwards for millions of light years. Every grain of soil, after being piled up layer by layer, was now as hard as fairy gold or divine iron. Bai Donglin resisted the tremendous power, stood upright on the sunken ground, looked up at the sky with an indifferent and solemn look. From now on, I'll have to rely on myself. Chapter 807, Lord of Grey Silence. The blood of transcendence is gone. Bai Donglin looked around intently, using all his power to sense, but he could not find any trace of that drop of blood. When the dangerous place was eliminated and all the transcendental instruments were revived, the transcendental blood seemed to have completed its assigned mission, or it might have exhausted its own existence due to the sacrifice. In short, it definitely disappeared. Bai Donglin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although he didn't want to admit it, the suffocating feeling the drop of blood brought him was stronger than that of several transcendental weapons combined. After all, the former comes from a part of the body of a narrative-level transcendent, while the latter is just something the transcendent casually fabricated using external objects. The value of the two is not on the same level. As for why the transcendent blood disappeared after the sacrifice, Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he thought of the explanation of the previous phantom. One possibility cannot be ruled out. Balanchati was worried that the more his blood interfered with the world, the greater the possibility of revealing flaws, making it easier for all kinds of arrangements to be exposed to the eyes of the transcendents. Therefore, he resorted to a roundabout method, trying to use the transcendental device to break the gate of eternity and weaken his own existence as much as possible. Bai Donglin figured out the key and was no longer worried about the transcendent blood. Now, he only needed to withstand the impact of the transcendent instrument and protect the gate of eternity to break the Black Disaster's conspiracy. Thinking of this, facing the transcendental weapon that was ready to move, Bai Donglin exerted all his strength without hesitation. Boom! Boundless and infinite, the whirlpool of the heavens appeared from nothing, slowly manifested in reality, and spread out to the fullest extent. God of the heavens, the power of the vortex. Bai Donglin walked in the air and stood in the center of the vortex of the heavens. Infinite vortex power blessed his body. His aura rose wildly, oppressing all the void and distorting the concept of nothingness. The power of vortex is the only strange power he currently possesses that can fight against the power of concepts, although he could only touch the surface of the concept. And the 7 transcendental instruments were the personal belongings of the transcendence and were at the depths of the concept. The two were very different, but at least they were at the same level, avoiding the absolute suppression from the essence. His whirlpool of the heavens is not big enough, nor strong enough, and the power it can bestow is not enough to achieve the goal of breaking all laws with one force and fight across the essential level. Therefore, one can only rely on this temporary form of mystery to leap into the essence and fight against conceptual things. The power of concepts is a terrifying force that can only be mastered by transcendent people. It is above information, and like the power of information, its strength can be described by depth. The transcendental instrument undoubtedly crushes Bai Donglin's current state in terms of conceptual depth. But is this really the case? Humph! I didn't want to reveal that trump card. But now that things have come to this, Bai Donglin looked at the 7 transcendental instruments with a deep gaze. Not only was there no fear on his face, but he seemed eager to try. Before he could finish his thought, the transcendental weapon floating in the sky started to move. It was a dark golden sword with the shadow of a strange snake with countless heads lingering on it. This sword was successfully revived after being sacrificed in the 9th dangerous place. In theory, it was ranked last among the transcendental weapons. But the snake sword moved slightly and slashed down slowly. An invisible and terrifying sword shadow emerged from the concept and slashed on the reality. Moan! Snap! The target of the snake sword was not Bai Donglin, but the end of the extremely distant gray land behind him. However, even under the coverage of the attack, the aftermath still tore open the vortex barrier that Bai Donglin had heavily added, and his body was directly split into 2 from the center of his eyebrows. Good. Good sword. Bai Donglin's eyes were stern. This sword shadow not only cut his body, but also split the source of his information, his self-consciousness, and all traces of his existence into two at the conceptual level. Hiss. The snakes hissed and twisted eerily, with a disgusting and slippery feeling. Dense snake-shaped sword lights lingered on the smooth-cut scars, like maggots on the tarsal bones, difficult to erase and remove. Combine. Bai Donglin turned his will into a palm, forcibly pressing the separated bodies together, allowing the sword light to rage within his body. Under the immortal recovery, damage reversal was constantly triggered, which in turn brought him vast strengthening energy. This efficiency is much higher than the efficiency of actively attracting the backlash of time and space. As he steps into the other side, his strength becomes stronger and stronger. An ordinary backlash of time and space can hardly hurt him, unless he maintains his future body all the time. But that will cause too much disturbance to time and space. It will be fine for a short time, but if it is maintained frequently for a long time, it will inevitably attract the attention of transcendence. When his body closed, Bai Donglin suddenly looked back and saw that the sky of the gray and silent land was cut open by a sword, crossing the boundless distance of countless super thoughts and directly cutting into the nothingness at the end. Clang! As the crisp sound of collision resounded throughout the heaven and earth, the end of the heaven and earth was shattered. The next moment, in the boundless nothingness, an incomparably huge and majestic metal disc slowly emerged. Eternity's Gate. Is this going to be a close fight? Bai Donglin looked solemn. The target of the transcendental weapon was very clear, and he seemed to be just an ant on the side of the road. They didn't take him seriously at all. They just wanted to kill him with some aftermath of the attack. Haha. I seem to be looked down upon. Are those baloney ants? He did not deny this. But a transcendent is a transcendent, and it is not the turn of a transcendental instrument to show off. The Gate of Eternity and the instrument of transcendence are infinitely far apart, but their auras are already confronting each other, and they are on the verge of a showdown. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, carrying the whirlpool of the heavens on his body, standing between the two, like a minion, small as dust. Deep in the center of the earth, a figure sat cross-legged, his eyes penetrating the thick rock layers, paying close attention to everything happening in the outside world. Holding a magic pen and writing furiously on a book, mastered by his boundless magical powers, he destroyed the skeleton scepter with a wave of his hand. Under the siege of the 7 transcendental instruments, he remained fearless and smiled, treating the terror of the black disaster as nothing. He is truly a role model for our generation, and a faith for all living beings. Kenwu looked excited. He had already put life and death aside. He was proud of witnessing all this. Even if he died instantly, he would have no regrets. Sizzle! It was still the snake sword, and its desire to attack seemed particularly strong. After forcing out the Gate of Eternity with one sword, its body hesitated slightly. Then it cut through the void, and in a flash, it had crossed an infinite distance and stabbed the Gate of Eternity. Ding! Roar roar! The dark gold sword body trembled violently during the collision, and even formed a curved arc, the phantom of a strange snake lingering on it, and the endless heads screamed in unison, full of pain. On the other hand, the Gate of Eternity only presented a hazy film of light, blocking all the swords outside and making it impossible to reach the main body. It is obvious that the Gate of Eternity is very powerful and cannot be countered by a single snake sword. At least that's the case on the surface. As for the invisible vicious fight deep in the concept, it cannot be observed by ordinary eyes. But the snake sword was not alone. The other 6 transcendent weapons were only half a step late and shot out together, passing over Bai Donglin's head with an arrogant attitude of disregard. Boom! Snap! Silver gray beads. A scarlet stone tablet. A branch. A drop of turbid liquid. 7 strange and powerful transcendental instruments joined forces to strike, and boundless conceptual power poured out, fiercely impacting the Gate of Eternity. The aftermath dissipated, and the gray and silent land began to tremble violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything disappeared, and the sky and the earth became distorted and abstract, as if they were about to close together. The gray and silent land is special enough, strong and tough enough to remain majestic and unbreakable. The ordinary world in the heavens would be reduced to ashes in an instant under the radiation of aftermath of this scale. The misty light film that enveloped the Gate of Eternity shattered, and under the continuous and violent impact, fine cracks began to appear on the main body, and the countless mysterious lines on the surface began to crumble. It's just that because the Eternal Gate is too majestic and huge, These scars seem small and invisible in comparison. But no matter what, the transcendental instrument does have the ability to harm the eternal gate. As long as this boundary can be broken, then as time goes by, it is only a matter of time before the gate of eternity is broken. Well, it seems that even if we deal with the two transcendental instruments, the gate of eternity still cannot withstand the impact of the rest. The Brahma Emperor has considered everything very carefully and left a lot of margin. Bai Donglin's eyes sank slightly. The performance of the eternal gate cut off his last hope. In the end, he still had to take action. In this case, then break through in advance. He suddenly clasped his hands together. His eyes became bright and dazzling, and his thoughts linked all his and my clones through the observer's will. God and demon return. All the clones of me and him that left the gray and silent land, from the 2nd to the 20th generation, moved at the sound, annihilated themselves, and resurrected in the spiritual world of their respective previous generation clones. The 2nd generation of her clone was resurrected in the depths of the one universe, in the most fundamental and hazy space and time. Infinite. No limits. The creation of the heavens. Bai Donglin opened his eyes wide, his consciousness burning brightly in the roar, his thoughts streaming down. His divine self also suddenly stood up. His thought nebula spun rapidly. Wisps of thoughts poured out, connecting with the will of the heavens, with the experience accumulated by generations of incarnations, the blessing of the original body's consciousness and thinking, and the assistance of the will of the heavens. The strength of the endless other incarnations has long met the requirements. With a thought, countless heavens are opened up, layer upon layer. It seems like an infinitely extended abstract ancient tree. Each branch splits into a number of branches, and the branches are connected to each other, continuously splitting and extending, for a total of 19 times. Taking the clone into the body is just the simplest and most basic superposition of power, and its utilization rate is not high. Only by opening up the heavens and myriad worlds can all power be fundamentally returned to the original body. Boom! Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. His breath became increasingly subtle and unpredictable. Behind him, spanning the boundless and infinite whirlpool of the heavens, roared violently and shone brightly with divine light. The size of the vortex of the heavens seems to have not changed, but in essence it has been superimposed with countless real heavens, which is extremely thick and terrifying. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Just this small movement caused the heaven and earth to tremble, and the entire boundless gray and silent land moved with him. I didn't expect there would be a pleasant surprise. The whirlpool of the heavens was strengthened exponentially. The most superficial benefit was that it brought Bai Donglin infinite power, while the hidden benefit came from the power of the vortex. After the sublimation, the vortex force that can be generated by the whirlpool of the heavens has undergone a fundamental change and has been enhanced. As we all know, the gray and silence land is formed by the interweaving of absolute black and white time and space. But the vortex force played a decisive role in its formation. Bai Donglin stood up slowly, and with every move he made, the entire gray and silent place was cheering and rejoicing, as if it could be moved by his will at any time. Bai Donglin, the Lord of Gray Silence. A violent aura came whistling over, and the transcendental instrument sensed the change coming from behind it, and instantly froze in place. From ancient times to the present, this gray and desolate land has been ownerless, but now it is actually rejecting and oppressing them. Chapter 808, The Fall of the Eternal Gate. Boom! Feeling the rejection from the gray and silent land, and the strange and unpredictable aura of Bai Donglin, the 7 transcendent instruments suddenly hummed and exploded, bursting into brilliant light. To sublimate oneself to the utmost and release the power of transcendence completely is a life-threatening way of burning one's own existence. Bai Donglin looked at the terrifying ball of light burning at the end of the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. These transcendent weapons were very sensitive, and they began to fight desperately the moment they sensed the threat. You guys pushed me to this point. It's too late now if I get impatient. Sizzle! A silver-gray beam of light tore through the interface of reality, carrying with it a dark conceptual gap. In just a moment, it crossed over from the border of the gray and silent land and headed straight for Bai Donglin's forehead. Humph! Do you want to use the same old trick again? Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent and deep, like a spinning black whirlpool. He saw through the essence of the light column, which was the silver-gray bead that had been separated from the long river of time and space. Roll! Clang! The sublimated vortex force attracted the original power of the gray and silence land, and all of it was added to the fist. It was the last to strike, but the first to arrive. With just one punch, it froze the extremely violent silver-gray light column in place. The Silver Ash Slayer carries the conceptual power to distort real time. It wants to tamper with his time, just like what the Time Demon did before, in order to buy time to destroy the Gate of Eternity. Snap! The stagnant light column was like real glass. It shattered with a loud bang during the violent tremor, and turned into endless silver-gray light particles that scattered into the sky. The conceptual power that lingered around it, and could tamper with the real time, was completely annihilated under the stranglehold of the vortex. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and stern. He changed his fist into a palm, and gripped the silver-gray bead tightly. Under the pressure of his mighty force, the bead made a harsh creaking sound. So hard, it is worthy of being called a transcendental vessel. Its nature is terribly hard. This is an immortal quality that transcends reality, and remains constant in the depths of concepts. It is completely different from the hardness of ordinary things in the world. Woohoo! The silver-gray bead failed in its attack, but did not give up. It vibrated wildly in the palm of the hand, and silver-gray flames lingered all over the bead. It constantly licked the vortex barrier, and dissipated the power of the vortex with the power of concepts. The flame of time and space can burn all time and space. It uses time and space as fuel. It is an extremely strange and terrifying flame. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Looking at the silver-gray bead struggling fiercely, a sneer flashed across Bai Donglin's face. He then opened his mouth and stuffed the burning bead directly into it. Gulu. The silver-gray bead paused for a moment, confused by this action. It had never imagined that there would be a being that would dare to swallow it into its body. Isn't this courting death? As a general rule, the inside of the body is a relatively vulnerable area. But Bai Donglin is different. The silver-gray bead passed through a pitch-black vortex, and appeared directly in the center of the vortex of the heavens. Without any hesitation, it immediately burst into flames, and turned into an endless and bright sun, determined to burn everything. Once you enter this place, just be honest. Yongjin! Boom! From the depths of the vortex of the heavens, an invisible giant hand suddenly stretched out, directly grasped the bright sun, and pulled it into the endless darkness. The flame lingering around the silver-gray bead flashed slightly, and then completely extinguished. The conceptual power that could manipulate time and space at will was suppressed and deprived. The infinite will of the heavens combined with the power of the heavens and the power of the vortex. Although it can't resist the transcendence, it is more than enough to suppress a transcendental weapon. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the reckless behavior of swallowing the transcendental vessel. He did so because he had the confidence to do so. He didn't want to be in such a hurry to open up the secondary heavens. There were two reasons. First, his and my scattered clones could act independently and be self-reliant, which greatly increased the efficiency of absorbing energy. The stronger the spiritual world of his and my clones was, the more powerful the opened up heavens would naturally be, and the greater the power they could bring after returning to the original body. At this time, all his clones transformed into the heavens were completely integrated into the original body, and they also lost the ability to support themselves, and had to rely on Bai Donglin to support these endless numbers of heavens. The second reason is that Bai Donglin believed that his strength was enough to be used after transcendence. At least he had not encountered the eternal other side that could withstand his attack and remain immortal. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to let his clone return to his original position. Even if he and I merged into my original body, it would be impossible for us to reach the level of a transcendent being. After much thought, it would be more beneficial for him and my clone to develop independently. At this point, having encountered a mediocre transcendental device, his strength to surpass the other side is just a little short of what it should be. So I will just let him return to his position and open up endless secondary heavens. Although the 21st generation of clones, which are even more numerous, have already emerged, their strength is still very weak, and they are not very useful in the short term. Fortunately, we still have Wui's 4 extra clones, so the development of Wenjie Pawnshop and Baiyujing will not be completely stopped. Well, it will more or less affect the collection of energy, but it's not a big problem. Isn't it just time? It's like a floating cloud to me. A thought flashed through Bai Donglin's mind, and he looked at the remaining 6 transcendental artifacts with a dim gaze and silent momentum. Boom! Snap! A transcendental instrument may or may not have intelligence, all depending on the setting of the transcendent when it was created. But regardless of whether it has intelligence or not, it is born with an instinctive spirituality, which is an established concept that transcends the wisdom of living beings. It is not spiritual, but extremely smart. Judging the situation is just a basic operation. The defeat of the Silver Grey Bead made the remaining Transcendent Instruments realize that Bai Donglin was not easy to deal with. They immediately gave up the idea of competing with him, and instead put all their efforts into bombarding the Gate of Eternity. It has only been a few moments since the Eternal Gate appeared. But how terrible is the attack frequency of the Transcendental Instrument? As long as it involves the power of concepts, it can no longer be measured by common sense. In a short period of time, the Eternal Gate has suffered serious damage. At this time, faced with the extreme sublimation of the Transcendental Instrument and the self-destruction bombardment at all costs, it was finally unable to maintain the concept of constancy, and an enormous crack running through the body from top to bottom was torn open. The crack was boundless and filled with hazy light. Indistinctly, one could even see the scene outside the Grey Land. Bai Donglin watched all this, his eyes flickering slightly. Unmoved, he actually had a chance to stop the sudden attack of the transcendental weapon. As he controlled the Grey and Silent Land, he could ignore the long distance. The reason why he allowed the Eternal Gate to be breached was naturally because he had a deeper plan. Anyway, from now on, he controlled the Grey and Silent Land, so the existence of the Eternal Gate no longer had much significance. The Gate of Eternity is cracked. What should I do now? Immediately report this to all the higher powers, and quickly dispatch a large army to support us, and prepare to fight the Black Disaster. Quick! Quick! Strengthen the defense blockade. We must not let the Black Disaster cross this place. Otherwise, the endless heavens will face an immeasurable catastrophe. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Outside the Gate of Eternity, the towering and gigantic war fortresses stretched to the end of the site, and the layers of brilliant killing arrays enveloped the boundless void of time and space. One after another, the boundless warships had begun to load world-destroying weapons. Countless majestic figures stood in the void, creatures of all races, with various shapes and forms, some as small as dust, some trillions of light-years tall, all with a vast and terrifying aura, staring at the Gate of Eternity with bright eyes. The moment a huge crack appeared on the Eternal Gate that ran through its body, burning fighting spirit and chilling murderous intent gushed out from the bodies of countless soldiers of all races, lingering and interweaving together, covering the boundless battlefield. Roar! Roar! Fight to the death! They have no way to retreat. Behind every tall figure is the vast heavens. That is their birthplace and their roots. Once the land of Grey Silence is lost, the Black Disaster will be able to march straight in, ignoring the numerous obstacles of the whirlpool of the heavens, and reach any part of the heavens. Buzz! The Gate of Eternity was broken, and the instruments of transcendence made a joyful humming sound. Although like the Gate of Eternity, they were dim and covered with cracks. The confrontation and collision between the two sides is a mutual annihilation of the essential concepts of existence. And naturally both sides will suffer losses. The basic purpose of the transcendental instrument has been achieved, but it has no intention of stopping. It continues to burn its remaining essence and rushes towards the boundless rift. They want to completely destroy the Gate of Eternity and rush out of the Land of Silence, launching a dimensionality reduction attack on the blockade line outside to remove obstacles for the invasion of the Black Disaster army. Indeed, with the terrifying power of the transcendental weapon, it is an absolutely irresistible dimensionality reduction attack on the blockade front, whose combat power is no more than the level of the other shore. Bai Donglin naturally knew this very well, so he took action. That's it. With his hands behind his back, Bai Donglin walked on the concepts. It seemed that he was standing still, but the Grey and Silent Land was moving with him as the center, and the reference system became blurred. In short, in the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin had appeared in the crack of the Gate of Eternity. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the attack of the transcendental device. The boundless true body stretched to the utmost, carrying the vast vortex of the heavens on its back. This majestic figure, through the hazy cracks, was reflected deep into the pupils of the endless powerful men of all races on the blockade front. Who is he? What a terrible breath. What do he do? Is it enemy or friend? I don't know. Terrible. Bai Donglin's eyes were faint, and the bustling outside was not disturbing his thoughts. He glanced at the device that had fallen from half of the exception. Among the endless virtuality, there is a head that is diverse. Finally coming? Bai Donglin raised his mouth, and his eyes flickered. Come and not to be polite. The reason why the door of eternity is lost because his eyes have seen the deep disaster. Attract the snake out of the hole. Close the door to hit the dog, and then enter the hinterland of the dark. Everything was calculated by him. Chapter 809. Tide Battlefield enters silence. Tide Continent. The top of the tower. There are many sacred thrones in the dark and cold hall. And the dark red flames flicker and flicker, slightly illuminating the terrifying faces hidden in the shadows. When the gate of eternity shattered, a special vitality mixed with all races crossed the gray and silent land, passed through the head of Tai, and quietly descended in an extremely obscure manner. Boom! The terrifying aura whizzed down from the supreme throne and swept across the boundless land. A pair of eyes that had been closed for several dying eras slowly opened. Fierce and deep. Deep scarlet. Shining brightly in the darkness. First Lord of the Army? The second military leader, Furiala, looked surprised. He didn't know what happened to make this master reveal his aura. The other military leaders also stood up suddenly and bowed to the supreme throne. Furious. Pass on my order. The Tai war territory has entered a state of combat readiness. All matters are temporarily put aside. No mistakes can be made. The voice of the first military leader was extremely harsh and cold, as if it was a whisper from endless years ago. It was majestic and incomprehensible, making people involuntarily lower their heads to listen. Sir, are you going to support the front line? The furious god was stunned for a moment, and then many thoughts flashed through his mind. At this time, the war against all races in the Spiral Arm area was in full swing. The results of the battle were quite considerable. Hundreds of Spiral Arms had been taken down, and nearly 10 million people had been wiped out. Heavens! The military power possessed by Tai Battlefield is extremely powerful, and its comprehensive strength can rank among the top 5 among all battlefields. However, Tai is very special. It has always guarded Tai Continent, and has never been transferred to the front line. All the military leaders looked puzzled and didn't understand why. Only the 9th military leader, Mongoose OG, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He thought of something that happened not long ago. A guy named the Lord of Death and Darkness came to use the passage with the token of a transcendent master. This matter was unusual, and he did not tell anyone else. Could it be that there is some connection between the two? The thinking on the other side of eternity is extremely sensitive. This spanned hundreds of millions of years. Two seemingly unrelated things were connected together by just intuition. Go do it. The tone did not tolerate disobedience, and the first military leader had no intention of explaining. As you command? The furious lord's eyes trembled, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. His figure collapsed into a black mist and disappeared into the message. The Tai continent is extremely huge, and its original body was transformed from the corpse of Tai. It is completely black, and its texture is harder than immortal gold and divine iron, spanning nearly 10,000 super thoughts. On the boundless land, there are fortresses all over the place. The troops stationed there have all retreated from the front line. The weakest soldiers are all the black disaster creatures of the 10 realms, who have awakened their own consciousness, and have rich experience in invading all races and heavens. This is a powerful brigade that can make the endless heavens tremble. The Tai battlefield was too vast, and involved countless armies. Even though the furious god existed on the other side, it took hundreds of years to gather the army, with the help of special communication channels. On the high tower, the 9 military masters stood one after another, their towering figures imposing and imposing, looking down at the world in all directions with cold eyes. As far as the eye can see, the dark continent is flooded by figures with violent auras, and there is no end in sight. The dimensional space is divided into hundreds of millions of layers. There are armies and various war fortresses standing in each dimension. There are many armies in the Tai battle area, and this is the only way to bring them together. Tai battle territory. Listen to my orders. The leader of the first army held the highest military talisman and the command of the Tai war territory. His scarlet eyes were extremely bright, and his majestic voice spread throughout the 10 dimensions of time and space. The army moves out. Sword points. A land of gray silence. What? Quang Fury and other military leaders, as well as many generals from the other side below. All had strange looks in their eyes, and some confusion in their hearts. The land of gray silence is full of dangers, and even when entering the other side, one has to be careful. If the army enters, wouldn't it mean to die? And what's the point of doing this? We obey. The mighty sound of promises came from the endless dimensions. Countless generals all had numb and indifferent faces. They only recognized the 2 tokens. It didn't matter what the order was, even if it was to tell them to die. Only existences at the other shore level dare to have doubts and show confusion. Set off. The first military leader waved his hand. And then a dark beam of light rose from the tower, and shot into the head of Tai. Buzz. Rumble. Tai's head, which was open once in a small Yinji, was opened in advance. Furious Allah and the other side could only suppress the doubts in their hearts when they saw this. It seems that the first military leader is serious. And this is definitely not his own fault. Claim. Even the first military leader would not dare to mobilize the entire Tai battlefield without instructions from the Transcendent. Boundless. The huge head that suppressed absolute time and space to a solid state opened its mouth. Between the sharp white teeth, the dark whirlpool passage slowly emerged. Completely open. And the movement was much greater than the small gap that the Lord of Death and Darkness used to pass through. A military order cannot be easily changed. The mighty Black Disaster Army, led by the generals from the other side, swarmed into the head of Tai, stretching endlessly, like a dark torrent with no edge or end. The sound of armor clashing could be heard endlessly. The soldiers all looked indifferent, and the dark smoke condensed with murderous intent and resentment lingered around them. They had no fear of life or death, and killing and fighting had been engraved deep into their instincts. Is that so? Lord Meerkat's eyes narrowed slightly, and his dark and majestic body reflected the metallic luster. His guess was correct. The Lord of Death and Darkness had completed the task given to him by the Master of Transcendence. The gray and silent land at this time was probably very different. Finally coming? In the huge crack of the Eternal Gate, the corners of Bai Dongling's mouth raised slightly, and there was a violent flash in his eyes. His eyes crossed the gray and silent land, and saw the strange movement of Tai's head. Buzz. The 6 transcendent weapons that were repulsed trembled violently, and erupted with bright divine light again. They seemed to be angered, and they seemed to be at a loss for the unforeseen errors in the plan. Kill him! The person in front of me must die. Boom! Bah! The divine light escaping from the transcendent weapon flickered faintly, turning into a twisted and blurry figure, some holding it tightly, some lifting it, or twisting its fingers, burning out the origin of the concept and eradicating it at all costs. The weapon of transcendence exploded with an unprecedented dazzling blow. Bai Donglin, who was locked, could not break free from the shackles of the Qi machine. All concepts in the boundless area were melted by this blow, and reality was completely turned into nothingness. In the dark depths of the concept of nothingness, only the gate of eternity stood, and Bai Dongling's true body stood in it, staring with deep eyes. All of this is calm, fearless, and even. He had no intention of escaping. It's a terrible attack. Even I can't say I can take it without any damage at this time. Haha. But what if I just let you kill me once? Bai Dongling's eyes were filled with teasing, and he opened his arms without hiding, letting the dazzling weapon of transcendence hit the source of his information. Boom! A ball of dazzling light that could not be seen directly rose suddenly in the darkness. The brilliance illuminated the depths of the concept and cut through the reality. It dazzled all the creatures behind the eternal door, and caused gurgling blood to flow from the corners of the eyes. Bai Donglin died, and he died well. He completely withstood the brilliant blow of the transcendence weapon with his body, accepted all the destructive power, and prevented the Eternal Gate from completely collapsing after being destroyed twice, and hurting all living creatures in the outside world. He is not trying to show off. Using his own death to eliminate the attack of the transcendence weapon is the best choice at this time. If he chooses to fight against it, the blockade front can be destroyed only by the aftermath of the confrontation. The destructive power from the concept is not common sense can handle it. Bai. Master Bai. Snap! Songwu felt his eyes go dark. He could no longer feel Master Bai's bright and warm aura like the bright sun. His body couldn't help but soften, and he knelt down in the molten core of the earth. The book full of words in his hand, which was shining with divine light, also fell on the ground. No! No! My lord will not die. On the blockade front, the generals from the other side of the world looked at each other, and were a little confused by the scene in front of them. That person with a terrifying aura, who did not know whether he was an enemy or a friend, seemed to have died? Moreover, he seems to be protecting the gate of eternity? The figure standing in the crack, with their perception on the other side, could not tell its origin, just because the power of the vortex obscured Bai Dongling's human aura. The many doubts that arose in my heart seemed to have no solution, because the man was dead. The other shores had not yet recovered from the terrifying battle, but their expressions suddenly changed. Through the perception formations arranged in the battle line, they captured the abnormal fluctuations coming from the head of Tai. Everyone! The gate of eternity has been broken, and the Black Disaster Army is coming. We cannot sit still and wait for death. Follow me into the land of gray silence and block the black disaster from Tae. Kill. For all races. For all heavens. Behind the blockade front, a majestic army controlled the war fortress and the warships of the heavens, galloping through the void, crossing the gate of eternity, and killing to the other end of the gray land. For war, strategic depth is very important. The blockade front at the gate of eternity cannot be broken, nor can the strategically valuable position of the gray silence land be lost. Only when the front is stretched long enough and has a deep battlefield can we adapt to various emergencies. If there is only one blockade front, once it is breached, it will be over, and there will be no chance of remediation. At the bottom of the concept, Bai Donglin's figure appeared out of thin air, with a smile in his eyes, walking casually, bending down and reaching out from time to time, picking up artifacts with cracks on the surface. In ancient times, there were little girls picking mushrooms, but now I, Bai Donglin, am picking up tools of transcendence from the depths of the concept. Well, perfect. The weapon of transcendence has burned everything, losing all its power and spirituality, leaving only a broken body. But the hard essence engraved in the concept is still there. These are the relics of the dead and transcendent people, and Bai Donglin is not afraid that they may have backups, although they are of little use to him. For Qixue, they are the best qualifications for future promotions. Next, it's time for Black Disaster to pay a heavy price for this. Bai Donglin looked at reality with cold eyes, and the power of the vortex on his body was ready to move, pushing away the complicated concepts around him. With a flash of his figure, he stepped into reality. The land of gray and silence was driven by him. In just one thought, he crossed the infinite distance and appeared in the endless void where the head of Tae was. At this time, the head of Tae was shining with dark light, and an endless vortex channel slowly opened. Hey! Bai Donglin showed a smirk, then walked to the whirlpool passage, clasped his hands together, and Lei Yin shouted angrily. The maelstrom of the infinite heavens. Devour. Boom! The endless heavens spread out, and the center was directly attached to the dark passage. The rapidly rotating vortex released the terrifying devouring and strangulating power. With the power of the vortex blessing it, even the other side cannot hold it for a moment. Black Disaster invaders. Come! Come all! As much as you come. I'll eat as much as you want. The violence in Bai Donglin's eyes was as strong as substance. This is destined to be a massacre that will be remembered forever in time and space. Chapter 810 The Giant Carrying Tae. Boom! 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 This fluctuation is. The core of the Earth's core brings a familiar fluctuations. And the sad Kang Wu on his kneeling was instantly awakened. Kang Wu's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. He held his breath involuntarily, and put his ear close to the extremely hot core of the Earth, trying his best to capture the faint fluctuations of breath, which was extremely far away from here. The information route he cultivated focused on the power of the Earth, and he could use the core of the Earth to display all kinds of incredible magical powers. The land of silence was too vast and broad, and the horrific war destroyed the long river of time and space, and all information was messed up. At this time, only with the help of this tough and powerful core can he protect himself, and with the help of the pulse of the Earth, he can observe what is happening in the gray and silent land from another perspective. Alive! Master Bai is not dead. He is alive again. After repeated confirmation, Kang Wu finally locked onto the source of the breath. Although it seemed very weak due to the distance, it was still bright and warm. It was indeed coming from Lord Bai. In the nothingness at the end of the gray silence. This coordinate is the head of Tae. My lord. He really? Kang Wu's eyes turned slightly red, and he almost cried out loud. His mind was filled with strong shock and emotion, and he was speechless. Lord Bai had just escaped death, and he immediately rushed to the head of Tae and stopped the Black Disaster army alone. What kind of sentiment is this? What a great and noble spirit. Boom! At this time, the army sent from the Eternal Front has passed through the Eternal Gate and descended on the gray and silent land. The dark shadows cover the sky. The vast and majestic war fortress pierces the sky, and the cold and violent warships of the heavens collapse the boundless continent. Huh? Why? Why is this happening? In a silver-gray temple, the Lord of Time and Space, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his silver-white eyes, looked around the world, and frowned deeply. The figure flashed and disappeared, and the next moment appeared in the command center of the army. Everyone, you should have sensed the abnormality of this world. Right? The long river of time and space in the gray land has been completely stripped away. There are all the places in the hall. And they are all ugly. Although they are not as good as time and space lords. They focus on the way of time and space. But they all come from the 11th realm. They all have the existence of the timeline. How can they notice the disappearance of time and space? It is hard to imagine how brutal a battle would be that would completely melt away the long river of time and space in the gray and silent land, which was interwoven with the absolute time and space of black and white, leaving not a trace behind. I'm afraid that it's impossible to achieve without the power of transcendence. Under the current situation, our marching speed will be greatly delayed. By the time we reach the realm of nothingness, the vanguard of the Black Disaster Army will undoubtedly have already established a foothold in the Land of Silence. This is extremely disadvantageous for setting up a blockade. As soon as they stepped into the gray and silent land, they encountered such a situation, which made the people on the other side, who were full of passion and fighting spirit, feel a little gloomy. This seemed to be an ominous sign. Distance in time and space is a naturally existing barrier rooted in reality, something that countless living beings have to face. Under normal circumstances, the best way to travel is naturally to walk on the long river of time and space, not to mention the extremely fast speed. The key is to be able to solidify the passage of one's own time, no matter how long you walk on the long river of time and space. It is only a moment reflected in reality. The time and space of the gray land is very tough, and the existence of a single shore is difficult to shake. But their army is driven by the endless heaven and the high power of the human race, and then driven by the other side. It can still use the long river in space. The Lord of Time and Space is the controller of this thing, so his expression is the ugliest. But now, in this desolate land, there is no trace of time and space. So how can one escape through the long river of time and space? There is no other choice. We can only escape through information. Although this method is not as good as escaping through time and space, it is our best choice at the moment. Hiding above information sounds high-sounding, but in fact it is essentially no different from the routine of low-level cultivators who integrate themselves with the laws. Information refers to the general term for all observable things, naturally including laws, rules, sources, etc., compared to following the laws by integrating the body. Traveling above information is the end of this path. It is a trillion times more powerful, but its essence remains unchanged, and it has great limitations. Affected by the previous war, all the paths in the gray land were extinguished, and the information was corrupted like a tangled mess. The speed of escape is far slower than usual, but at this point, there is no better way. Let's get started. It's a long story, because time cannot be frozen. Communication between the other sides is carried out through the intersection of will and thought, and it is still extremely fast. Less than a billionth of a moment has passed since stepping into the gray and silent land. For the other side, sometimes an infinite era is not very long, and sometimes a breath is enough to do many things. For this kind of existence, time is nothing more than dough that can be stretched or compressed at will, etc. Just as the people on the other side were about to use some means to pull the army into the information, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. It was Kan Wu. Kan Wu, you are not dead. There were many people on the other side who knew Kan Wu, and they were slightly stunned. Then, as if they were thinking of something, joy appeared in their eyes. Everyone, leave the marching to me. Although all the ways in the land of gray silence have been destroyed, the extremely hard core of the continent is safe and sound, and information from the land is still flowing unimpeded. We can use the power of the Earth's pulse to escape, and the speed is no less than escaping through time and space. Kan Wu spoke in an anxious tone. He felt heartbroken and worried when he thought of Lord Bai leading the endless Black Disaster Army alone. Now that the army from the rear was coming to support him, he naturally had to go there quickly to share the pressure. Okay. Great. So, give it to Kan Wu Dao Yu. The gray and silence land is vast and boundless, and the core of the earth is naturally too powerful to be shaken. It cannot be driven without special methods. Perhaps, only Kan Wu, who is proficient in this, can give it a try. Without further delay, let's get started. Boom. A group of people on the other side spread out information, enveloping the endless army, pulling it from reality into the information level, and transforming it into wisps of barely visible information light. Ha! Ha! The earth is infinite. Drive for me. Kan Wu uttered thundering Taoist sounds. His eyes sparkled brightly, and he pinched mysterious spells in his hands. The source of information was as hot and round as the core of the earth. With a strange tremor, it slowly unfolded, wrapped in endless streams of information, and instantly disappeared into the earth. Boom! 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 The pulse of the earth is synchronized in every corner, with almost no delay. From the gate of eternity to the head of Tai, the straight line distance between the 2 points is the shortest. But at this moment, it seems extremely far away, because it spans the entire gray and silent land. A terrifying distance of 1.8 trillion super thoughts. One super thought is equal to 1 trillion light years. 3 breaths later, at the end of heaven and earth, in the realm of nothingness, a layer of mysterious yellow divine light flashed across the edge of the continent. The next moment, an endless army stepped out of the information and descended suddenly. Puff! Cough cough. Kangwa's face was pale, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His breath was weak, and his already injured condition worsened. Cracks were appearing on the source of the information. To escape with such a huge number of beings at one time, and there are many beings from the other side among them. You know, the stronger the strength, the deeper the depth of information. And the performance for Kan-Wu is even more heavy. Just now, he seemed to be carrying the entire universe on his back, crossing the gray land in the shortest possible time. Worry about Master Bai. He chose to go all out without hesitation, even if it meant destroying the source of information. Kan-Wu. You. The expressions of the people on the other side changed drastically. They did not expect that Kan-Wu could achieve such a level, and was willing to pay the huge price of falling in realm, or even death. Hey. Stop talking. Hurry up and go. Kan-Wu shook his head weakly, his eyes fixed on the void. His sight seemed to have crossed the fog and saw the head of Tai, and the tall and immeasurable Lord Bai. Understood. Brother Kan-Wu. Take a rest. Leave the rest to us. The people from the other side of all races were influenced by Kan-Wu's tragic heroism, and their expressions became solemn and dignified. Their wills poured out continuously, and layers of commands were transmitted instantly. Driven by military orders, the endless army formed a formation and galloped into nothingness. Leaving the boundless continent and passing through the fog barrier in front of you is the realm of nothingness at the end of heaven and earth, which is also the place where the head of Tai is located. It is hard to say. At this time, the Black Disaster Army is already on high alert, and as soon as they enter, a brutal fight will begin. The fog barrier was crossed in an instant, and a scene that they would never forget was reflected deep in their pupils. Ah! There is no Black Disaster Army ready for battle. There was only a towering figure of unknown height sitting cross-legged, with his hands clasped together and his eyes closed. A boundless and infinite black vortex was floating behind him. Through the deep and dark vortex, you can vaguely see the hideous and huge head of Tai. It is white and majestic. The head of Tai, infinitely large and infinitely heavy. Under the visual dislocation, this giant that breaks through the sky seems to be carrying Tai. This scene made everyone on the other side stunned on the spot. Their minds went blank. Chapter 811 Silent Massacre. Bai. Lord Bai. Kangwa's eyes were slightly red, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Lord Bai really did not disappoint all the creatures of all races. He single-handedly held up the head of Tai, and did not let a single soldier of the Black Disaster set foot into the gray land. Thinking of this, hot emotion surged from his heart. Kan-Wu felt a sudden inspiration and hurriedly took out a book from his arms, and started writing quickly as if no one was around. Sir Kan-Wu, do you know this person? The expressions of the people on the other side changed slightly, and they came to their senses. Wasn't the towering figure carrying Tai the one who stood in the crack of the gate of eternity before? Although the aura is still ethereal and unpredictable, the clothing, manners and other aspects are exactly the same. Where is the Black Disaster? Where did the Black Disaster Army go? This shouldn't be the case. The Eternal Gate has been breached, and Black Disaster must be unaware of this. They should be invading on a large scale right now. They rushed here in a hurry to stop the Black Disaster Army, but the current situation really confused them. You guys look. What is that? The Lord of 10,000 Eyes widened her densely packed eyes. Coming from the Divine Eye clan, she had excellent eyesight. Her sight pierced through the dark vortex, and saw the scene behind it. Although it was blurry, it still could not escape the capture of the mysterious eye technique. That was the endless Black Disaster Army, surrounded by dark smoke. Every soldier had an indifferent expression, with cruel and bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes. The army's torrent crossed over the head of Tai. The Black Disaster creatures that came out of the vortex channel seemed unaware. They could not see the towering giant and the strange black vortex in front of him, but one after another stepped into the vortex. Sizzle. no matter what kind of cultivation level one has. From a soldier in the 10th realm to a great general on the other side. Once they enter the whirlpool, their tall and majestic bodies will be directly crushed into mincemeat, and then transformed into the smallest energy particles, like a gorgeous sea of light, pouring into the bottomless and deep whirlpool without a trace left. The Black Disaster army in the rear was completely unaware of the tragic deaths of the troops in the front, and continued to advance, stepping into the vortex, and being strangled into nothingness. Gurgle. Many beings on the other side, through the shared vision of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes, also saw this horrifying meat grinder-like scene. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. They were not saddened by Black Disaster's fate. They were too happy to even think about it. However, they were horrified by the cruelty and terror of the means used by the being in front of them. There were many other shores comparable to them in Black Disaster's army. At this moment, he was like an ignorant little mouse, willingly stepping into the whirlpool and dying quietly, unclearly, and cleanly. This kind of silent assembly line-like killing would make anyone feel creepy when they see it. It is much more terrifying than the roaring and fighting on the battlefield. The silence and slaughter continued mechanically, as if they would last forever. With just one glance, in an instant, hundreds of trillions of Black Disaster armies were swallowed up by the dark vortex. There was an existence on the other side, with Adam's apple rolling and palms sticky with sweat. Just through the visual image, they seemed to smell the extremely fishy smell of blood. Of course, this is just an illusion. Under the swallowing of the vortex of the heavens, nothing can escape, including odor particles. Kan Wu. Who is this lord? The supreme commander of the army, Lord Evil Wind, suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a soft voice with a hint of awe in his tone, as if he was afraid to alarm the giant carrying Tai. Ah? Oh, he is. Kan Wu had a dazed look on his face, and was also shocked by the images that were transmitted. In his heart, Lord Bai had always been a warm and great existence, and he had never thought that he would have such a cruel and violent side. Bai. The adult said, just call him Bai. Kan Wu looked dazed. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea where Lord Bai came from. He followed him only because he was saved by him, and admired his great spirit of sacrificing himself for the survival of all races. Mr. Bai. Who are you? Where are you from? Bai. Master Bai? The leader of the Evil Wind army frowned and searched his memory, but he could not find any clues about Bai. Of course, the endless heavens were so vast that it was reasonable that there were terrifying existences that he did not understand. Look! This gentleman. He seems to be smiling? There was a tremor in the tone of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes. For her, as the first person to receive the sight, peeking at this horrifying scene put her under unimaginable psychological pressure. She saw it, and everyone on the other side saw it as well. They saw Bai Donglin's mouth corners slowly rise. His eyebrows moved slightly, and a clear trace of joy emerged. In the endless killing, one can see great joy and enjoyment. This murderous nature makes even those on the other side feel nervous. Ha ha ha. Cool. Comfortable. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. These are at least 10th level Black Disaster creatures. What abundant and pure energy is this? I have never seen this before. I have never seen this before. Bai Donglin's imaginary figure stood in the depths of the endless vortex of the heavens, looking up to the sky and laughing, his excitement beyond words. Without a doubt, this was the biggest and easiest energy gain he had ever obtained since he began practicing. You know, when a creature reaches the 10th realm, it can open up the original universe. And when it reaches the 11th realm, it can give birth to endless original creatures. At this time, the Black Disaster generals devoured by the vortex were not as simple as the surface. In the invisible places, one side of the universe, the endless source of the Black Disaster, was also strangled and swallowed. Every Black Disaster died. At least one party was swallowed by Bai Dong. After the death of a living being, the original universe will collapse in a very short time. However, under the terrifying suction of the vortex of the heavens, this collapse speed is obviously too late, and not a single bit of energy will be lost. Bai Donglin has just opened up countless times, and he is still very weak. He is not enough to describe hunger and thirst. This is just right for any other shore. There are so many heavens clamoring for food, and once the torrent of energy pours in, it will be diverted away completely, and won't even reach the 3rd level of secondary heavens. As the heavens continue to grow stronger, Bai Donglin's strength skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a terrifying increase in power was jointly controlled by Nebula thinking and the will of the heavens, which prevented him from being in danger of losing control. I didn't expect the vortex force to be so useful. It's not as rough as it seems. It can be used in a refined manner, just like the conceptual force. Bai Donglin suppressed his surging emotions and looked at the Black Disaster army that seemed to have lost their minds and obediently stepped into the vortex, with a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. When he first awakened the power of the vortex, the means he used were very crude. He simply increased his strength and defense and forcibly elevated the essence of existence to the level of concepts in order to fight against the power of concepts. Although it is powerful, it is also superficial. When the vortex power was sublimated, he began to imitate the transcendental instrument's use of the conceptual power. The means deployed against the Black Disaster army at this time was one of the results. Of course, he also saw the large army coming to support from all races outside. But he had no time to pay attention to them. The scenes seen on the other side were different from what the Black Disaster army saw. Bai Donglin used the power of the vortex to control the gray and silent land, and completely tampered with reality. The Black Disaster army, even the existence on the other side of it, once stepped into the gray and silent land. What they saw, heard and felt were all normal scenes. There were no dark whirlpools and no towering giants. Only before being strangled, dying, and falling into darkness will one see the truth in the tampered reality. See his tall and boundless back, a brilliant white light, and then, in endless fear and unwillingness, return to silence and despair. Tied battlefield? Humph! What a terrible deployment. The Black Disaster has evil ambitions, and has long been eyeing the gray silence land. But it's okay. All this is paving the way for me. Bai Donglin looked at the endless Black Disaster army with a gradually cold gaze. It was conceivable that if this terrifying army crossed the gate of eternity and marched straight in, how many heavens would fall? How many lives would be destroyed? And how many beings would be annihilated would be a piece of cake. If he had not been here, the Black Disaster's goal would have been achieved, and the troops stationed outside the gate of eternity would not be enough to resist this torrent of destruction. Bai Donglin's contribution to all races this time is immeasurable. But he did not become complacent or proud of it. Why did the Black Disaster choose this time to launch a massive invasion against all races? Even the arrangements in the gray and silent land were used. What a coincidence. This time coincides with the time when he escaped from the real illusion and the seven-color divine light was exposed. Is this a coincidence? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head imperceptibly. When the seven-color divine light first appeared in the world, a horrific war broke out in which all the transcendents would perish. In the end, it was war that blocked the seven-color divine light at the cost of his life, thus ending the war. Now that the seven-color divine light has reappeared, how could the Black Disaster not take action? Bai Donglin thought to himself that his guess was correct, and that this war was caused by him. That is why he would spare no expense, even disregarding his own interests and breaking through ahead of time, in order to completely crush the Black Disaster's plan in the Grey Land. Haha. Black Disaster. You guys are great. Since you dare to covet my things, don't even think about having an easy time. Humph. When the Tied battlefield is destroyed, I will also go to your hinterland to have some fun. Just taking a beating is not enough. He wants to spread the war to the heart of the Black Disaster, to see who will give up first without the intervention of the Transcendents. Tai continent. On top of the high tower, the 9 military leaders stood in order. Although they stood here, their perception and vision had already followed the army and descended to the gray and silent land. Very good. It's all going great. Large armies passed through the head of Tai in an orderly manner, and set up tight defensive formations under the command of the other side. Unfortunately, the garrison of the 10,000 races seemed unaware of their actions, and did not send troops to stop them. It's a pity that without the greeting of death and blood, their arrival seemed a little dull. Sir First Army Commander, I would like to ask if the Gate of Eternity has been breached. Seeing that 1/10 of the army in the Tai battlefield had already stepped into the gray and silent land, the furious lord finally couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked in a concentrated voice. The First Army Commander's scarlet eyes flickered slightly. He looked around and saw that all the army commanders were looking at him inquiringly. He knew that it was inconvenient to continue hiding it. But now that the situation was set, there was nothing he could not say. That's right. This matter was led by Lord Balanchati, and the code name of the operation was Eternal Fall. The order to dispatch the Tied battlefield came from the Supreme Dark Domain. Due to the seriousness of the matter and the confidentiality regulations, This military commander did not inform you. Please do not blame me. The first army commander spoke in a deep voice, flicking the domain lord's token lightly with his fingers. The crisp sound caused ripples in time and space. I see. The expressions of the military leaders such as the furious lord changed slightly. Although they had some guesses, they still couldn't hide their shock when they confirmed it. In that case, they are going to march straight in and conquer the heartland of all races? Needless to say, this is undoubtedly a very dangerous action. Even more dangerous than the Grey Land. I wish everything goes well. The army leaders all had different thoughts. Their eyes dropped, watching the endless stream of troops pouring into the head of Tai. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Chapter 812, Power of 10 Trillion. Woohoo! Horns were blown in the camps, and cold and mysterious sounds circled over the Tai continent, as if instantly dyeing the endless black land a pale shade. An unknown amount of time had passed, but the long river of soldiers and horses that had continuously poured into the head of Tai finally came to an end. As the last of the Black Disaster Army walked out from the depths of the dimension and stepped into the vortex passage, the sound of the horn gradually faded away. The 9 military lords who stood on the high tower like sculptures. Their cold eyes moved slightly, and terrifying aura and murderous intent gushed out from their bodies, and the sky immediately turned as red as blood. Let's go! Follow the orders of the Supreme Dark Realm, and bring death and destruction to the heart of all races. Let the endless heavens tremble under our feet, and crumble into ruins. The calamity of all races. All the living beings of all races. Kill them all. Kill! Kill! Words filled with murderous intent came out of the mouth of the first army lord. All the laws of heaven and earth resonated with each other, pouring down a scarlet rain of blood, which matched the red gazes of the 9 army lords. Dazzling and captivating. We all obey your orders. Boom! The earth trembled, and the pitch-black tower that was as tall as the clouds and spanned an unknown distance suddenly rose from the ground, flashing with a cold light, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. The slight release of its sharp aura cut through absolute time and space. It was an extremely terrifying weapon of war. The tall tower, carrying the 9 military leaders, instantly crossed the void, sank into the head of Tai, and disappeared. From the perspective of the military leaders, the Tai army has been deployed, and under the command of a group of commanders from the other side, it is advancing towards the gate of eternity in an orderly manner. The journey has been smooth, and it has not encountered any obstruction from the armies of all races. Haha. It seems that Lord Balanchotti's arrangement is perfect. All obstacles have been cleared. All our army needs to do is march straight in. The eyes of the 9th Army Commander Mongoose Evil flickered. He had heard of the legend of Balancha Emperor. It was an extremely terrifying taboo. The closest he had ever been to it in his life was probably when he saw the blood pupil token in the hands of the Lord of Death and Darkness. Ha ha ha. That's right. There's no need for us to take action ourselves. The attention of the 10,000 races should still be on the battlefield of the Spiral Arm. Hey, they definitely didn't expect that the hinterland would suffer a devastating blow. The furious lord had a ferocious look on his face, and had entered a state. A red mist of condensed anger lingered around him, and every eternal particle in his body was emitting a desire for killing and destruction. Among the countless armies in the Tai battlefield, there are many other shore-level beings, except for their 9 most powerful military lords. The highest commander of each army is from the other shore. There is no shortage of high-end combat power. If it is not an all-out fierce battle, there is really no need for them to take action. The first military commander stood at the front, silent, compared with other military commanders. He seemed more calm, with a profound aura and a very high status. Suddenly, the scarlet pupils of the first army commander shrank sharply, and the tall and majestic figure hidden under the pitch-black robe stiffened imperceptibly. He couldn't even control his breath, which escaped uncontrollably, attracting surprised looks from all the military leaders. Master First Army Commander. You? Dark blue sweat stains flowed down the forehead of the First Army Commander. He had no intention of paying attention to everyone. At this moment, his vision became strangely distorted. The scene reflected in the pupils was, at one moment, the Tai army that was ready for battle and stretched to the end of the sight. At another moment, it was an endless black vortex that was slowly spinning, full of murderous intent, like a huge mouth of the abyss that was ready to devour anyone. The abstract and confused perception and the blurred and intertwined images made him unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, and he couldn't help feeling panic in his heart. The first army commander suppressed his surging thoughts. reached into his arms with trembling hands, and took out a gray-white stone ball. The plain sphere was now flashing with a faint white light. Drink! Ah! Amidst the roars and shouts, the commander of the First Army pressed the gray-white stone ball into his brow, piercing his skull. Black blood flowed freely. An invisible silk thread shot out from the inside of the stone ball and tightly wrapped around his eyeballs. Buzz! In an instant, the scarlet pupils of the First Army Lord turned into amber glass. His confused and distorted vision suddenly became clear, and the real world that was concealed by the tampered reality appeared before his eyes. He saw it. A boundless and dark vortex blocked the way ahead, covering the sky and the earth. It was slowly spinning, deep and terrifying. In a trance, he saw endless bodies of resentment, wailing and roaring, and then being ruthlessly swallowed by the whirlpool. He saw it. Behind the whirlpool, an extremely tall figure was sitting cross-legged. He was slowly turning his head and looking at him with surprised eyes. Snap! Boom! The gray-white stone ball burst out with a last ray of brilliant light, and then exhausted everything and shattered with a loud bang. The eyes of the First Army Lord also exploded. The injury was deep enough to affect the source of information, and was difficult to recover. Blood gushed out of the two dark eye sockets. Roar! 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 It's over! It's all over! The endless army in the Thai battlefield, and the top 5 powerful brigades, were all devoured by that figure. The First Army commander was horrified, filled with grief and anger. He roared to the sky in fear, but he calmed down in just a moment. Escape! Boom! With a strong stomping of his foot, the towering tower shattered in an instant. The commander of the First Army exerted his escape speed to the limit, as long as he could leave the head of Thai and enter the absolute time and space. He would still have a chance of survival. The furious lord and others on the other side looked at each other in bewilderment. They were confused by the strange behavior of the First Army Lord. For a moment, they just stood there in a daze. Escape? Why would you want to escape? Isn't everything going well? In their perception, they did not see any trace of the existence of other races. Everywhere they looked, they were their own people. Huh? Interesting. Bai Donglin slowly turned his head, and his eyes met with the First Army Lord. He didn't expect that among this group of black disasters, there was someone who could see through his methods. It was obvious that the gray-white stone ball had transcendental power. Unfortunately, it was just a disposable toy and has been scrapped. Well, it's time to wrap it up. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. The entire invading black disaster army was wiped out by him. Now there are only 9 fish that have escaped the net. There is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up and approached Yi Chaonian's true body. He was majestic and immeasurable, with a powerful aura, and his limbs returned to their normal size as he moved. At this moment, the distorted and tampered reality also restored its true side. The furious and other military leaders saw everything in front of them, and were all stunned. They finally understood why the first military leaders suddenly went crazy. Oh my god! Run! Run! Just a glance was enough to crush their eternal bodies. What a terrifying existence they were. Unable to defeat the opponent. If you don't escape, you will die. Where can you escape to? Bai Donglin had a calm expression. After having an unprecedented feast, he was in a very happy mood and could play a game of cat and mouse with these guys. In the Thai battlefield, there are countless armies, and the weakest soldiers among them are all in the 10th realm. Such vast and boundless resources have nurtured the secondary heavens of the second layer to perfection. If Bai Donglin did not use the ultimate sublimation, vortex force and other secret techniques, his combat power would be about 10,000 times that of the ordinary other side when he stepped into the gray and silent land. After the opening up of the secondary heavens, the endless self returned to its place, and with the blessing of the new 19 levels of secondary heavens, the power increased 10,000 times again. Now, after devouring the Thai battlefield, the newly born heavens have been nourished. At the same time, he has also thoroughly digested the data and information obtained from Dr. Chen's laboratory. The two have increased his strength by another 100,000 times. In other words, Bai Donglin's current combat power, without considering the depth of information, is 10 trillion times more destructive than the ordinary other side in terms of the essential destructive power of the other side. This is just the power of the other shore. If the power of sublimation and vortex is exerted to the extreme, the gap will be even more terrifying. Possessing such great power, Bai Donglin was naturally full of confidence. The 9 black disasters were just ants. How could they escape from his palm? Bai Donglin had a playful look on his face, and with a move of his body, he followed closely behind the leader of the Black Disaster Army and stepped into the head of Tai. As soon as I entered the vortex channel, I clearly felt a bit of stagnation. It was far less smooth than crossing the gate of eternity. It was normal to encounter this situation. The Tai head naturally had the function of distinguishing between friend and foe, and no creature of any race could cross it. Bai Donglin relied on his great strength to squeeze in. The extremely strong repulsive force on the other side was just a breeze to him. Break. With a flick of his finger, a ray of hazy light flashed across, tearing the dark vortex in two, revealing a smooth road to the sky, and even the Tai continent could be seen. Oh no! The Third Army leader had a look of horror on his face. He was so unlucky that he happened to be caught in the slash of the light stream. He had no chance to resist at all. He only had time to feel despair before the source of the information was chopped into nothingness. His towering and hideous corpse was also swallowed up by the flash of black vortex. Fear. Could this guy be a transcendent being? Seeing the Third Army leader, who was almost as powerful as them, being killed instantly, all the army leaders were sweating profusely and were extremely terrified. I wish I had more legs so I could crawl out of the whirlpool channel, not even daring to look back. The first military commander was the first to escape from the passage. The moment he stepped into absolute time and space, his mind calmed down a little. He slowly looked back and saw his eyeless face that was extremely hideous. No! This terrifying existence must not be allowed to step out of Tai. Otherwise, suppressing the thought of escaping immediately. The First Army commander looked solemn, took out the Territory Lord's order, and performed complicated hand gestures. Tai spiritualization. Bite. Buzz. The towering, infinitely large, and infinitely heavy head of Tai seemed to come alive during the tremor, with a dark light flickering continuously, and its tightly closed eyes actually showed signs of opening. Roar. 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 The head of Tai, with its huge open mouth. Countless white sharp teeth burst out with brilliant light, so sharp that they can cut through everything in the world. Boom. The huge mouth suddenly closed, biting the vortex channel into nothingness. At the critical moment, several streams of information shot out. Damn it! First Army Commander. Do you want to kill us? It was almost death. Just a little bit away. The furious Allah was extremely angry and pointed at the First Army leader and started cursing him, no longer showing any respect as before. Shut up. The First Army Commander slapped back with his hand, sending the rage deep into the earth's core. His expression remained solemn, staring intently at Tai's head, without relaxing his vigilance. He was ready to escape into time and space at any time. Chapter 813. You are the Transcendent. Snap. The vortex channel shattered and collapsed like a bubble. An endless destructive and strangling force flowed freely. Bai Donglin stood in the collapsed passage and immediately became the target of the attack of the power of annihilation. All the power gathered together and could easily crush the eternal body, but it could not get close to him at all. Just a slight fluctuation of the dissipated breath was enough to disintegrate it all. Is this the true appearance of the Tai leader? Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly when the aftermath of the collapse of the vortex channel dissipated. What came into view was a dense mass of white spikes, all flashing bright white light, extremely sharp, biting towards him. Clang. Without dodging or evading, he took this terrible blow with his physical body alone. The natural barrier formed by the breath was pierced, and the sharp teeth touched the skin, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. But that was all. Not even a scratch was left. Amazing. It is worthy of being the first of Tai, which is as famous as the Gate of Eternity. After being refined by the Transcendent, its essence is leaped. It is also one of the top Transcendent instruments. Bai Donglin's eyes showed surprise. He had expected that he would not be injured at all. After all, on the surface of his skin, there was a thin film that was invisible to the naked eye and formed by the vortex force. This defense could not be broken without the power of concepts. The reason why he was surprised was the hardness of the sharp white teeth. There was no wear and tear at all in the fierce collision. He had also heard of the name Tai, and even felt a sense of sympathy for each other. After all, they were both big eaters who took food from the heavens. Although the huge and majestic Tai is powerful, Bai Donglin can be sure that the opponent is not as good as him. If the two meet, he is confident that he can kill it within 3 moves. The reason why the current Tai head is so powerful is all thanks to the sacrifices and training by the Transcendent ones. It's a good whetstone. It's perfect for testing my current strength. Bai Donglin was very interested. The eternal other side could no longer satisfy his appetite. Only things related to the transcendent were worthy of his attention. Infinite God of the heavens vortex power. Boom. Boundless and terrifying vortex power surged out from the depths of the whirlpool of the heavens, and all gathered on the clenched fist. The extremely bright white light deprived the horizon of everything that existed. As if there was only the shining white light between heaven and earth. Only the power of the vortex can break the concept of constancy set up by the transcendent. This is an essential difference, and cannot be broken by 10 trillion times the power of the other side. As the most top-notch transcendental weapon, the Tai head is qualified to allow Bai Donglin to use the profound secret techniques. Roar, roar, roar. Stimulated by this, the head of Tai fully revived. Faintly, a terrifying giant beast with an immense body, and the heavens lingering around it stepped from the end of time. Its eyes were brutal and fierce, and it opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow up Bai Donglin, who was as tiny as a speck of dust. Hey, you want to eat me? Bai Donglin sneered in a low voice, with a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Kill. Sizzle. The brilliant white light cut through the void and hit Tai heavily on the center of his eyebrows. Silently, everything melted away under the erosion of the white light. The constant invisible concept rolled violently, and then broke into pieces. Woo-woo. Tai whimpered in pain. Agony flashed in his huge eyes, and dense cracks began to appear on his boundless body like broken ceramics, spreading wildly, with blinding white light spurting out from the cracks. Snap! The body that was transformed from the essence of all the divine power of the head of Tai, and the fusion of the concept's essence exploded like fireworks. An endless debris flew away, and the starlight disappeared. Snap! A huge shattering sound came from the head of Tai, and instantly spread throughout the Tai continent. The first army lord and others on the other side were terrified, and stared at the head of Tai in a daze. Tai. Taya? It's cracked. The head of Tai, which had stood here from ancient times to the present, and had spent who knows how many years, actually cracked. A huge black hole spanning the 9 super thoughts appeared between his eyebrows, and countless cracks spread from the edge of the hole until they spread all over his body. The head of Tai was completely destroyed. Even its divine glory had dissipated, let alone the concept of constancy. Now it was just a pile of mortal objects that had lost all their essence. Bai Donglin loosened his slightly swollen fist, and after briefly assessing the power of his previous attack, he nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the Eternal Gate, which only cracked a crack, the Tai head of the same level was completely scrapped. In other words, the power of his attack exceeded the combined bombardment of 7 transcendental weapons. How could this be the power that the other side could possess? Once it spreads, I don't know how many supreme beings will be shocked. Even the transcendent ones would not have thought that there would be such a monster in the world. Bai Donglin moved and jumped out from the center of Tai's eyebrows. A trace of mass was transmitted from under his feet, and the head of Tai, which had been floating there since ancient times, suddenly fell down. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The vast Tai continent, which spanned nearly 10,000 super thoughts, was hit by the Tai head, which had a diameter of hundreds of super thoughts. It instantly cracked into endless abysses and gullies, and the scorching earth fire gushed into the sky. The entire continent tilted more than 10 degrees. Although the head of Tai has lost its extremely high essence, its size is still there, and its mass is still terrifying. It is reasonable that it can smash the continent into a semi-wasted state. The roar of the collapsing continent startled the leaders of the Black Disaster Army. Fear filled their eyes, and they no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. Escape. Separate and flee. Whoever can escape is a success. Whoosh. Without hesitation, all the military leaders stepped into the long river of time and space. The military orders they each carried possessed special powers that could help them break the toughness of absolute time and space and escape into it. This item is similar to the weapon wielded by the Lord of Time and Space, but it is slightly simplified. Although its power is slightly weaker, it can be used by one person. Still want to escape? Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly. His palm was wrapped by the vortex force, and he slowly stretched out, directly penetrating the absolute time and space, reaching the past time and space a few breaths ago. When the Black Disaster Army leaders fled, they erased all traces of themselves and did not leave even a single piece of information. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible to find any trace of them in the past. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin mobilized the vortex force that was as powerful as the essence and concepts. With precise control, he could also play with the concepts in his hands. An eternal other side can wipe out all traces of one's existence. But the traces left in the concept cannot be interfered with or influenced in any way. This is the difference in the level of realm. What is a concept? Mysterious and wonderful beyond words. Bai Donglin smiled, retracted his hand, and then opened his palm. Several Black Disaster Army leaders had turned into little men, their figures frozen and unable to move, with confused and terrified looks on their faces. Impossible. This is impossible. I, the commander of the army, have frozen time. In an instant, I have returned to the supreme dark realm. How could you possibly capture me back? The leader of the 9th Army, Mongoose Evil, howled loudly, with scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Although he liked killing and destruction, and had destroyed hundreds of gods with his own hands, he himself did not want to die. You? Are you? No mistake. Concept. This is the power of concept. You are the transcendent. The 1st Army Lord's lost eyes have been restored. At this point, he did not lose his composure like the other Army Lords. Instead, he was extremely calm. While thinking, he revealed the true identity of Bai Donglin. Hateful. Transcendent. How can you interfere with the world at this time? You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. The 1st Army leader's low murmurs completely frightened the furious Lord and others on the other side. They stopped roaring, were unable to rage, had a look of desolation and despair on their faces, and closed their eyes, waiting to die. There is no possibility of survival in the hands of a transcendent. Oh! If not here, then where should I be? Hearing the 1st Army Lord's whisper, Bai Donglin's heart moved. This Black Disaster Army Lord seemed to know a lot of things. Combined with the previous gray-white stone ball, he estimated that he had a close connection with the Transcendent. As a transcendent being, why do you have to tease us? Let's do it. The 1st Army commander shook his head and sneered, then closed his eyes and remained silent. Under the gaze of the Transcendent, all their secrets were exposed, including their deepest memories. What was the point of asking this question? All right. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. And then he threw his hand and swallowed the Black Disaster Army Lord, whose power was restrained by the vortex force, into his stomach. Under the strangulation and swallowing of the vortex of the heavens, he gained a large amount of energy. Sure enough, the memory fragments of the Transcendent have been obscured by an invisible force. This was expected. The existence form of the Black Disaster creatures was very special, completely different from all other races. Therefore, reading their memories was as difficult as controlling them. Initially, he couldn't even read the memories of the 10 realms of Black Disaster smoothly. After a large number of experiments and a sudden increase in strength, he can now read part of the memory fragments of the other side. This part mainly comes from the memory information in the source of information. The method of interrogation is useless against Heizai, and Bai Donglin is too lazy to bother with it. The most crucial thing is the information about the Transcendent, which he cannot and does not want to delve into in depth for the time being, so as not to get burned. Bai Donglin looked around, his sight spanning tens of thousands of super thoughts. The Tai continent was dead silent, without a single living creature. At this point, the Tai battlefield was completely destroyed. The next step is to counterattack the Black Disaster Heartland. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and murderous. This was not only revenge, but also an attempt to besiege Wei to save Zhao and share some pressure on the Spiral Arm battlefield. Well, bring the army of all races with you to cover up my traces. With a thought, a crack opened in the void, leading directly to the gray and silent land. Through the pitch-black gap, one could vaguely see the army of all races waiting in full battle array behind it. He is the Lord of Grey Silence, and should have this authority. Chapter 814, Sword pointing at the Black Disaster. The gray and silent land. The void area at the end of the world. With a roar and shattering sound that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The head of Tai, which had stood for endless years, broke apart. Its connection with Huiji was severed, and it fell into endless darkness. Grey Silence's powerful healing ability instantly erased the broken passage, which meant that Black Disaster had lost the channel to enter the Grey Silence land from then on, unless a transcendent person took action again and reopened it. The dispatched armies of all races, all from the eternal other side, witnessed this magnificent scene that would go down in history, and the shock in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Fellow Daoist Can Wu, can you contact that adult? The eyes of the Evil Wind Army leader trembled slightly. His tone was a little difficult. His mind was still immersed in the silent slaughter. and he couldn't extricate himself. Just thinking about the large number of black disasters dying silently on the other side made his scalp tingle. Killing is commonplace for every extraordinary person. This is even more true for the other side. Not to mention the fighting on the road to enlightenment. Even after stepping into the other side, there are quite a few universes that have been destroyed in their hands. And there are countless living beings. It can be said that every strong man has blood on his hands. The reason is very simple. It has nothing to do with how ruthless or not. It is because every time one of the 11th realm is killed, at least one original universe will be destroyed. And the endless original creatures in it will be beyond salvation. The reason why the people on the other side were shocked by Donglin's methods was that those who were slaughtered belonged to the same life level as them. And they were all beings who had stepped into the supreme other side. As for the other black disaster creatures, they were just a foil. And it didn't matter how many there were. They were just a number. This is the kind of psychology that all intelligent creatures have. No matter how many ants a mortal kills, it cannot be as shocking as killing one of his own kind. A murderer will have murderous intent. But I have never heard that killing ants can give rise to murderous intent. Looking at the big picture from the small, the principle is the same. Kanwu held the magic pen tightly in his hand, still thinking about how to describe the greatness of Lord Bai. When he was asked by the leader of the Evil Wind Army, he was stunned. He had only met the Lord once. So how could he have any means of contact with him? Sizzle. The peaceful void was suddenly torn apart. And Donglin stepped out from the darkness with an indifferent expression. With a glance, his figure instantly appeared in the army command center, in front of the other side. Gurgle. Silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, their eyes flickering, not daring to look directly at the figure in front of them for fear of offending them, and lowered their heads in a respectful manner. Master Bai, are you okay? Kangwu's expression lit up with joy, and he quickly put away the book, walked forward and bowed. Compared with the other shores, he was much better, but still a little reserved, as if he had met his idol whom he had been thinking about day and night. It's just killing some bugs. Nothing will happen. Donglin spoke in a light tone, with a look of ease on his face. His eyes swept across, seeing through the material reality. The crack source of information in Kanwu was displayed in all directions in his field of vision. You really are not afraid of death. You are now injured on top of the injury. The source of information is on the verge of being broken. The best case scenario is that you will fall to the other side. Donglin was speechless. This Kanwu was really a young and ignorant person. Hee. It's okay. Sir. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Snort. Bear with me. I will heal you. Donglin shook his head helplessly. He controlled the gray silence and saw through everything. Naturally, he understood why Kanwu had fallen into such a situation. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. He pointed a finger at his brow and poured out a steady stream of strengthened energy. Well? Kangwu's eyes widened, showing the pain of pain. He felt that a warm, mysterious energy poured into the source of the information. Like a binder, he fixed the dense cracks a little bit. Perfect. Leaving no trace. Incredible power. But in just a moment, Kangwu's weakened aura returned to its peak. His eyes were bright, and his spirit was refreshed. He no longer looked like a dying man. Thank you, sir. You saved Kangwu's life again. Needless to say, Kanwu was very grateful. The other people from all races standing by were also enlightened. They had never heard that an information source that was on the verge of being broken could be repaired by external forces. It was so miraculous that it was beyond description. Okay. Donglin waved his hand, looked around at the people on the other side, pondered for a moment, and turned the topic to the purpose of this trip. I have completely annihilated the Black Disaster army stationed in the Tai battlefield. This means that it is now easy to attack the Black Disaster hinterland. I intend to strike back at the Black Disaster, and let the flames of revenge ignite the heavens in its heartland. Are you willing to go with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the already quiet hall became heavier. All the beings on the other side showed solemn expressions, and clenched their fists quietly. This is no small matter. Counterattacking the heartland of the Black Disaster is dangerous. It is a matter of life and death. So they have no choice but to treat it with caution. Master Bai. I am CFO, the first commander of this all-race coalition army. How confident are you in counterattacking the heart of the Black Disaster? The evil spirits of the evil wind are respectful. If he says this kind of words, he will only be arrogant as the other person and get mad. The weight of this discourse is completely different. The Tai battlefield is so powerful that they dare to invade the myriad races. Naturally, they have the strength to do so. And if Lord Bai destroys the other side, then the two sides can at least be equal. In other words, Lord Bai alone is qualified to launch a counterattack against the Black Disaster Heavens. And the addition of the coalition forces of all races is just icing on the cake. Sure? If there is no transcendent intervention, then of course I am 100% sure. At least, I can guarantee that the enemy your coalition encounters will not exceed the upper limit of what you can contend with. If it exceeds that, I will naturally take action to deal with it. Bai Donglin's tone was firm and full of strong confidence, which instantly calmed down the anxious crowd on the other side. Your Excellency's promise is enough. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, we are willing to go. Kill. Revenge. Invade the heart of the Black Disaster. Following the promise of the Evil Wind Army leader, all the people on the other side expressed their willingness to go. And no one backed down. Very good. The momentum was good. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. He didn't care about the strength of these people. They were just used for cover. But if they didn't even have the courage to face the Black Disaster, he would probably be very disappointed. And all the races would be hopeless. The reason why the Evil Wind Army leader was so happy was not only because of his hatred for the Black Disaster, but also because of a very crucial reason. Now that the crisis in the Grey Silence land has been resolved and the Black Disaster has even closed the passage into the Grey Silence city, they naturally have no reason to stay here any longer. There is no doubt that they will be sent to the Spiral Arm area soon to fight against the Black Disaster army. Whether it is the heartland of the Black Disaster or the battlefield of the Spiral Arm, both are full of dangers. But as long as you can delay the Black Disaster, you will also be making a contribution to all races. On the contrary, it may be safer to follow this terrifyingly powerful Lord Bai. There is no fool on the other side of eternity. They are all smart and shrewd people, so they can naturally measure gains and losses very accurately. The land of Grey Silence is under my control. As long as I exist, I will never let a single Black Disaster cross the gate of eternity. Therefore, there is no need for the blockade from the outside world to exist. Let them come along too. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes. If he wanted to muddy the waters, the more people the better. Although the advance force led by the Evil Wind Army leader was not small, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the Tai battlefield. It was still a little lacking. The controller of the Grey and Silent Land? Everyone on the other side was stunned, not knowing what was going on. The Grey and Silence Land had been an ownerless land since its inception, but no one had ever heard that it could be controlled. After all, the Grey and Silence Land is not an ordinary universe, let alone the heavens. Without the will of the heavens, the way of heaven, etc., how can we talk about control? The Grey and Silence Land is formed by the absolute time and space of black and white, and the vortex power of the two whirlpools of the heavens. Its form of existence is extremely special, and the vortex power is the only power that can control it. There was naturally no need for Bai Donglin to explain this point. He ignored everyone's puzzled looks and flipped his hand to take out a round bead with a dull look. The silver-gray time and space bead, under the destruction of the vortex of the heavens, has been wiped out of all its divinity and transcendent power, leaving only its hard essence. Broken! Snap! Bai Donglin grasped the bead with force, and with the pouring of infinite power, the bead trembled and cracked, and a ray of invisible light shot out from it. Buzz! Crash! The heaven and earth roared, followed by the sound of surging waves. In an instant, the complete river of time and space covered the Grey and Silent Land, and this world regained the concept of time and space. Everything. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, raised his hands, and said with the same way, and immediately responded to the ground. The crushed sky in the fierce battle and the collapsed earth were restored as before being sacrificed. With just one word and one action, he shook the boundless world that spanned 180 million super thoughts. And it was a grey and silent place of extremely high nature. Such a shocking scene stunned everyone on the other side, and they finally understood the meaning of the Grey Silence Master. Lord of Grey Silence. We greet the Lord of Grey Silence. Everyone bowed, and their expressions became more fanatical than ever before. At this moment, the name Lord Bai no longer only represented supreme combat power, but also had infinite value and benefits. You know, the Grey and Silence Land is so dangerous. Why do powerful people still flock there and pour in continuously? Because the place where the Grey Silence will bred the dreams of countless strong people's dreams. It is the opportunity to be ranked in the top 5. From ancient times to the present, I do not know how many forces are raised. But now, Huiji has a master. If he becomes friends with him, then all kinds of treasures and opportunities will be within his reach. Interests move people's hearts. The other side is no exception. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. But he said nothing and ignored everyone's goodwill. With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth reversed, and the army of all races instantly returned to the majestic and infinite gate of eternity. The pitch-black crack that runs through the gate of eternity is extremely dazzling. The leader of the evil wind army understood what he meant, bowed slightly, and dodged into the crack. Not long after, an army with no end in sight came crossing over. Bai Donglin estimated that the troops on the entire blockade front combined were probably only 1/10,000th of the strength of the Tai battlefield. It was already very good that the 10,000 races could send such a vast army in a short period of time without paying too much attention to it. Not enough, Bai Donglin murmured softly, and under the puzzled gazes of the people on the other side, he clasped his hands together and transmitted his thoughts. I am the deity. The deity is calling us. Destruction. You? The next moment, under the shocked gaze of the coalition forces of all races, figures with strong auras and burning wills appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. There were huge numbers of them, and all of them were in the 11th realm. Infinite. The future. My true self is invincible. Led by Bai Donglin's consciousness, the boundaries of the future were broken again. One future body after another stepped out, and then performed the body as armor technique. Finally, a ray of 7-colored hazy light flashed, and the originally distorted and blurry future body was completely transformed into an ordinary existence on the other side. There is no breath of the future, and no connection can be seen between them. They are even different ethnic groups. Just like Kan Wu, Xiefeng, Lord of Time and Space, and other shores. All signs indicate that these suddenly appearing existences on the other side have nothing to do with Bai Donglin. That's about it. Under the muddy water, there is a transcendent light that covers everything. True and false. False and true. Even if I'm unlucky enough to meet a transcendent, I can still escape unscathed. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, applauding his own cleverness. He would never fight a battle without confidence, nor would he put himself in danger. One experience of real illusion would be enough. Lord Grey silence. They are. After a long time, the evil wind army leader closed his mouth and came back to his senses. He asked in a low voice, his tone trembling with shock. They are all my good friends. A group of people who hate evil and regard it as their duty to destroy the black disaster. As for the others, you don't need to ask more. In short, they will be the sharpest blades in this raid. How about that? You should be relieved now. Right? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if smiling. These clones of him all came from the 4 first generations including Wu Wei. And he did not summon all of them, but only half of them. As for the remaining half, they were sent to the Spiral Arm battlefield after concealing their identities. All eggs should not be put in one basket, while adding an extra layer of insurance to his arrangement. It can also share some pressure on the Spiral Arm battlefield. Ha ha ha. I'm relieved. I'm relieved. All the other shores of the myriad races had shining eyes, and nodded excitedly. With so many other shores joining in, what else is there to worry about? At this moment, the combat power of their coalition has surpassed the Tai battlefield, and they are fully qualified to invade the heart of the Black Disaster. In that case, all troops move out. Target the Black Disaster. Bai Donglin waved his hand, and the gray and silent land moved. A huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the boundless sky. Looking across, one could see the Tai continent behind it. Boom! The vast, endless coalition of all races marched through the dark vortex in an orderly manner. The chilling murderous intent and burning fighting spirit infected the sky with fire and blood. Chapter 815, War Ignites the Scarlet Sea. In the dark and profound absolute space and time, a huge shadow that has concealed all traces and is escaping at the information level is speeding forward. Every flash can cross the terrifying distance of millions of super thoughts in solidified time. The expeditionary army of all races was huge in number, and the lowest level of the soldiers was the 10th level. The amount of information after informatization was extremely heavy. 109 heavenly warships, assisted by many world-destroying war fortresses and the Supreme Temple, were able to carry this army. At the forefront of the information light group is the Truth Arena battleship, the central main world, and the headquarters of the Allied Forces Command. This is a deep space comparable in size to the universe, in which countless towering thrones stand suspended in a whirlpool-like shape. On each throne sits a majestic figure exuding an eternal aura, which may be the real body or a projection from other warships. The leader of the evil wind army stood on the platform in the center, looked around, and cast a respectful look at Bai Donglin in the front, feeling deeply moved. This was not the first time he had attended this kind of pre-war meeting, but there had never been such an exaggerated number of beings from the other side attending the meeting. This spectacular scene was all thanks to Lord Bai's friends, who came to help. Fellow Taoists, please look! The leader of the evil wind army waved his hand, and countless points of light emerged, swirling and converging in the void, turning into two entangled vortices, one white and one black, in which countless bright points of light were suspended, and words appeared, marking the important areas of each point, the supreme heavens, etc. The black and white tornado vortex looks like two bull horns standing opposite each other. The upper end is huge, with a small area blending with each other, while the slender and extended horn tips at the lower end are also pointed at each other, touching and connecting together. This is a full picture of the vortex of all races and the black disaster. As we all know, the outer area of the vortex is the most dangerous. That is, the spiral arm. It is filled with indescribable, terrifying, strangling, and tearing power. It is difficult to cross it unless you are a transcendent person. The vortex of the heavens is supreme and huge, but it also follows some basic underlying logic. In the shape of a tornado, the most dangerous and terrifying area is naturally the edge of the vortex, and the safest is naturally the eye of the storm. The evil wind army leader spoke with solemnity in his tone. He paused slightly, then slowly moved his finger to point to the intersection of the black and white bullhorn vortex. Whether it's the black disaster invading the myriad races, or us counterattacking the black disaster, under normal circumstances there are only two choices. One is to avoid the strangling force from the fusion area of the vortex. This is also the unified choice in all previous wars. At this moment, in this spiral arm area, the myriad races and the black disaster are engaged in an endless and tragic fight. The people on the other side listened carefully, nodded slightly, and their eyes followed the movement of the evil wind army leader's fingers and fell on the intersection of the bull horns. As for the second option, although it is theoretically feasible, it has never happened in history. As he spoke, the leader of the evil wind army bowed to Bai Donglin. This area is a gray and silent place. It is the intersection of the eye of the wind extending from the two whirlpools of the heavens. It is formed by the interweaving of black and white absolute time and space, and the fusion of the power of the whirlpools of the heavens. By crossing the gray and silent land, you can avoid the strangling barrier of the vortex of the heavens, pass through the safe eye of the storm, and reach any heaven in the vortex. At this moment, our army is located in this area. It is estimated that in 10,000 years, we will be able to reach the depths of the black disaster. 10,000 years is a negligible amount of time to hide one's tracks in such a huge space. Only because of the existence of the battleships of the heavens and the lords of time and space that disturb the absolute time and space. They need to stop from time to time to recover their consumption, and will be out of the solidified time for a short period of time. Master Bai, do you have anything to add? Everyone on the other side looked at him, either with respect or fear. That's not necessary. I'd better leave such professional matters as marching and deploying troops to you. The leader of the evil wind army. Bai Donglin smiled and waved his hands. There was nothing much to say about this raid. It was nothing more than destroying and devouring all the black disasters in sight. If he spoke out his true feelings, he was afraid of scaring these myriad races on the other side. Then I will be disrespectful in refusing. Next, we will make arrangements for the battle. 10,000 years later, the core of the black disaster vortex in the heavens, the Scarlet Sea, the dark absolute time and space was extremely tenacious and silent. A huge shadow without boundaries passed by quietly. Buzz. Time and space trembled slightly, rippling like water waves. The expeditionary force of all races fell from the information level and descended into the world. A fog that obscured perception completely concealed the fluctuations of breath. Inside the truth, a group of people from the other side gathered, all looking solemnly at the outside world. What they saw was a boundless expanse of crimson, like a sea of blood. In it were countless huge heavens, floating up and down, with a majestic and immeasurable aura. Master Bai? The leader of the evil wind army looked solemn, his calm tone trembling with excitement, and he clenched his hands as he asked Bai Donglin to give the order to attack. The allied forces of all races have not revealed their whereabouts yet. If they do not fight, they can retreat safely. However, once they launch the first wave of attacks, They will face a crazy counterattack from the Black Disaster, and they will have no choice but to fight to the death. Bai Donglin's eyes were dim, and there seemed to be flames erupting from the depths of his pupils. Pass me the order. Attack with all our forces in a posture of annihilation. We obey your command. The people on the other side clasped their fists and received the order. Their figures twisted and disappeared like phantoms. The thought information had already brought the instructions back to the major warships, war fortresses, and the Supreme Temple. Drop. The highest order has been accepted. The authority is open. The first attack order. Annihilation posture. The truth fully revived. And the central will instantly transmitted the command to every corner. An extremely hot stream of light rose from the energy core information furnace and spread to the entire hull. Spikes that blurred the form of existence stretched out from the interior of the hull, and an extremely terrifying breath of destruction lingered around them. Level 12. World-destroying weapon. The Hollow of Truth. Charging completed. Information loaded. Target locked. Time and space correction. Ding ding ding. Emission. Boom. The truth, which had been in existence for dozens of eternity, emerged from the hidden fog at the moment the attack was launched. An invisible ripple beam of light spurted out at a speed that surpassed time, instantly crossing the endless void and hitting a dark green sky. The Aruka's heavens were one of the many companion heavens of the Supreme Heavens. Although not as powerful as the Supreme Heavens, they were already terrifying beings that the ordinary heavens could only look up to. There were no less than 500 other shore-level creatures alone, which were more than 100 times more powerful than the Dark Eclipse heavens. The heavens from which the Transcendent emerged are called the Supreme Heavens. Inside the heavens, in a vast world, a powerful Black Disaster Realm 11th level master was in seclusion to break through. Suddenly, an invisible wave swept past. What's going on? The Black Disaster Master suddenly opened his eyes, awakened from his meditation, and looked terrified. Within his body, the original universe was disintegrating, and his vast cultivation was inexplicably dissipating and melting. He only felt that the world had become so strange, and everything he had previously known turned into a blank. The strength cultivated based on his previous cognition naturally became like a castle in the air and began to collapse. It's an extremely twisted and weird feeling. To put it simply, 1 minus 1 is equal to 0 once was. But now it has become 1 minus 1 is equal to 2. Fire has become cold. Ice has become extremely hot. Life has become death. And death has become a mess of who knows what. Chaos. Everything has become corrupted and distorted. No! The powerful warrior of the 11th realm, who was about to step into the other side, wailed in despair, and his body disintegrated and disappeared, turning into ashes on the ground. This scene at this moment happened in every corner of the Aruka's heavens, from the Mayfly to the other side of eternity, all of which could not escape the influence of the void of truth. This terrible deprivation of truth distorted reality and ran through endless time and space, past and future. Presumptuous! Who is it? How dare you invade our heavens? You should know that we are the companion heavens under the command of Lord Azathoth. The existence on the other side controls the power of information, so it naturally has a certain resistance to the void of truth that attacks the information level. However, the source of information has been polluted, and its strength has been reduced by 20% to 30%. But it will not be killed instantly. But aside from the hundreds of black plagues on the other side, the entire Aruka's heavens had turned into a dead land, with corpses everywhere, filling the sight. Snap. The walls of the heavens cracked. The group of black disasters on the other side looked in astonishment and saw a huge ship with no end in sight and as white as jade, docked above the heavens. The extremely terrifying mass pressed the Aruka's heavens to wail endlessly, and the boundary walls were covered with huge black ravines. The wills of the heavens howled with difficulty, and were on the verge of breaking under repeated blows. This is... The pupils of the black disaster on the other side shrank sharply, and their attention was attracted by the figures that suddenly appeared and had strong auras. Human race. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the human race appear in the Scarlet Sea? Everyone on the other side was stunned by everything they perceived. They thought that the attack just now came from a hostile force. After all, the black disaster enjoyed killing and destruction, and its internal consumption was horrible, so it was common for it to annihilate the other side's worlds. But no matter what, no one expected that the invaders would be humans. This is the hinterland area. Azathoth? Huh. I didn't expect you to be an old acquaintance. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he keenly caught the familiar words. One of Azathoth's broken arms was still suppressed in the heaven of stopping war. Kill. He has confirmed that. Just as he saw in the memory of the Lord of the Tai battlefield. All the transcendents are now in a strange state, and cannot interfere with the present world. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about anything. With a wave of his hand, numerous beings from the other side pounced on him like hungry wolves. Hundreds of black disasters on the other side were outnumbered, and were surrounded and annihilated in endless despair. Bai Donglan himself unfolded the vortex of the heavens and stretched it as far as possible, trying to swallow up the entire heavens of Arukas. The Truth fired the first shot in the hinterland counterattack, and the rest of the coalition forces of all races also launched a fierce attack. Mean degrading strike. The killing formation of the heavens 10,000 paths of grey silence. Blood hell. Salo. Kill together. Under the bombardment of world-destroying war weapons. The boundaries of the heavens were torn apart, and numerous races from the other side swarmed up. The entire Scarlet Sea was engulfed in war. After being confused in the early stages, the black disaster heavens only gathered together, and began to fight back after tens of thousands of them were destroyed by Nirvana. This is just the beginning. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent, and the whirlpool of the heavens behind him stretched infinitely. The remnants of the heavens were torn apart and swallowed up. Even the blackest darkness could not escape. The Scarlet Sea was only the first battle, allowing the coalition forces to warm up, but also to test whether the Transcendents would react. His goal is the place where all the Supreme Heavens gather. For example, the Supreme Dark Realm, the Black Wheel Vortex, the Tomb of Blasphemy, the End of Nothingness, the Killing Prison. This is a long war that will last at least nearly 1 trillion years, until the Black Disaster completely withdraws, or the Transcendents intervene. Chapter 816, A Corner of the Battlefield. The momentum of the Black Disaster's invasion was extremely fierce, and the battle line was extremely long, almost spanning the intersection area of the black and white whirlpools of the heavens. Since the beginning of the war, Black Disaster has captured hundreds of spiral arm areas, and many of the heavens have fallen into the flames of war. At this time, the flames of war had spread to the 10 spiral arms of Ziwiyuan. There were hundreds of thousands of heavens in this area. Among such a huge number of heavens, a new member had recently been added. That was the Taihao heavens, which had leaped here madly in the recent period of time. Perhaps because it had been injected with chicken blood. Source of information, with Bai Donglan, the Source Walker. Here, isn't it easy to jump across the heavens? The spiral arm area is not a line, but a multidimensional plane with great depth, divided into a total of 99 layers. For example, the Luanhong Chiji spiral arm, the birthplace of the Taihao heavens, is located on the first and outermost layer, and has now been destroyed in the war. The 10 spiral arms of Purple Palace are already the 97th layer. If the Black Disaster continues to break through the barriers of the 3 spiral arms, it will be able to step into the inner area of the vortex of the heavens. The invasion route of the Black Disaster army starts from the place where the whirlpools merge, while expanding to the surrounding areas. Most of the force is concentrated in the center, like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into the core of the whirlpool of the heavens. The coalition forces of all races finally recovered from the surprise attack. Countless powerful soldiers gathered and stalemate with the Black Disaster at the 10 spiral arms of Ziwiyuan. If nothing unexpected happened, they would start a counterattack like in every previous war, recapture the spiral arms, and drive the Black Disaster out of the vortex of the heavens. This is undoubtedly a protracted war. The expansion of the Black Disaster army in all directions. From another perspective, is it not also a siege by all races? As the invading party, Black Disaster was definitely at a disadvantage due to the home advantage. The reason why it was able to take advantage at the beginning was just a deliberate plan by the initiator of the war, who had stockpiled troops in advance. Once a stalemate of tug-of-war is reached, it becomes a matter of attrition. The 10,000 races have constant support from the rear, so they naturally have an absolute advantage. In the eyes of many supreme forces, this battle will stop at the 10 spiral arms of Ziwiyuan. The Purple Palace has 10 spiral arms, and Fenghuan controls the heavens. This is an ordinary world, located in a remote, barren and dangerous spiral arm area. It is weak, pitiful and helpless, and is crumbling under the ruthless licking of war. The Aeoli universe is one of the countless universes within the Fenghuan universe. At this moment, in the core of the universe, 2 armies are fighting fiercely. Roar, 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 kill, kill, boom, whoosh. The figure of the strong man was majestic and immeasurable. With just a gesture of his hands, Pieces of the void were annihilated. Galaxies spanning millions of light years and countless suns, moons and stars were directly grabbed by a big hand, kneaded into a ball of destructive light, and thrown into the depths of the enemy's battle formation. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying roars. Many soldiers wailed in despair, and under the shining light of destruction, they turned into ashes. DD. The 10th level silent weapon has been fully charged. Dimensional Annihilation Cannon. Fire! Sizzle! The terrifying figure that captured and kneaded the galaxy, just showing off its power for a moment, was hit directly in the center of the eyebrows by a dazzling beam of light. The hideous face froze instantly, and the body shattered and collapsed until it fell into zero dimension, and all traces of its existence were completely wiped out. In this small battlefield, the strongest person was only at the 10th level, but the fighting was extremely brutal. The void was turned into a chaotic molten soup. Every moment, tall figures fell down, and 10th level warships exploded in flames. Boom! Another extremely dazzling ball of explosion light rose up slowly, as if illuminating the dark universe in time. A flesh and blood warship on the edge was blown away by the shock wave and fell into the torn space crack and disappeared. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. The desolate area at the edge of the Orly universe is barren and remote. In this huge galaxy, there is only one emerald green star with life. It is far away from the core of civilization, and fortunately far away from the war. Sizzle! At the outer edge of the green planet, the void suddenly cracked inexplicably, and a twisted and squirming ball of flesh burning with raging flames fell out. Under the pull of the star's gravity, it moved towards the Earth at a high speed, like a meteor across the night sky. With a piercing roar, the meat ball fell at a high speed and slammed heavily in the center of a small city. The Earth trembled, and the horrific shock wave turned high-rise buildings into ruins. Hundreds of thousands of lives died instantly, and under the rubble, wailing sounds were endless. Roar! 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 Damn it! Damn it! Core, conduct a self-check and determine the spatial coordinates. Can you return to the battlefield as soon as possible? I am the servant of Master Lunchy, and I absolutely cannot bear the shame of deserting the battlefield. This meatball is just the weakest single-person combat machine. Its driver is a deformed creature with a scarlet body, 6 pairs of arms, and 8 tentacles. Although the black disaster creatures born from nature possess all kinds of strange and powerful talents, they only know how to destroy and kill, and have no rationality at all. Only by breaking through the 10 realms can they awaken their self-consciousness. The strong are always a minority, and Hayes-I will never let himself fall into a situation where no one is available. Therefore, many powerful black disaster masters began to create living beings. These deformed products on the assembly line are of various kinds and of constant strength. Their only advantage is that they are intelligent, making them good cannon fodder. This red-skinned monster numbered SD63239 came from this. His strength is only equivalent to the 5th divine pattern realm. Extremely weak, and is used as an intelligent brain to control single-person combat machines. DD. Self-check completed. The aircraft has 82% damage, has lost its space jump capability. Its main gun is damaged. Its energy core is shattered, and it is disconnected from the main ship. The distance is too far, and its coordinates cannot be locked for the time being. Boom! 239 frowned, looked ferocious, and punched the control platform hard, feeling extremely terrified. That's it. Master Lunchy. I'm not a deserter. I'm not leaving the battlefield on my own initiative. 239 was infused with various wills at birth. He would feel boundless fear for any behavior that would offend Luanchi, a powerful being in the 10th realm of the Black Disaster. And he wished he could die. Drop. The external environment scan is complete. There are intelligent creatures on this planet. They are humanoid creatures, numbering 8.7 billion. They belong to the technological civilization. Level 0.9. Atmospheric composition. Mineral analysis. 239, who was feeling hopeless, suddenly had his eyes brighten up. Hope reignited in his heart, and his fear and anxiety instantly disappeared. Ha ha! There is always a way out. In this vast universe, I never thought I would be so lucky to be on a star with life. More than 8 billion intelligent creatures are enough to repair my body. The single-person machine he drives is a kind of strange biological flesh and blood technology. No matter how badly it is broken, as long as it devours intelligent creatures and resentful souls, it can be repaired to its original state. Warning! A threat is approaching. Threat? Uh-huh. It's just an ant star that's less than the first level. How can such a weak civilization threaten me? 239 had a ferocious look, and his eyes were full of evil murderous intent. He was just a tiny ant on the battlefield, and could be annihilated in the aftermath of terror at any time. But on this remote star, he was the god who could dominate everything. Buzz! Above the ruins of the city, armed helicopters roared in. Tanks drove in one after another, and fully armed special forces, wearing night vision goggles, cautiously approached the crater. Near the coast, fighter jets on the aircraft carrier continued to take off, and the frigate's gun barrels slowly corrected their direction and locked onto the center of the city that was razed to the ground. The nuclear missile silos hidden in the mountains and the nuclear-powered submarines lurking deep in the sea have also received the highest orders and are ready to launch nuclear bombs at any time. In low Earth orbit, 90% of the satellites have their cameras pointed at the disgusting big ball of flesh, and the tendrils on it are clearly visible. Snap! The space-based weapon has been launched, and the tungsten rod weighing 10 tons has been displayed on the launch pad. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the flesh ball began to wriggle violently. The Scarlet 239, covered in disgusting mucus, crawled out from the flesh petals. The terrifying body stood upright, dozens of meters tall. Hey hey! 239 looked up at the sky. His eyes met the satellite camera, and he smiled grimly. Gulu, do aliens really exist? Green star people are not the only life in the universe. But what kind of monster is this guy? Is he from H.L.? How can he be so disgusting and terrifying? Chapter 817, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Hello. Distant guest. Hello. Guests from afar. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed men and women in suits, surrounded by armored infantry, stopped 239 meters away. An invisible force field prevented them from getting any closer. This group of the world's top diplomatic teams, with the most humble and enthusiastic tone and in multiple languages, tried to communicate in a friendly manner with this life from the depths of the starry sky in front of them. Close encounters of the third kind? At this moment, everyone's mood was extremely complicated. There was fear of facing the unknown, the feeling of vomiting that had to be suppressed because of challenging their own aesthetic senses, and the honor and excitement of representing the whole world to communicate with extraterritorial life for the first time. Their names will be recorded in the history of civilization, under the gaze of world leaders. 239 moved. He slowly withdrew his gaze from the satellite, lowered his eyes, and glanced at the trembling diplomatic corps with silent contempt. Ha. You are such a weak creature. Like a dust mayfly. You want to communicate with me? Are you worthy? Sizzle. In an instant, scarlet blood spurted out of 239's body, cutting through the air and piercing into the brows of a group of men and women in the diplomatic corps at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The blood was like a straw, squirming and jumping, and a group of living people suddenly became shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh, bones, internal organs, and even the terrified souls were all devoured, leaving only a gray-white skin, which fell to the ground in an extremely complete state. Gurgle. At this moment, everyone who witnessed such a horrifying scene swallowed hard. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, and their faces became dark and ugly. Sure enough, the worst-case scenario as expected occurred. The first extraterrestrial life to visit Green Planet brought not peace, but war. Attack! Attack! Whatever the cost. Destroy this disgusting monster. The hysterical roar was transmitted to the ears of every combat unit through electronic signals, and the green star was like a lion that had awakened, completely boiling with anger. Receive. Target locked. Attack. The Special Operations Force closest to 239 opened the safety of their guns, and dense red dots submerged and covered 239. The next moment, a metal storm poured out. The Gatling gun, emitting blue flames, rotated 3,600 times in one breath. The anti-material sniper rifle, which could penetrate special armor, roared with thunder. The depleted uranium bullets and armor-piercing bullets dragged red smoke tails, forming an endless rain of bullets. A low-level, primitive means of attack. 239 facing the baptism of gunfire and hail of bullets. His gaze did not even waver. The countless bullets were dissolved into nothingness by the natural dissipation of energy before they even came close to his body. This kind of weapon cannot penetrate the skin of even a first-level cultivator, let alone him. The only value of your existence is to become the raw material for me to repair my body. Hand over your flesh, blood, and soul. Die! There was a flash of bloodthirstiness in 239's eyes. With a thought, the laws were slightly disturbed. In an instant, tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers around him turned into a pool of blood, which gathered into a gurgling stream and flowed into the broken individual bodies at the bottom of the crater. Under the nourishment of flesh and blood and soul, the scars all over the bodies began to heal slowly. 239 saw this and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that killing all the intelligent creatures on this planet would be enough for him to return to the battlefield. Although he is just a creation on the assembly line, he has the strength comparable to a cultivator in the sixth realm of divine pattern, and can already make initial use of the laws of heaven and earth. The will of the heavens of all light was destroyed at the beginning of the war. Therefore, the power of heaven and earth is in a state of disorder and chaos at this time, and will not exclude his use. Monster! Tens of thousands of green stars' most elite warriors mysteriously turned into blood in an instant, causing the world's leaders, who witnessed this scene, to gasp in shock. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tank arrays, artillery arrays, rocket launchers. The armored forces that surrounded the small town began to fire volleys of artillery, covering the ground with attacks. The earth trembled and thunder roared through the night sky. Mayflies shake the sky. 239 with a wave of his hand. Countless SHLs were fixed in the air, then changed direction and shot back intact at several times the original speed. Boom! Just one encounter, and the armored lion was instantly turned into scrap metal, exploded into pieces. The charred remains still melted into blood and flowed into the crater. Target locked. Electromagnetic cannon. Fire salvo. Sizzle. Near the coast, the thick gun barrel made a crackling sound of electricity, and the special projectile with a porcelain surface was accelerated by electromagnetic force and bombarded 239 at a speed of 15 kilometers per second. The tall buildings along the way were directly pierced through by the bullets, and the bullet holes melted into scarlet liquid under the high temperature, which looked quite powerful. Above the sky, fighter planes and bombers roared past, and all kinds of ground-to-ground missiles, bunker buster bombs, and fuel-air explosive bombs poured down like dumplings. The armed helicopters hovering at low altitude were also not idle, and they fired all their ammunition in the shortest possible time. Roll. Boom. All attacks were self-destructed on the spot under the influence of the sound waves. 239 clenched his palms. An endless heat and flames were absorbed and compressed between his palms. Then he clenched his palms suddenly, and countless red light needles shot out, cutting through the night sky. No matter whether they were fighter planes or warships, they were directly melted into a pool of molten iron under the penetration of the light needles. What kind of monster is this? Our conventional methods have absolutely no effect on him. We can't even get close to him. No solution anymore. Such a powerful attack could directly destroy some medium-sized countries. But at this moment, they didn't even touch a hair of the enemy, and were completely destroyed. The heads of the great powers, in shock and panic, had no choice but to give the order to continue the attack. Drop. Space-based weapons. Alignment complete. Launch. The destructive potential of a 10-ton tungsten rod under the influence of gravity is enough to shake the continental plates. In some ways, it is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Cleaner, and has no radiation left over. Hee hee. 239 looked up at the sky and saw the red light falling from the sky. The reason why he did not destroy the satellite was to let the creatures of this world witness his power, and then feel endless fear and despair. Such souls would be more effective in repairing the body. Boom! 239 leaped into the air, stepping out a big dent on the ground. His speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. He stretched out his arms, and caught all the terrifying tungsten rods in one hand without even shaking his palms. Hey! I'll give it back to you. Throwing the 10 tungsten rods upwards. The original potential energy of the 10 rods remained unchanged, but they were endowed with a terrifying force, which directly tore through the void and landed in 10 super cities on several continents. Boom! Mushroom clouds rose slowly. Volcanoes erupted, and the continental plates shifted several centimeters directly. Under this blow, hundreds of millions of green star people were torn to pieces by the shock wave. It's over! It's over! This is the devil from H.L. Green Star is finished. No! Not yet. We still have one last weapon. DD. Thousands of nuclear warheads, with a cumulative yield of tens of trillions of tons, were launched from every corner of the world. All the leaders looked pale and despaired, regardless of whether the monster was killed or not. Green Planet was completely finished. Civilization would be destroyed, and they would return to the Stone Age. Yo? Interesting. A low-level civilization that is less than the first level actually has weapons comparable to the second level. Well, if they are infinitely superimposed, they can even threaten the creatures of the fifth level. Of course, the premise is that this person in the fifth realm is a fool, who does not dodge or evade and welcomes the attack. 239 shook his head and sneered. Theoretically speaking, if a peak-level cultivator used assassination tactics and hid among the crowd, he could completely paralyze the order on this planet. As for the cultivators at the second level, their spiritual senses can detect the threat of large-scale weapons in advance and escape from the attack range at an extremely fast speed. This is the drawback of technological civilization. It is of great benefit to the group, but it is difficult to contain a single strong person. Only after reaching the 6th level of civilization can this drawback be eliminated. The damage caused by a nuclear bomb comes from the terrifying light, heat, shock waves, and radiation. That is, the crushing impact of particles on the genetic level of carbon-based life. The cultivators in the 6th realm can already use the laws of heaven and earth. Their life levels have been leapt. There are 10,000 ways to avoid these attacks, and the simplest one is to merge themselves into the laws. 239 did not choose to do so. Instead, he covered the surface of his internal organs with the power of the law, turning it into a mirror like glass. He then opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying swallowing force spread out. Thousands of clouds and thousands of nuclear warheads were all swallowed by 239. Madman. Crazy. This monster. What does he want to do? Such a shocking scene completely goes against common sense. Many elite experts have imagined the possible means of confrontation that 239 may use. But swallowing a nuclear bomb is definitely not one of them. Boom! With a dull thud, the nuclear warhead exploded inside 239's body. The red body was stretched into a round sphere, and then returned to its original shape like a shrinking rubber. What do? In the 239 large bloody mouths, an extremely dazzling light surged, and the destructive power, after extreme compression, even faintly tore the void apart. Sizzle! The bright light column sprayed out of the 239 mouth, reached the starry sky, bowed his head, turned in place, and then the light pillar immediately came to a cycle surgery. The green star was like an orange with a piece cut off, revealing its top. The cut was smooth and red, looking like colored glazed crystal. It's boring. I've had enough. 239 was smoke coming out of the corners of his mouth, and a bored look on his face. His behavior at this moment was no different from an adult playing a childish game of burning ants. Under the desperate gaze of the Green Star people, 239's body swelled up and then broke apart. Twisted blood shadows shot out and flew all over the earth. Killing came, and scarlet infected the night sky. 3 days later, more than 8 billion Green Star people were almost all killed or injured, with less than 100,000 surviving. They hid desperately deep underground like rats, barely surviving and in a constant state of panic. Oh God! Oh God! Please open your eyes and look at this miserable world. Save us! Deep in the underground caves, the survivors of the Green Star civilization regained their lost faith and prayed to various gods with an extremely pious attitude. Boom! A huge hand suddenly inserted into the Earth's crust and lifted it up violently. A horrible face made of flesh and blood looked down at it, with a ferocious and bloodthirsty look. Extremely evil. Hee hee. Little mice. I caught you. A foul smell filled the cave. All the survivors collapsed to the ground with numb faces, and they even lost the ability to show fear. Woo woo woo. Mom. I'm scared. A little girl with mud all over her face and dirty body. Her originally innocent big eyes were now filled with fear, and her 2 little hands were tightly holding a wooden statue. This faceless statue was picked up by a little girl while playing in the forest. Since she came from a poor family, she treated it as a doll and always carried it with her. Don't be afraid, kid. Mom is here. Mom will protect you. Woo woo. As she spoke, this great woman burst into tears, her eyes filled with fatigue. It was hard to imagine how she had managed to live to this day. Go on the road. The flesh and blood giant had an indifferent look on his face. He pressed down hard with his big hand, and countless disgusting flesh tentacles squirmed at his fingertips. The little girl was frightened, holding her hands tightly holding her mother, and her faceless statue fell. Suddenly, a pair of indifferent and deep eyes appeared on the face of the faceless statue. It seems to be condensed from bright white light. The crypt was instantly illuminated. Chapter 818 White Terror. Wanjia Pawn Shop. 12th level subbody. Number is 823465. The time and space coordinates are locked. All the gods of Ali. His and my clones are coming. Wah. What? This breath is. The flesh and blood giant felt an indescribable horror in his heart the moment the white light appeared. And his instincts roared and urged him to escape as quickly as possible. The farther the better. Where are the ants? The indifferent eyes on the statue moved slightly. With just a glance, the flesh and blood giant was immediately enveloped by invisible flames. Before he could even let out a howl, he completely turned into nothingness. Buzz! The void trembled, and a figure surrounded by light stepped out from the statue. The aura of the other side was supreme. He looked around and looked at the core of this universe. The small battlefield. God! The gods have appeared. We are saved. We are saved. Ha ha ha. The survivors were awakened by the scene before them. Their numb expressions were immediately replaced by excitement. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the tall figure. God? My clone named Wu Fa shook his head slightly. The title of God, a low-level creature, was not suitable for him. Although he was only the 12th generation of his clone and his strength was only at the 11th level. At this time, he used future true self is invincible and turning body into armor, and covered his figure with transcendent light, which was the real eternal other side. Big brother, are you the immortal who came to save us? The little girl had golden beads hanging from the corners of her eyes, and a curious look on her face. But her gaze was suddenly attracted by the faceless statue that could not be hung around her waist. Hee. Is it? Unable to indifferent the look like ice and snow. And his face was soft. He reached out and hugged the little girl in his arms to wipe the tears in the corner of his eyes. Don't worry. I'm here. No one can hurt you. The pawn shop of all worlds has spread countless sub-bodies to the endless heavens in preparation for collecting energy. The little girl was able to pick up the statue, and she was considered his first little customer. Really? You can defeat that monster? Monster? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. How could any random person be called a monster? 239. Sitting upright in the center of the body that had devoured endless flesh, blood and souls has completely healed. It only needs to make the final adjustments before it can jump through time and space and return to the battlefield. Almost there. Almost there. Huh? This is... The moment the flesh and blood giant disappeared, 239's pupils shrank sharply, and a speechless fear arose in his heart. He froze in place, unable to think, but completely lost control of his body. Haha. Let's put the monster killing aside for now. Big brother, I have a small task to do first. Unable to chuckle, he slowly stretched out his hand and probed into the void of time and space under the little girl's puzzled gaze. A boundless hand, spanning the distant time and space, descended directly on the battlefield in the center of the universe. The aura of the other side dropped slightly, and all existences were frozen in place. No! Luan Qi, the creator of 239, existed in the 10 realms of Black Disaster. He, along with the Black Disaster army, was reduced to ashes under the pressure of the boundless giant hand. Thank you for your help. Sir! Countless respectful shouts echoed through the void, and many tall figures bowed to the giant hand. Lord Lunchi. Lord Lunchi is dead. 239's mind was filled with panic. His pupils were gray. And then under the influence of the rules of creation, his vitality dissipated and turned into a wisp of dust. This kind of ant is not worth dealing with personally. And he didn't even look at the other party. Little girl, you are my first customer. Tell me, what do you want to buy? Big brother, can I buy anything? The little girl's eyes lit up, revealing her undisguised surprise. Yeah, anything. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This little girl was quite smart. Unlike the adults who were kowtowing below, they didn't dare to communicate with him at all. I want to buy back my father, sister, grandparents, and everyone else who was killed by the monster. Okay, that's easy. But what can you give? Here. Is this okay? This is my most precious treasure. The little girl spread out her white little hands, holding a stone in her palms. The stone had naturally formed chrysanthemum patterns on it, and had been polished to a shiny finish. But no matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary chrysanthemum stone. But it is full of the innocence and kindness of a little girl. And in some ways, it is priceless. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a wealthy woman. Then, the deal is done. He was unable to reach out to take the stone, and then stepped out of the dungeon. With eyes surrounded by white light, he looked around at the devastation and murmured softly, "Go back in time. The long river of time and space in the universe is pitifully fragile. A single word can set it in motion. A wave of twisted waves spreads out. The scene on the green star flows backwards, and everything returns to its original state." 239 completely dissipated, and was naturally not included in the resurrection. The green star seemed to have been severely destroyed. But all the damage was only from the little guys in the sixth realm, and could not harm the information at all. If the other side were to wipe out everything, it would not be easy to reverse time and space and restore it to its original state. "Thank you, Big Brother. Fair trade. No cheating." Wuka chuckled and shook his head, then put the little girl down. His figure twisted and disappeared. His mission is to annihilate the Black Scourge army that has invaded the All-Light universe. He cannot delay in this small place. If he seizes a moment more, countless lives can be saved. At this moment, half of Bidonlin's clones all descended on the spiral arm battlefield, all surrounded by white light. Immortal, countless Black Disaster armies were destroyed, and many gods cheered and knelt in the war, paying the highest and most pious respect to the white figure. The addition of his and my endless clones not only makes their combat power unparalleled, but also makes them fearless of life and death. This is undoubtedly the most powerful shot in the arm for the entire spiral arm battlefield. The coalition forces of all races began to counterattack. Large areas were recovered, and the Black Disaster was defeated. During this period of time, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a terrifying white color. That was the brilliant light spread by his and my incarnations, which destroyed the Black Disaster, brought warmth, and saved countless living beings of all races. Run! Run! Withdraw! That monster, that unkillable monster is catching up with us. A huge Black Disaster army, with towering warships stretching to the end of perception, and all kinds of strange shapes and weird aura weapons of war, showing their sharp edges. Endless fog shrouds the entire army, with tall figures floating in it, and the breath of the eternal other side is eerie and terrifying. Such an army could crush the heavens. But at this moment it seemed to be in a panic, fleeing in a panic in the void. Want to escape? The void was shaking, and brilliant white light was lingering and covering it. His and my clones, whose faces could not be seen clearly, were stepping forward above absolute time and space, with an indifferent gaze fixed on the Black Disaster army. Hundreds of his clones clenched their fists together to gather strength. Self-annihilation, self-abandonment, fist slash, 10,000 rounds, destruction, boom. An extremely thick column of destructive light gushed out, and the hot and bright white light illuminated the boundless area of tens of thousands of super thoughts. The ferocious power was irresistible. The defenses that the Black Disaster army had put up with all their might were broken at the touch. The vast and mighty force poured down, annihilating all the Black Disaster creatures. Even the other side of eternity had their source of information shattered, and they were completely killed. Bang! Temples were thrown out and suspended in the destruction. A huge black vortex appeared above them, swallowing up all the remains of the Black Disaster army. This batch of his and my clones will not return to the original body, so there is no need to give birth to the heavens. These Black Disaster resources will be properly collected and delivered to the original body for use. Walk. After destroying this Black Disaster army, he and I continued to rush to the next battlefield without stopping. The scope of the Black Disaster's invasion is extremely wide, and there is a steady stream of troops being sent over from the rear. This is a protracted war. Even with the addition of my clones, there is no way to drive out the Black Disaster in a short period of time, unless my Hinterland Expeditionary Force can bring good news, so that the Black Disaster will retreat. Kill! Kill! Roar! 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 On the devastated battlefield, broken debris of the heavens could be seen everywhere. A towering and boundless giant roared to the sky, and then his brows exploded, and a figure surrounded by white light stepped out. It's him! White Terror. The moment they saw this figure, the entire battlefield seemed to be frozen in place. The Black Disaster creatures, who only knew how to kill and destroy, actually had a look of intense fear in their eyes. They were afraid and terrified, and this fear came from the feeling of powerlessness and inability to resist. Fear. White Terror. This tragic war lasted for 700 billion years, and the legend of the White Terror has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Black Disaster creature. In fact, the Black Disaster Supreme Command issued a decree that if they encountered the White Terror, They can temporarily retreat without reporting to the authorities, and without worrying about being held accountable. Run away. The massive Black Disaster army threw away their weapons and armor, abandoned this position, and escaped madly into absolute time and space. Escape? Too late. Kill. Wu Wu's eyes were extremely indifferent. One after another figures stepped out from behind him. All of them were surrounded by a cold aura. The long years of killing had already formed a mechanical numbness. Boom! A huge army of Black Disasters was helplessly and hopelessly destroyed by the White Terror. Oh oh oh! White! 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 Fanatical cheers echoed in the ruins of the heavens behind him. Countless tall figures worshipped devoutly. In their minds, Bai was the invincible god. Its status has already surpassed the power of the All Races Alliance headquarters. If the two orders are contradictory, it is hard to say who these fanatical guys will obey. Master, if you don't come back soon, the pawn shop will soon be full of supplies. Unable to murmur, his eyes were dark, and the cheers behind him seemed to have nothing to do with him. 10 billion years later, the sound of victory came. Black Disaster, completely defeated. All the lost territory was recovered, and the Black Disaster was driven back into the darkness. Its anxious appearance was as if a fire had started in its old nest. When all the races came back to their senses from their jubilation and went to look for Bai, they discovered that these mysterious beings had disappeared without a trace. At this point, the name of White Terror resounded throughout the endless vortex of the heavens. Chapter 819, Confrontation of the Transcendent. The Realm of Nothingness. The Swallowing Realm. This realm is ethereal, far away from the coverage of the absolute black and white time and space. And all things and laws do not exist here. In the void, there is only a strange sucking force, which is extremely terrifying. Everything that exists in cognition cannot hold on for a moment here, and will completely disintegrate into nothingness. But in the center of this sinister and desolate area, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. His whole body was distorted, and his face was blurry and unclear. Crash! This person was holding a book in his hand, and flipping through the pages, as if he was reading with great interest. Chun Lao Mo. What are you laughing at? Boom. The line of sight rose wildly and sublimated, and everything in perception was collapsing and dissipating. When the abstract light and shadow calmed down, the figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the swallowing domain had been replaced by a figure, like a dark glow, twisting and changing, with evil and horror that could not be described in words, reflecting the boundless void. This twisted and dark figure also spread out his palms, holding a book, and the picture depicted on the open pages was actually the same figure as before. Hearing the question, the figure in the book moved slightly, and then a light laugh echoed throughout the devouring domain. Haha, Balanchati, you seem a little anxious? It's only been less than a small era in this world. This is not like you. Weren't you very confident at the beginning? Narrative level transcendent Chen, with a smile in his eyes, lowered his gaze, and stared indifferently at the book in his hand. On the illusory pages of the book, the distorted figure of the Balancha Emperor suddenly paused. Snort! Want to deceive me? At this moment, all races and the heavens are shrouded in endless death. You should be the one who is anxious. Right? Balanchati's tone was grim. The arrangements he had made in the Grey and Silence Land were secretive and long-lasting. They were foolproof, and there would be absolutely no accidents. This cunning old demon was just pretending to be calm. If you say so, then so be it. Anyway, Balanchati, you should just stay in the devouring domain with me obediently now. Jin's tone was domineering and strong, and Balanchati could only remain silent when he heard it, with no intention of refutation. Indeed, both of them are narrative-level transcendents. Their methods are very similar, and neither can do anything to the other. At this time, each of them is trapped in the other's narrative and turned into an illusory image. Buzz! There was a terrifying buzzing sound, and the field of vision suddenly collapsed. In a terrifying distortion of light and shadow, the devouring realm was once again superimposed with a layer of narrative power. Everything in the devouring realm, including the Balancha Emperor, was trapped in the book in Chen's hand. The narrative ladder is layered, one after another. You trap me, I trap you, until there are infinite layers. Everything they have is imprisoned here. They clamp down on each other and cannot extricate themselves. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. After Balanchati finished speaking, he stopped talking. But deep in his heart, a sense of worry flashed silently. Old Demon was too calm, which was completely different from the human race's fraternity. Those who transcended the black disaster could watch the endless destruction of the heavens and remain indifferent. But humans and all other races could not do that. What went wrong? Could it be that? Balanchotti's pupils shrank slightly, and a flash of seven-colored light flashed in his mind, along with a pair of indifferent and deep eyes. Sea of fantasy. This sea is colorful, with endless brilliant colors and infinite illusions of light and shadow. It is the delusion, wisdom, inspiration, and imagination of all intelligent beings. The spots of light that endlessly flow on the surface of concepts converge and condense to form this strange sea of fantasy, located in an unknown place in the realm of nothingness. And it is difficult for anyone who is not detached to set foot in it. Boom! The illusory waves stir up infinite light and shadows. And in each speck of light, there is a strange world created by the thoughts of living beings. In the center of the roaring and raging sea of fantasy, there was an abnormal calm at this moment. So quiet that it was a little eerie. Like an ancient scene. A figure in a black robe sat cross-legged on the surface of the scene, with a pale face and a calm and stern expression. Roar, roar, roar. Sorrow. A terrifying roar came from the bottom of the sea, causing the black-robed man to frown slightly. He glanced at his body with some impatience. In the depths of his pupils, a deformed and twisted evil figure was reflected. With countless heads, endless pupils, and endless scarlet tentacles. Azathoth, be honest. What? Are you still holding a grudge against me for having my arm cut off? You are really capable. If the time is right, I would kill you right now. After saying that, he slowly pointed a finger, and brilliant purple light poured down, suppressing Azathoth to the bottom of fantasy. Ah! Damn it! The end of zero boundary. Dark Tomb is the destination of all negative concepts. It is pitch black, turbid and cold. It is a forbidden zone that light can never reach. This place is hidden and hard to find. It is located on the other side of the gray dot where the cores of the two black and white vortexes of the heavens overlap in the conceptual space and time. It exists in the absolute nothingness. Even if you are a transcendent, you have to act seriously if you want to step into this place. Huang Yi, how have you considered it? 10,000 infinite epochs. I have given you enough time. In the endless darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes emerged, as red as blood, flickering unsteadily, and full of evil spirits. Old man, you can give it a try. If anything happens to that ruthless guy, Huang and I will abandon everything and join forces to step into the instant thought logic and crush you to death with one slap. You know we have the strength. Isn't that why you resort to such despicable means? Ye's eyes were cold and his aura was fierce. The large cauldron beneath him trembled slightly, suppressing the boundless darkness and destroying it. Ha ha! Ye's meaning? That is what I mean. Black Source. Don't underestimate our determination. Just life and death, endless years, have long been explored. Heiyuan was silent. Yi and Huang, the two human transcendents, were very special. It might be because they came from the same heaven, so there was a strange connection between the two. They mastered terrifying combined attack methods, and could burst out with power that surpassed the narrative level in a short period of time. They could even temporarily step into logic at the cost of their lives. The combined forces of Yi and Huang are the most terrifying force among all races. In order to contain them, Black Disaster paid an extremely heavy price. And only then was he able to capture the ruthless man to use as a check and balance to prevent the Black Disaster transcendence from being slaughtered. However, this is Yi Huang's bottom line. If he continues to put forward excessive conditions, the only result will be a fight to the death. Humph. Alright. As you wish. Even though Heiyuan was unwilling in his heart, he had to give up. He knew that Yi Huang and the others were not joking. If they gave up everything, they could really kill him with one hand. Shameless old dog. I'll let you be proud for a while. It's almost time. It's almost time. Yi Huang's eyes were filled with obscure thoughts. And then a terrifying aura burst out from his body, distorting everything and completely isolating and sealing off the dark tomb. Ancient. Tontian. Biming. Zhan. Lord of Truth. Absolute power. Origin of four colors. Tao Lord. Shirkong Brahma Buddha. Supreme Tai. Positive and negative things in themselves. Numerous transcendents from all races, using various means, have captured all the transcendence of the Black Disaster in various strange and remote places, making the present world temporarily without transcendence. No one knows the cause of this phenomenon, but all transcendent beings know in their hearts that this state will not last long. Black Disaster is not a stable lord. The vortex of black disaster in the heavens. The supreme dark realm. As far as the eye can see, countless supreme heavens have been reduced to rubble. The flames of war are burning, and the towering corpses on the other side are hovering in the void, still emitting a ferocious and terrifying aura. A dark and deep vortex slowly spread out, swallowing up everything in its reach. Bai Donglin looked indifferent as he stood on a scarred warship and looked up. At the end of his perception, a black disaster was surging towards him like a tide. Grown-ups. The leader of the evil wind army, Kan Wu, stood behind Bai Donglin. His breath was weak, and fatigue was revealed in his eyes. However, facing the siege of endless black disaster warriors, he remained fearless. Instead, his face reflected a hint of excitement and blush. For the sake of the tribe, what's wrong with dying on the battlefield? For hundreds of billions of years, they have followed Lord Bai to fight in the heart of the black disaster, and annihilated the Scarlet Sea, the supreme dark realm, the Black Wheel Vortex, and other core areas. Countless strong men from the endless heavens and the black disaster have all died under their butcher knives. Naturally, under the continuous and high-intensity fighting, the coalition forces of all races suffered heavy casualties. Even with Bai Donglin's care, they were almost completely killed or wounded. This was understandable. The black disaster was not a soft persimmon and would not allow them to be slaughtered. But, so what? Just death. This is the supreme honor. Even though I die, I have no regrets. Buzz. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, retracted his gaze, and took out the nameless stone tablet. I saw that the originally unclear pattern of the back of the word war had become clearer and clearer over millions of years, and it was even showing signs of turning around and looking back. The Transcendent. Are you about to return? Bai Donglin is not a fool. From the very beginning, he understood the meaning of war. This was a warning to him through special means. Now, the time has come to retreat. If you don't retreat, the consequences will be unpredictable under the wrath of the Black Disaster Transcendent. Snort. You little bastards. I'll let you live a little longer. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, put away the nameless stone tablet, turned around to look at Kan Wu and the other two, then looked around and his gaze fell on the vast internal space of the last battleship of the heavens. In the void space, countless bronze coffins are suspended, and inside them lie warriors who are in eternal sleep. Their breath and will are lingering and indelible. Kan Wu. Xiefeng. Bring the brothers home. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes. He tried his best, but it was still too much for the weak strength of the coalition forces to fight against the heart of the entire black disaster vortex. Each of these supreme beings controlled a transcendental power that was so terrifying that even he was on the verge of death several times. To return home wrapped in the hide of a soldier is the honor of a soldier. Bai Donglin knows very well that if he feels pity for these soldiers, it will be the worst insult. Master Bai. You. Kang Wu's pupil shrank suddenly. He looked at the black disaster that was surrounding and killing him from afar, and he understood something in an instant. Go ahead. This is an order. Uh-huh. What? Do you think I'm going to die here? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, without even looking at the roaring black disasters. If he was not afraid of the transcendence, what would these things mean? The reason why he stayed was to erase all traces otherwise. Under the power of the transcendent, leaving or not leaving would make no difference at all. Yes, sir. Kan Wu and Xiefeng were startled. They were extremely afraid of the supreme power that Bai Donglin had developed over the long years, and obeyed the order almost instinctively. The broken warships of the heavens shone with a hazy light, carrying countless coffins, and fled towards the gray and silent land. Roar! 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 Kill! Kill him! Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and stern as he looked around. Terrifying murderous intent spread out, and the extreme coldness froze time and space. Scarlet flashed, heads rolled, and colorful blood flowed into a sea. Chapter 820, Divine Timeline. Monster! You unkillable monster! Roar! 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 I will not accept this. The originator of the Dark Realm, the supreme ruler of all the heavens in the supreme Dark Realm, was now tightly held in Bai Donglin's palm. The power of the infinite vortex poured down and strangled him. The source of information continued to melt. His expression was full of unwillingness and fear, and he roared wildly. You are really rich, old man. Bai Donglin looked indifferent as he slowly exerted force with his fingers, causing a sharp and broken whine. A brilliant light burst out from the surface of the Dark Domain originator's body, which was colorful and brilliant, and a complex and transcendent aura lingered. Armor, sword, cloak, ring, earrings, pagoda. The Dark Domain origin ancestor has 16 items of transcendent power all over his body, all of which are in a state of activated origin and possess all kinds of terrifying and strange conceptual powers. If it were any other being from the other side, encountering the originator of the Dark Realm would result in being killed instantly. Unfortunately, his opponent was Bai Donglin, whose strength increased again after consuming endless resources. Die! Snap. The transcendental instruments were shattered one after another under the stranglehold of the vortex in the palm, and the origin of the concepts dried up and dissipated, leaving only a trace of afterglow, and then fell into the essence of transcendence. Monster! You will die a horrible death. The Dark Domain originator, who lost the protection of the treasure, had a look of despair on his face. He only had time to utter a resentful curse before his consciousness fell into darkness forever. His source of information was wiped out, and he completely disappeared from the world. Not a good death? Bai Donglin moved his fingers and put away the pile of broken pieces. His deep eyes were calm, and he didn't take the wailing of the defeated dog to heart. Ask yourself, what kind of situation would allow a villain to say such ridiculous words to him? Is it because of the fear of death? Or is it because of the annihilation of the universe in my hands, and the grief and anger over the disappearance of countless lives? Although the Black Disaster creatures have awakened my consciousness only 10 realms because of their special life forms, and become a real and thoughtful creature. But even so, the wisdom of the Black Disaster wisdom in this battle is not count. It is infinite. In addition, the original world and countless original creatures within the body of the Black Disaster Master were also destroyed. There is no doubt that the evil of the Black Disaster is engraved in its bones. But among these tragically dead creatures, a large number of them have never stepped out of their own heavens, and naturally have never killed creatures of all races. Are they innocent? Humph! Just because you haven't committed murder now, doesn't mean you won't in the future. The hatred between the Black Disaster and the myriad races is irreconcilable. The only outcome is for one side to completely disappear. Bai Donglin's tone was deep, and his will was unwavering. He was not a saint, and he never boasted about himself or concealed his greed and ambition. In the name of humanity, he performed justice for all races, slaughtered all the Black Disasters, and turned them into nourishment for his own growth. My actions and my heart are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Kill. Boom. Without the leadership of the Dark Realm originator, the Black Disaster's encirclement army was nothing but chickens and dogs. Countless people could be wiped out with just a punch or a palm strike, from the 10 realms to the other side, no matter how strong they were. Their information sources were all crushed and their self-consciousness was wiped out. The boundless sea of blood spanned hundreds of super thoughts, with countless towering corpses floating in it. Bai Donglin stood on it, with strands of hair glowing scarlet. He raised his eyes and looked around. In a short period of time, there was no living creature in his perception. Infinite Heaven's great whirlpool. Swallow. A dark and deep vortex slowly unfolded behind him, and an endless amount of blood and broken bodies rushed in, crushed and destroyed, turning into pure energy that was divided up by countless secondary heavens. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of comfort. Under the reflection of the boundless sea of blood, he looked like an almighty devil. Buzz. The lines on the nameless stone tablet depicting the figure had completely turned scarlet, and when John looked back, he could faintly see light from the corner of his eye. The flickering red glory is full of warning. It seems that this is the only way to go. A trace of regret flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, and he felt unsatisfied. The Black Disaster had been frightened, and would not continue to gather strength to surround and kill him in a short period of time. The Transcendence could also return at any time, so it was not advisable to stay here for long. Before I leave, there is one more thing I must do. Otherwise, not only will I have nowhere to escape, but the results of this expedition will also be in vain. The sea of blood had been completely swallowed up, and the whirlpool of the heavens also dissipated. Bai Donglin's expression was extremely solemn. He sat cross-legged on the spot in the void and darkness, his eyes closed. His breath was ethereal and illusory, and his entire form of existence was undergoing subtle changes. In the endless river of time, the future is unknown and unpredictable, but the known past can be changed. In the worlds of different levels, the strength of time varies, depending on the strength of the creatures. Time can be tampered with to a certain extent. The long river of time interwoven by the absolute time and space of black and white covers all the heavens. It is the strongest, toughest and most untouchable known. That is, there is a simple use of time and space to exist on the other side, and you have to use special utensils to assist. It is conceivable how it is difficult to shake at this time, let alone set foot in the past and tampered with history. This behavior is completely different from the perspective of tampering within a single heaven. The difficulty cannot be compared. If the battlefield is confined to one side of the universe, and the intensity of the battle does not completely erase the existence information of all things, then everything can be reversed with the power of the other side alone. The only price to pay is to use the thoughts to create the universe, to create something out of nothing, and reproduce the swallowed or destroyed substances from nothingness one to one. Bai Donglin brought the expeditionary force this time, and all the powerful people from the heavens and the black disasters who were annihilated were wiped out of each other's information, and it was under the cover of absolute time and space. It is absolutely impossible for the existence on the other side to go back to the past to change history and reverse reality. However, these are nothing to those who transcend. Bai Donglin knew very well that if he just walked away like that, when the black disaster transcendent returned, he could simply wave his hand to tamper with reality and perfectly recreate the annihilated heavens and the black disaster creatures from nothingness. Moreover, he could also step into the past, wipe out the coalition forces of all races, or even capture him. This is the truth that Xiaowei has reached a certain state, and it will naturally understand the truth. It is displayed in the world from beginning to end. When the life level is up to a certain extent, it can be seen. Now, there is only one way to break this seemingly unsolvable dilemma. Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had disappeared, replaced by a dark vortex that was slowly rotating clockwise and counterclockwise. Extremely strange and unpredictable. Boom! An incomparably powerful vortex force gushed out, and Bai Donglin integrated all his existence, information, and consciousness into the vortex force. His life level was forcibly raised from the other side to a conceptual level creature. Compared to the transcendence, his current state is special. He can be promoted to a higher level not because of a breakthrough in his realm, but with the help of a strange vortex force. Between the two methods, which one is stronger or weaker? Even Bai Donglin himself couldn't say. He is so powerful now. At the same time, it is impossible to understand how powerful the transcendents are, and how to compare with each other. Bai Donglin slowly stood up and stood there in a daze for a moment, carefully savoring the strangeness of this state. His body became illusory and indescribable, as if it existed and not there, completely integrated into the concept. In this way, we can step into that place. While whispering, he looked up and saw through absolute time and space, and saw the brilliant golden light hidden deep in the concept of time and space. It was a majestic river with no visible boundaries, shining like liquid gold, emitting brilliant golden light that illuminated the boundless void, with no beginning and no end. The first supreme, absolutely supreme divine timeline. The sacred timeline is the absolute time that transcends concepts. It covers all things in the endless heavens and rushes forward without stopping. It is tenacious and powerful, and cannot be interrupted or tampered with. Not only that, because the sacred timeline is a concept time, and the hyper-escorted people are conceptual souls. They exist in concepts and intertwine each other, whether they are dead and alive. They all leave their time traces in the sacred timeline. As a result, any transcendent who wants to disturb the sacred timeline must resist the oppression of many transcendents at the same time. This is also the main reason why transcendents cannot easily tamper with the sacred timeline. The weight of the entire absolute space and time is secondary. It is true. If I can see the sacred timeline, I can also step into it. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and then his figure moved, as if he had crossed a layer of void barrier and successfully entered the sacred timeline. In an instant, a sense of peace arose in his heart. From then on, if any transcendent wanted to target him in the past, they could only do so within the sacred timeline, and the difficulty level instantly increased countless times. Time has different strengths and depths. Obviously, the sacred timeline is the most powerful and hidden timeline. The endless heavens and all things can only touch some fragile surface time. Only the transcendents and conceptual creatures are qualified to set foot on the sacred timeline. As expected of the vortex power, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now that half of the mission is complete, the next step is to lock onto reality. Bai Donglin's eyes were grim. He wanted to lock the results of this invasion of the heart of the black disaster, so that even the transcendents would not be able to reverse this established reality. This kind of behavior is not a precedent set by him. but is what both sides will do in every infinite disaster level war involving all races, and the Black Disaster. Infinite culpas of destruction. The number of gods destroyed by the flames of war reached more than 10 million. For example, this time the invasion of the Dark Disaster. Many destroyed rotary arms were all given by the special things given by the Black Disaster to lead the sacred timeline and lock the reality. This is a necessary procedure. Otherwise all wars will be meaningless. What's the point of fighting to the death and destroying countless heavens? The terrifying Transcendent can change all reality with a wave of his hand, turning the results and losses of the battle into nothing. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining as he stood on the boundless sacred timeline. The brilliant golden light illuminated his face with incomparable splendor. Crash! He raised his hand and waved it, and the vortex force poured down. With a little effort, he collected 3 drops of golden liquid from the long river. The time covered in this trip is less than 1 trillion years, and the area covered is not large. 3 drops are enough. Bai Donglin thought to himself that with his current strength, if he burst out with all his strength, he should be able to lift up 100 drops of golden liquid. He could do it, but there was no need at this moment. After all, this thing is extremely difficult to preserve. Without special means and carriers, it will dissipate in an instant. Let's start. Bai Donglin wrapped the golden liquid with the power of the vortex, and then stepped into reality, walking on absolute time and space. After a few steps, he arrived at the time when the coalition forces of all races had just stepped out of the gray and silent land. Sacred timeline. Cover. Infection. Lock on reality. 3 drops of golden liquid slowly fell into the reality of the past, with Bai Donglin as the source. The timeline affected by his, and the coalition of all races' journey over the past nearly 1 trillion years was suddenly shrouded in a golden glow. This originally ordinary timeline was suddenly lingering with the aura of the sacred timeline. It seemed to have become a branch of that endless golden torrent, and they were of the same spirit and possessed the same supreme and unalterable characteristics. Success? Bai Donglin's expression lit up with joy, and then his figure shattered like a bubble, crossing the long river of time and returning to the node of reality. Ant, how dare you do this? A roar came from an unknown place, echoing through the long river of time. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked back in shock, only to see a pair of indescribable red eyes slowly emerging from the void and darkness, transcending the concept of reality, and staring at him coldly. Fortunately, he was still in the sacred timeline at this time, and the boundless golden light blocked the arrival of the terrifying sight. Destruction. Chapter 821 Origin of Black Light. The sacred timeline, the golden condensed spacetime, stirred up rolling waves under the roar, but its unshakable characteristics are extremely powerful. Even the fierce power from the transcendence is quickly quelled, and in an instant, everything returns to its original state. There were many sights rising in the golden space and time, staring at each other, and countless majestic figures were floating in the light. Some were sitting cross-legged and making hand gestures. Some were stepping on a giant tripod, and some were wielding a long sword. All kinds of strange visions, with uncertain shapes and silent cruel auras, are intertwined with each other, and the battle of transcendence is about to break out. The transcendence broke away from the confrontation that lasted for a small century, descended into the world together, and stood facing each other on the sacred timeline. Humph! Wanzu! What a calculation! The scarlet eyes flickered slightly, and then hidden in the golden light disappeared, and the cold breath of the near solidarity of the golden light suddenly dissipated. In the core of the vortex of the Black Disaster in the heavens, in the deepest part of the end of nothingness, ripples appeared in the dark fog. The transcended black source stepped forward, his expression calm and peaceful, completely different from his rage just now on the sacred timeline. A moment later, many Black Disaster transcendents gathered together, all silent, with flickering eyes and inexplicable meanings. Pawan, Emperor, your plan seems to have failed? The narrative-level transcendent, eternal sin, has an indescribable equally divided polyhedron body with an infinite number of faces, and each face is inlaid with a dark vertical pupil. Countless eyes are looking at the balanced Kshatriya in unison, which is extremely weird and oppressive, revealing a hint of mockery. What is the problem? Isn't all this within the plan? Balunsha Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly moved his gaze, crossing the barriers of time and space, and taking in the tragic post-war scene in the heart of the vortex of the heavens. For a moment, his expression looked a little ugly. The reality covered by the sacred timeline has been completely locked. If you want to reverse time and space, you have to make the entire timeline reverse. How difficult is it? It is easy to say that the sacred timeline itself is difficult to shake. But the real difficulty lies in the fact that there are many transcendents floating in it. They are like dams, standing on the long river of time and space, cutting off, suppressing, and completely eliminating the possibility of time reversal. The losses in the hinterland of the dark disaster have become a foregone conclusion. If the super is escorted, it can be restored without all costs. But it is obviously not cost-effective after the measurement of the gains and losses. I didn't expect that kid to be so cruel. I thought he would be trapped in the land of silence. Humph! The Emperor Perot retracted his eyes, and seemed to be aware of the jokes around him. And his face was even more ugly. He snorted and stopped talking. Okay. Although the loss this time is heavy. But the plan is successful. Isn't it? Everything else is just the end of the side. He-Yuan shook his head slightly, and then walked towards the depths of the fog. Seeing this, the group of transcendents said no more, gathered their thoughts, and followed closely behind him. If ordinary heavens fell, like the barren spiral arm heavens of the myriad races, the transcendents would not care much at all. The reason they were so angry was that this time the black disaster caused the loss of many supreme heavens in the core of the vortex. These heavens contain their hard work, a large amount of resources, and countless monsters and geniuses. So there is a great chance that they will give birth to transcendent beings. The apparent losses are nothing. The most important thing is its future potential. Only those who transcend are worthy of their attention. The most terrifying group of beings in the world were now like mortals, pacing quietly in the fog, their breath completely concealed, appearing somewhat solemn. For a long time, the black disaster and his party finally stopped and stood in front of a dark freestone monument. The look of the black source was slightly condensed. 2 steps to the top, pressed the palm on the stone steel, and whispered in his mouth, "Buzz." The boundless black fog space was trembling and shaking. The boundless black fog all gathered together, swirling and condensing, becoming as viscous as liquid. In the black liquid, a ball of black light was faintly visible. Looking carefully, there was a blurry and twisted figure curled up in the black light, with its chest slowly rising and falling, as if it would break out of the light at any time. Boom! An invisible wave pattern rippling, until it beyond the perception of the edge, and then looked back at the gods. The blurred figure had opened his eyes. The empty hole was godless. The paint was dark and quiet, without the slightest emotional fluctuations, which was daunting. "You're here. I wait. I have seen the source of the first black light." All the black disaster transcendents, whether at the conceptual or narrative level, looked respectful and bowed towards the black light. If there is a versatile of the one nationality, it will be frightened and feels deeply disturbed. At the beginning of the black light, isn't he died? The first black light was the first ancient existence in the black disaster. The strength once overlooking all overlooks. Before the long years, they fell with the Lord of the Source of the one nationality. The Master of the Source is also extremely old and powerful. The origin is extremely mysterious. The Source Blue Star was founded by him. But I never thought that the Master of the Source was falling. But the source of this source had not died, and still survived in the dark. It has never been present for a long time. Master God, are you successful? He-Yuan's tone was excited, and there was admiration in his eyes as he looked at He-Guang. This was no longer a feeling that existed because of the difference in strength, but because there was an inseparable connection between the two. The original black light is the source of the existence of the black source. If there is no black light, there will be no black source. This is a locked causal relationship. Haha. Of course, it was successful. Yuan Chu He-Guang's eyes flickered, and he moved his body, as if he wanted to change into a comfortable posture, causing the strange black light outside his body, that was like water waves, to tremble slightly. I have proven the logic. After these words were spoken, although many transcendents were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but hold their breath and lower their eyes. They didn't dare to stare at the figure of Yuan Chu He-Guang anymore, and their expressions became more respectful. Although I have taken this last step, it is ultimately dependent on external objects, and my logic is extremely unstable. It will take time to completely integrate and digest this black light. During this time, you will be a little bit better. When my merits become a barrier, the one nationality is just a grasshopper after the autumn, and it can only be destroyed. There was a warning in the tone of Yuan Chu He-Guang. He was now in the most critical period. If he attracted the attention of all races and interrupted his transformation, then all his efforts would be in vain, and he would no longer have the chance to achieve logic. Let all races jump around. He just needs to endure through this period. Everything that exists is nothing but chickens and dogs. And he can destroy it with ease. Father God, I know what to do. Heiyuan bowed. The excitement in the scarlet eyes slowly pressed. And the restless thoughts were calm. We obey your orders. Balanchati, Azathoth, and other black disaster transcendents. No matter what plans they had. Now they all calmed down, and did not dare to disobey this future logical transcendent. To cover up the fusion of the original black light, and the black light, and to spy on the logic. This is the real purpose of the black disaster's invasion this time. Touching upon logic would undoubtedly expose unpredictable anomalies. Such movement could be big or small. But it could not escape the eyes and ears of the transcendents of all races. Especially Huang Yi and the other two. Their joint attack could faintly touch the logic. And they were very sensitive to the changes in logic. In order to be safe, Heiyuan chose to take action himself. Leading Huang Yi into the dark tomb. Away from the real 0-point time and space. And from time to time, he used ruthless people to divert the attention of the two. And even killed the ruthless people at the critical moment. Invading the spiral arm area. Planting the 7-color divine light. And conquering the gray and silent land. All of these are just means to cover up the origin of the black light. Using this as an excuse, a group of transcendents from all races were dragged into a confrontation. Making it impossible for them to pay attention to the unusual movements in the world. Now it seems that the plan was very successful and perfect. And the sacrifices of the endless heavens in the hinterland were nothing at all. Father God, there is one thing in Heiyuan. Is it the 7-color divine light? Yuanchu Heiguang had a sharp mind, and he guessed the worries in the hearts of the transcendents with just a glance. My lord, I have had contact with the human boy with the 7-color divine light. John's fake death, and the strange speed of improvement in the boy's strength undoubtedly show the strange power of the 7-color divine light. Balanchati bowed slightly. He was the first witness to the reappearance of the 7-color divine light. He also cast the real illusion. Because of Bai Donglin's immortality. He wanted to pull his ego consciousness into this place, and use the original black light to completely destroy him. Unfortunately, it failed in the end, because of John's intervention. The reappearance of the 7-color divine light disrupted his plan in the gray and silent land. And it also counterattacked the hinterland, causing considerable losses to them. When it comes to the importance attached to the 7-color divine light, Balancha Emperor is probably the first. There is no hindrance. Yuan Chuyai thought for a moment, and said, it's just an ant. When he achieved a superiority, I guess it has stabilized the realm. When he exits the customs, it is the day of his silence. Since that battle, Yuanchu Black Light has been hiding here. He did not participate in the war for the 7-color divine light. Nor did he witness the wonder of the 7-color divine light with his own eyes. He is confident. This confidence comes from the cognition after being exposed to logic. Everything in the world is nothing but logic. What 7-color divine light? Can it compete with logic? Yuan Chuyi did not put the 7-color god light at all. And the person who was placed in his eyes. He now has only one mind. He has spent this period of transformation steadily. When he leaves the level of stable logic, all obstacles are just illusory bubbles. I obey your command. Buzz. The black fog was surging. And the figures of the black disaster transcendent slowly dissipated under the blowing of the fog. These little brats. I hope you can behave yourself. Otherwise, Yuan Chu Heiguang's eyes flickered. And a flash of cruelty and brutality flashed across their faces. No matter who it was. If anyone dared to affect his plan, even Heiyuan, he would die. At the end, the depths of the core are calm. And in the dark mist flowing, only a painted black stone monument stands. Quiet. Silent. Chapter 822, Message from the Past. The end of Zero Boundary. White sky is the destination of all positive concepts. It is bright, white and vast. It is a forbidden zone where darkness can never breed. This place is difficult to find. The core of the black and white vortex of the black and white sky vortex on the two sides coincides with the gray dots on the conceptual space and space. It exists in the absolute none and is the other side of the zero boundary dark tomb. White, gray, and black are all on the same line at one point in space and time. In the white sky, the light rippling, and the magnificent shore appeared out of thin air. And many 10 million people were overwhelming. The human race is the most powerful among all races. As can be seen from the number of transcendents, more than half of whom are from the human race. Whether in terms of numbers or individual strength, they are absolutely dominant. This is why most of the supreme forces in the endless heavens are established and ruled by humans. War? I didn't expect you to be back. Ha ha ha. What a honor. We can meet again and fight side by side. The people who were overwhelming showed that the battle showed a complex color. After all, the war chose to sacrifice themselves for the one nationality. And they all owed the other party. Thank you for your concern. A smile flashed across John Gianni's face. And as he looked at the familiar figures around him, a little warmth emerged in his heart. On the road against the Black Disaster, they have been side by side for endless years, watching over each other. They are close friends who are willing to trust each other. Being able to meet again, even with the supreme state of mind of a transcendent person, can't help but feel a little fluctuating. Come! Come! John, tell us what happened to the seven-colored divine light. Why did you die and come back to life? Why did the seven-colored divine light reappear in the world now? After a brief reminiscing, the transcendents all sat cross-legged, with concepts rising and falling around them, and a look of inquiry on their faces. Tai, you are still the same. John smiled and shook his head. Supreme Tai was also a powerful human being. He came from the Origin Blue Star, and was a Origin Walker. His original name was Zhao. Have you forgotten? Before Tai achieved transcendence, he was known as the Lord of Lies. Isn't it normal for him to talk more? The black-robed Tontian and the white-robed Biming from the vast heavens smiled at each other. Although they were not both from the Blue Star, they were both strong swordsmen, and they admired each other, and had already become close friends. Dr. Chen's old god is there. Yi Desen's expression is solemn, and the purple light is behind him. And the superb, ancient dust and sand eyes are empty. Although the supreme existence is not knowing what he is thinking, he gathers his eyes on the battle. The white sky realm was somewhat quiet for a while. I was indeed dead, and the heavens of Zigo can be completely blocked, which is also proof. The war slowly opened, and the experience of resurrection after death was from beginning to end. Everyone frowned sometimes, and sometimes nodded, and it was difficult to be killed by the detached person. But the self-annihilation was not in this list. The war to cover the perception of the super-escaped person can only be achieved by the power of death at the cost of death. Well, that means the seven-colored divine light reversed your life and death? Incredible. What exactly is these seven-colored light? The Taoist master's eyes narrowed, and he made repeated pinches of the magic formula in his hands. The rich conceptual power lingered, like real willow catkins floating between his fingers. That Taoist, as always, he completely covered his trace. Is this the power from the seven-color god light? That's right. John shook his head and laughed, looking somewhat helpless. Donglin. He was once plotted against by Varan Shadi and suffered a lot. So he is very wary of transcendence. Even us. Based on my understanding of him, he will not take the initiative to contact us until he can safely protect himself under the control of the transcendent. As soon as this remark came out, a lot of people who came to the Blue Star looked at each other, all showing the weird color. The practice of Bai Donglin. The sense of identity of the heart. Cautiousness is a beautiful morality. The people of our generation have never been standing under the critical wall. Bai Daoyu is a very thoughtful person. Perhaps the seven-color god light is in his hands, but it is safer. Everyone here is to take Xingguang, and where do you want to do it? Moreover, will the seven-color god light be used by everyone? In that war, I did not try to make any attempts, and there was nothing to gain. Tongqian's sword eyebrows are moving slightly, and the eyes are round, with a little warning, especially for those exotic overlords. The meaning is self-evident. Tontian is right. John nodded slightly and took over the conversation, easing the slightly depressing atmosphere. I was trapped in the light of the seven-color god, and I used all the means, and I couldn't shake it. Only him East can drive the seven-color god light. The seven-colored divine light is a rare thing in the world that even transcendents like us cannot understand. It may really be the key to annihilation of the dark disaster. Therefore, I proposes to treat Bai Donglin with the most rigorous attitude. Protect the Tao of the Tao. Cut off all external instability factors. Especially the black disaster is over. Everyone heard the words. Silently nodded slightly. Bai Daoyu. From the Blue Star. My Blue Star. Helps each other. If the human race is the hegemon of the one ethnic group, then the veins of the Blue Star can be said to be the hegemon of the human race. They have taken the lead in saying that the overall situation has been set. Can. Seconded. Good. The big policy has been determined, representing that the one nationality recognizes that Bai Donglin holds the seven-color god light, and identified it as a killer against the Black Disaster. Battle. Although by Dao has not yet achieved exceptions, but with the help of the strange power of the heavenly vortex, he sent his concept to the sacred timeline. Supplemented by his immortal ability is to face overlords, and the sense of security should be greatly increased. You are familiar with him. Try to contact him. The best. You can protect it with you. After all, those guys in the Dark Disaster. That's how I wait. Sometimes, it may be too late to rescue. After listening to Tonkian's words, the war secretly thought about it, then nodded, and responded. However, I don't think that one of his narrative-level superbys will look at the price of a bodyguard. After all, they work hard for the existence of the one nationality. Bai Donglin is one of the hope of annihilation of the Dark Disaster, and has this qualification. Let's deal with the matter of the seven-colored divine light like this for now. Next, talk about the confrontation of this Dark Disaster. Gu's tone was deep, instantly attracting everyone's attention. As an ancient and powerful existence, whose strength could be ranked in the top 5 among all the transcendents, his prestige was extremely high. No one dared to look down on him, and they all showed solemn expressions when they heard the words. Dark Disaster. Launching this invasion. Fiery and strong movement. On the bright side, it comes for the seven-color god. But is this really the case? Oh, Gu, from what you said, there is indeed something strange about this matter. The people who are overlooked are all revealing. This time, the confrontation incident is indeed too weird. It is unusual everywhere. As if there is a big hand that drives all this. We were going to confront the invasion of the Black Disaster head-on, and start a war of transcendence. The reason why we chose to confront it. Ancient. Origin 4-color wheel. Down, Master. You should tell us the reason now. Right. That's right. A lot of people of the one nationality have never been honest with the Black Disaster. And they have more or less ideas that will directly start war. In the end, this kind of peaceful confrontation will be formed. All because of the entrustment of ancient people. Why? Let me wait for the trend. The 4-color wheels of the origin. The 4-color blue, white, yellow and black flow. And sometimes turn into a light wheel. Sometimes turning into a distorted 4-color figure. This transcendent from Blue Star is very special. He is formed by the fusion of 4 independent, yet unified consciousnesses. He is a leader in the narrative level, and controls a force called the Blue and White Foundation. He has taken in countless powerful Black Disaster warriors. Because the sound of the 4-color wheel of the origin was a bit erratic. A white palm of the light was revealed in the light and shadow. In the palm of the palms, a pebble was held. And the ordinary cobblestone was the color of the black-yellow. On the surface of the pebbles, there is a narrative force interwoven, forming a text that cannot be observed by ordinary eyes. The master of the source. The text left before disappearing. Time, place, and events all point to this confrontation. He told me so long before he was so far away. Everyone heard that they were all stunned. And the narrative-level superbers looked at the cobblestone and read the content recorded above. Impossible. The master of the source is indeed strong. But how can it see the future under the interference of many overlords? If there is only one superior in the world, then he can be called omnipotent and omnipotent. But when the equally powerful existence is no longer a single one, this kind of powerful has become an unsightly force that restricts each other. Can you see the future? And as the same level as you, can you not change the future? How can the future you see is the only unlocked state? It's that simple. The Lord of the Source is ancient and powerful. But it is only a narrative level superb. There are many existences on the present, let alone the Dark Disaster. No. Gu slowly shook his head, grasped his hand gently, took the pebbles in his hands, and held it hard. The ordinary stone was motionless, and it was not damaged. The reason why the origin of the origin was black light, because this thing was discovered in its dojo. But whether it was left by the owner of the source, it was not sure. I prefer another point of view. This thing may also be by accident of the source of the source. Even I can't shake it. There were sensitive superbers in the scene, and they frowned slightly, revealing the surprise. Logic. Gu Imoren remained silent, and did not deny it. He turned his hand, and put the dark yellow pebble away. From this point of view, the Dark Disaster's motion this time is indeed a plan. Not just because the 7-color god light is so simple. Gu, since you choose to believe the words on this stone, I guess you have some guesses. Right? At least, compared with the two, the benefits of our one nationality will definitely not be weaker than the Dark Disaster. When the Lord heard the words, his eyes were slightly moved, and the white eyebrows had to flutter. And his old voice sounded through the blank area, involving the power of logic. I have to treat it carefully. At this time, there are important incidents that are unknown. This is the case in the Dark Disaster, as is the one nationality. The plot of the Dark Disaster may have been successful. Isn't we the same? Can we convey this information in this world with logical power? And the gains and losses in it are self-evident. The white and empty domain was trapped in the tranquility for a while. And then many sights met. And they nodded silently. The figure of the figure dissipated, and left the white sky. And the Wano Super escaping returned to their respective dojos. John's eyes flickered, and he slowly stood up. His mind was no longer here. Huh? Chigu. Heaven? The battle surface was exposed. And then the idea was moved. And the time and space coordinates were locked. It seems that the eastward facing is really inflated again. And it took the initiative to withdraw the cover of the ring monument. This is, I want to see him. Chapter 823. Tai Continent. A land of nothingness on the edge. On this vast land, countless Black Disaster armies were once stationed. Even though they were destroyed hundreds of billions of years ago, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit belonging to the army still persists. Invisible and floating quietly in the absolute time and space. Middle. At this time, the concept called fighting intention rippled slightly. With a smile on his face, he stepped out calmly. The tall and burly figure was blurred, and the brilliance of the concept lingered on it. The white sky realm is so far away from here, almost vertically across the whirlpools of the heavens. But John K. reached it with his thoughts, which shows the great power of the transcendent. The smile in John's eyes froze slightly. He stretched out his hand, and held the nameless stone tablet floating quietly, not far away in his hand. He pondered for a moment, and then looked towards the Tai continent below. He believed that with Bai Donglin's character, he would not make such a joke. Sure enough, his sight penetrated the scarlet mist that shrouded the Tai continent, and he saw Bai Donglin's densely packed figure on the quiet, broken black land, running around and moving. And from time to time, a ball of bright light appeared in his hand, which was cautiously moved. Put it deep into the heart of the earth. Little friend Donglin. What are you doing? John took one step forward, and appeared behind Bai Donglin in an instant. With his level, he could easily distinguish his clone from mine. Although he had already guessed something in his heart, he still asked with a strange look on his face. Oh, Senior John, you are here. Wait a moment. I will be finished soon. Bai Donglin looked back at John. The slightly raised corners of his mouth looked a little sinister and cold. He kept moving his hands, and shot a light ball condensed from the miniature vortex of the heavens into the ground. The power of the vortex dissipated slightly, and his breath horrible, and then completely disappeared. After a long time, many figures stopped at the same time, dissipated and returned to their original form. Bai Donglin clapped his hands, and looked around Tai continent. After making sure that nothing was missing, he nodded with satisfaction. It's done. The Tai War territory has completely fallen, and Black Disaster has lost the qualification to settle in the treasure land of Grey Silence. How can they be willing to do so? After digesting the pain of this battle, there is no doubt that Black Disaster will definitely make a comeback. Hee. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the Black Disaster's army will be too small. The gift I carefully arranged will be enough for them to drink a pot. More than just drinking a pot. Donglin is still too humble. If there is no transcendent person to intervene, as many Black Disasters will come as many people will die. John's eyes flashed, seeing through the terrifying things under the dark earth. And his brows couldn't help but twitch. This kid is really sinister and ruthless. Moreover, this seven-color divine light was too heaven-defying. It was strangely immortal, and could cut through the spiritual world and the body infinitely. Even he could not catch the slightest trace of its recovery in an instant, let alone understand it. Details. Not bad. This move is very domineering. John nodded in approval. Naturally, the more Black Disaster creatures died, the better. He would only clap his hands and applaud. But this kind of trivial fight didn't arouse much interest in him. So he immediately took out the nameless stone tablet. Donglin, what do you mean by bringing me here? Haha. Taking the initiative to contact the Transcendence is not like your usual style. A smile flashed in John's eyes, obviously referring to Bai Donglin's departure without saying goodbye. Hurriedly escaping, and immediately hiding his traces, so that he could not find him. Ha ha ha. I made Senior laugh. But today is different from the past. Senior, don't be surprised either. I was really scared to death by the terror of the Transcendent. and I wanted to run away to the end of the world. Bai Donglin shook his head and smiled bitterly, with a look of self-mockery on his face. Then he straightened his expression and solemnly bowed his hand to Jean. Senior Jean? Thank you. This thank you contains many things. He was grateful for the life-saving grace, although the two of them were helping each other at that time. He also released Jean from the seven-color divine light. Also, when he was in the Giga Heavens, he had achieved great power with the help of many treasure inheritances left by Jean. Also, it is to express gratitude in advance for what he will ask Jean to do next. Donglin, why do you need to say thank you? I will help you today, and you will help me tomorrow. I am not helping you, but myself, the human race, and all sentient beings. Jean slowly shook his head. As the only being who could control the seven-color divine light, it was of such great significance. Some trivial matters were simply insignificant. Then he raised his palm lightly, and Bai Donglin's figure suddenly stopped, unable to bow any more. Bai Donglin's pupil shrank. Seeing this, he could only give up, thinking secretly in his heart that indeed, there was still a gap between himself and the transcendent. Even if Jean was not an ordinary concept-level transcendent. Do you want me to break the barrier of Giga Zutian? Zhang Yang raised the nameless stone tablet in his hand, with the sensitivity of a transcendent person. How could he not guess Bai Donglin's little thoughts? That's right. Senior. Are you in trouble? Bai Donglin nodded heavily. It was time to rescue the only true world from the prison. And he still had many treasures inside that he couldn't get out. It's a little troublesome, but it's not difficult at all. John's eyes flashed slightly, and his sight seemed to penetrate the stone tablet, seeing the broken heavens inside, as well as every plant and tree in it, and finally locked on the traces of the 9 suppressed transcendents. It is not difficult to break the isolation barrier he has personally set up. The only ones who need to worry are the Black Disaster transcendents. When the seal is broken, they will naturally sense it, and they will come here in an instant. I know I can't fight 1 against 9. Donglin, don't move around here. I'll come back as soon as I go. Uh-huh. John disappeared in an instant and returned to the white sky realm. Several detached people who had not yet left cast inquiring glances. Ancient, Taoist, origin of the Wheel of 4 Colors. Dr. Chen, Shang, Wanya. One by one, they are all narrative-level supreme beings. Ruthless characters. Uh-huh. I feel at ease now that all my Taoist friends are here. John chuckled softly, then raised his hand and lightly slapped it on the nameless stone tablet. Click. It was as if countless layers of invisible chains had been broken into pieces. And the unbreakable cage, the barrier that could completely isolate the perception of a group of transcendent beings, was easily erased. To untie the bell, the person who tied the bell must be tied. If Jean takes action himself, the problem will be solved naturally. In an instant, 9 eerie and terrifying auras emerged from the stone tablet. In an extremely distant area, 9 indescribable figures paused for a moment, then opened their eyes, projecting terrifying sights across time and space. Snort. The transcendent ones took action, either with a punch, or with a flick of a finger, or with their eyes as swords. The indescribable terrifying power pursues the sight of those who have transcended the Black Disaster, and strikes straight away into the endless darkness. Ho ho ho! Damn it! It's you humans again! The sight of the Black Catastrophe Transcendent was completely cut off, and he was furious and incompetent. But he did not choose to descend into his true form. I don't know whether it was because he was afraid of the people in the white sky, or because the order of the original black light had an effect. Thanks. John waved his hand, then took the nameless stone tablet and disappeared suddenly. All traces of the Black Disaster in the Giga Heavens were wiped clean by him, including the traces of the 9 kinds of transcendent beings. Everyone in Bai Kong just nodded, not taking this little thing to heart, and then fell back into the interrupted discussion. Bai Donglin felt a flash of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and Jean appeared in front of him again, disappearing within an instant, as if he had never left. Senior? The isolation has been erased, and the Giga Heavens can return to the realm of nothingness at any time. John's expression was indifferent, but deep in his calm eyes, a hint of complexity quietly flashed. Feeling inexplicably sad, because of his personal choice, he was not the only one who was sacrificed. The entire Giga Heavens, including the War Clan, were forever silenced in the cage. Moreover, because of the overbearing power of isolating the secret method, this ending was to become a transcendent person. Even though he is the only one, there is no way to reverse the change. He felt guilty for his own people and the Giga heavens who gave birth to him. Thank you, Senior. I only want the one true world that can stop all the heavens. It's up to you, Senior, to place it. Bai Donglin is not a person who takes advantage of the situation and knows how to accept it when he sees it. Now, to him, a mere fragment of the heavens, even the highest heavens that gave birth to transcendent beings, is nothing. The only true world is the most important to him. To a certain extent, the only true world is his homeland, which gave birth to his foundation. Good. John Z raised his hand and waved, and a round ball of light slowly floated out from the stone tablet. The extremely huge one true world was as small as a marble in John's hand. Buzz! The light ball trembled slightly, and 2 rays of light shot out, flying around by Donglin, and then one fell on his fingers, and the other fell on his waist. Roulette of life and death. Lucky ring. These 2 things have great origins. With Bai Donglin's strength, he cannot reproduce them. It is obvious that their essence involves detachment. Needless to say, the lucky ring is more complicated than the roulette of life and death. It was originally a black and white stone monument standing at the end of the only true world of reincarnation. The black steel was taken away by Dao Wuzu and turned into an object carrying the god of pregnancy and demon-casting scripture. The spirit of the white steel was reincarnated and became his younger brother Bai Xian. In the battle to break the wall, it was also Bai Xian. The emperor brought the white tablet and the black tablet to merge into the roulette of life and death, saving him from the endless reincarnation, which was a very critical link in defeating the Mother River. Senior, do you know the origin of this black and white stone tablet? Hearing this, John glanced at the wheel of life and death, with a flash of memory in his eyes. These 2 stone tablets were obtained in a secret realm when I and fellow Taoist Chen were traveling in the void. At the beginning, Chen was opposed to my choice, so he and I each threw out the stone tablets in our hands. I engraved warnings on them, and he engraved hopes on them. He said that the potential of living beings is endless. Intelligent living beings will always pursue the light of freedom. No matter how strong the cage is, it will be broken one day. Ha ha ha. Now it seems that Brother Chen is indeed superior in skills, and has left no omissions. When Bai Donglin heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turns out that this was the case. Presumably at the beginning, some of the creatures saw the black monument at the end of reincarnation. Affected by the warning, they became hidden, while the other part of the creatures saw the white monument, then became a wall breaker. This is where the conceptual differences between hiding and breaking walls come from. John raised his eyebrows slightly, then stretched out his hand, and a stream of 8-color light shot out from the stone tablet. The war monument was originally located in the suppression space of the stone monument in the Guishu land. Azathatha's broken arm was erased, and it was naturally free. This little guy seems to like you very much? Ha. Donglin, I'll give this thing to you. John shook his head and laughed. It was just a transcendent weapon. He didn't take it to heart. But it was just unexpected that Bai Donglin's charm actually made his creation want to deviate. In that case, I would be disrespectful. Bai Donglin looked happy and reached out to take the war steel. His eyes were filled with memories. He had spent a lot of effort to collect the 8 sharp-edged steel, and the other party also brought him a lot of help. Buzz! The war monument was buzzing with excitement, and the 8-colored divine light was shining brightly. It rubbed against Bai Donglin's hand, feeling very attached to it. Ha ha ha! Bai Donglin and John looked at each other and laughed in unison. Chapter 824. The Empress is out. East. Do you want to stand your roots in the place of Gray? After hearing Bai Donglin's plan, there was a little surprise in his eyes. It was not that the land of Gray silence was not good. Instead, it was because it was too good to extend all kinds of troubles, regardless of the other time. It is said that the dark disaster that will come back at any time is a threat that cannot be ignored. The foundation of the foundation is naturally safer. If it is possible to face the invasion of the dark disaster at any time, even if it is the supreme treasure of the ground of Gray, the value will be greatly reduced immediately. Well, I have considered all the issues involved, and this is a decision made after careful consideration. Bai Donglin nodded gently, and looked at the only real world hanging in the palm of his palm. This realm is his birthplace, in the long river of time and space. His time paradox is circulated, which is of great significance and worthy of his careful cultivation. Don't look at the only true realm at this time, but it is just a strong and powerful universe. But he is confident that he can cultivate it into a world that is not weaker than any party. It is not difficult to do this with a nutrient dish full of nutrients. Well, I ignore it. You are now the Lord of Gray Silence. The understanding of the land of Gray is above anyone. John's eyes flickered slightly. The power of vortex is a very strange power. It does not even exist in any concept. Even a transcendent person cannot replicate the same power. At present, through Bai Donglin, there is only one way to master the power of the vortex. That is to bread the endless vortex of the heavens. And all the heavens have a complete will of heaven. In addition, these will must be from the same book. This is the last point that it is difficult to live. Transcendent people can, like Bai Donglin, create so many heavens in their bodies, gather them into a vortex, and use some means to give them the will of the heavens. But they cannot make these infinite wills of the heavens split from their own self-consciousness. Splitting his own clones is extremely difficult and limited. Only Bai Donglin's self-consciousness, which has been transformed by the seven-color divine light, can easily split his own clones infinitely. It can be said that there are many people in the world, but only Bai Donglin has the existence of the power of the vortex. The land of Gray is formed by the absolute time and space of black and white. In the process of breeding, the vortex of the heavens played a key role. Because of this, Bai Donglin could control the land of Gray Silence. After the Black Disaster institutional battle, the endless food was devoured, and the strength soared. The many times of the heavens were born to perfect, and the power of the vortex was naturally stronger. Bai Donglin's control and understanding of the land of Gray has reached an incredible state. Therefore, he dared to stand the roots in the place of Gray. Although I don't know what your plan is. The return of the Black Disaster is certain. Some small guys won't be a problem for you, Donglin, but I'm afraid that some transcendents will take action. So, the tone of the war, the voice did not fall, and had set foot on the void. His eyes closed, and his arms opened. I will cast a narrative barrier for the land of Gray and Silence. It can block the means of being detached from the overcome of the disaster. Rather than the barrier, it is better to be a warning method. After all, the supreme existence of all things in the world will not be blocked by the barrier. Woohoo! It seemed that there was Yingming's emergence. Bai Donglin widened his eyes, and he saw nothing, and the battle had opened his eyes. And a calm look of me. Is the power of narrative? Bai Donglin muttered to himself. If it was the power of concepts, his vortex power would not have no reaction at all. And only a higher level narrative could ignore his perception. If he used the narrative perspective, it would be worth a look. But thinking of the great terror he had experienced, Bai Donglin decisively gave up the idea. It was completely unnecessary. He had not reached that level yet, and rashly touching the power of narrative would only bring trouble upon himself. What's the matter here? What difficulties in the future? You can come to me at any time. John revealed his intention to leave, although he really wanted to stay by Bai Donglin's side and protect him. He knew that the other party was extremely wary and pursued absolute freedom. He was disgusted with any form of surveillance, even if it was out of good intentions. From this, you can only stop. Oh! The seniors go slowly. Bai Dong was full of smiles and waved his hand. Without reluctance. But he was relieved. And he got along with the over-escape from the level of his life. The pressure was really great. The discomfort and instinct made him feel like a needle felt. That battle monument. The battle was squeezed. And the gaze was deep. Hey, senior. I understand. Very good. The war nodded with satisfaction. Then the figure twisted for a while, and the concept of entering the concept disappeared. After the war left, Bai Donglin's expression gradually returned to calmness, raised his hands to fight the monument, and the unable to see the superb light covered all the traces of his existence. But he missed the monument. This is a compromise with war. After all, the other party is out of good intentions, and he is not good at refusing 3 times. Hey, eat people's mouths soft and short. The ancients do not bully me. Bai Donglin shook his head, looking shameless as if he had gotten something for nothing. He raised his hand and tore open the dark crack, walked in, and returned to the Gray and Silent place. The land of Gray has an indelible characteristic, although the super-escaped person cannot control the place. With their strength, between their hands and feet, they can fell into reality, turn them into illusions, and shatter them. However, this kind of destruction is meaningless. Under the interweaving of the absolute time and space of black and white, the place of Gray will soon be borne out, returns to its peak, and even consumes a lot of material, energy, information, Concepts that consume a lot of black and white vortex because of rebirth. If you want to completely erase the land of gray, there is only one method. That is, the black and white vortex first wipe out. This kind of beamless behavior, even if the black disaster is willing to do it, the overlord of the one nationality will never be allowed. Therefore, to a certain extent, it is very safe to exclude the terrible fierce places that are naturally bred. And Bai Donglin, who is the lord of gray silence, is naturally not afraid of any fierce danger. Well, this place is good. Bai Donglin has a step-by-step, and appears in the center of the mainland of the ground of gray. Everything here is particularly rich and full, which is definitely a supreme treasure of practice. A high peak stands between heaven and earth, extremely huge and boundless, with its tip reaching straight into the sky. Bai Donglin's palm trembled, and the only real world resumed the original size of the original size, the round ball of 10 trillion light years, and fell on the top of the mountain. It was just right. The bright world is glory, transmitting in the thick clouds, and it is extremely gorgeous. The sky is like a large day that has never fallen. Buzz, the only world of the real world, ripples. A figure coming out, graceful and luxurious. Emperor's mighty. Countless beliefs of the dragons around the body. And longing Feng is endless. Little brother. Ha. Big sister. I haven't seen you for a long time. Bai Donglin's smile was bright, opposite to Bai Yuanjin's eyes, perceiving the familiar breath and warmth in his heart. Huh. It's a long time. Don't I say? I will break the cage of heaven and earth myself. How can you? Looking at Bai Yuanjin with a face full of anger, Bai Donglin couldn't help laughing in his heart. His elder sister was really arrogant. She probably couldn't save face for the Empress, and didn't want to admit that she had boasted at the beginning. The barrier of the narrative sacrifice life is a barrier. But can it be broken if you want to break it? Although Bai Yuanjin's achievements are indeed not bad. With his help, he has stepped into the eternal shore. But it is still far from breaking the barrier. That's right. Bai Yuanjin has stepped into the other side. It still rely on her own efforts. Bai Donglin's so-called help is not great. The only true world is too isolated, and all the heavens are in ruins. It is very good to be able to achieve the 11th realm, let alone the other shore. In this regard, we have to say that Bai Yuanjin's belief in the way of the divine dynasty is special, and he relies little on external factors. Bai Donglin has the only real environment in the real world that is too comfortable, which is not good for the progress of civilization. So he casts something in it. For example, the crystal ball universe that was once obtained from Chiomyakong, after he threw the Zerg Queen egg into it. After a long period of development, both the silicon-based technological civilization and the Zerg genetic civilization were promoted to the 10th level civilization. With such a distinctive civilized universe, he invested thousands of real worlds. At that time, the real world could be described as a pot of porridge. After nearly trillion years of development, the Xiaoshan dynasty successfully absorbed the advantages of these civilizations and developed extremely powerful. It can be described as everyone is like a dragon. Bai Yuanjin is a female emperor. Ha! Don't blame your elder sister. This is the wrong brother. Without the permission of the elder sister, I do so well. But I definitely have no doubt your ability to your elder sister. Just, brother, this is missing you. How can you bear the elder sister? You suffer in the cage? Bai Donglin smiled playfully, coaxing Bai Yuanjin as if he was coaxing a child. He cherished the warm atmosphere at the moment. Looking around, how many people in the world were worthy of his treatment like this? Humph. All right. I forgive you. When Bai Yuanjin heard this, his eyes suddenly softened, and he could no longer pretend to be angry. Brother, where is this? What a powerful breath. The perception spread until the limit of the other side still could not touch the margin of the world, and perceive all kinds of strange places. In some places, she even made her feel shocked, and her pupils could not help shrinking. How big is this place? Bai Yuanjin's tone is full of admiration. Is this the world? In contrast, the only true realm is like dust, which is small. This domain is named Gray Silence. The mainland is east-west. 1800 billion super thoughts. Bai Donglin bares his hands, stands on the top of the mountain, and looks at the 10 parties. Super thought? The virgin daughter-in-law was a little doubtful. She lived deeply in a prisoner, but she did not understand this strange length unit. One super thought is equivalent to 10,000 trillion light years. Bai Donglin spoke in a light tone. From his perspective, although the gray and silent land was vast and boundless, it was nothing. Bayou Engine. Chapter 825. Fire in the Backyard. In the dark and dark, a big bird cast by a leap from the Immortal Gold passed by. The feathers were like a knife, and the gods were shining. The wings exhibition did not know tens of thousands of miles. On the top of the giant bird's head, there was a magnificent shore sitting, and the wind was on the wind, but he couldn't move him with a strand of hair. With solemn expression, and the endless rune stream of the eyes opened slightly. Inspector Jiawu 76. Reporting to the central government. In the eternal Yuan C9, the conventional patrol of the 300 billion times has ended. The defense mechanism is operating normally, and no traces of black disaster are found. The above. The man's eyes trembled slightly. The rune stream scattered instantly, and the pupils reflected the scene in the darkness. It is an invisible light film that cannot be detected in the naked eye. It is aggressive and condensed from the tedious mysterious road pattern. Cry. The giant bird flapped its wings, and its speed increased rapidly. In just a moment, it broke free from the darkness behind it, and was thrown into the light. The sight is out of the giant bird, and the infinitely raised, and there is an endless metal disc jumping into the eye. It is the gate of eternal. The invasion of the dark disaster, which lasted less than trillion years old. Hurry to come and go. After the white horror joined the rotary arm battlefield, the one tribe had a little power, and put a little energy on the place of gray. The breach of the gate of eternity is an established fact, and the top leaders of all races are unable to repair it. In desperation, they can only send troops to set up multiple blockades, and deploy defense and early warning measures in the abyss of eternity, sending strong men to patrol inside and outside at all times. In addition, in the place of gray, not far away from the gate of eternal, there is also an outpost base. As a rear eye, if there is a dark disaster invasion, you can make a defensive attitude in time. The vast army, regarded death as a home, is a nation, for all sentient beings, stepping into the vortex above the sky, never returned. Woohoo! Strong. In the bright hall, there were many figures, all with longing and admiration in their eyes, staring in a trance at the old man who was shouting loudly on the platform, as if they had all seen that magnificent, tragic and fearless scene. Old ancestors, do those adults really succeed in entering the hinterland of the dark disaster? You said. Can they still come back? The pretty woman opened her naive eyes. Her tone was a little weak and sad. Return? The old man was silent. He looked around at the pairs of expectant eyes below, and couldn't help but sigh heavily in his heart. Where is the hinterland of black disaster? It was not only him, but he came to the other side of the eternity, and he was a little confused. Why would the evil wind military owner make a decision to counterattack the black disaster? Thousands of years ago, they came here. What they saw was empty, and none of them existed. On top of the information, they saw a message from the evil wind owner, and countless soldiers, depending on the firm belief of death. Hope so. The old man shook his head, suppressed his thoughts, glanced at the people below with an indifferent look, and said in a deep voice, "This sermon is over. Everyone disperse. Go back and practice well. Remember your mission. Remember the mission of the Sentinel." Yes, old ancestor. Wait for retreat. Buzz. These seemingly young men and women actually had considerable cultivation. They all turned into streams of light, entered the laws of nature, and disappeared. The old man named Ruer Eternity, with a group of followers, and was ordered to establish an outpost base here. Even if the time of gray silence passes is 10,000 times slower than the outside world, it has passed for nearly millions of years. For the other side, this is nothing but a white horse. But those followers cannot reach the erosion of the years. In 100 million years, the small outpost base has developed into a vast world, and the creatures cannot be counted, all of which are derived from those followers. Being trapped here, in addition to practice, there is nothing to do, only to make a baby who is desperate. Fortunately, within the scope of the radiation of the eternal door, there is no murderous land. And then, there are other shores to draw the world to divide the world. The disaster is dependent on each other, and the place of gray is one of the best places, even in the Century world. Even if it is only a baby who has just been born, he also has magical power, and only if he explodes the stars. On this day, the calm and quiet Century world, the wind was a little hustle and bustle. Suddenly, snap! A crispy sound spread throughout the world, and countless creatures looked up at the sky. looking at the dark cracks that could not be seen by the sky. Sizzle. A giant ship was slowly scratched from the cracks. Blood stains. And the broken hull rubbed on the time and space on top of time and information, making a hard and harsh roar. 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 There were countless towering figures, roaring and fighting on the hull. The blade connected, and then fragmented and dissipated like a bubble. Countless bones can be seen everywhere, and even the wreckage of horrible breath is embedded in the cracks of the ship's body. Looking at it at a glance, the gods of the gods and brilliant soldiers are stacked like mountains. Tick! At the sunken part of the ship, blood gathered into a sea of blood hundreds of thousands of light years wide. The giant ship shook, and a drop of blood slipped out, tearing through the space and falling to the earth. Boom! A drop of blood, heavy and countless, smashed a bottomless abyss that was tens of billions of kilometers in diameter on the dark land. The vast and cold, silent, bloody horror. Ah! What? What is this? Black disaster. It must be the black disaster invading. Enemy! Lowell's the highest alert. He had seen such a horrible scene in the century of the century world. After a brief panic, some high-level expressions changed slightly, rushing towards the center of the center, and at the same time crushed the jade card in his arms. When the sky was broken, Ruhr opened his eyes fiercely. A ray of magic flashed, and the information was revealed. The battleships of the heavens. The truth number. Although this giant ship was covered in blood, had scars, and piled with corpses, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. The essence of the information had not changed, and naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the other side. Ruhr's look was surprised. Too late to think about it. Stepped out, and instantly appeared in the internal space of the truth. In the eyes, the heavy bronze coffin was quietly suspended. We are back. We are back. All the soldiers of our 10,000 races are back. Lugu looked stunned for a while, and his mind was moving. He peeped into the leopard in the tube. Through this countless coffin, he could imagine how miserable the expedition was. Ahem. Ruhr. Is it you? The evil wind leader. Kang Wu. The leader of time and space. The figures of the three showed from nothingness. All looked pale. The breath was sluggish, and the source of the information was covered with cracks. Evil wind. You even. Ruhr's looked back, and he was stunned. He thought that there were no living people here. I did not expect that there were still 3 survival of the other shore. What the hell is going on? It wasn't that he looked down on the Taoist friends in front of him, because it was the hinterland of the dark disaster. Oh, this matter is long. The owner of the evil wind slowly shook his head and pulled out a trace of laughter. But deep into the eyes of the eyes, there was a strong pride flashed. Can you not be proud? A small coalition forces completely destroyed the highest territory of the black disasters in several parties. These results were difficult to measure. Of course, all this must be attributed to Bai Ling and his friends who died at all. The return of the truth number completely detonated the eternal Yuan. A major army came to the land of Grey. Many other shores came in a hurry. They welcomed the return of the generals to return to their corpses. Many matters come up one after another. It's so lively. By Donglin and Empress Yuanjin. Breaking through time and space, ignoring all barriers and obstacles, suddenly appeared at the conference center of the allied forces of all races. The strange existence, the strange breath, the attitude of ignoring everything, caused the breath of everyone on the other side to riot, and the rolling will came to a press. The noisy hall suddenly fell into quiet. Who are you? Someone on the other side frowned and asked in a deep voice. Presumptuous. When the leader of the evil wind army saw Bai Donglin, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But when he saw someone being so rude, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily. Master Bai, are you back? Grown-ups. Kang Wu's movements were even more swift. Before everyone could react, he rushed in front of Bai Donglin, bowed and knelt, extremely excited and respectful. He is the adult. The other side of all the people is not a fool. Seeing that the evil wind is like this, they have a sudden birth in their hearts. They quickly press their thoughts and look solemn and respectful. We greet the Lord of Grey Silence. Master Bai. Saint Anne. My lord. I have an endless family. Master Sia's salvation. Praise, compliments, gratitude and all kinds of words are heard endlessly. When Bai Yuanjin on the side saw this, the corner of his mouth could not help raise slightly. And the younger brother was still so outstanding. No matter where he was always the focus. My fellow Taoists, I am honored. Bai Donglin looked indifferent and waved his hand. Facing this supreme honor, there was no fluctuation in his heart at all. Although the truth was sent back to the place of gray. But because it was too vast here, it took a lot of time to cross this. So he could send it first. After finishing the affairs of the one true world, he rushed here, especially to meet the people on the other side. Not to hear flattery. I, Bai Donglin, the first generation of Gray Silence, announced here, from now on, take care of the place of Gray. Gray Silence. Black disaster creatures are not allowed to enter. The 10,000 races have the authority to enter. But they need to go through the channels established by my forces. Bai Donglin raised his hand, and directly through a piece of dark stone monument with dense text. Various regulations, ban, and a large area. This. On the other side of the nation, the adult was slightly changed. In the future, every creator who wants to enter the ground of the great place must pay an entry fee, which is an unimaginable huge resources. Hee. Rest assured, I will naturally not collect everyone's stuff. In the future, I will enter the gray silent life of the Mandarin. Bai Donglin smiled and received a protection fee. Naturally, he still got a little bit of power. Of course, this protection only includes the fierce place, killing each other, and the chance of life-saving only once. Once you use it, you will be thrown out of the ground. Exchange money for life. No one should be cheated. Hearing Bai Donglin's words, there was some dissatisfaction on the other side. How could he like to have a good life outside of your heart? The will of the Lord of Grey Silence. I have known it. And I will go back to the high level of the Wanbin. Bai Donglin's meaning is obvious. And the people on the other side are not easy to stay. After bowing, they took their own army and left the place of Grey. Rise. Boom. Lu Vu's expression was indifferent. Standing on the sky, holding his palms down. Standing for nearly 1,000,000 years of the century world. He was caught in his palm, bringing away from the place of Grey. Aren't you leaving? In the moment, people went to the building. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and then looked back at the three of Kangwu. Ahem. Sir, we are your soldiers, so we have to follow you and help you with trivial matters. Kangwu looked solemnly. And a pair of you rushed to me, and I didn't leave. That's right. That's right. Kangwu's words are also what we think. Bai Donglin was thinking slightly, and then nodded. Indeed, he needed to click on the town field. It is always impossible for him to collect the toll in person. Okay. As you wish. After all, reaching out, the torrent of the three-way enhanced energy gathered, and the source of the information of Kangwu and others, wiped out all the cracks. The three of them were injured, and the breath suddenly returned to its peak. Thank you. Sir. Bai Donglin waved his hand, and then looked up at the sky, and his eyes were like a vortex. Brother, are you here? Bai Yuanjin was puzzled, and with her understanding of her younger brother, such a secret appearance was not to play cool. Brother. The pupils of the evil wind were slightly shrinking. I did not expect that this weird woman had such a relationship with Lord Bai. And suddenly a little solemn in her heart. Now that I have selected the foundation, Bai Yujing has naturally moved over. Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly stubborn. Through the power of the vortex, he had formed a sense of interpreting with the endless sky vortex, and locked the Taihao Tian. Open! He raised his palm like a knife, and slowly slashed it down. A dark crack appeared in the sky, which was extremely deep and established a connection with the 10 spiral arms of the Purple Palace that were extremely far away. With the power of the vortex, controlling the land of Grey, you can open the passage that reaches any corner of the vortex of the heavens. This is the advanced use of his expedition to return to the power of the vortex. This is the most critical factor that regards the land of Grey Silence as the old nest. Entering the hinterland of the dark disaster, retreat can be guarded in the endless heavens of the one nationality. Boom. In the end, the original site of the other side. Now, Bai Yujing's headquarters was captured by an invisible hand that covered the sky. And the slamming into nothingness disappeared. Not good. Time and space were torn apart. And Jianshu, source of information, and others flocked in, looking at the empty Bai Yujing with panic on their faces. How can this explain to Bai Dong? Huh? The source of information paused. He received a message from Bai Donglin and understood everything in an instant. Hee. Don't panic. This is what Bai Daoyu did. What? Bai Donglin ran away. Jianqian widened his eyes. His face was unbelievable. Brother Sword said with caution. Don't want to be nonsense. Boom! There was a fierce trembling in the dark, and the huge world fell from the sky, flattening the mountain mausoleum. And the two were perfectly integrated. Clang! Chant! A crispy sword groaning, sounding through the sky. And the next moment, the extremely thick scarlet sword pillar rose from Yujing Shishan. Plumbing! Wai Fong Xiao Xiao. Dare to go to Bai Yujing Sato. Weeping blood turned into the sky and lonely, seemingly domineering. But Dugu defeated the heavenly heart, which set off a stormy wave. Even in the case of his unawareness, the entire Bayou Kyoto was captured. And the strange world that perceived it was also strange and horrible. It's terrible. In the past, with the master guarding the place, Shishua would have no scruples. But a long time ago, the master's clone disappeared and never returned. Moreover, for some reasons, many good players also left Bai Yujing. At this moment, Bai Yujing is the strongest strength. Sensing the fear of Shishua, a smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. This guy was usually very lazy, so it was a good opportunity to give him a warning and let him understand the importance of strength. Seeing that his goal was achieved, he let out a breath. Weeping blood. It's me. Chant. The burly body of Dugu was instantly melted, and he returned to the real body of the blade. The scarlet luminous light broke through the void and circled a dance around Bai Dongfei. Master! Master! You are finally back. I want to die for you. Okay. Don't be poor. Bai Donglin reached out and held the crying blood, and took the people behind him to Yujing Shishan. Perceiving and noticing that Bai Yujing had a lot of familiar breath, and his brows could not help but frown. The couple of Bai Jiana. Xiaozi Xiao Xiao. Pity. The entire 12th floor is gone, and the person who is close to him is less than 5 fingers. It seems that in this trillion years, a lot of things happened in Bai Yujing. To the main hall, Bai Dong is sitting on top of the god's seat. Although he can exert magical power, through the power of time, cause and effect, information, etc., he can instantly realize everything. But he did not do so. If he did so, those who were observed by him would no longer have any secrets in his eyes. Even if they cursed him quietly in their hearts at a certain point in time, he would know it. These means of contempt for human rights are used to deal with the enemy, even strangers, and Bai Donglin can be comfortable, but they do not want to use it to deal with themselves, with his own self. He was extremely disgusted with the monitoring of others. It's just that some people can resist. Some people are helpless, and more people even know nothing. Crying blood? Talk about it. What happened? The tone was faint, but it was full of indifferent majesty, which made the breath in the hall a lot of instantly. The crying blood heard that the sword suddenly trembled, and the active flew away from the temple. The scarlet light shone, and in a twisted distortion, it turned out a figure. Brother Chung. Ito Odi. Well, master. Talk long. It's messy. Your harem is messy. That group of women. Alas. Chung brother shook his head and swayed his head, blinked towards Bai Donglin. His mouth was slightly raised, and a wretched look of the holy hand. I said, what do you mean by your emotional brother? I want to enter the heavenly furnace. Right? Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his face appeared on his face. But his heart was relieved. It seems that the problem is not big, but the noise of the woman's house. No! Master! Spare my life. Here's what happened. After listening to the explanation of the crying blood, the three of the Kangwu looked strangely. Bai Yuanjin's smile was filled, and the corner of his mouth could not help rising. Bai Donglin hosted his forehead and smiled bitterly. Woman, especially a powerful woman, it is really troublesome. Chapter 826 Bloodline Descendants. Most High. Sanyua. Located in the core area of the One nationality. It is the supreme heaven of the four-color origin of the narrative level super-detached. The heavens in the vortex of the heavens of the One nationality are endless, regardless of the strength of each of the heavens. Each party has its own special features and focuses on the face. It is like Sanyua's heaven, because of the rotation of the four-color origin. It has absolute authority on the way of information. It is countless 11 strong people. The sacred place to practice information is not an exaggeration to say that it is the best place to go. However, in order to safeguard the interests of local monks, Sanyua Jutian is extremely strict to the distribution of cross-border places, or has contributed to the One nationality, or has achieved great achievements on the battlefield of the Black Disaster, or pays a lot of resources to enter the Sanyue. Of course, If you think that a strong existence, you can also choose to smuggle. But you have to make the psychological preparation of being charged by the blue and white fund. Origin of 4 color wheels. Ink. Blue. White. Yellow. Is it them? By Donglin's eyes narrowed. Standing in the empty domain. And the eyes of the 4 colors in front of the eyes. The deepest memories of his mind slowly emerged. 4 in 1? Or something else? Shaking his head gently. The known information is too little to analyze. In short, the super away from the source of the source of the source also spread the traces of the existence. He is one of the carriers. Go. See these little guys? What ghosts are you doing? By Yujing's 12th floor. The 5 major city owners, except by Jiana, including Blood Slaughter and others, are now in the heavens of Sanyue. And they have reached the 11th realm. And then seek the way to the other side, and seek a way out. Meow. By Yuanjin's eyes were not dispersed. And the Bing Meow in his arms was lazy, whispering. And the blue pupils stared at Bai Donglin straight. And he was about to move into the opponent's arms. Well, you are still obedient for the kitten. And you don't follow them blindly. Meow. Bing Meow was very happy to receive the praise. Speaking of which, Bing Meow has a close relationship with Bai Donglin. She was born in the ancient times of the only true world. Her body was a chaotic ice crystal. It was only after she was transformed by the endless Tao that she was born with intelligence. This is why Bing Miao wakes up from Shani and saw that Bai Donglin would be so friendly and attached to it. 2 people, a cat and a sword, walked on the long river of time and space. In just a few steps, they arrived at the Hall of the Space and Time Administration. Adult. What is the command? Bai Donglin did not hide the breath of the other shore. He immediately had an observer and came to meet with the body. The strong will be respected wherever they are. This is an iron rule. Nothing. Give me a few places to enter Songyue. Bai Donglin flipped his hand and revealed a token that was surrounded by fluctuations of time and space. This little gadget was given to him by Zhui Yun, the branch director of the Perfect Universe Space and Time Management Bureau, so that he could contact him at any time. This is, at first glance, the observer trembled in his heart, and his expression was much respectful. Adults, the quota is very simple. Just right. We still have a lot of left here. After saying that, he flipped his hand, and 4 balls of light shot out and disappeared into the bodies of Bai Donglin and others. All beings with self-awareness are called living beings. So Chishua also gets a place. Thank you very much. No need to do it. Little things. You go slowly. Bai Donglin left the hall, stepped out of the world, and entered the present world of Sanyue. The reason why it was so troublesome was not that he was afraid of the blue and white fun society, but because of his respect for the super. It's like the observer just now respects him. He naturally respects the 4-color wheel of the origin. Others take that step first than him. Naturally, this qualification is not related. Sanyue's highest plains. Tens of billions of years ago, 2 new forces appeared. One was the Temple of Ziyu, and the other was the Heart Palace. Both of them have mysterious origins, and they have many powerful men under their command. In addition, they are wealthy and powerful, and have recruited many geniuses and monsters. They have been developing successfully, except for those top forces with the other side in charge. They can be called overlords. The weird thing is that the 2 parties do not know what grievances are, and they are tit up everywhere. They each give each other a trip to each other, and they have repeatedly shot on the struggle between the secrets and resources. Deep in the core of Ziyu Temple, the main palace owner by Shiuzi was sitting on the seat of the gods, with a luxurious robe, and the purple hair behind the water was spreading. The beautiful eyes of the beautiful eyes flowed. The breath was strong. The pressure was very heavy, and the time and space were faintly distorted. A long time has passed. Xiaozi is no longer a little girl. She has grown up completely, and unparalleled beauty is not enough to describe her. All the beauty in the world seems to be gathered on that breathtakingly beautiful face. Little, how is the exploration of the secret of the magic ear's progress? Is there a movement in the heart of the heart? Xiaozi spoke in an indifferent tone, looking down with a sharp gaze. The many powerful men standing in the hall could not help but lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Bai Xiaoxiao heard the words, and there was a trace of hard work in his eyes. The thoughts in his mind were as messy. He never thought that things would develop to this step today. The 12th landlord really collapsed. After that, would the elder brother kill him when he returned? He was really helpless. The reason why he followed with Hu Lai was to worry about Xiaozi and the pity that they had a fire. And then it was mixed in order to ease. Reporting to the palace master, the exploration of the secret situation is very smooth. As for the palace, according to the reported by the people, their attention is on the Blue Sea. This time, there seems to be no plans to do against us. Huh? Count their knowledge. The owner of this hall is still going to kill them. The corner of Xiao Zi's mouth rose. His eyes flickered, and the color was full of pride. Fortunately, everyone below buried his head and did not see the scene. Only Bai Xiao shook his head bitterly. By the way, where has Miracle gone recently? Without her around, the temple is still not safe after all. The miracle is that she managed to flicker, and her strength even far surpassed her. She is the first strongest force in the Purple Temple, and is the strongest for the palace. We go to find a miracle. Huh? A group of rice buckets. You can't see someone? Xiao Zi frowned and drank coldly, and the furious breath poured down, scaring a group of tens of bodies. Yo, isn't this Xiuzi? When will it become so prestigious? Oh! I couldn't hear the anger's laughter. From the void, the people in the hall only felt a stun, and they found that the vision collapsed madly, as if they were constantly staying away from the temple. And faintly, only the two vague figures stepped out of nothing. The leisurely people and other people waited, and the voice did not fall. Bai Donglin had stood in front of God's seat, raised his hand, and fingered. Clang! The brain that could break the big thousand universe bounced directly on the heart of Xiuzi's eyebrows, and the surrounding time and space collapsed and annihilated into the woody black hole. Big brother. You start lighter. Don't kill Xiao Zi. Seeing this horrible scene, Bai Xiao frightened. The elder brother was really angry. Naturally, with his strength, it was impossible to stop something. He could only persuade him. Brother, you are finally willing to come back. Xiao Zi miss you so much. Xiao Zi's eyes were blurred, and the cracked eyebrows could even see the vortex of thinking. But if she didn't feel it, she just looked at Bai Donglin in front of her, as if she was still looking back at the remaining temperature of the fingertips. Giggle. Brother, do you want to kill Xiao Zi? Xiao Zi is wrong, willing to accept your punishment. But do you want to kill your child together? Xiao Zi's laughter was crisp, and the pale face under the seriously injured seemed a bit sick. What? Bai Donglin's expression was stagnant. What jokes? He had nothing to do, but he had left for a while. He just wanted to give Xiuzi a lesson. Where would he get a murderous heart and raise his hand? Xiao Zi's heart's injuries suddenly dissipated, and everything returned to his original. Tell me, what's going on? Bai Donglin frowned slightly and glanced around. He found that there was indeed an unusual breath of life in Xiao Zi's belly, as if a small life was being gestated, and there was an obscure connection with him through blood. He? Xiao Zi knows. The elder brother is reluctant to kill me. Xiao Zi raised his hand lightly, brushed the messy purple hair of his forehead, and then gently pressed it on his belly, showing the pet. Looking forward to it. Brother, have you forgotten? Xiao Zi grows up with essence, and my body flows in my body. Isn't it easy to peel off your blood with my strength? Big brother, even if Xiao Zi can't get you, I will give you a son-in-law for you. With your child with me, I will be satisfied. Bai Yuanjin and others were stunned when they heard that Bai Donglin jumped up, and his expression was a little stagnant. Yandra. To Yandra. The crying blood trembled, whispered softly, and echoed in the quiet hall. There are endless wonders in the world. What kind of weird things has Bai Donglin not seen? Not to mention this kind of child's play. It's just about himself. So he was stunned for a moment. No! Bai Donglin frowned. He had no intention of having children now, and he would not allow Xiao Zi to take such unethical measures. Without my permission, you will not succeed. Have you ever thought about it for hundreds of billions of years? Why is this child not born? Xiao Zi's look was stagnant. This really confused her for a long time. She tried her best to do my best, and even her own practice ranked behind. She did not find a solution. It was only when Bai Donglin's strength was too strong, so the childbirth would be so difficult. Why? Brother, you, Xiao Zi, at my current state, I have already restrained everything, including my bloodline. Without my permission, there is no possibility of the birth of offspring. Bai Donglin looked helpless. It had been nearly 1 trillion years. Such a long time. Xiao Zi had missed him too much and her personality had become distorted. She had made mistakes. He could understand that, and he would take full responsibility. Big brother. I. Xiao Zi's mouth pursed. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. And she almost cried out loud. She looked at Bai Donglin pitifully. Little brother? Bai Yuanjun looked reluctant. As a girl herself, she could understand Xiaozi better. She wanted to plead for mercy. But she didn't know how to start. After all, this matter was indeed beyond her understanding. Needless to say, I am out of my heart. I have no thoughts on my children's affection. Bai Donglin waved his hand, with a determined look on his face. He was also reflecting on himself in his heart. Why was he so charming? He had tried his best to stay away from them. But he didn't expect that these women were still obsessed with him. Ah? In other words, after you, big brother. Transcend? Xiaozi will have a chance? Xiaozi was surprised. And the appearance of pear blossoms. I saw it. Don't think about it. Wow wow wow. Xiaozi cried very loudly. But there was no dignity, as the lord of the temple. Fortunately, everyone here was her own people. So there was no need to worry about being laughed at by outsiders. Wait for me to capture the pity and wait. And solve the matter together. It will also save you every day. Bai Dong ignored the crying little purple, reached out to the void, across the boundless distance, and built the entire heart palace. Many of the strong men were shocked, and they couldn't move by a trace of breath. Boom! The two sides of the water and fire were forcibly merged together, and the master of the heart palace was captured by Bai Donglin. Brother, are you back? Have you seen me a long time? The expression was cold, and the mareness was ready to go. At first glance, the owner of the palm turned out to be Bai Donglin. Ha! Pity. You lost. As soon as the elder brother returned. Let's look at me first, and then go to see you. What does this mean me? Xiaozi wiped away her tears. She would not show weakness in front of a powerful enemy. So she just laughed loudly at him. Huh? I don't believe it. The pity sank. No admitting his mouth. But his hands were pinched together nervously. Sister, how can you even you? Bai Donglin's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes fell on Lianqin's flat belly. Yes, it was his child again. Owner! The void was rippling, and there was a graceful figure behind the pity. The white light was flowing, and the warmth was full of time and space. Subsequently, two more figures appeared, wearing emerald green skirts, and 19 colored gods lingered around. Tianluo, Xilu, Jiuya. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with surprise. When Tianluo and Xiaolu were in the one true world, they merged with Lianqin in order to replace the world. What happened to this chaos demon god Jiuyo? Instead of devouring the remains of the heavens, he came here to make trouble. Master, don't blame Master Pingxin. Breeding your son-in-law for you is my idea. Just blame Bai Xiaozi to be too dependent. Bah! You are the ones who are cheating. Xiaozi was jumping. If Bai Donglin was not here, she would definitely go to fight. Okay. Tianluo, where did you get my blood? Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly and looked at his shameful pity. He really didn't know what to say. Hey, men are too good and not good. Look, they are rushing to give him a child. Master, have you forgotten? We used to replace the world. You have a lot of flesh scattered in the only real world. Under the cliffs of Shaoshan, there are many life factors left. I extracted and saved it. For the strong, the dispersion of flesh and blood is not the end. Those decomposed particles can still be collected and reshaped. Okay. You are awesome. Bai Donglin laughed instead of being angry, and gave a thumbs up. To some extent, the little lives in the two girls' bellies were really his offspring. This thing was much more advanced than any clone. Even though he did nothing, should he personally wipe out his own offspring? For a moment, Bai Donglin really felt a little embarrassed. Pity. What is your state now? 4-1? I don't know how to deal with it. I can only stop it for the time being. Anyway, there is no his permission. These two little guys cannot be born. They can only be honest in his mother's belly. The attention can be shifted to the pity. The strange state surprised him a little. Master, I got some opportunities in this world. The 4-1 is not completely correct. It should be the 4-phase side. Opportunity in this world. Could it be related to the wheel of the origin? Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. Involving the superb. Which is undoubtedly a great opportunity. He doesn't know much about this. And it is not easy to intervene. After all, each has its own way to go. And he can only nod silently. Pity. Xiaozi, your troubles are here. Want to return to Baiyujing? Or continue to stay here? The idea of practicing information in the Sanyue is really good. But it is much worse than the strange land of gray and silence. Without waiting for the two to respond, Bai Donglin reached out his palm again, caught in time and space for a while, and his figure was taken over. Miracle, Kilifeng, Watering Emperor, Chao Shua, Exiled Immortal, White Bone Lady, Venomous Fong Nyamya. Everyone existed. All looked blank, and could not fall into the hall. Well, it's the Father God. Although the young age is the youngest, but the strength is the strongest. The first time he returned to God and rushed to Bai Donglin's arms. Well, Father God, Miracle can miss you. The little head was rushing around. The reason why she followed Xiaozi was because Xiaozi was bred from Bai Donglin's essence and blood, which made her very kind and was flickered to this. Greetings, Master. Grown-ups. Looking at this group of familiar faces, all of whom have grown up and possess the incredible power of the 11th realm, Bai Donglin couldn't help but feel happy. This was a little comfort in the midst of all the chaos. Bai Yujing's power, the borders of the boundary, and all over the sky, providing them with endless resources and the supreme practice environment. It is also reasonable to enter the 11th realm in nearly trillion years. Of course, not all people who came out of the one true world had smooth sailing. Nearly 30% of them disappeared forever, either because they failed to break through or because they died from various disasters. Bai Donglin is not a Nani, but he can only blame them to be unwilling. When he comes to the end, he will naturally not intervene. During this time, I found a treasure place called the Place of Grey. Let us explain the current situation of Bai Yujing, and let everyone choose the current situation of Bai Yujing. Looking at the people in deep thought, Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, knowing what they were hesitating about. It was nothing more than that they were unable to let go of the long years of planning. Who knows? The arrangements that had been made for billions of years would come to the critical moment of harvest. And the gray and silent land was too dangerous and full of unknowns. Share the land of gray is because of the care of the old people. Bai Donglin does not ask for any benefits. A passage of gray silence will open a passage, connecting the bond of the boundary of the endless heaven. You don't have to worry about being isolated from the gray silence from then on. I naturally know that these endless heavens, like this song you, have their merits. Nothing can be accomplished by working in isolation. The place of gray. Let's do it as your rear. The place of retreat. Safety and practicality. It is still good. When it comes to this extent, everyone is not a fool. Knowing anyway, they are grateful. And they are grateful to Bai Donglin. Thank you. Bai Donglin nodded gently, and then thought about it. When he was silent, I woke up in the pond bank. The behemoth of the endless heaven spanned the teeth again. Bai Donglin's figure was slightly blurred for a moment. And at this moment, the solidification time and resurrection came together. For all him, the clinic of me, pregnant god casts magic, and the number of pawns exploded again. Moreover, the special power of the vortex is left to be connected to the place of gray. And even if he does not take himself, he can go through. It can be said that countless heavens have been connected in series by the bonds of the borders. And the land of gray is a transportation pivot hub. Arrange everything. Bai Donglin did not leave much. Nor did he worry about his blood, and took Bai Yuanjun to leave the Songyue. Brother, think about it. I think the two women are very good. In any case, you have to leave an incense for the Bai family? Bai Yuanjun's eyes with a smile and a little interesting. But there are still some truthfulness. Obviously, she really has this meaning. Stop. Sister, don't you say me? Don't your own life events? Don't you solve it? After listening to this, Bai Yuanjun's face was embarrassed. She quickly closed her mouth and pretended to be dumb. Besides, isn't there a big brother in continuing Baijia incense? 10 billion years have passed. I guess. Bai Donglin paused, took out the bloodthirsty, flicked his finger, and said in a serious tone, Bloodthirsty? You haven't told me where my eldest brother went. Are you hiding something? Clang. His pain. I said. I just say. Master, this matter is long. With thousands of years ago, Lu Yi prepared to break through the 11th realm. When it closed the timeline, an accident occurred and died. Huh? Dajie is dead? Bai Donglin frowned. But he did not expect to hear this bad news. Moreover, Lu Yi tells her truth that her talent is really average. It can be said that among the first batch of creatures that step out of the only real world, it belongs to the bottom, which is completely because Bai Jiana was selected. When Bai Donglin was casting his body for Lu Yi, he also deliberately raised his qualifications for him. But one thing was that his conscious characteristics were not he could do it. His special consciousness is all because of the transformation of the seven-color god light. It is conceivable that the mystery of consciousness in the restricted area cannot be touched at all. Hey. Louis is too anxious. Master. I guess that she may not want to drag your elder brother's hind legs. After all, Master Jiange at that time had reached the end of the 11th realm and needed to find the other side. Although I don't want to say that. Louis's qualifications are a little worse. And it will break through the failure. Bai Donglin couldn't help nodded. And the speculation of weeping blood was not left to tin. He died because he ended the timeline. Master Jiange said when he left. And when he broke through the other side, he would come back to resurrected Louis. Not trouble you to shoot. Alright. I got it. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. And understood the meaning of the second brother. He wanted to resurrect his wife as his belief. Breaking the boat. And a glimpse of the other shore. Oh! There's one more thing. The cry was shocked. And his tone became a little strange. As if hesitating. Should you say it? What is the grinding? Let's say. Bai Donglin has a slightly eye-catching eye. And does not use the magical observation everything. Sometimes, the omnidirectional and omnipotent will be boring and boring. This feeling of human still has to cherish it. Ahem. Master Yuan. Emperor Yuan. Don't you worry about Bai's broken incense? No need. Master Jiange left a pair of children. After hundreds of billions of years of reproduction. The blood of the Bai family is countless. And even the huge big thousand universe has been occupied. But, their reputation is not very good. It's not good. It's not good. It is simply notorious. He crying secretly in his heart. But dare not say it. After all, it does not know what attitude it is to report to Bai's blood. Oh! Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. And he seemed to guess something. And his face flashed indifferent. Chapter 827 The Name of White Disaster. Almost all of the world implicitly follows an iron rule. Which is to focus on the center and the core. Generally speaking, the center of the world is the most prosperous and rich area. And it decreases towards the 4 weeks. Until the end of the most remote and deserted world. Tai Hao Tian. The 7th parallel universe time and space. The vast world is the same. And it is even more exaggerated. There is no so-called buffer to decrease at all. And it is directly presenting a cliff. Except for a small area in the center of time and space. The remaining people enter the eyes. Aux is the main star of a galaxy located on the edge of the universe. The original prosperity faded away. The entire huge star seemed to be stained with a layer of gray. Under the strata, the vast ground space is brightly lit. And the figures are standing. They are watching the shaking arms on the high platform. In the numb eyes of the numbness, there is a faint and hopeless light. Heaven and earth. Bitter white and disaster for a long time. Dear friends. The same rope. Do you have to continue to be panting? The evil of the white disaster. There is no end. Step back. Step back. To this day, it has retired to the end of heaven and earth. It is to choose to be like a mortal. In the exhausted world, it is not possible to do it all day until the last life is exhausted. And the sad death is still revealed. And the white scourge of his mother. Silence. Silence. It is not out of silence. And it dies in silence. After the short quiet, the pair of numb eyes burned the flames of the bears. It was unwilling. And angry. And the fire to the end of despair. Unwilling. We are not willing to die like this. Broken the white scourge. Overthrow the dark rule. And recapture the world of everyone. It's death. And you have to splash your blood. Kill. 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 War. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The man who stands on the high platform, seeing the numbness of the numbness, began to wake up. And could not help but be warm. He deeply knew that the Bioka was extremely powerful. And the weakness of the weak army could not compete with it. But how can the feat of changing the world be done overnight? All he wanted was to use this tiny spark to ignite the anger of countless creatures. He believed that one day, with the continuous efforts of countless oppressed creatures, the dark rule of the white disaster would definitely be overthrown. On top of him, and the corpses of the endless resistance army, a new world of fairness and freedom will be built. Black disaster? White disaster. Bai Donglin stood silently in the crowd, watching the people who were angry. And hearing these harsh words, the old face suddenly turned dark and almost didn't be angry. Bai Yuanjun on the side was also embarrassed. The space and time around the two men were distorted. And with the meager strength of the rebels, they naturally could not see them. They were completely unaware that their conspiracy was being seen by the two ancestors of the white disaster. Yes, Very good. In the hinterland of the dark disaster, your ancestor, the heavens rotated his arms, desperately, and killed trillion years with the dark disaster. You and grandchildren. But you did not make a good name for Lao Tzu behind the big. You are truly unworthy of being a human being. I am so angry. Bai Donglin never thought that he would see the scene when he just stepped into this world and randomly chose a small corner. It is conceivable that this is already a very common phenomenon in this world. The endless creatures of the whole world regard Bai Hua as their enemy. Shishua, tell me, how did you do this? Also, did you just watch them do whatever they wanted? Weeping Blood heard the words, and the knife trembled slightly. It felt that Bai Donglin was not in a good mood at this time. So he did not dare to insert a scripture, so as not to be thrown into the heavenly furnace. Master, unjust? Tell me, how dare I, a mere soldier, interfere in the affairs of the Bai family? Even if I don't consider Lord Jianna's face, I have to consider your thoughts. Although it is crying blood and has no tears, it is not doing nothing. It has been closely monitoring the development of the Bai family. If an irreparable mistake really occurs, it will choose to intervene. However, due to the thinking of the strong, the small mistake that seemed to be made by Shishua also caused the countless creatures in the vast universe to live in misery and suffer. Thinking of this, Weeping Blood had a trace of confidence. So he whispered, cough. Master, this matter still has a little relationship with you. Oh, you see, Master Jiange is your second brother. There is a relationship between this layer, who dare not give face to the whole world. Whether it is sword hunting or the source of information, all the existence of the other sure choose to ignore it, and even faintly become the backing of the Bai family. When the two children of Jiange established forces in this world, all the top forces chose to concessions, or withdraw from this world, or directly attach to the White family. Maybe, this time, the concession is also encouraged to promote the arrogance of the Bai family. At the beginning, the generation of Bai family owners was okay. They still had good intentions. They took care of this world and developed forces. However, everything was changed in the back. Speaking of this, the crying blood pressure lowered the sound, and he murmured secretly in his heart. He didn't know if the Bai family's greed was in the same vein. It was definitely a well-deserved first greedy person. All the resources, essences, and spiritual energy of the heaven and earth belong to the Bai family. They have established many strict laws. If cultivators want to practice, they have to pay spiritual energy tax, law enlightenment tax, environmental damage tax, and 109 other taxes, which have caused complaints from all living beings. Recently, the Bai family is preparing to enter other parallel universes. I just mentioned it because you are back. Master, make a mouth. Bai Donglin couldn't help but silently. Yeah, for the strong on the other side. The birth and death of several parallel universes in the district. But it was just a cloud of smoke. It was difficult to see in the eyes and put it in heart. What the Bai family does, in the eyes of endless sentient beings, is unforgivable, and even regards it as white disaster. In the eyes of the other side, as long as it is not a big slaughter of the one nationality, plundering resources is just a small trouble. Seeing Bai Donglin's silence, Weeping Blood was a little hairy, for fear of being punished, and comforted it softly. Master, you don't have to be too angry. This situation is common in all the heavens. The son-in-law of the strong has supreme power to support the waste. In addition, it is possible to have a long years of reproduction. This is not your responsibility. Smart creature. Thinking is freedom. Even in the same environment, there will be a variety of personality. There are good and evil, which is not related to birth. It is for nature, the strong, and he can't control his son in the endless years. In the endless years, every family who does not know how many generations have been reproduced, unless they are ideological steel marks, or loading the cause of the will in the bloodline inheritance. There are many means to do it once and for all, and forever. But few strong people will do this to the children. This is a contrary to human rights. It will extinct humanity and affect the conscious practice of people. Bai Donglin naturally knew the twists and turns involved, so he was not so keen on reproducing offspring, because without interference, who knew what kind of bastard would appear among his descendants? Humph! What kind of bullshit is that? If it weren't for me, how could those top forces backed by the other side give in to the Bai family? And how could they let them develop such a bad habit? Bai Donglin's eyebrows are cold, and he is most looking down on strong and weak, and his nest is horizontal, let alone his name. Isn't this equivalent to him also participated in it? The cry was frightened by the sudden scolding. Dare not speak again. For fear of saying something wrong. Sister, this matter is from me. Let me handle it. I believe that the second brother will also support me to clean up the portal for him. The tone was dark, with a hint of murderous intent. Bai Yuanjun nodded slightly, noticing the anger in her younger brother's heart, and suppressed the idea of taking action herself. As an empress, she hated rulers who bullied the common people the most. Walk! Bai Donglin waved his hand and directly toward the space. The dark cracks directly reached the center of the universe. The heavy formation blockade is like nothing. At the same time, all sentient beings in this world felt blurred in the corner of the world. And then, they were grafted into a strange scene. Bai Donglin wanted to clear the name of the Bai family and erase the bad reputation of white disaster. So he naturally had to clean up his family in front of everyone. The owner of the white family. Come and see me quickly. Boom. The rumbling thunder resounded through heaven and earth. Countless creatures in this secret world were awakened and looked up at the sky. Presumptuous. Bold. Who are you to dare to come to the Bai family and make trouble? Do you want to die? Suddenly, the void was broken, and many figures came out, with his eyes full of killing, and stared at Bai Donglin fiercely. Ah! How domineering. After so many years, the Bai family has raised these useless things? Bai Donglin shook his head and sighed. And he couldn't be a good person. He was a villain. He had no eyesight, and did not know that the enemy was strong and weak. He shot. It can be imagined. What kind of environment and domineering will raise this kind of uninhabited color? I don't know what to live and die. Today, I will retract your little life for my second brother. The cold gaze swept across, and turned into an extremely sharp blade light. And all the monks with the surname Bai were beheaded. Cleanly and neatly. And their blood scattered into the sky. Among the fluttering blood, Bai Donglin did perceive the blood of the second brother. Even if it was extremely meager. I do not know how many generations have been inherited. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Bai Donglin lost patience. The Bai family has developed for a long time, and has already spread all over the universe. I want to gather all of them. I don't know how much time it takes. As soon as the idea moves, with the power of vortex, driving the concept, a piece of information is engraved on the surface of the concept. The creatures with the blood of the second brother, after a moment, should be here. Buzz, the roar of the world, the concept flow, and the non-oversupply, cannot resist this supreme power. Under the gaze of countless creatures, countless figures appeared out of thin air on the vast land. Young and old, male and female, from hungry babies to old men with white hair and beards. And all the bloodline passed down by Jiano was gathered here. Ah! What's going on? Look at it. Isn't that the ancestor of our pulse? The 99th generation master. His, then, is the first generation. Isn't possible. His old man pursued the avenue, and had disappeared endless years. How could it appear here? However, his appearance is exactly the same as the depiction in the scroll. The reproduction of hundreds of billions of years is too much. Bai Donglin looked indifferent, as he stared coldly at the two old men below. And they also looked at him in disbelief. You are Uncle 13. 13. Yes. Bai Donglin ranked 13th in Bai's house. It seems that his second brother had not mentioned him in front of his child, and showed the portrait. It's me. You too. Can you know sin? As the offspring of my second elder brother, you can't even educate your offspring well, and commit all kinds of evil deeds. You really bring shame to the Bai family. Today, I will clean up the portal on behalf of the second brother, and name it in the name of the surname of Bai. Kneel. Drinking hard. Countless Bai surnames below. Dan Fan committed evil things, hurting other sexual life. And he could not help but kneel on the ground involuntarily. Regardless of his strength, his knees were crushed into mud. With Bai Donglin's strength, it is very easy to distinguish between good and evil. He will definitely not let a bad guy go. Nor will he hurt a good guy by mistake. Although the Bai family is called Bai Disnikin in this world, there are many good people, occupying about half. Bewildered, frightened and uneasy. The entire Bai family was shrouded in a huge shadow. The first generation of the first generation seemed to have guessed something. His eyes trembled slightly. And he slowly looked back, and looked at himself. Wrong. I shouldn't ignore the rectification of family tradition for the sake of the greater good. But thinking of Uncle 13's reputation, it is obviously too late to admit my mistake now. Uncle 13. Snort. Bai Dong did not look at the two old guys, and looked at the world indifferently, remembering all the faces. Are you puzzled? Very dissatisfied? Rest assured, I will make you die clearly. The words did not fall, and many pictures, in the minds of all the creatures in this world. All reasons, his identity, including the sin of the people who kneeling, were clear, including it. If there is a good person in the next life, be a good person, or don't be born in Bai's family. Lao Tzu's eyes. You can't tolerate a little sand. Kill. Chant. The crying blood knife flashed with a trace of red light. The next moment, the head rolled. All of them were afraid of fear, and there was a trace of doubt. Why? Huh? Why? Except for this thin and poor blood. Do you really think that you can climb the relationship with my Bai Donglin? Ignorance. Bai Donglin slowly shook his head, retracted his eyes, and didn't look at the corpses filled with the earth. In the end, I will give you advice. Be in the surname of Bai, and be good at it. This sentence is directly engraved in the concept. This method is not a distorted person's nature, but that it is necessary to trigger the conceptual power of the concept of the blood of the white family. Uncle 13. We are wrong. We confess. The Bai family was destroyed, absorbing the secrets of the entire world essence. And it also broke. Everything returned to the heavens and the earth. Weeping blood. You know. But you don't have any shots to curb. There are major faults. You should be punished. Go in yourself. Master forgiveness. No. The baked oven based on the infinite vortex of heaven is much better than before. The crying blood was trapped in it, burned hard, and began to integrate the fragments of the device that devoured the ultra-detached. Punishment is punished. And by the way, it is the right thing to improve the strength of weeping blood. After Bai Donglin dealt with these small things, he returned to the place of gray silence. Before he sat hot, he looked slightly, losing the difference, like a gray rock book. At this time, it exudes a dazzling red light. A series of coordinate information, slowly emerging. Is the tomb of overescape? Is it finally turned on? Chapter 828. The Man Behind the Tomb. Finally, Shinzai Yushin's tomb of 19, during the GENG is going to open? In the sky, the peak of the power of science and technology. The time and space of the universe, in the universe of the universe. At this time, there was one red and one white, and two rounds of endless sun, rising from the bottom of the time and space. And the strange glory was full of dominant and soft atmosphere. It took the endless dimension space, and instantly filled the parallel universe. The supreme eternity, the existence of the other side, the will of power, and the absolute spirit, with the whisper of the will of rights in the red day. The huge world of the huge world suddenly fell into stagnation. Everything was shrouded in the red and white color, as if the silent drawing with the reality. Buzz, between the red and white sun, the glory is intertwined into a substantial ribbon. A small one is shaped by the light of the bodies carved like glazed. One of the 12 keys, the book of the empty book, and the obscure information fluctuations on the book, from scratch, slowly intertwined a complicated coordinate. This is the case that you want to lock a position in the empty and empty domain. The ordinary multi-dimensional coordinates are naturally unsatisfactory. You need to use the endless heavens as a reference item. Complex and tedious. Right. This time the overluri. Who is you and me? A key can only bring a creature into the tomb of overescape. This information has long been proven. When the absolute spirit is absolutely asked, the glory of the two rounds is obviously hot. Naturally me. Give you. Can you grasp it? The tone is indifferent and overbearing, and people dare not have the slightest conflict. Oh! How can you hand over the opportunity to be detached? Right. Right. In the endless years we get along. Let me let you everywhere. But this time? No! Absolutely softened sound. And his tone became strong. The gentle and white light turned into a hot flame. And the roar burned, as if to burn everything. What are the good disputes? The sudden indifferent voice broke the silent stalemate. Can't help but look at the sight. I saw that the abstract red and white world began to distort, and an illusory and vague figure slowly emerged, full of time and space of the entire parallel universe. Adult, don't know you? The absolute spirit is the first to admit that the existence of the other party has surpassed his understanding. Obviously, it is more powerful than the other. Sure. I have absolute rights. Absolute rights. One of the only two of the two who are the only ways of science and technology are from the heavens of the most of Gao. In the moment, Some simple information is scratched in the minds of the will and absolute spirit. At the same time, the meaning of infinite respect will be born immediately in my heart. After all, this person is at the end of the road they are taking, and his significance is more extraordinary than that of ordinary transcendence. Greetings, sir. I wonder why you are looking for us. If the premier is detached, it is impossible for a grave to come? I waited, right? I did come to this matter. The other shore seems transparent in the face of transcendence, and all thoughts and ideas are vividly visible. This tomb is not so simple. No matter who it is not far from the power. So, Absolute Right's fingers gently draw, and the red and white sun involuntarily collided together. It did not stir up the slightest, and it was directly integrated into a pink beam large light ball. Hee. Air and other are my traces of the wanderer. Take care of yourself. After that, the Absolute Rights left quietly, leaving only the big pink balls in place. At a loss. In the information terminal dimension, the source of the information was dull. Looking at the light balls that turned slowly in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little astringent. At this moment, he only felt that the mixed whole book in his hand was extremely hot. Rise, master. The four-colored wheel of origin. Who would have thought that in the small Taihao Tian, there were not only by Donglin's Wulong. It turned out that he was also a phoenix. For a while, the source of information was complicated and inexplicable, and I didn't know if it should be worried. Hongming's heavens are located in the core area of the endless sky vortex. It is towering and supreme. As a surpassing place to bred the Taoist, its status is naturally self-evident. In the empty domain of Fang Yuan Million, it is absolutely overlord existence, and countless heavens have to go up with their nose. Master, we understand. In the 11th realm, it can be called the sage of the mixed Yuanzhou de Luo Avenue, and the three in front of them are the existence of over the avenue, and they are the best strong on the other side of the eternal shore. Sanqing, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan. Morality. At this time, the three supreme existences were respectful, and they nodded and said yes. As long as you know, the Lord's eyes are gentle, and anyone who watched it would think that this was just an ordinary kind elderly man who could not associate with the narrative-level overlord. The tomb of over-escape is the means of the master of the source. No one knows how much he spreads. At present, there have been tens of thousands of so-called superficial tombs one after another, and there are already tens of thousands of, and they are disorderly distributed in the empty domain. Whether it is the core area or the most remote sky arms, there are traces. We all agree that the Lord of the Origin Point has placed the secret of the Origin Point, the reason for the birth of the Tao of the Heavens, and all other shocking mysteries in the tomb. The I wait here naturally refers to a crowd of people who are overlooked. Sanqing heard that his expression became more and more solemn. Master, this tomb of transcendence has been opened countless times since the beginning of countless years. Except for some remote places where people fought for places for unknown reasons. Everything was normal. Why is it this time? The Lord of Tao and Morality originally wanted to say something loud and clear, but when he thought that this might be offensive, he held it back. Hee. Don't say. You can do it. Remember, the things in the tomb can only be taken over by our race. As for other ethnic categories, the Lord did not say everything, but Sanqing led the gods and nodded. If you are in danger, the heart of preventing people is indispensable. Who can know the thoughts of those ethnic groups? The word human clan is placed in endless heavens, under the background of large and empty backgrounds. It is already a very broad concept. It is not limited to simple blood veins, avenue shapes, but also a will to inheritance and self-awareness. There are many ethnic groups, the form of life, and the shape of the appearance. It is almost the same as the human race, but they do not agree with the concept of human race in their hearts. Then, they are naturally alien. Teacher, if you are a man who meets the flood, Lingbao Tianzuan stops, and his expression is a bit complicated. No problem. Everything will be the same as before. The master waved his hand, looked at him slowly, and passed through many obstacles. He looked at the sacred timeline, deep in the concept, and looked it with his sharp eyes like a sword, and nodded slightly. Tongtian, Hongmeng and Hongwang. The relationship between the two sides is very complicated. To some extent, it can be described as the same source, and it only emerges the alien Tongtian. To say how to define the connection and differences between the two, let's use the words right history and romance. Endless heaven. Everything. These scenes are not unique. Okay. Let's get started. The master of the Taoist recovered his eyes. This kind of aging that has been a foregone conclusion is not worthy of his ways. And then he looked at Sanqing and said softly, "Yes, sir." Sanqing let his hands, looked at it, and at the same time, he stabbed the mysterious method, and a dazzling purple light rose from his eyebrows. 1 gasification. 3 clear. Inverse. 3 Qingyi. When the purple light spreads, Sanqing has been integrated. The eyes are quiet. The breath is more unpredictable and magnificent. This situation, this scene, is exactly the same, and is played out repeatedly in every corner of the endless vortex of all races in the universe. Bai Donglin is in the ground of gray, holding the broken book of Yen Su, and his ambitions in his chest. He has been thinking about how to swallow the tomb of the ultra-detachedness and turn it into his own food. Although he was endless, he was unknown to the other side of the secret information. Under the premise of deliberately exploring, he did not know that there were more than one so-called beyond the tomb of detachment. What they didn't know was that at this time, one by one the Transcendents had already come to their deaths, treating the tomb of the Transcendent as a chessboard, playing games and competing with each other, all wanting to get a glimpse of the shocking secret of the Lord of the Source. Speaking of it, now there is no shortage of resources. The energy of various channels gathered endlessly. Well, I should also focus on seeking beyond alignment. The Tomb of Over-Escape is a great opportunity to peep at the superb mystery. Bai Donglin stood on the top of Yujing, looking down with a deep gaze. The magnificent scene between the boundless heaven and earth was reflected in the depths of his pupils. According to his plan at the beginning, the two routes went hand in hand. But the more they reached the back, the more the power of the Transcendence was difficult to surpass. However, this power is too large and too empty. The quality changes generated by simple quantitative changes are not enough to break the boundaries of overlords. It is not until unintentionally to realize the power of vortex. This will unify this huge power to achieve the final sublimation and transformation. Compare with the concept. In other words, he has already walked through this path, and he only needs to open up the heavens step by step. One day, he will be able to compete with the Transcendence. However, this is only the conceptual level. Above it, there is the narrative level and the legendary logical transcendence. In the power of narrative, he was just a glimpse, and he knew that it was a gap that was difficult to cross. The suppression from the realm made life feel weak. No matter how much you are in the heavens, no matter how large the strength of the Luga is, in the eyes of the narrator, it is just a piece of text that can be edited at will. If there is no 7-color godlike guard, what can he count in those terrible existence? It's just a little bit of ants. Bai Donglin and here, his eyes are becoming more firm. He is not self-degrading, and he is destroying the prestige. The most frightening thing for people is to sit in a well and look at the world from a narrow perspective. To be arrogant and conceited. Temporary weakness is nothing. But what is frightening is that they fail to recognize their own position, are blinded by power, become self-satisfied, and live forever in their own world. Being out of potential is imperative, and the maternity caste magic cannot stop. This unique power of the vortex still has great development potential. Bai Dong's eyes flickered. In the underworld, through the power of the vortex, he could even clearly perceive the running trajectory of the endless heaven. The gray and silent land can continuously condense pure high-quality resources, which largely solves his need for energy. This is a more obscure way of stealing energy from the endless heavens. Even the black disaster heavens are included. That's it. The expansion trend of the bonding of the Wanjia classics has no signs of ease, but it has intensified. At the moment, a large number of heavens are captured, locked, and open the channel for resource exchange. Although he was still collecting energy, his purpose had quietly changed. He wanted to recreate his original feat in the Taihao heavens, using the energy that was tainted with the aura of his own consciousness to replace the matter of the heavens bit by bit, and thereby merge with the will of the heavens. This method should be feasible, and it can make me explore the power of the vortex. Which is easier? With his thoughts, Bai Donglin recovered his eyes, and his breath became obscure. Under the calm surface, the endless waves were turbulent. At the moment, one party was comparable to the resources of the heavens, and he was devoured by him. These resources were accumulated by his clones and the Black Disaster during the long years of fighting. Some of them were spoils of war, and some were the broken debris of the heavens. The quantity was extremely huge. After he had completely digested them, his strength would be greatly improved. Buzz! The shaking book of Yen Su. Slowly, quietly. The red light on the surface is like water waves, and an extremely complicated coordinate information has emerged completely. Gone. A low whisper sounded in everyone's ears. When they looked back, Bai Donglin's figure on the top of Yujing Mountain had disappeared. This time, as in the past, he has to rely on himself. Chapter 829. Not that simple. In the endless heavens of all races, at the outermost remote border, the first layer of the spiral arm, the original site of the Lunhong Qiji spiral arm that was destroyed in the war. Maybe, Taihao's heaven is the only luck in this domain to escape the calamity, and the rest will always dissipate. Sizzle! A dark crack suddenly appeared in the tenacious absolute time and space, and the cut was smooth, as if it was cut by a knife. Bai Donglin's expression was free, and he slowly paced out, falling on the scarlet continent on one side. The hair is tens of trillion-dollar diameter, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the mainland. Unfortunately, I do know which one from the other shore from the one nationality. It died thoroughly, and the essence of the corpse was lost. Now it is difficult to mention the devouring mind. After all, at this time, it is more than he alone, swallowing a large mouth, which will not help but have some image that affects his glorious and tall. It seems that I am the last one. Bai Donglin's perception spread, locking all the hidden figures, but only a little surprised for a moment, and wanted to understand the reason. Of course, it wasn't his speed. He directly from the land of gray and locking the coordinates, which can be said to be fleeting, convenient and fast. The reason why other people get one step first is that there is only one possibility. That is, the manifestation of Yen Su's book coordinates is much more retarded, and the collapse of the transcendence essence is more or less impact. Down you finally met again, the source of the information and the sword hunter beside him. Sensing Bai Donglin's unconcealed aura, all looked delighted and hurried over to exchange a few words. Speaking of which, it has been nearly 1 trillion years since the last time we parted. Oh, I haven't seen it for a long time. Afterwards, get together. Bai Donglin nodded with a smile. The source of information treated him very well, so he would naturally not be ungrateful and treat them coldly. He had the news of Yen Su's book in his hands. He naturally couldn't hide the two. Even the scenes that had happened in the world in the main body of the genuine True were seen by the other shore of Taihao. Speaking of which, Jianxian did not have the idea of Yen Su's book, but as Bai Donglin joined the swordsman organization, he temporarily pressed his mind. The source of information holds the book of mixed holes. There is only one place. The sword hunting follows the left and right, in order to prevent unexplained, in order to help. Everyone has come to Qi. Everyone. Show. Boom. A figure stepped out of the shadow of nothingness. Exposed the breath, the will, and the intangible aircraft interweave, which makes the absolute time and space ripples. Where the ripples pass, everything is shaken into nothingness. The essence was lost, and the fragile red-haired giant corpse was naturally not outside. Is it off to go? The tomb of the over-escape has not yet opened, and the competition has begun. In the face of the temptation of superiority, no one will let anyone. Huh? He is. Bai Dong's brows frowned slightly. His eyes turned, and his eyes were around a pink and big sun. Somehow, he felt a sense of acquaintance on him. We don't know where this guy came from. The other party is not easy. It is difficult to figure out the details. Brother Bai, you must also beware of him. Seeing Bai Donglin's doubts, Jianxian shook his head gently. He knew that the power of the Source Walker was still able to cut the other side when he was in the 11th realm. Now that he has passed trillion, and his strength is naturally more unpredictable. But for the other side, 1 trillion years is too short. It is just the time of seclusion. Judging from his own experience, Jianshou believes that even if Bai Donglin has made some progress, it should not be too exaggerated. The endless heavens are so vast that there will be a few monsters that come out of the sky. The short-term confrontation, when it touched the collection, said that it was the mighty, but it also contained another layer of intention. In order to try everyone present, whether they are eligible and have the strength to participate in this event. If you are not strong enough, I'm sorry, but you can just hand over the key and you can save your life. Everyone. You don't need to say more. No matter which group of ethnic groups from. In the inside, it is based on the means. The big man with a burly body, like a black iron casting man, carried a towering bronze giant tower. Buzzing, telling this eternal rules. As it should be. Don't sting. Start. Sacrifice. 12 books. Open. The Tomb of Transcendence. There is one of them in the scene, which is a bit anxious. Facing the opportunity of overlooking is the eternal side of the eternal shore, and it has also lost the calm mood of the past. Between the echo of the words, a strange book with a brilliant and vast breath was taken out of the big hands with different forms. Empty, mixed holes, Chimia, Yulan, and Yen Su. Well, when the other side, I saw the brokenness of the words. Like a mudslide. All looked stagnant and stunned for a moment. Kiki, brother Bai. What's going on? Not only the two people who were the source of the information had a drastic change of expression, but the rest of the people also had frowns on their faces, their eyes flickering, and were deeply shocked. You know, the 12 books, as the key, are from the hand of the super escort. The essence of it is supreme. It is difficult to imagine what the Book of Yen Su has experienced to become what it looks like today. Just a little bit of awareness. Everyone's heart set off a stormy wave. Oh, nothing. Just a little too much. Rest assured, it should not hinder its original role. Bai Donglin smiled, and raised his hand to say the Book of Yen Su. Don't look at this guy as now chaotic. At first, he was the great hero who blocked the Black Disaster. Thinking of this, I didn't know that Dr. Chen's phantom was still alive. After he pulled the concept of a faceless statue and fell deep, he disappeared and couldn't find it. Because of this episode, the atmosphere became more subtle, and the eyes of the people on the other side, looking at Bai Donglin, became much more serious. However, the Tomb of the Beyond is about to open, and it is not necessary to think about it. There are already induction between the 12 books, and the established rules imprinted on it will begin to operate automatically. Boom. The 12 colors of the colors are sprayed out of the book, which contains the power that cannot be understood. It scratches the mysterious trajectory in nothingness, and finally collides with each other, turns into a huge colorful light ball, and turns crazy. At the same time, each book is dispersed with a layer of obsession and glory, covering the figures of their respective holders. And naturally, it is natural that this is a voucher that enters the tomb of the ultra-detached tomb. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed a little surprise. He felt that his space was separated by a force, whether it was the origin or infinite heaven, although it does not affect its own power. If you want to smuggle with the creatures in it, it is obviously that it is no longer possible to do. Naturally, such obvious loopholes will not be left with the means of overlooking. Very powerful isolation means. And I don't know if it is strong than the blockade of the war. Is it strong? Bai Donglin murmured secretly. Maybe. He can use the will of the observer to take the spirit of the spirit to sneak. But it is not necessary. It is not necessary. Walk. As soon as the entrance was opened, there was someone from the other side who couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped through the void, turned into a torrent of information, and rushed directly into the colorful ball of light. Just in the blink of an eye. Only Bai Donglin was left in the blink of an eye. Down you. I'm going in too. The source of information took a few steps forward, and then slowly turned back. His expression was inexplicable, and he wanted to speak. He said with a meaning, Brother Bai, this beyond the tomb is not as simple as the rumor. You, be careful. In the depths of the pupils of the source of information, there were 4 colors flashed out of the pupils. The secret level, which was closer to Bai Donglin, could not capture it. The source of information said. The figure flickered for a while, and instantly stepped into the light. Not that simple? Well, what does this mean? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and the color of thoughts appeared in his eyes. The source of information has always been rigorous, but he has no habit of joking. What he said naturally has a deep meaning, and will not be targeted. Down you. Can you have concerns? Hey. If you are afraid, it is better to. Jianqian's eyes were smiling, with a look of moving, with a bit of ridicule, a little serious. Hee. Bai Donglin smiled politely, shook his head, refused ruthlessly, and then stopped thinking about it. Walking into the light ball, regardless of his flood. He can't die again. And he is still afraid of a bird. Well, unfortunately, Jianqian sighed, looking at the colorful light balls close at hand, and was unable to reach. And his eyes were full of envy. This is a transcendent opportunity. Although the source of the information agreed to share it with him, everyone knows that this is no match for being there in person. Bai Donglin entered into the light ball, and he entered the eye that was overflowing. All perceptions were blurred here. When the observer probed into his will, what he captured was also nothingness. There was clearly no trace of the concept of time and space. But he clearly knew that he was making an exaggerated leap in time and space, not knowing where his destination was or how much time he had spent. It seems like a moment, and yet it seems like eternity. After the view, the perception of recovery. Bai Dong couldn't wait to see everything around him. This is Chapter 830 Concept Gourd. This is a world with purple as the main color, entering the eyes. The strong and light fascination of purple fog flows like clouds. The sky, the earth, a wood, a flower and a stone. All purple, shallow or deep, or purple gold. The purple fog full of every inch of space contains strange isolation power, blocking all the senses of perception. And even the power is greatly weakened. With the great power of the other shore, the end of the world cannot be seen. After crossing the colorful light ball, it was not random, and 12 on the other side gathered. Bai Donglin looked around and saw the people on the other side not far away looking at each other with serious expressions. It seemed that he was not the only one whose perception was cut off, but everyone was the same. In an unfamiliar environment, it is undoubtedly a bad situation to be deprived of the means of perception. It will greatly reduce the ability to resist risks. For the opportunity of treasure hunting, efficiency will be greatly reduced. As for Bai Donglin, he is not here. He has his own means. As soon as his mind moved, he was in a state of death at any time, and immediately spread the observer's will. In the rich purple fog in front, there are countless shadows hovering like pythons, which are blurred and weird. When Bai Donglin saw the true face of these things, his pupils suddenly shrank and his mind was shocked. Those shadows were not giant pythons, but extremely thick, dazzling purple gold vines with lush purple leaves. Under the leaves, one could vaguely see colorful gourds that looked like they were carved from crystal. Gourd vine. Also, this familiar breath, and the texture of the branches and leaves that are almost no different. Is it the old ancestor of Shuzi? Bai Donglin's face was shocked. In this huge endless heaven, the type of gourd can be said to be endless, but the origin of the same pulse is different. Xiaozi is that he raised his hand in one hand, and naturally, he would not admit his mistakes. The perceived gourd vine has a great relationship with Xiaozi. Oh, Xiaozi, this guy, is a bit far worse than the gourd vine in front of him. But it is really surprising to meet the blood origin of Xiuzi in the tomb of super detonation. The wrong gourd vine is not simple. Bai Donglin perceives the conceptual atmosphere, especially those gourds, which are particularly condensed, as if they have bred a concept, although the taste seems to be a bit wrong. This is undoubtedly Overlord. Xiaozi, the chicken, is still struggling in the 11th realm, which is naturally far less than that. TSK. I didn't expect that Xiaozi's background is really not ordinary. She is a transcendent being, much stronger than us grassroots people. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Now thinking back, Xiaozi was indeed extraordinary in every way. He was able to leave a seed in that great war, which was picked up by the wandering emperor from the place where all worlds return to. Even in its infancy, it was able to give birth to the origin of magical powers. Everyone, after finally entering the tomb of this dusk. What are you still hesitating? Holding the bronze giant tower, the other side of the body, named the Fire Sickle, is the supreme ancestor of the Kui nationality. Hey, well, since you guys don't dare, then let me go and take this chance to transcend. Although he spoke bravely, the fireside god was extremely cautious in his actions. He did not rashly go deep into the purple mist. Instead, he raised his hand and threw the giant bronze tower in his hand out. Boom. On the other side of the source, the chaos of the ancient weapon is several levels of chaos. The power is extremely terrible. It is thrown by the other shore. It is also a big hole in the sky of the heavens. The bronze tower crushed the void, and the seemingly strange purple fog was not as terrible as expected. As if only the ability to isolate perception. Boom! The giant tower hit a purple leaf hard, making a low muffled sound. And then, there was no movement. And the gourd leaf was not hurt at all. Such a weird scene did not attract much attention from everyone. The people who perceived the passage across the passage had been fully placed on those gourds. His baby. Good baby. Ha ha ha. It's worthy of being called the Tomb of Transcendence. This treasure land is truly a supreme treasure land. In addition to Bai Donglin, the other side of the other shore showed excitement. They perceived an unprepared force on the gourd. Although they were immature, their supreme essence was above the cognition of the other side. Let the other shores do and understand. So do and think about it. It must be the power of superficialness. These gourds contain the opportunity to be detached. Mine. It's mine. The Lord of the Fire Sickle was dazzling, and the greedy light was rising in the eyes. The idea immediately moved, leading to the means of staying on the bronze tower. The figure appeared on it instantly. The big hand had been opened, and it was caught towards a gourd like an emerald. Sizzle! The gourd was covered with thick purple leaves, and Huijian's thick arm undoubtedly touched the edge of the purple leaves. The other side's body was so tough that it didn't even stagnate. It was directly cut open, with a wound deep enough to see the bone. Snort! The Lord of the Fire Sickle frowned, and did not choose to stop. He still grabbed the gourd. When he touched the gourd, the flesh of the arm had been cut out, leaving only the glazed bones. It's my hand. The joy in the eyes has not dissipated. The Fire Sickle suddenly changes. The pupils shrink to nothing, and the pure white eyes are scared. I saw that the light on the surface of the emerald green gourd. Suddenly the shrinkage converged, condensed into a sword light, and cut it towards the flames near the end. This sword contains the conceptual power of sharpness. Its benefits can cut off all things in the world. The key to tower. Rotate. At the moment of life and death, when the pioneering machine was locked by the aircraft, the body of the fire was illusory, and his body became a bronze giant tower. And he himself appeared on the purple, and leaves not far away. Snap! The bronze giant tower seemed to be fragile tofu, directly from top to bottom, and was cut into two halves by the dark green sword light. Then, the endless sword light was penetrated from the tower body, scratching the string, until it completely turned it into nothingness. Who? The Fire Sickle was afraid of the color after his face. Cold sweat stains on his dark face, and his breath was sluggish. Obviously, forcibly swapped the source of information with the bronze tower. This kind of anti-sky means will not be damaged to him. However, after nothing was found, after the emerald green gourd burst out of horror, the lingering light on it had exhausted, and the concept fluctuations were silent. The hesitation of the fire sickness flashed in the eyes, and then gritted his teeth and rushed up again. Regardless of the bloody body cut, he grabbed the gourd tightly and pulled it fiercely. Click! Ha ha ha! When you get the hand, the Lord of the Fire slants is difficult to hide his excitement, and it laughs at the sky. Idiot! Well? The Fireside Lord's expression froze. His eyes widened, and he slowly looked down. A big pink hand had pierced through his chest at some point, and at the unobservable information level, the big hand was also grasping the source of the Fireside's information. Boom! The big hand was slightly harder, and the source of the information was directly destroyed. He didn't want to understand that he was the other shore. Why was the other party so powerful? He killed him directly, even if he was not Heyday. The dark green gourd dropped from the palm of the bone and was caught firmly by a large pink hand. The will and the absolute spirit of rights and the absolute spirit have override the other side after the perfect integration. Powerful and terrible. Chapter 831. What a cruel guy. Although it has long been expected to have such a scene, the other side is also psychologically prepared, but never expected that as soon as it entered the tomb of overlords, the killing had begun. In fact, the pink light ball's figure does not have to directly kill the fire sickle god. After all, the same gourd. There are still many in the lush purple leaves. Where did this ruthless person come from? Not only is the strength mysterious origin, but also so heavy. Just to save some trouble, you directly kill the fire sickle. The source of the information is tight, revealing the inconsistent color. Although it is said that the gourds are touched, it will trigger terrible attacks. But there is a lesson of the front car of the fire sickle. They can still be avoided, but they will be troublesome in pay. Although I do it like my heart, the source of information is not intended for the first place. The moment when you step into the tomb of overlords, you must be prepared for the falling psychology. A supreme side of the other side fell, silent, and there was no other ripple except that the source of the information was sighed slightly. The same was true for everyone else. Not to mention by Donglin. He could be said to have witnessed with his own eyes how the pink light ball killed Huijian. But he had no intention of trying to stop it. His attention at this moment was not on these petty fights at all. What's going on? Did I feel wrong? Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. From the beginning, he noticed that the concept of gourd vine and those gourds fluctuated a little wrong. When the sword light appeared, this feeling became even stronger. It seems that in this concept fluctuation, it contains the taste of a little vortex, which seems to be plays. He cannot be sure. and he can't make a judgment at this time. Click, click, click. While Bai Donglin was thinking, the gourd vines that had been silent all this time suddenly moved. They twisted and squirmed like a giant python turning over, and a sharp purple gold vine shot towards the corpse of the fireside god. Pink Human Shadow had no vague facial face, but he couldn't see his expression. But he was slightly hesitant, as if he was still garbage. He dropped the corpse of the fire sickle god, and he retreated to the side with the green gourd. Sizzle! The fire sickle fell. The real body was naturally manifested, and the huge corpse lying on the sky fell quickly, and was still in the air, and was skewed by the purple vine. Boom! Countless vines rolled. Scattered purple fog separated from a gap, and vines with corpses slowly retreated. The scene in the depths of the cracks was revealed to everyone's eyes. After seeing the internal scenes, they could not help but change slightly their eyes across the boundless distance, and they saw the dense vine pins stood up in the cracks. Each vine was piercing a huge corpse. All kinds of strangeness, but they were scattered on the other shore. Obviously, these existences are also on the other side of the tomb of the beyond. But like the Lord of the Fire Slater, they always sleep here and become the nutrients of the gourd vine. Such a scene only surprised the people on the other side for a moment. But the greedy desire that had already arisen in their hearts would not be extinguished. Just a little hesitant, they chose a glorious gourd, preparing to perform a means, avoiding the horror attack, and taking off the treasure gourd. Since it is not sure, then test one or two. Faced with all kinds of doubts, Bai Donglin's expression became much more solemn at this time. He took a few steps forward and appeared among the dense purple leaves. Not as cautious as other shores. He didn't hesitate, and directly scratched his hands to a gourd. Brother Bai, be careful. The corner of the source of the information twitched slightly, which was startled by Bai Donglin Menglang's behavior, and his heart followed. Oh! No hindrance. Bai Donglin's expression was calm, and the arms that were found out were firm and powerful. The sharp leaves kept cutting on his skin, but was bounced away by an invisible vortex power field. Hurting him? Boom! A ray of scarlet flames appeared on the surface of the gourd. The hot breath was extremely terrible. It swept the sky and the earth. The boundless clouds above the sky were reflected and turned into a strange braised clouds. Swallow. Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly cold. A dark vortex emerged from his palm, and the endless power of the vortex circled it, directly a bite swallowing the horrible scarlet fire seedlings. Hiss. Such a domineering method of breaking the situation made a lot of shores dazzling. Taking a breath, the pink figure was also stagnated in place, staring at Bai Donglin without his face. And he was afraid of his heart. There is a little bit, but not much. We need more material. Bai Donglin pumped his mouth, and seemed to taste the flavor of the flame. He took off the red gourd, threw it into the origin of the origin, and walked towards the next gourd. Horrible! Terrible! The other side stayed in place, and looked at Bai Donglin to pick the gourds. Those horror attacks were resolved by him. Gradually, Bai Donglin walked into the deepening of the vine. As the back was completely swallowed by the purple mist, the people on the other side turned back, and could not help but shivered. They even explored the tomb of super detached with such monsters. If the other party had a bad mind, is there a chance to live? Guru, the source of information, your friend, is it possible to be overlord? But, I don't know why. From ancient times to the present, I have never heard of the situation where those who have been detached entering the tomb. I don't know if they are looking at it, or there are other unknown secrets. Upon hearing this, the source of information just shook his head without any intention of explaining. The four-color light deep in his pupils swayed violently, and extremely complicated emotions surged in his heart. Master Origin four-color wheel. It seems that I am going to disappoint you. If anyone can make it to the end, it must be Brother Bai. Far away. No, wrong. This is indeed the trace of the power of the vortex. Bai Donglin slowly stopped. His brows frowned, and he didn't have the mind of continuing to pick the gourd. Although these things were all the best, he was very confused and surprised. He never thought that there was still existence other than him in this world. And he had the power of vortex. Does this mean that the other party has also practiced the treasure of mother's casting? Bai Donglin always thought that he was unique. Now it seems that the situation has changed. Hey, I'm going to see. Where are you, sacred? Boom. The void around him exploded directly. Bai Donglin locked onto a direction and shot out, heading straight for the center of the endless vines. The source. Boom! His body was like a sword, tearing through layer of vines. In just an instant, he crossed the boundless distance and landed at the core of this world. This place was empty, without purple mist or ubiquitous vines. There was only a temple carved entirely from eternal amethyst. The breath is vast, and the endless years of breath flow on it, as if from the end of the eternal space and space. Cross this. What a big deal. Bai Donglin's expression moved. His eyes moved slightly, and it fell on a stone monument not far from the temple. The supreme place, where the Purple Emperor rests forever. Purple Emperor? Bai Donglin became even more curious, and he cupped his hands slightly apologetically for his subsequent rash behavior. Then, his observers were poured out, directly ignoring the defense of the temple, and taking in the scene inside. This is impossible. How can it be her? I don't believe it. Bai Donglin's expression changed greatly. His heart was messy. His mood was unprecedented, and he couldn't calm down. Perhaps it's just a similar flower. After all, destruction. Bai Donglin was destroyed, and directly avoided all powerful defense obstacles. He resurrected inside the temple of defense and was right. He stepped forward and walked to a sterile coffin. Purple Emperor. 1. A woman who looks exactly the same as Xiao Zi. His eyes were low, and through the crystal, Bai Donglin looked at the woman who was asleep. Her skin was crystal rosy, with colorful light lingering, and her expression was quiet and peaceful. Who could think of her death, and died before endless years? Not long ago, he caught Shizi back to the land of gray. At this time, how could the two be the same person? It just looks like it. Bai Donglin thinks so. After all, this Purple Emperor is similar to the atmosphere of the small purple blood veins. It is suspected that the origin of the blood of Shizi is the same as that of the descendants and the ancestors. This is the case in all the world, let alone a world of extraordinary power. What is it like? Bai Donglin tried his best to comfort himself, but there was still doubts in his heart, and he could not figure out completely. He would not be at ease. Snap! I raised my hand and moved away the heavy coffin cover. Observing at close range, I felt that this Purple Emperor and Xiao Zi were really too similar. Any small details were exactly the same, even including the temperament. There is a method. You can be sure. Senior. I'm sorry. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and gently lifted the woman's robe, revealing her crystal white flat belly and thin waist, which was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. It was shining with divine light and was extremely dazzling. The robe worn by Zihuang was an extremely powerful treasure, which hindered him to perform means, and had to offend so much as a last resort. Bai Donglin's palm became illusory, and the power of the vortex lingering on it, ignoring the light defense of God, slowly inserted the Purple Emperor's lower abdomen, but did not hurt the skin. After a moment, the palm retracted, holding a dazzling white light ball in the palm. Faintly, you can see a small figure in it curled up. It's him. It's his blood. Bai Donglin's eyes were closed tightly. His expression was gloomy, and the gloomy and cold breath rushed out, lingering the body, turning into countless magic phantoms, and yelling at the sky. Xiao Zi. Chapter 832 Love Across Time and Space. Snap. Silently, Bai Donglin's figure froze for a moment, and then the time and space surrounding his body shattered. A crisp and cold sound echoed faintly in the amethyst temple that was filled with deathly silence. When the heart is full of confusion, the heart is endlessly angry. And when the outside world is confused, Bai Donglin chose to freeze his own time. In that short moment, no one knew how long he had spent in the stagnant time, exhausting his thoughts and making countless deductions and searches, hoping to get a glimpse of the truth behind the limited information. By the time time started to flow again and connected with the real world, Bai Donglin had calmed down. The roaring shadows of gods and demons around him had all dissipated. He lowered his head and looked down at Xiao Zi, who seemed to be just asleep, with deep and indifferent eyes. Are you kidding me? Xiao Zi, this arrogant and crazy girl, can also achieve the ultimate state of transcendence? Thinking of this, his brows trembled fiercely. At this time, Bai Donglin had completely calmed down and had some vague guesses in his mind that the situation was not as bad as he had thought at the beginning. While his mind was at peace, he couldn't help but start complaining in his heart. It's not that he underestimated Xiao Zi. She is a transcendent person. The endless heavens have gone through countless epochs, and only then have a handful of transcendent beings emerged. If you count them, even including the Black Disaster, there are less than 100 in total. How rare. How difficult it is. Xiaozi, in his estimates, even if Bai Yujing is fully supported behind his back, if he can step into the other side, he can burn high incense. However, this purple emperor in front of me. Oh! Things are getting more and more interesting. The power of the vortex. Do you from myself? Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. And his perception was correct. The purple vines spreading endless areas were extended by several strands of hair in the purple emperor in the coffin. The concepts containing the traces of the vortex gathered here. It was particularly strong, and even caused a little deviation in the trajectory of the heavens in his body. If it is me, it is easy to say. With the power of the vortex, it creates a group of pseudo-hyper-detached. Hey, very smart, very powerful. In the future, it should be not difficult to do this. At this time, I will understand the power of the vortex at this time. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, glanced at the ball of light in his hand, flipped his palm, and pressed it back into Zi Huang's lower abdomen, then calmly covered him with his robe to hide the dazzling light of the white belly. Through his deduction, he determined that the present world is the forefront of the flow of the sacred timeline. It is neither the past nor the future. It is the only realistic base point that connects the past and the future. Therefore, it is the future little purple. After becoming the purple emperor, it was sent to the past by a certain existence. As for whether it was dying in the future, or the past, it is unknown. Anyone who involves overlive. Then it must be covered by the sacred timeline. This is undoubted. With the strength of the purple emperor's hypocrisy, it is absolutely impossible to cross the sacred timeline. This line is infected by many super escorters. If you want to go up against the flow, you must have the power of completely crushing them. Logic. Logic is superior? There is only this possibility. Bai Donglin, and here, there is a hint of heavy in his heart. And the future situation seems to be very grim. Regardless of whether this logical transcendent is himself or a certain existence among all races. Being forced to this extent, and having to go against the tide of eternity to leave arrangements. One can imagine how terrifying the unknown enemy's strength is. And he must be another transcendent. Xiaozi, you went back to the past and stayed here forever. Is it to wait for me and help me? A complex look flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. He walked forward, leaned over, and gently stroked Xiaozi's face. His fingertips could clearly feel the temperature of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, this was just a corpse after all, without any trace of self-consciousness. I understand. While whispering, he slowly lowered his head. His eyebrows pressed tightly against Xiaozi's forehead. And in an instant, boom! The endless whirlpool of the heavens seemed to be inexplicably stimulated and took the initiative to manifest itself. It suddenly expanded and enveloped the two people in the center of the whirlpool. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. And then it turned into understanding. The vision he perceived underwent a drastic change. At first, in order to detect whether Zi Huang still had signs of life, he had glanced at the will of the observers. This was not unfavorable eyes. But this time, he did not see something hidden in the corpse. Until the vortex force inducted each other, the things hidden in Zi Huang's body were naturally and completely revealed. And he could see it all. Awesome. Bai Donglin was amazed. He saw the boundless vortex of one side, emerging from the deepest origin in the purple emperor's body, breaking through the crystal white skin, and the turbulent spokes. Each contraction and expansion, each ray of operating trajectory contains supreme truths. Xuanji is mysterious. The mystery is endless. Exquisite. This is about the use of the power of the vortex. Its intention is high, and the power of power is infinite, which makes Bai Donglin sigh. If his current understanding of the vortex force is still at the level of 1 + 1 = 2, then the vortex truth manifested in Zi Huang's body at this moment has reached the level of thoroughly analyzing the entire universe. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. This is the future. With the help of Xiaozi, give me a gift. The opportunity was right in front of him. And it came from himself. Bai Donglin had no reason to hesitate. No need to be polite to himself. And immediately began to comprehend and absorb it. The vortex, whether at the end of the micro or the macro world, can see the traces of its existence, which is ubiquitous. For example, the genetic spiral of carbon-based life. If it compresses it into a plane, we'll find that it is also a vortex. The composition, particles, and particles, if they are expanded, we'll also find it as a core and a vortex form composed of many tiny particles. In the macroscopic world, whirlpools are even more common. From galaxies, universes, and whirlpools of the heavens to whirls on fingertips. Hair swirls on the top of the head. Dantian Chi see. Consciousness see. And thought nebulae. What is the power of the vortex? At this moment, Bai Dong finally saw a trace of truth. His heart rose sharply, completely immersed in it, and even let go of the perception of the outside world. Buzz! In the huge purple crystal temple, a vortex of uncertain reality was floating and surging. And in the center of it, two figures were hugging each other tightly. At this time, Bai Donglin, who was completely immersed in the mystery, did not know that the Purple Emperor, who had already been dead, trembled slightly, and then quietly scratched an inexplicable method. The movement was extremely vague, and a concept of the power of the vortex flickered. After a long time, the vortex of the sky slowly shrunk, and the eyebrows were disappeared. Bai Donglin then opened his eyes, and deep in his pupils, each had a vortex light and shadow. And he turned around, and he turned it more inexplicably. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Hey, unfortunately, I can't die. Bai Donglin smiled, and was very satisfied with the gains of this time. He subconsciously tightly held the unspeakable small waist, gently put the Purple Emperor back to the original place, and squeezed the rosy face of the other party. Xiaozi, thank you very much. Don't worry. I won't let you die this time. No matter who the enemy is. This is. In his heart. His minds were not disappeared. And when his words fell, Bai Donglin suddenly stunned in place, and his eyes moved to the belly of the Purple Emperor, and his brows couldn't help shaking. When? Xiaozi, your guy. Bai Donglin helpless as a mouse, shook his head and smiled hard. He felt the breath of a new life. Although he was weak, he was full of vitality, powerful, and tenacious. While the monk stepped into the 11th realm, while closing the timeline, he could also get his own blood power. Otherwise, who would take his life factors to bred a bunch of children? Wouldn't it be messy? Bai Donglin was extremely cautious about this. With his current strength, no one could give birth to a child for him without the consent of his ego. But just now, when he was immersed in his perception and was most unprepared, the method left by Purple Emperor tore a gap in the blockade, stole, and activated the power of his bloodline. Really a cunning girl. Don't tell me. This is your true purpose. Mu has become a boat, and Bai Donglin is no longer helpless in his heart. And there is no way. It is always impossible to wipe out his blood in person, even if it is reversed, changing reality. To some extent, it is the same as killing. The birth of new life can be divided into two ways. One is the reincarnation of the soul, which is just a very vague statement. Overall refers to that the original consciousness of the birth of life has already existed in the world. Or the reincarnation of the self-operation through the heavenly Tao. Or the institution of similar local government. And reinvests in the world. In this way, there is a hidden difference. The strong can retain memory, and the weak is a complete reincarnation new life. And there is no longer with the previous life. The strong enjoy this benefit, but naturally they have to bear the same risks. The strong often die at the hands of the stronger. They are more likely to die completely, with their self-consciousness wiped out directly, making it impossible for them to reincarnate. Bai Donglin belongs to this. The soul carries the reincarnation of my consciousness. Fortunately, because of the protection of the seven-color God light, it is not remembered by cleaning. As for the second one, it is a completely new life. Their original consciousness is to bred from blood veins. The power of strong blood veins completely eliminates the entry of the soul of the outside world, born in chaos, or the congenital gods at the beginning of heaven and earth. This is the column. So, among the 6 reincarnations, have you heard of God and demon? Bai Donglin is the other side. How powerful is the blood of the blood veins? Far exceeds the congenital gods. Once the foreign conscious soul body approaches, it will immediately be burned into nothingness by the horrible blood veins. It is extremely difficult for the power of blood to give birth to a new self-consciousness, and the probability is extremely low. In addition, foreign souls cannot take over. This leads to a very common phenomenon that the more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. Bai Donglin's expression was complicated, staring straight at Zi Huang's lower abdomen. The faint consciousness of the new life became stronger and stronger, and he is fully adapted to the power of blood. The chance of $1-million is my luck. Or is Xiaozi. This Nizi moved? In the middle of the mind, There was a scene of getting along with Xiao Zi in his mind. Especially the timeline that Jian Wudo had handed over to him at the beginning, which recorded the process of lighting the fire of will. For him, he died hundreds of millions of times in the closed-loop timeline. The elder sister also told him, before the separation, that Xiao Zi had no relationship with him after peeling away from his blood. He just did not expect that Xiao Zi was so deep. In the distant future, even if he achieved pseudo-super, even if he died, he was silent here. And he still did not give up. In this situation, Bai Dong couldn't help but began to reflect on whether he had done something wrong. Well, let's do it. At this point, you can only accept this fact. Bai Dong quickly adjusted his mentality, and his complex look was swept away. Instead, he was looking forward to his species. His species would definitely be extraordinary. But he didn't know how much this little guy would be. Is it a man or a woman? Like him? Or like Xiao Zi? Will it be a calm personality? Or a naughty tasting? Thinking about it, Bai Donglin didn't even realize that he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Brother, forgive Xiao Zi's willfulness. You in the future. Too lonely. Too tired. I believe that our child will share a little pressure for you. Zi Huang was lying quietly in the coffin, and his hands instinctively moved the method. The conceptual vortex deep in the body suddenly poured into the lower abdomen. Instant. Endless and vitality. The world trembled. Chapter 833 Source. Chongbao is born. Opportunity. Super detachment. The purple golden column that runs through the sky. The Huang Huang is infinite. The bright light is spilled. The purple mist is lingering. Corresponding to it, the entire boundless heaven is drowned in this mighty purple light torrent. Such a shocking vision instantly alarmed the other side of the conceptual gourd and wisdom. With their vision, it was unsatisfactory to move anymore. The supreme countless, vast vitality, described, not existed on information. This is the power of detachment. It is so heavy and so broad. Compared with it, the conceptual gourd in front of us is like a firefly compared to the scorching sun. Suddenly, the people's expression was blurred and my thoughts were stunned. Looking at the glorious gourd in front of me, I suddenly felt fragrant. Walk. The opportunity to transcend is first come first served. Fart. All kinds of opportunities in the world are all virtues. The deity walks in the heavens, and the world in the early years. Sizzle. A pink light cylinder directly torn out the information boundary. And what one was in it? And it was screwed towards the purple gold light cylinder in the center of heaven and earth. Some people on the other side are still hesitating. Some are talking nonsense. But the silent Lao Lu has already begun to take action. Humph. Despicable. Don't even think about it. Whoosh. Just for a moment. The other side rushed out, leaving only the source of the information and staying in place. And looked at the light of the light with both eyes. Thinking about it. Brother Bai. What on earth did you do to cause such a change? Bai Dong couldn't leave for a short time. The original grave of the peaceful and detachedness suddenly waved waves. Without thinking, he could guess who was the culprit with his heels. After the dial of the four-color wheel of the origin, the source of the information has understood the unpredictable behind the tomb of this beyond the tomb. Naturally. Be careful. But you can see the heart of your heart. Just like the crazy dog who lost his wisdom. This cemetery world is just a stepping stone. The real highlight has not yet begun. To attract all the transcendence. The secret treasure of the Lord of the Source Point is the first priority of this trip. The rest can be ignored. The source of information glanced at the gourd in front of him. Then hit his body. Left without looking back. And stayed far behind everyone. He was ready to run away at any time. Leaving those iron-headed kids to wade into this muddy water. At the center of heaven and earth. Less than 10,000 light years away from the purple light column. A pink figure fell from the information level. It is the spiritual will after the integration that he has to stop here. The oppression of the light column is too terrible. Making him a little bit frightened. And the inexplicable sense of crisis lingers. What on earth is this? Thinking of the intelligence that the absolute rights were told before leaving. The spirit of spirit could not help but be overwhelmed. His purpose was not that. And he should not be involved in the situation. Ha ha. Mine. It's all of me. Out of the opportunity. No one can stop me. Broken. The other side of the play that joked himself as the Emperor was extremely enthusiastic at this moment. Oppressed by the breath of light. Holding the sword with the source of the source. And cut it down. The sharp, snow-white sword light illuminated the world. The vast sense of destruction wiped out all paths. And the information of all things was also torn apart. Everything turned into a chaotic, disordered and distorted state. A sword directly destroyed the endless world of this side. The return of Gintian. Endlessly. The gourd vines with the power of conceptual power were preserved. And the purple light was still brilliant and shining in the destruction. Can win one of the 12 keys, and step into the other shore of the tomb of the beyond. There is no simple role, which can be said to be the top figure in the other shore. Only they have been trapped in the top of the peak, and cannot break through. The expression of the Emperor of Morality changed slightly. And he attacked with all his strength. With almost all his power concentrated on the pressure of the aura of the destructive light column. And only a few aftermath of the collision spread out to destroy the heaven and earth. However, now this is the zone that is close to 10,000 light years at hand. He only broke through less than 1/3. And he was overwhelmed. No one knew what existed in that brilliant purple light. Something supreme and noble. But its aura just dissipated, making the existence on the other side difficult to reach. Huh? So terrible. The eyes of the Emperor of Morality gradually became fierce, with a burning will and a desperate attitude. As he thought about it, the source of information slowly unfolded. And inside it, there was a strange sword shadow that kept leaping like a lively fish. He is going to fight. Down you. I will wait for you to help you. The people on the other side, who were a step slower, finally arrived and saw the situation clearly at a glance. Without any nonsense, they launched a fierce attack. The other side joined forces. The power is vast. Terrifying. Even the sea of information was ignited. And the bear burned. TSK. Let's make a deal first. After we break this beam of light, it's up to each of us to figure out how to do it. The Emperor was depressed and scolded. But he knew in his heart that with his own power, it was difficult to break the barrier of this breath. Helplessly, he could only cooperate with others temporarily. As it should be. Do it. Kill. Boom. The 8 tops of the top of the top. A combination of force erupted in appalling power, such as a pointed knife, and extremely sharp, directly toward the breath barrier. Instantly span the remaining short distance. As long as you raise your hand, you can touch the bright light. Did you make it? The Emperor of Morality was filled with joy, looking at the beam of light so close to him. He couldn't help but feel dazzled. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand. But before his fingertips touched the beam of light, he suddenly stopped where he was. What happened? Why is it so quiet? How could those guys be allowed to seize the opportunity and think about it? Such a strange situation caused the Emperor's forehead to exude cold sweat. And his scalp was numb for a while, due to the oppression of the breath. The perception is completely in a state of chaos. He does not know the situation behind him. He can only look back slowly. When he sees the scene under the photos of the purple light, his pupils shrink. I saw that the 7 extremely powerful other shore existed. And the towering bodies were solidified in nothingness. The skull was low. And the chest was worn by a purple golden vine cave. Awful. The seemingly bland scene. But I do know the fall of the other shore. And secretly accompanied by the collapse of the universe of the universe. The big 1,000 universe opened in the eternal particles belongs to nothingness. Hee. Is this the tomb of detachment? XS. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult. Snap. The Moral Emperor smiled tragically. And his eyes were dim. He didn't know when his chest was also worn by the vine cave. And the source was broken and completely fell. The concept of power is too unsolvable. The other shore is in front of it. Fragile like a baby. Buzz. The purple gold light column trembled slightly. And the next moment, it suddenly shrank and disappeared. Slowly purple glory, through every corner, has been completely beaten into a naked world. As if the time is going back to plastic. Returning to a good state. Died of greed. Can't resent others. Bai Dong was standing in the temple, and was at the core of Ziguang. He looked at the scenes of the outside world, and shook his head. These guys. Take away a gourd. Can't you get back well? I do know how to be satisfied. And try to get more. There is no wrong with this idea. Unfortunately, there is no strength. And it deserves to die. He died a few on the other side. And he was all alien. This trivial matter was not enough to let him take it in his heart. His eyes moved slightly. And it fell on the amethyst light that gathered all the purple light. At this time, the glorious has been turned into the essence. Like the crystal clear amethyst, showing a transparent shape. It can be seen in the inside of a small figure, which is lazily displaying the limbs. Is it coming out? Bai Dong's eyes are looking forward to it. He doesn't think the bread time is too short. You know, the power of this group of blood. I don't know how many years have been in this small purple body. After getting his permission, it is the last finishing touch. The horrible Zijin lights just now should be the arrangement left by Xiaozi to inherit all her forces to this little guy. Snap. Boom. A pink, small, snow-white fist, surrounded by a hazy purple light, violently shattered the purple crystal ball like a chicken breaking out of its shell. It seemed that it was too hard. A sharp light sprayed out of the fist from a small fist across the vast space in space and collapsed the information, but it disappeared at the end of the world. Not good. In addition to hundreds of billions of light years, the spiritual will that is quietly retreating. The pink figure is stagnant, and the crisis induction in the underworld allows he to choose to dodge without hesitation. Sizzle. The horrible light that passed by speed just touched the slightest and directly torn him's left hand, strangled into nothingness. Among the losses, many eternal particles have been opened as the universe of the spiritual dimension by him. At this time, it is a pity that it is unlucky, terrible, not to be enemy. The spiritual will is not a fool, but there is no idea of getting revenge. The figure twisted for a while, returned into light balls, and entered the information to disappear. Hey, good boy. It is indeed Lao Tzu's species. Just when it is born, it has such strength. Fortunately, the boy's fist is very fierce, and the other side is unable to carry a punch. Bai Donglin's eyes were surprised. You know, the creatures are affected by blood and the environment, and the strength of strength is different when birthed. But this has a degree. There is an upper limit. According to common sense, this upper limit is 10 realms. For example, some chaotic gods that are against the sky are bred from chaos, and they are born to control the power of the rules of the origin. Some extreme environments will also affect the strength of the newborn. For example, children born on the stars with strong gravity must be more powerful than the children with a weak star. Bai Donglin thought about it slightly. Naturally, his child must not say more. The bloodline must be one of the best. The environment for breeding is in the Purple Emperor's body. He has been taking care of the best. Although there are various factors, it will not exist on the other side of the birth. Well, this guy Xiaozi is really willful. He instills all his strength to an ignorant child, and is not afraid of making a lives? Bai Donglin felt a bit of a headache. Naughty kids were not easy to take care of. But if the kid was able to kill the other side with a punch, he would be even more lawless. It was scary just to think about it. If it's difficult to discipline him, the only option is to seal his power. Snap! Another small hand. The hole penetrated the amethyst ball, and then torn it hard, tearing the light ball in half. Crack! Crack! Grunt! The naked, the pink little fart child looks like a 6-year-old child. He seems to know that the amethyst ball is extremely precious. He directly stuffs in the entrance, like eating potato chips, and swallows the belly at the speed of light. Later, with a pair of innocent eyes, he stared at Bai Donglin directly, and his dark eyes turned. Father, I'm hungry. Well, won't be wrong. This is indeed his species. Bai Donglin's brows twitched. The energy contained in the purple crystal ball was of extremely high nature, which could be said to be the combined energy of several heavens. But it couldn't even fill the belly of this little brat. Source? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. Above his son's smooth brows, there was a quaint character. The purple light flowed, shining, and extremely mysterious, like the concept and polymerization of the vortex. Father, is this the child's name? I don't know what Bai Donglin was thinking about, but when he heard the call, he came back to his senses and smiled brightly. Yes, Source. Your name, Bai Yuan. This little rabbit cub. Shouldn't it be? Chapter 834 from the Last Life. Mother Master. Xiao Baiyuan's figure flickered, rushed into the Purple Emperor's arms, and called softly, and his clear eyes were sorrowful. Don't look at him as soon as he was born. But he has realized the difference between life and death. This is the offspring of a higher life form, so naturally it cannot be judged by ordinary eyes. The gift from blood inheritance makes him born with knowledge. All kinds of principles exist around us, and the principles and truths of objective existence are even clearer in our hearts. The only thing that is more normal is the subjective humanity of my consciousness. It is no different from ordinary children. The three views are blank. The shape of personality needs to be cultivated the day after tomorrow. To put it simply, Xiao Baiyuan at this time can instinctively create a vast universe with his hands. But he does not understand the ways of the world and how to behave in society. Xiao Baiyuan's mother died many years ago, before he was born. And he has been living in a single-parent family ever since. What a miserable life experience. At the beginning of Bai Dong, he was a father. And he was thick. How could he know how to comfort the child? He could only watch silently on the side. Boom. Xiao Baiyuan's crying call seems to have touched a hidden concept. The purple vines all over the world began to roll fiercely, all of which were shrinking into the purple golden temple. Snap! The purple emperor's waterfall showed his shoulder. And those gourd vines that extended from the hair ends also gathered together. The protective of the supreme overbearing device is the protection of the purple emperor. Above this robe, there is a mother's unreserved love for the child. It is a gift created by the purple emperor's use of the way. It is better than those who are pinched from those who are super detached. I don't know how strong. At least, Bai Donglin has never seen such a horrible exception that has never seen his breath. That is, now that he has great strength, he must use 2 hands to tear it. Buzz! The mutation is not only here. The temple space suddenly gave birth to a rejection power, pushing Bai Donglin's father and son to the outside of the temple. Immediately, the towering themes of the amethyst rose, and the hot purple gold flames burst out, and the self-sacrifice was refined, and it was instantly turned into a small purple gold gourd. After a twist and flickering, the pendant was directly covered on Xia Baiyuan's neck. Bang! The steel of the book Purple Emperor sleeping collapsed into countless light spots, wrapped in a strange character, and fiercely condensed into a shining array, fluttering, covered with Xia Baiyuan's eyebrows, completely covering the mysterious source character. Mother! Xiao Baiyuan's eyes were red, and his palms were pressing tightly on the gourd pendant in front of his chest. He seemed to feel that his mother was by his side, closest to his heart. Perhaps this is the greatness of maternal love. For the sake of a child she has never met, Zi Huang has given everything she has, and devoted all she has. Xiao Zigai. Is it so eccentric? Bai Dong was sour, and even his inner vomiting was full of sour taste. Although that, he was just ridicule. He would not be jealous with his children. Moreover, all the mysteries about the power of the vortex in the small purple body have been absorbed by him. This is the most valuable thing. And the rest is just the end of the branches. Looking at Xiao Baiyuan, who was still blurred and secretly injured, Bai Donglin raised his palm, just like dealing with his mother Xiao Zi, and he directly collapsed with a brain and pulled him back to reality. Ouch! It hurts. Father, what are you doing? After a bomb, the big thousand universe must be silent. The small white source heritage is horrible, and it will not be injured because of this. It will only feel a little pain. It is strange that in the face of Bai Donglin's attack, the protection of Purple Emperor was unmoved, and the potential meaning was self-evident. Xiao Zi wanted him to teach Bai Yuan well. Boy, don't be sad. Your mother, and she hasn't died yet. Father, what did you say? Xia Baiyuan froze, even forgot the pain of his brows, and asked anxiously. I said, you are still living well, and you can see each other soon. Bai Dong's eyes flashed slightly. In a sense, Xiao Zi was dead. And it was not dead. Really? Father, don't you lie to me? His eyes were low, looking at his robe tightly, looking forward to looking at his Xia Baiyuan. Bai Donglin couldn't help but be a little stubborn. Although there were some speculations, the boy was a great character in the future. But at this time, it was just a poor baby who had just lost his mother. Nodded gently, then bent over and lifted Xia Baiyuan, so that he was sitting on his wide arm curved, identifying the direction, and walking towards the nothingness. The fans are colorful in glory, and the lights are scattered, and the light of the detachment completely shrouded the two, eliminating all the existence of peeping to the next conversation. Even if it is a super detached person, regardless of whether Xiao Baiyuan could understand or not, Bai Donglin would have to know these things sooner or later. So he began to talk to himself. From beginning to end, Xiao Zi in his situation carefully said, and even the wrong speculation of himself did not hide it. For the father, I thought that this was just a simple time of time paradox. Just like in the heavens in Zigo. I had a different layout. Speaking of this, Bai Dong's tone was slightly paused, and he shook his head slowly. I later deduced several Dihianji in solidifying time and space, and finally overturned this guess. Wrong. Big mistakes. The ring of time paradox is an extremely unstable chaotic state. It is always in the self-collapse. To stabilize it, it needs to meet the unique and indispensable external factors. That is the aggregate of all time and space in the empty, and space-led region dominated by sacred timeline. In simple terms, if the time of the time paradox in the heavens, the vulnerable bubble that will burst at any time, then this space-time aggregate is the endless ocean. The bubbles float in the vast ocean and are surrounded by the ubiquitous seawater. So the crushing stress of the bubbles expanding outward is offset. So, if you want to form a paradox with a sacred timeline, then... Bai Donglin stopped his words and looked at Xia Beiyuan, who was obsessed with hearing, and did not know how much this kid. His words were simple enough. Father, what you mean? If you want to connect the first and end of the sacred timeline to form a paradox, then one party must be larger, and the time and space of the empty domain can be used as the ocean to accommodate this bubble? Otherwise, this bubbles will be broken, and the tradition of paradox will naturally have no external conditions formed. That's right. Bai Donglin frowned. Most of the time, he spit various ways to derive whether there is such a time and space. As a result, it is yes. No. The realm of nothingness is the end of everything known and unknown. This is the conclusion that many transcendents have unanimously affirmed. Otherwise, they would not all be entrenched on the sacred timeline. It is not that they are not strong enough, but that they have come to the end. If there is a higher layer of time and space, the superbers can easily step into it. In summary, the sacred timeline cannot form a closed loop. It can only go to the future without going forward. Therefore, the relationship between Xiaozi and Zi Huang is a bit ambiguous. So he said that Xiao Zi's life and death are not easy to determine. He had a bold guess. If it was correct, then Zi Huang was Xiao Zi, and also not Xiao Zi, although the sacred timeline cannot be closed. If it is the legendary logical transcendent, it should be possible to completely erase it and start all over again. If it is based on the above speculation, then you can explain the origin of the Purple Emperor. Perhaps, if all the existence is not known, everything in the empty domain has been repeatedly played many times, and the Zi Huang, and this beyond the tomb, should not exist in this life. They come from the last life that has been wiped out and empty. So I have started over again many times? Zi Huang, the tomb of transcendence. Is it another new exploration after countless failures? How terrible the future enemies are. Even the logic of accomplishment. I have to repeat it again and again. Bai Donglin's eyes are glory and quiet. He thought a lot. And he was vigilant about the brutal situation in the future. He needs to be more cautious on all kinds of choices in the future. After all, with the advantages of the immortality brought by the seven-color god light, the role will become smaller and smaller. The over-detached people can exist from the perfect resurrection of the existence traces. It is extremely difficult to erase. Who is afraid of death? What is the meaning of others if he kills him without killing him? If he can't kill each other? Therefore, the seven-color divine light is destined to gradually retreat to the second line, and only his own power can be relied upon forever. Father, as you said, isn't the mother died? Xiao Baiyuan's eyes were dark and frustrated. Boy, your eyes are too narrow. Don't be limited to the same time and space. After you grow up, you will naturally understand. Bai Donglin shook his head and stopped saying more. Without his realm, some things were said, and others would not understand. Here we are. Between the pace, it spans endless virtuality, to the bottom of the world and the earth, and the silent grave of time and space. Buzz, at this moment, in this dead silent space, wisps of gray mist were emerging, swirling and gradually forming a vortex. This piece of space was previously suppressed by countless purple gold vines, and no energy could flow out. It was only after Purple Emperor handed over everything to Xiao Baiyuan that it became visible. The heavens and the earth have been turned into nothingness. Such obvious and strange gas machines naturally immediately attracted Bai Donglin's attention, and they rushed over non-stop. Another passage. Sure enough, this beyond the tomb is not so simple. Looking at the vortex that has been taken, Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and then walked forward with Xia Beiyuan. Brother Bai, there is no shock, and the source of information comes out of it. Bai Donglin, who arrives first, shows the color that has long been expected. You came. Bai Dong stopped and looked at the source of the information not far behind. The pink shadow hidden in the information was not forced to appear. After obtaining the mysteries of the vortex in the Purple Emperor, his control of power was infinitely raised, and he was sublimated to another realm. He already had confidence and super-detached, a fusion of the will to power and absolute spirit. Speaking of which, when the Tao of the Heavens was first opened and the Black Disaster invaded, absolute spirit also helped one of his clones. which was considered to be giving him some face. Now that he has not been provoked for the time being, there is no need to embarrass him. Well, brother Bai, what is this child? The source of information looked at the child being held affectionately in Bai Donglin's arms, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. He had never seen brother Bai with such a gentle side. This child has a great relationship with Bai brother. Moreover, he couldn't see the child's feet. He only saw a thorny purple light in his eyes. Even if it was the information level, everything was covered up. There is a conceptual blockade in the tomb of the detachedness, which eliminates the possibility of bringing the vitality from the body in the body. Is this inexplicable child? Is it that the souls in the tomb are not? Oh, this is my child. Xie Yuan. Call uncle. Hello. Uncle. Xia Beiyuan was very well behaved. Even at this time, he was still grieving his father's ambiguous explanation. And he was still worried about his mother's safety. He could hear greetings and immediately report a bright smile. Okay. Good. Xie Yuan. Low. Really good. The source of the information was a bit stubborn. He never heard of what a son-in-law had by Donglin. He had carefully investigated by Donglin's background. He knew that the man only pursued his strength and was not close to the female. Although I was surprised in my heart, I still took out the bottom of the house and chose a few valuable treasures for Xia Beiyuan. The source of information. You can steal it. You can get Xie Yuan to call your uncle. Enough for you to blow your life. Bai Donglin's eyes with a smile, thinking of a little bit of interest in his heart. His guess. It is estimated that he will be confirmed soon. At the time of the two people's greetings, the vortex channel was completely stable. After a while, there was no dark crack in the fissure of nothingness. And the spiritual will comes out of it. They are so calm, and they seem to know something. Is it possible to stand behind? The spiritual will boldly guess that there is absolute rights. And there is no fear of thinking about taboos, attracting the attention of the superb. Competition is even greater than expected. This is just a transit land. No one knows how many overlooks at this time, bringing attention to this. Anyway, it is also the side of the side. In the past, there was no one who did the behind the scenes. He was in charge of the fate of countless creatures. The spiritual will naturally know how to save his own body as a pawn. Well, wretched. Cautious. Never make the head bird. It is impossible to lift a chessboard. Only when the hunter who is in the dark shows his value at a critical moment. And the favor of the chess player will be hoped to be proposed. The tantra of the Lord of the Source. If I can see a slightest one. Thinking of this, the spiritual will tremble, and quickly cut off the thoughts of greedy desire, and dare not continue to think deeply. Walk. As soon as the figure moved, the moment when the vortex channel was stepped into the vortex channel, the moment was stagnant, and there were countless small cracks on the surface of the body. This is. How so? Feeling the power of the horror and oppression brought by the vortex. The spirit of spiritual will. The source of the information. The source of information. Enter the peacefulness. Why did he accidentally occur? Can this vortex channel still depends on the dishes? Snort. The spiritual will be too late to think about it. The hands are fierce. The pink body suddenly turns into colorless transparency. The red and white star clouds that are intertwined with each other in the body are clearly visible. And a strange power of the other side of the other shore burst out. Break. Alas! The vortex passage acts on the power of the compression of the body table and the source of the information, and has been cut into a gap. The spiritual will did not dare to keep the big stay, and quickly turned into it. Boom! The crack healing. The vortex rotating for a moment, then disappeared slowly. And the bottom grave of the space-time was back to silence again. Ding ding dong. A crisp buzzing sound seemed to flash by his ears, and the distorted light that filled his vision across the passage gradually faded away, and dim light came into his eyes. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his will and perception spread. At the foot is a simple altar of one side. The full-time wind and frost on it, and the tedious inscriptions of the mysteries are shining, which is the key to communicating the vortex channel. The altar is set on top of a towering mountain. The mountain is extremely majestic and huge. Looking around, there are brilliant galaxies dotted on both sides like ribbons. These idols, the source of information, has shrank slightly. Around the mountains of Shanshan, there is a statue of a giant. It is extremely tall. The eyes of each idol are vortexes across millions of light years. Their materials are visible to the naked eye, or strange and colorful metals, or crystal white jade, transparent glazed. The perception spreads. The idols seem to be endless, all solemn, and eternally stand in this dim space and space. The idol was moved. This smashing his chest, slightly lowered his head, and in the direction of the mountain, doing a special etiquette. The master of this beyond tomb is really polite. So no solemn? The source of the information sneered, and the weird move by the idol made a little uncomfortable. After all, it was the tomb of the transcendence. What can they count on the other side of them? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes, tightened his arms, and was observed at a loss by Xia Beiyuan, who was holding at a loss. And his innocent eyes were full of curiosity, work saluting them to be passionate. Although the source of information was not realized, he couldn't escape his keen perception. The hidden eyes in the eyes of these giants' galaxies. If there was nothing, it seemed that all of them were gathered on Xia Beiyuan's body. Source: Bai Yuan. Sure enough, his guess should be correct. Bai Donglin, the father of the source of the source. Chapter 835. When did he have such a bold speculation? Everything has to start with the original Tao of the heavens and the blue stars. The existence of blue stars is extremely abstract and weird. The human civilization above it is very short. From the beginning of the birth of a wise creature, it has not been millions of years. But this immature civilization has witnessed countless times. Even the highest infinite Taoist level. It is a small number. You know, it is to run a small heavenly Daoyin. And it has to span the long years over the years. Compared with these magnificent time scale, the blue star civilization obviously exists in the gap that is not erased. Bai Donglin uses the wounds of reincarnation, time stagnation, and time to slow down by the observer's will. In this way, it seems extremely weird, which is completely contrary to logic. When his will poured into the torrent of wills of the heavens, his vision was infinitely elevated, and he sensed a fleeting and obscure fluctuation. Although he was weak at the time and could not understand it, he still engraved it in his heart, because he guessed that this fluctuation of qi was the root cause of the abnormal state of the source point blue star. Finally, when Xia Beiyuan was born, he perceived the same aircraft fluctuations on the source pattern of his eyebrows. In addition, before entering the tomb of transcendence, the source of information vaguely told him some important information through a secret method known only to the two of them, from which he learned that the tomb of transcendence was left by the Lord of the Source. There was also the appearance of Zi Huang. Coincidentally, Xiao Zi, who was close to him, appeared in the transcendent tomb he stepped into, as if she was waiting for him. Combining the above information, we can basically confirm the inseparable connection between Xia Beiyuan and the Lord of the Source. At this time, as soon as he stepped into the time and space of the main tomb, those towering statues that stood endless years immediately talked to Xia Beiyuan to the highest etiquette, and once again proved his guess. He couldn't guarantee it, but Bai Donglin was 99% sure that Bai Yuan was the master of the source point, who was suspected to have fallen in the past time and space. Oh, good. My child Bai Yuan, you have the asylum for your father. You can give more effort in the future. You must not slack. Ah? Xiao Baiyuan had a bewildered look on his face. He blinked his big clear eyes, and looked at his father, who was smiling kindly at him. His heart was beating fast. He knew that there was a vague concept of what kind of existence of the super escape. Even what his father had not done at this time. Xia Beiyuan didn't think he could go. I don't know why his father had such high expectations for him. At a young age, he felt the pressure in his heart rose sharply. Well, the source of the information of this remark was stagnant, and the figure was covered with black lines. There are countless strong people in this world. Who dares to say that he can definitely transcend? Not to mention this toothless kid. Buzz. At the time of the three people's minds, the depths of the time and space of this side suddenly rose into an endless vague fluctuations. And the distance between the distance was clearly reflected in the perception. Samjiang. Roar. 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 The fullness of anger. The roaring. Like the bone-cold wind whistling, leaving the naked eye on the tough space and space. Hum. Noise. As the indifferent scolding sounded, a colorful giant palm was shot, and the roar stopped abruptly, as if he was holding his neck. Brother Bai. It looks like this place is going to become lively soon. The source of information frowned. With his full perception, he saw that in this dim space and time, towering sacred mountains stood above the boundless land. They were exactly the same as the ones under their feet at this moment. And there were the same altars on the top of the mountains. Obviously, these altars also linked to the tomb of one side. The fluctuations just now are caused by the activation of the altar. I do not know how many existence from the other side of the endless heaven, and it has come one after another. Oh, the excitement here is just a little trouble. Nothing. Bai Donglin smiled meaningfully, and the source of the information immediately heard what he was referring to. Indeed, the ones who were really busy were those transcendent people who controlled everything behind the scenes. At this time, Bai Donglin's will had already touched the threshold of the ninth realm of eternal immortality. Coupled with his special self-consciousness and the blessing of countless wills of the heavens in his body, the range of his will perception was terrifyingly large, far beyond the comprehension of the other side. In the thought of the superb, the will to extend the horror of $1 trillion light years is for a super thought. Bai Dong is even better today. In just a dozen breaths, I touched the margin of time and space in this formula. This place is indeed vast and boundless. It is not much worse than that of gray and silence. 17,999 super thoughts. It is too luxurious to be used to make grave. But it is not much. But it is just a super thought smaller than the land of gray and silence. Is there such a coincidence? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes, and glanced at Sia Baiyuan in his arms. The boy was quite sensible, and knew the face of taking care of his gray master. Under the perception, there are more than 10,000 towering gods on the boundless land. And there are more than 10,000 seats. And each two gods are far apart. In this huge gap, there is a huge statue standing. From the eyes of the statue, which span millions of light years, and are like a vortex of galaxies, we can see how huge this transcendent tomb is. Sizzle. The altar that had already been silent suddenly flashed a touch of light. The void torn, and a pink light splashed out, turning into a cracking figure, and fell into the front of Bai Donglin. He looked like he had lost all hope in life, and lay flat on the ground, refusing to get up. Cough. I have seen two Taoist friends. The spiritual will is very depressed, hiding, but I did not expect that in the end they fell under the eyes of the two. Are you afraid of me? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, then shook his head, and said, Get up. What do we say from the same place? Ah. Look at them. At this time, we can't turn our internal fighting. Following Bai Donglin's eyes, the mountains within their perception range. The altar on the top of the mountain shines, is more or less. And there are strong and powerful figures. The hot, complicated, and tit-for-tat sure will collide with each other in woody time and space, rubbing the intangible fire. And the horror gas machine is crushed into the heavens and the earth. Dao Yu said very much. The spiritual will relaxes, slowly standing up, and the surface of the body is sprayed with colorful cracks, recovering with the speed visible to the naked eye. Dao Yu, I have joined forces to join forces, and they must be disadvantaged to win the biggest opportunity of the tomb of the super. Bai Donglin's sense of crisis is very strong, and the ordinary eyes will make the will not stop. If it can use its strength, it will be greatly beneficial to the completion plan. No, you misunderstood. I mean, I need to do it myself. In the battle with those guys, you may not be able to go to the end. The things left by the source of the source naturally have to be taken over by him. Is there any reason to intervene in others? I still want to cooperate with him. It is unknown. You, what kind of spiritual will has been treated so much that he is shameful and humiliated in his heart? But he dares not to make a lot. He can only press the anger and turn around to leave. Brother Bai, there won't be any problem. Right? The source of information stopped. He speculated that the pink light ball, which was unknown, may also stand behind, and offended it. It would inevitably leave a disaster. Sutter, I have my own plan. Bai Donglin's eyes are quiet. With his current strength, he can definitely sweep all enemies in the place where the super-escaped person cannot set foot. He believed that in the future, he would definitely arrange everything with the help of the Lord of the Source. Who knows? By the time he goes out, he will have the confidence to not be afraid of those transcendents. For the time being, the human race can trust. As for those alien people, it is better to leave a heart. Oh! From the endless view of the endless sky, a statue of a respect seemed to survive. And every step fell, and the earth trembled. The towering figure of the idol, shaking between, toward the time and space. The dazzling colorful light, splashing out of its eyebrows, spanning the spatial and space cracks, and linking each other. Countless idols are based on the basis of a huge luo.com, covering the heavens and the earth. His brother Bai. What is that? The source of information opened his eyes wide with a look of shock. The closest to them was a statue that looked like it was made entirely of colored glaze. A beam of light spurted out from its brows, and a round, transparent sphere slowly floated out from the cracks in its brows. The scene inside was clearly visible. A deep blue ocean made up of countless strange characters. Looking around, every idol is the case. There is a similar sphere from the eyebrows. Its texture and color are slightly different. The things carried inside are completely different. The bright light is like a ribbon, carried a strange sphere, and the colorful light reflected each other, shining the dim space and space into a dreamy fantasy place. Well, those things should be a concept aggregate. Bai Dong's tone is a bit uncertain. It is too much in the ball, and the breath is too complicated. It is more and more elusive through the cross overlap by light. But the ethical concept fluctuations attract the power of the vortex in the body, which will not perceive the error. Opportunity. Super detachment. Ha ha ha. With so many conceptual sources, one of them can get a glimpse of conceptual mysteries. Even if the quantity accumulates enough, you can take the last step. Take them down. Whoever dares to grab. I slaughtered him. Compared with Bai Dongling's calmness, those on the other side are much more excited. They can step into the super confidence without Bai Donglin with their own strength. In the long years, they can't see a sense of powerlessness in the way, and they are almost mad. At this time, I can see so much conceptual origin. As if I just saw the hope of detachment. How can I not be excited? Boom. Snap. On the other hand, it is difficult to suppress the restlessness in the heart. They no longer take care of the left and right, and they have broken through time and space. From the other side of the endless heaven, there are different appearances, and they are all strong. They are all overlords on the other side. At this time, the group moves, and the mighty power is terrifying. The opportunity for transcendence and the power of concepts deserve to belong to this emperor. The secret words of the one nationality. There is a dark Zen emperor on the other side. The bare head is covered with 6 colors of pupils. Each pupil has a mouth excitedly whistling. Exciting. The dark Zen emperor was extremely fast. He walked on the information. Instantly across the void. Close to a statue of the whole body. Hold head high. The idol that was dull in place suddenly moved, which was comparable to the huge palm of the universe. At a beyond normal speed. It came first, and patted the dark Zen emperor fiercely. Just like taking a fly. Huh? Finding death? It's just a dead thing. What's the big? Broken. One finger can point out the big hand of the universe Shanghai. And in the eyes of the other shore. You must know that they can all have the supreme existence of the thousands of existences. Creation is naturally more difficult than destruction. The cold eyes, hanging from a vertical pupil of the dark Zen emperor. The cold light. The sharpness, directly around the red hand that covered the sky. Sizzle. 5 fingers broke off with a sound. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors, and the diameter of each finger was over 2 million light years. They fell at a high speed, creating a bottomless abyss on the earth. You know, the observable vision of some small universe is only more than 90 billion light years. The galaxy is only tens of thousands of light years. The nail cover of this idol can cover a group of galaxies. Hey. But so. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Ansheng Zen Emperor. He was too lazy to bother with a dead object. With a flicker of his figure, he was about to step into the round sphere floating in the column of light. Hold head high. What? The dark Zen Emperor turned around and turned around. An intact palm had quietly closed, and blocked him in the palm space. This is impossible. The perception just now will not be wrong. He definitely cuts the palm of the idol. How can he heal instantly? Could it be? The dark Zen Emperor didn't know what he thought of, and his heart suddenly sank. He seemed to see it just now. The source of the concept flashed a red light. And then the current scene appeared. Can the conceptual power of distorting reality? However, it is very weak, and it should not be trapped. Bai Dongling's eyes moved slightly, looking at another statue. It was a Taoist, who was blurred and shrouded in the glory of the fans. He had settled the obstacles of the idol. Shiran stepped into the conceptual source, and began to immerse himself in the perception. Sanqing? Yes. A little means. With the success of Sanqing, although the rest of the other bank was a little embarrassed, they also began to break through the obstruction of the idol one after another. Brother Bai, are we not shot yet? Although there are many idols, they can't let them take advantage. The source of the information was jealous. If Bai Donglin still had the lines in front of him, he would have ended. At this time, every time he delayed it, it would be unimaginable huge losses. Huh? It's okay. Dao goes. Don't take care of me. Bai Donglin returned from his thoughts, and looked at the anxiety of the source of the information. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. Ahem. In this case, Brother Bai, you also act quickly. But don't lose these opportunities. After saying that, the source of information disappeared instantly. He was still under the instruction of that adult, so he dared not slack off in the slightest. How could he be as leisurely as Bai Donglin? It's not so simple. But just started. Bai Donglin looked at the lively scene in full swing, and a hint of light flashed deep in his eyes. These conceptual sources were just some gadgets. It may allow the other shore to have some deep understanding of the power of the concept. But that's it. It is a delusional thought. If it is so easy to detachment, it should be time to enter the era of mass production. And how can the super-detached person only be less than 100? He is determined that what the source of the source is definitely not in front of him. How can the super-escape be able to look at this? Clang. I don't know how long it has passed. The first three clear that stepped into the origin of the conceptual body first caused a variant. With a crispy buzzing. A clear ripple rippling from the center of the round sphere, sweeping the whole body. The statue carved from the Xuanji 9 sky blue jade was swept by the ripples. And the figure trembled slightly, which directly turned into a boundless green jade liquid. Tick! The origin of the concept ignored Sanqing's retention. Like water droplets passing through time and space, falling into the ocean of jade, and swinging a little ripple. Crash! The ocean of Qingyu seemed to be given life. Surging, such as Tian is pouring, with the previous light as the channel. All flowed in. With the help of light, the ocean of the jade instantly across the boundless distance appeared in the central area of the world of this world, and quietly slipped, condensed into a brick of 4 or 4 squares. However, this brick is extremely huge, and it is transformed by an idol, with tens of millions of light years. Well, is this? When Bai Dong saw this, his eyes were suddenly bright. His mind flashed, and he had a little speculation. Could it be the original face of these idols is a piece of brick? What do they want to pile up? If it is expected, not bad. If you want to contact the true hidden in the source of the source, the first step must be allowed to return to the original appearance and condense a key thing for the tomb of the ultra-detached tomb. They are too slow. I don't know how long it will take them to accomplish their mission. I still have to do it myself, he whispered softly, full of strong confidence. Father, come on. You are the most powerful. Uh-huh. That's natural. The words did not fall, and Bai Donglin was twisted for a while. In the next moment, countless figures came out. Each of it was a real existence. Each chose an idol and screwed away. Originally, he had to take a shot as a test of the test. At this time, he faced Bai Donglin's self-binding hands. His head was low, and his knees kneeled on one knee. A pair of obedience picked by Renjun. Chapter 836. The statue of God melts the altar. This is the statue of the palm in space. And the weak concept of the power is separated from everything. And even the information cannot be avoided. The Dark Zen Emperor was suppressed here, and could not escape. He could only bear the oppression of terror. The robe was broken, revealing the body with a vertical pupil. Dense and weird. The appearance of the secret clan has always been criticized. With the shape of the people. But the only organ of the people is. The Dark Zen Emperor's body was almost bent. And he roared lowly. He turned his eyes back and forth, and fell on a huge sky pillar with 5 rings on the edge of the time and space. Only those who are overbearing can fight against the super. Hey hey! As he spoke, a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. He thought that this exploration of the Tomb of Transcendence would be the same as in the past. Although there would be some risks, he would be able to escape unscathed with some gains in the end. I do know why. This time many mysterious and powerful guys appeared, and they activated a vortex channel and opened the second-level cemetery space and space that had never been heard. Good and bad things go hand in hand. The opportunities in this crisis bring me closer to the transcendent. Pressing the complex thoughts, the Dark Zen Emperor slowly spread out his palm, and the pupil above it blinked, flashed a trace of light, and then a gray-white slate appeared out of thin air. The ordinary slate seems to be cut off from the ground at will. The rough surface is printed with a clear texture footprint. Strangely, this footprint has 7 toes, and there is an inexplicable rhythm. But don't underestimate this thing. It is the baby of the Dark Zen Emperor box. An absolute killer. Countless years ago, a transcendent being came to the Dark Word clan. When he left a pair of footprints where he stood. God knows what a terrible price Emperor Anqing Zen paid in order to fight for this holy object. The planning and arrangement alone took him countless epochs. The heads of the creatures who died, as a result, could fill up the entire world. Ha! Ha! The Dark Zen Emperor held the slate tightly, and half of his pupils widened to the limit. The eyes full of blood was almost bursting out. The colorful and brilliant gods emerged in the pupils, and then completely attributed to Gray. Praise, Master Dark Jehovah. Please allow me to use your strength. Break. Bow. The gray-white slate, which was raised by the Dark Zen Emperor, rose a golden light in the footprints, such as ripples, rippling towards the quartet. It seemed slow, but it spread to the end of time and space. The Tianju was cut off. The time and space were broken, and the concept was obliterated. Huh? Hee. Ha ha. Looking at the idols that have completely lost their ability to operate, the Dark Zen Emperor laughed wildly, and he held the slate as if he felt that he had become the master of this tomb. Huh? Super detachment. No one wants to grab me. Looking at the origin of the concept that was close at hand, the darkness of the Dark Zen Emperor's heart appeared in his heart, carefully accepted the slate, and then rushed towards the red light of the red light. Sizzle! The void was broken, and a figure came out of it, ignoring the rushing Dark Zen Emperor, and he had to enter the conceptual source first. President. Roll. The Dark Zen Emperor was furious. How could he take the fruit of the victory that he couldn't fight? There is no simple character who can step into the place. Hidden Clumsy will only give others a chance. The best choice is to kill the opponent with a thunder means and shock the heroes. Oh! What's up? Bai Donglin's figure paused, and he slowly turned around. After seeing the densely packed strange vertical pupils on the naked body of Emperor Anqing Zhen, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the gray-white stone slab with interest. What's up? With such a contempt, the Emperor was so angry that his eyes were painful. The intensive pupils opened the blood mouth full of mutant Bailey teeth, roaring and roaring, and it looked even more scary for a while. These mouths are not virtual shadows, but the real organs that grow deep in the pupils. They can only say that the secrets of the clan are really strange. So ugly. Bai Donglin's expression was serious, and made the most objective evaluation. Although it does not discuss heroes with success or failure, and does not use beauty and ugly theory, Bai Donglin does not need to cover up his joy. This is the privilege of the strong. Arrogant bastard. Die! The Dark Zen Emperor's body watches closed a part of the pupil again, and the slate in his hand trembled slightly, and a touch of golden light ripples screwed towards Bai Donglin. Clang! The golden light collided with the vortex force lingering on the body's surface, making a crisp sound of collision. And then it shattered into tiny specks of light and disappeared. The killer of the Dark Zen Emperor, fighting for a hit. Even Bai Donglin's defense could not be broken. What? This is impossible. Under the horror of the Dark Zen Emperor's heart, he retreated again and again. His eyes flowed back and forth between the slate and Bai Donglin, and he couldn't believe everything you saw. The frog at the bottom of the well picked up a tattered. Thought he was invincible? If you attack me, I will return you to you. Can you live and see your own creation? After that, a bounce, a trace of vortex condensing into a sword shadow, tearing time and space, and instantly cut it on the source of the Dark Zen Emperor. No! Snap! The gray-white slate and the source of the information were almost broken at the same time. Bai Donglin shook his head and turned into the conceptual source. It is no wonder that the Dark Zen Emperor's strength is weak, and he just blamed him to be a human race. Otherwise, he will be able to live under this blow. Bai Dong was calm, and he acknowledged that he was racial discrimination and populist. The clan here is not just as shallow of the skin tone, but refers to the life form of completely alien. The form of life between the two is not a concept at all. It's like the difference between carbon-based life and silicon-based life. Not my family. Its heart must be different. At the only time of the real world, through his attitude towards the alien, one or two can be seen. If the alien creatures did not provoke him, they would not deliberately find each other's trouble. But if they were not interesting, they could only die. Buzz, as Bai Donglin stepped into the origin of the concept, its light film flickered, and it instantly solidified, eliminating the possibility of entering the second living spirit, as if the essence egg encountered. Bai Donglin's realm is extremely high. With the help of the vortex power, he has already gained a deep understanding of the concepts. In just a short moment, he has absorbed and digested the essence of the concepts in the concept source. Then, the same scene appeared again. The statue turned into red liquid, merged with the dripping concept source, passed through the light column channel, crossed time and space, appeared in the center of the cemetery, and condensed into a huge brick. The Dark Zen Emperor was really unlucky. And he was too weak. He was trapped in the palm and space for too long. There are many idols here. And there are countless other shores. Each existence can be divided into many sources of conceptual body. It can be said that it is completely sufficient. And it is not necessary to fight. Until Bai Dong was shot. With the help of immortality. He cut off many avatars in the mind. Suddenly, except for the conceptual source of the other shore, everything left was brought into the Lord by Bai Dong. Huh? What is going on? After San Qing digested the second conceptual source, he walked out leisurely. He wanted to solve a statue not far away, but found that the source of the conceptual body had blocked the light film. I just thought it was bad luck. And I didn't care. I was looking for another place. But the sources of tens of thousands of concepts were followed in a row, one after another. I met many other sides of the other sources like him, and finally realized that something was wrong. Weird. Strangely. San Qing frowned, and the lingering eyes of the purple light glanced at the world over and over again, trying to find the source of mutations. Bai Donglin's deity was embraced by Xia Beiyuan and still stood in place. From the time of the time and space, he never moved a step. Father! What kind of magical power are you? Haha. You can't learn this magical power. Bai Dong's eyes were quiet, and the endless runes were turbulent deep in the pupils. Everything he saw and heard by the avatars was like him. These avatars had the power of 99%, including the power of the vortex, which is really against the sky. Until now, he has not yet figured out the incompetent and the upper limit of the seven-color god light. He has an endless heaven now. How huge is the total amount of material? But it is still running as usual. He has been recovering with blood in an instant. Where did the matter that was cut off and restored out of thin air come from? How powerful is the seven-color divine light that can make immortality ignore rules and logic? Extended. Bai Donglin's heart was low, and he could soon unveil the mysterious veil of the seven-color god light. And the cave was thorough. Boom, 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 boom. When many other shores exist in crazy search, the opportunity for the origin of conceptual body was over in quietness. As Bai Donglin finished his perception, all the statues turned into brilliant liquids of different colors at the same time, following the column of light and converging at the center of the tomb space and time. Seeing this scene, the other shores who had just tasted the sweetness were dumbfounded. And they stared at the brick body and fell into piles. And their hearts were at a loss. Countless bricks with sides tens of millions of light years long were piled up layer by layer. In an instant, they formed a four-sided altar that was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Different materials are flashed with giant bricks with different gods. And it is covered with strange conceptual patterns. The endless colorful glory. Dazzling. The entire time and space turned into the ocean of light under its reflection. The flowing light gathered flowing, condensed above the altar. Gradually, a slowly rotating infinite vortex leaped into the present space and time. Is the Tantra of the Lord of the Source. After this vortex? Chapter 837. Father. The child's forehead is hot, as if something is going to rush out. Xiao Baiyuan embarrassed his little face. Couldn't help but reach out and rub his eyebrows. The white skin. At this time, the faintness of the purple golden brilliance. A cumbersome and strange array picture showing. Trying to suppress the cover of the glory. Sutter. It's okay. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, stretching out his fingers to lightly light Xia Beiyuan's heart. An array of super-detached light slowly flowed and turned into a Taoist text. Pressing the purple golden light back. You honor. Can you get a treasure with your father? Okay. When his father touched his finger, Xiao Baiyuan felt a cool feeling rushing into his head. The burning and stinging sensation disappeared, and his mind relaxed immediately. He thought to himself that he was worthy of being called his father. And he was really amazing. Holding Xia Beiyuan, Bai Dong paced into Shishan. Each step across the step was a horrible distance of hundreds of super thoughts. The four-sided altar standing in the center of time and space is extremely majestic and huge. In every corner of the world. As long as you look up, you can see its dazzling appearance. It seems to be very close. But in fact it is far away. Time and space, heaven and earth, all collapse towards it. Every time you get closer to a super thought, the speed of time will slow down by half. This is such a terrifying mass effect. Bai Donglin perceives the changes in the outside world. The formation of the altar has affected everything that time and space in this side. Not only because of the huge quality, it is also full of complicated conceptual power, so that all existences cannot escape from its horrible attraction. As a result, It is expected that in the end, heaven and earth will be swallowed by the altar. In other words, this layer of cemetery space and space, unlike those who are detached as a transit station, can open exploration repeatedly. There is only one opportunity, whether or not you can get the master of the source point. This time and space will completely dissipate, and there is no possibility of entering. By Dongling can see that what I think of. Those who come from all over the end of the heavens exist on the other side, and even the traces of the marks of those who are super detached. Naturally, they can understand the current situation. It is not an incomprehensible thing. People who are a bit brain can see the master of the source. The secret left behind? Is it behind the vortex? The three pure ones. Spiritual will. The source of information. Many beings on the other side, who knew the inside story, all had solemn expressions, embarrassment in their eyes, and felt a little unprepared. Things developed too quickly, and they were a little bit messy for a while, and I didn't know what to do. Indeed, if by Donglin inserted it, wait for them to defeat the idols one by one, and then digest the origin of the concept. I don't know how much time spent, and I have to say less. There was enough time to improve their strength while thinking about countermeasures. Now all this has been disrupted by Donglin. At this point, there is no time to hesitate. Accepting reality, the most effort, even the price of life, is only the case. Regardless of the success or failure, it can at least give the super detached. What a terrible aura. This, is it the ultimate? The most powerful opportunity of the tomb of the detachment? What is behind the vortex? It is difficult to imagine what it will be. Oh, do you still need to think? Even the source of countless concepts is just a stepping stone that enables the channel. What is there? Get it. It will be superior. Will definitely achieve transcendence. What kind of arrogance is this? But under the scene at this time, it seemed a big compliment, and many other shores nodded. For a while, whether it is known or unknown, all tens of thousands of other shores from the one nationality exist, showing their light, a pure desire. This is the benefit of practicing the consciousness. Even if you have infinite power, you will still not be devoured by strength and maintain your trueness. Greedy, desire, these seemingly negative words. Isn't it the best manifestation of a living spirit that is meaningful? If the existence of the incarnation of ruthlessness and no desire, lost human taste and lost self, then cultivated a hairy way, asking for a fart's life. Living is also torture. Walk. Go to this treasure. Ha ha ha. It's up to each of you to decide your own life and death. Dead? Hee hee. This deity has lived 109 infinitely old. And he can't achieve super detachment. Instead of living so empty, he dies. But it is a pity? Good. Good. It is long and appear from all sides of the altar. But in the instant, the other side has firmly determined ideas. The farthest from the altar has reached hundreds of billions of super thoughts of horror. Such an exaggerated space scale. Even the other side will feel headache. I'm afraid that it will be a step slower and be seized by others. The time and space of this tomb industry at this moment has been distorted under the collapse effect of terror. And there is no way to go against the sky. Boom Ronaldin. Many other shores, scrambling to compete, came to a big competition. Those who have insidious cunning, even repeatedly shots, interfere with the other party's behavior, laughed with a handsome face, sighed when they lost their hands, showing the attitude of villain. The leisurely by Donglin perceived the fast and complicated atmosphere of the rear, frowned slightly, and did not want to let those mad lunatics dirty Zaibayuan's eyes, and then moved out. The power of the vortex poured out, and the figure was slightly twisted, and the figure disappeared into the place in an instant. He has entered the concept. This concept is called distance, and stepped out of the altar. Such a speed. Non-super detached. At this time, Bai Donglin has faintly begun to reveal the characteristics of uniqueness. Huh? Strange. I clearly saw a blurry figure in front of me. Why did I disappear instantly? The purple light on the front of the other short team glory condenses a facial face. It is Sanqing. He is confused and faces the weirdness again and again. It seems that things have gradually lost their control. And I don't know if the Lord's old man is foreseeable. The transcendent ones are originally omniscient and omnipotent. But because of the mutual shackles of the existence at the same level, their supreme power is greatly weakened. The three pure ones accompany the Taoist master all year round and manage the primordial heavens. So they naturally understand these principles. It will not be like some ignorance on the other side. And those who have never been exposed to overlooking will imagine themselves regarding it as an incredible existence of omnipotent. In any case, do your best. Call out. The purple light goes away instantly. A flashing one is hundreds of thousands of super thoughts. And the speed is not slow. This speed may seem like a conflict of strength and weakness, as the transcendence will perceive the distance across a transcendent thought in a single thought. But in fact, it is not the case. First of all, Xingxing is just a straight line, and perception refers to the spherical space that covers its own as the center. The two are not a concept at all. Secondly, how scary the idea of the superb is running speed. This is the same as Sun Wukong's 1 second. Wow! So tall, so big, so flashy. Xia Beiyuan tried his best to raise his neck, exhausted his eyes, and could not see the end of the altar in front of him. He only felt that the world in front of his eyes disappeared, leaving only a colorful and smooth cliffs with different materials. It's really spectacular. Bai Donglin nodded gently. The appearance of this altar is like a four-sided pyramid that was cut off after being cut off. Each 4 square brick. The side length is 10 million light years, showing the stairs, narrowing in width, extending to the end of the site. It can be imagined how towering this is. Bai Donglin has traveled through the endless heavens, and his footprints have spread across countless worlds. The altar in front of him is the most massive creation he has ever seen in his life. Even the warships of the heavens had to step back a little in front of it, as they were just the younger brothers. This thing, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as being used to carry the vortex channel. Looking at it for 10,000 times, it is better to try it in person. Do not think about it. Bai Dong has stepped out and spans more than 10 million light years. Mobile. As soon as the consciousness was bombed, his thinking was stimulating. And he was stimulated. The Godni in the center of the nebula was slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of color flashed in the silver and white pupils. Test my consciousness? Very strange. Powerful refining methods. I can't say. This time, I can take the opportunity to go forward and take this last step. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed, and he felt the sense of oppression brought by the altar to him. And a smile could not help but appear. His will to the edge of the breakthrough. In the 9th realm. Eternity. It is one of the basic conditions for surfing. Chapter 838. This meal consciousness, self. Me. Super self. God me. This whole body is blue. Such as the crystal clear bricks of the glazed. The inexplicable conceptual power lingering. The weird power of intertwined condensed. The test is God me. One certificate. Forever. All prove. The extended willpower of the superego can best reflect the strength of the self's consciousness. From igniting the fire of will to turning the virtual into the real will. The supergod realm. Creating something out of nothing. Until the ultimate eternal immortality. The strength of the will is not a single and powerfulness of super I, but the uniform promotion of the whole consciousness. The rest of the self, God, and him, are interacting with the super I, and they are promoted. Because they are too abstract conceptual. They are not suitable for the standards for measuring strong and weakness. Therefore, the eternal immortality of the 9 realms does not simply refer to the immortality of will, but the eternal immortality of consciousness. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His thoughts agitated. He could clearly sense that there was an invisible force that directly stirred the thought nebula through the powerful vortex barrier on the surface of his body, causing the figure of the divine self, who was sitting cross-legged and silent in the center, to become a little blurred. This is a way to completely target God. It is difficult to interfere with external forces, even if Bai Donglin can do it, such as turning into an observer state, or using a powerful vortex power. Rational tells him not to do this. He should give up his defense and accept it. This is a test and a chance. Thinking about this, Bai Dong moved in his heart, and put his mind in the depths of consciousness. In this side, there is no reality. And in the abstract space of the concept of size, there is an extremely bright and gorgeous nebula. Eternity. And slowly turning. After continuous improvement, his thinking has been advanced to the concept of mimesis of infinitely unlimited times of thinking quantum nebula. Each of the bright and shiny thinking particles. The inside has been opened into an unreal space and space. It is a fantasy of thousands of realms. Numerous virtual personality lives in it. Their wisdom sparks. Their spiritual insights. Understanding. 7 emotions and 6 desires. Everything. Everything is turned into a little brilliance in my endless thoughts. At this moment, under the introduction of the strange power, the nebula converged from the infinite thinking particles, fiercely contracted into a group of light balls, imprisoned God me in it. All the imaginary worlds collapsed, and all the virtual personalities turned into complicated and meaningless thought information. Moreover, under the guidance of strange power, these thought information, like a tangled ball of hemp, began to proliferate and multiply endlessly. In just a moment, the total amount of information expanded billions of times, turning it into a terrifying, deformed information monster. Awing! A brilliant tentacles extended in the thinking information group, and the surface was covered with countless faces, laughing and scolding, roaring, crying. All the beauty and pain in the world seemed to be condensed here. The tentacles were twisted and creeped, and the fear pseudo extended, inserting it into God's eyebrows. And the complicated and infinite thinking information flowed madly. Snort! God frowned, and there was a hint of silver in the silver eyes, and the pupils turned into a changeable colorful color. In the faintness, you can see that endless people dance in the deep pupils. God. I was born at the bottom of the subconscious, the God of mind and the godlessness. Take the mind, and control the thinking. At the end, ninth alaya consciousness. Boom. God's eyes are indifferent. My hands are unknown. And a very dazzling pure white wheel rises from behind its head, irradiating all the mindset and space. And the eyes are slowly closed, as if the two Tianmen fell, and all the groups of demon figures were detained in the darkness of the lowest level. Xie Yuan, have you felt uncomfortable? Bai Donglin just glanced at the depths of his thinking, and gave everything to God to deal with it. He had this self-confidence. This test could not help him. Here, it is just the first floor of the altar. As the upward increase, the conceptual power of the bricks will be integrated together, and the power can be more weird and horrible. If he couldn't even settle on this layer, then he could pack up and pick it home. Father, what's wrong? I'm okay. Xiao Baiyuan blinked and looked around blankly, not knowing why his father suddenly became serious. He just felt that the glass wall around him, which seemed to have no end, was shining with divine light, and was a little dazzling. Hee. It's okay. He reached out and patted the little guy's head. Bai Donglin's eyes showed the indecent color. The ladder of this altar was based on the test of consciousness. He could carry it. However, Xia Baiyuan was not a newborn. If one is tortured by those horrible tests, crying and making a fuss is a small matter. But I am afraid it will leave a psychological trauma. The incident is as expected. The cub of Xia Baiyuan's suspected source of the source. His own arrangement will naturally not hurt himself. My son, do you see the vortex above the altar? Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and stroked it to bless Xia Baiyuan's eyes, so that his eyes could cross the layer of light and the hindrance to the boundless distance. Yes. The child saw it. Very good. Go there and wait for the father. We meet at the peak. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes, and spoke with a hint of meaning. He decided to go up to the altar alone. There would definitely be many twists and turns along the way, and it would not be convenient to bring Xiao Baiyuan with him. At least, some bloody pictures are not suitable for children. Ah? Well, okay then. Xiao Baiyuan looked a little stunned. He lost his mother at birth, and had never been away from his father for a moment. But now, he had to embark on the journey alone. His young heart was a little scared and uneasy, but more of it was reluctance to leave. However, this was the first request made by his father to him. He couldn't, and didn't want to violate it. Slowly loosened the robe in his small hand. His eyes nodded firmly to cheer yourself. And then the figure flickered, broke through the time and space, and rushed towards the top of the altar. Bai Dong looked at Xiao Baiyuan, and there was no worry in his heart. Don't look down on this little guy. With the protection of the Purple Emperor, and all the forces inherited from the Purple Emperor in the body, in this tomb world, there is no except him to bully him. Next, it's time to enjoy this sublimation and transformation of consciousness. At least I can't let down my son by Yuan's filial piety. Right? Bai Dong's expression was leisurely, looking around, and the towering bricks with different concepts were scattered, and they all collected eyes. These tests for consciousness are not a single type, but contain all aspects of consciousness. Different objects' characteristics have strange and almost endless means. Looking back at the origin of the conceptual body carried by the idol, it is also the best way to assist the concept of the spiritual body. The power of penetrating the concept is the second necessary condition to achieve superiority, except for the consciousness. It is conceivable that in order to help him step into oversupply as soon as possible, the Lord of the Source Point has been abolished and arranged for the above benefits. Bai Dong stayed in place for a moment, and his eyebrows flashed a trace of silver light. There was no time and space in the thinking of the concept of time. God, I had settled everything and constructed a stronger and tough-thinking nebula. The propaganda concept took a solid step towards the concept. You know, the tree that was quite good at first. After he broke through to the 8th realm, he lost his role. The essence of the 7 love and 6 desires was not enough. And it could not be beneficial to the consciousness of the 8 realms. That's it. The tree of the end of the fantasy is also rare in the world. The treasure that can directly enhance consciousness. In the eyes of ordinary creatures, it is expected and unspeakable. Without Chi-Ching and 6 desire, the improvement of consciousness naturally began to slow down, and it can only be described as a little bit of accumulation. But here, it is just a brick just on the first floor of the altar. The test information monster catalyzed by the test was degraded by God and me. The consciousness suddenly emerged, and it was worth the hard work of hundreds of major disciplines. Everything is just beginning. When I meet Xiao Yuan at the peak, my consciousness will be proven to be eternal and indestructible. Bai Donglin's eyes are bright, full of strong confidence and belief. An unparalleled strong confidence, which comes from the consciousness of his reverse heaven that he is transformed by the 7-color God. It's a word. Resistance. Regardless of what you test. Let the horse come over. And the big deal is that he was rushed into the consciousness and died once. Is he still afraid of death? Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and moved his eyes up and down. At the moment when his divine self devoured the thought information monster, the invisible pressure that descended on his body surface quietly disappeared, and the altar released its blockade and suppression on him. In other words, he could now choose to climb the second step and continue to accept the next stage of the test. Or go around the field. Bai Donglin's mouth rose slightly, and he chose the latter without hesitation. Turned around, stepped on 10 million light years, and appeared on a dark brick beside him. I have to say that his thinking is a little strange. He changed to others. It was mainly greedy. And the initial thirst for energy developed his character of his geese. The test of consciousness naturally. The better. The stronger the consciousness, the better. He is not satisfied with the basic conditions of successful achievements. There is a difference between strong and weakness between the superfinals. And the same is true for consciousness. To do it, it is best to do the peak, the accumulation of infinitely unbearable. When he steps into overlords, the intensity of consciousness is already the best among those who are overlords. It is completely possible. Superego? Bai Dong's eyes flashed slightly. This dark brick body dispersed a horrible pressure, compressed his will into his body, and eventually condensed into a bright light spot. Boom! The invisible flame appeared around the light spots, and the bear burned. This is the fire of the concept, which has surpassed the definition of a plasma such as flame. As we all know, flames and temperatures are just caused by the intense exercise between particles. The temperature has a lower limit. The so-called absolute zero is that the particles have entered the absolute stagnation state in the theory. This cold can freeze time and space. There is no upper limit to temperature. This definition is based on the premise that there is no upper limit to speed. In this vast and endless universe, there is no upper limit to the speed of light. The concept of fire completely overturns the above definition. It does not have so many twists and turns. It is not defined by rules, but it defines the concept of temperature. Light, fire, infinite heat. Bai Donglin was slightly raised. His will was burned, forging, bringing him the extreme pain. The will and the consciousness are connected with the root, but it is much more painful than the harm of the conscious coat. This is a pain that cannot be blocked at all. It has transformed from an empty concept into a tangible thing that can be touched. How painful is it that can be seen and felt? Hey, that's exciting and interesting. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, admitting that this pain was the only one he had ever experienced in his life, and then continued to step forward and enter the next brick. At this time, his will has not yet ended the test of the burning forging, and he could not go up from this brick, but it was not hindered by the side. This also means that there will be 2 terrifying tests at the same time. It is not as simple as 1 + 1, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Self-fantasy? Not enough. This is the power of the illusion formed by the concept. Tried to confuse and distort him. But unfortunately, the difference is far away. This is even inferior to the real illusion that Varan Chastity blessed him with a glance. In addition, he turned a disaster into a blessing at that time. In order to break the impasse, he realized the mystery of self, between existence and non-existence, which only transcendent people can grasp. Therefore, The test from this brick seemed a little weak, and was easily broken by him. He continued to stride forward without stopping, his steps getting faster and faster, and there was almost no afterimage. At the same time, there were more and more tests of consciousness, all of which were imposed on him. For a moment, the consciousness fell into numerous disasters, and was almost extinct, but it was reborn again and again. Every time it broke through the difficulties, it would become more brilliant, hot and powerful. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when Bai Donglin was about to circle half of the field, those who had risked their lives to save the other side finally arrived after crossing an endless distance. Ha ha! Huh! Finally, we're here. In the end, the altar carried the concept of concept, the mystery of detachment, in it. Huh? Look! Someone got there first. Hey! They almost exhausted the source of information, and dragged their exhausted bodies to finally reach the altar. But unexpectedly they were still a step late. As the other side? Why do they have to be faster? That's right. There are a lot of people first. And look up. On the stairs of the towering altar, there are many figures standing on the towering altar. There was a handsome young man with silver hair, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and an indifferent expression. There is a pink figure. The bare body does not even have the facial features. At this time, the limbs twisted the terrible arc, as if to endure the Ling pain. Brother Bai, where have you been? The source of information stood on the 10th step, deep in his dark pupils. For colors of light flashed faintly. His consciousness benefited greatly, and the damage caused by those horrible disasters to his consciousness was weakened by more than 99%. He sensed the noise under the altar and looked carefully, but did not see Brother Bai. He was filled with doubts. The altar was too majestic and vast, and Bai Donglin was also facing many trials. His distorted and chaotic concepts completely obscured his figure, so that no one could see him when they passed by him. Hateful! How can we give up? The altar is high and far away, and everything has just begun. A temporary lead means nothing. Only those who make it to the end are the winners. This is good. Let's go too. On the other side, I quickly adjusted my mentality. As soon as I thought, the source of the information was rolling. The old welcomed the new, and the fatigue and trauma brought by the road were swept away. Even the 11th realm can use the power of time to maintain the peak state at all times, and unusual consumption and injuries. Walk. Boom. Under the other side, there are tens of thousands of other shores, and each has embarked on a giant brick. Even some special ethnic groups and huge size. But under the comparison of the towering altars, they are extremely small, like a group of ants jumping to the ladder leading to the end of the universe. Snort. Ah! As soon as they stepped onto the altar, in just a moment, the expressions of those on the other side changed drastically, and their faces showed fear. Those in worse condition had their eyes turned directly into dark whirlpools, as if they had lost their minds and changed their nature. Kill! Kill! You have to die. With his eyes pitch black, Bayan directly used his most powerful killer weapon. Without asking the reason, he attacked Bayan, who was on the huge brick beside him. There was no hatred or grudge between the two of them, and they didn't even know each other. Mix. You can't go crazy. Somehow was attacked inexplicably, and at the same time, he was also suffering from conscious pain, and he felt a strong crisis for a while. He is indeed crazy. He did not resist the test of self and fell into chaos. If he could not wake up, consciousness will always sink and become a monster who knows only killing. In this situation, these scenes are staged around. These enables are pressed on the other side of the back, which obviously despise the horror of the altar. This ghost place is not something they can get involved. The messy, chaotic, the other shores above, seeing this, just shook their heads slightly, and then ignored it, to solve the test of consciousness with peace of mind, in order to take a look at the next level. Huh? What is noisy? Bai Donglin, who closed his eyes, had been around the field unknowingly, and returned to the starting point for a week. All the tests of the plus were broken, and the conceptual fog shrouded all over the body also quietly dissipated. Hearing the noise around him, he slowly opened his eyes. They were dark and deep. If a person with a weak consciousness looked into his eyes, his ego consciousness would be swallowed up in panic. Kill! Kill! Go to HL. A golden scale is full of golden scales. The other side of the other, holding the scarlet long sword, and stabbing Bai Donglin, who suddenly appeared. Jianfeng pointed directly at his eyebrows. Oh, poor fellow. Why do you overestimate your own abilities and step onto the altar left by my son? Now you're getting the taste of the bitter fruit. Bai Dong was in good heart and was so good that he could not be tortured by others. So he waved his hand and shot him into the altar and bombarded into the heart. With such a brutal blow, it's unclear whether the opponent is dead or alive. Looking up, he saw many figures standing on the stairs above. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes and showed a meaningful smile. Super Escape. Chapter 839 The Mystery of the Origin of the Heaven. A strong person can open up the world and create a vast universe. The stronger one can even create all the heavens and worlds out of thin air with his bare hands. However, these artificially created heavens have some flaws and disadvantages that are difficult to erase compared to the heavens conceived naturally. The heavens conceived naturally can produce endless material energy out of thin air without the intervention of external forces or swallowing up any energy. They will naturally grow slowly and become more and more powerful. On the other hand, the heavens created by Bai Donglin in his body did not have such powerful abilities. All the energy needed for growth relied on his hard work and plundered from the outside world by himself. This point is very similar to the creating something out of nothing that can only be mastered by the other side. Perhaps, this realm of will defined by living beings and practice is obtained through enlightenment with the natural heavens as their teachers. The growth and development of the heavens is only one of the differences. There is another more critical factor, which lies in the creatures within the different heavens. For the creatures bred in the natural heavens, their imprints exist in absolute time and space from the moment they are born. This imprint is called time archived by the Space and Time Management Bureau. Only this type of creatures will be destroyed by the realm of nothingness. Acknowledge that you have unlimited potential, and as long as you continue to practice, you will be qualified to reach the ultimate state of transcendence. Looking back at the world created by humans, the creatures nurtured within are called original creatures. Their imprints exist in an independent space and time and are not recognized by the realm of nothingness. Even if you embark on the path of spiritual practice, the limit is only at the 11th level. If you want to step onto the other side and realize something out of nothing, it is simply a castle in the air. Illusory and impossible. This type of original creature is born with a limited end point, which seems sad, but it does not mean that there is no opportunity to change its fate. That is, the blessing from its creator God. Bai Donglin also blessed by Jiana and others, and obtained some quotas from the Time and Space Administration to imprint their time files in absolute time and space. Although this method is feasible, it has great hidden dangers. Imprinting the mark of the original life will have an impact on time and space. Just like something that should not appear, abruptly inserted into the peaceful flowing river of time and space. Time and space will instinctively reject these foreign objects, but the vastness of time and space will allow it to tolerate it bit by bit. But there is an upper limit. If the number of foreign objects is too large, it will cause the counterattack of absolute time and space. Then the long river of time and space in that side of the heavens will be completely obliterated and dissolved. Not only will the original life beings be wiped out, but also the native life forms in the realm of nothingness will be affected. Therefore, the Space-Time Management Bureau has great restrictions on the blessing quota. Only a limited number will be issued in each period of time, and only a few can be obtained. This is also the fundamental meaning of the existence of the Space-Time Management Bureau. To supervise, govern, and stabilize the long river of time and space. In principle, Bai Donglin and many creatures in the only true world do not have time files, and their marks are not in the realm of nothingness. The heavens of Jiga gave birth to the transcendent person John. There is no doubt that it is a natural birth of the heavens. Unfortunately, the only true world is not. You must know that the vast worlds within the Jiga heavens have long been wiped out in the battle for the seven-color divine light. To this day, all the remains of the worlds are still sleeping in the ruins. The only true world is when Dao Wu ends up traveling to the past, finding the eternal world of immortality that Bai Donglin lost because he crossed the prison barrier, and using his magical power to condense the eternal light world into the Qianyuan world and the immortal dark world, Qinkuan's final realm, based on the two, created the only true realm. Therefore, the only true world was not naturally conceived by the Jiga heavens, but was opened up by Bai Donglin. It also has no ability to grow on its own, and can only continuously swallow the power of dimensions and expand itself. Bai Donglin, as well as the sentient beings in the only true world. To a certain extent, they are all original beings belonging to Bai Donglin. But there are some differences here. That is the birth of the only sentient beings in the true world, which is not entirely dependent on the self-gestation of the true world. After Dao Wu finally created the true world, It was either to speed up the birth of living beings, or to increase the diversity of species, or it is to allow Wanling to have deeper potential. In short, he collected the life factors left behind by the collapsed corpses of those strong men in the ruins of the battlefield. There were creatures from all races in the endless heavens, including black disaster creatures. After all, there was no end to the Tao at that time. But I don't know what black disaster is. I just know that the other party is a supremely powerful person, and that's it. These life factors have become the only origin of all the spirits in the real world. From this, there are human race, demon race, and alien race, black disaster. It has to be said that it is the life factor of a strong person. Even if it reaches that point, it is still incompatible with each other and clearly distinguishable. The blood of the human race in the real world is pure and completely inherited from the human race in the endless heavens. That's where things get interesting. These creatures in the only true world are nominally original creatures, but they are mixed with the life factors of endless powerful people from all over the world. They have become a bit nondescript and can be called half-natives. When Donlin stepped out of the cage, he could single-handedly bypass the supervision of the Time and Space Administration and imprint his time file into the river of time and space. In addition to his strong strength and special consciousness, he was also able to enjoy it. To the advantages of this half-indigenous identity. Focus on the present. The whirlpool of the black disaster heavens. The core area. The place where the highest heavens gather. The final nothingness. The vision is boundless darkness. Boundless time and space that is difficult to measure even with exhaustive perception. The majestic heavens that stood for eternity like bright stars have long been destroyed by the flames of war not long ago. All tangible things were crushed and swallowed up by Donlin. Now, in this holy land blessed by the transcendent will, there is only endless silence and nothingness left. The war between the Black Calamity and the 10,000 clans has never ended. The fall of the heavens is just commonplace. After a long period of accumulation, the heavens and realms in the whirlpool of the heavens are still endless, as if they have not been lost. Investigating its roots, we have to start with the birth and gestation of the heavens. Buzz, in the originally dead silence of nothingness, a trace of black light suddenly flashed strangely. This area was obviously shrouded in extremely pitch-black boundless darkness. This inexplicable black light shone in the darkness, but it seemed inexplicably bright and dazzling, like a light flashing across the night sky. Brilliant shooting star, blooming in the darkness, darker than the darkest darkness, so pure that there is no trace of impurity. The black light rose and fell, stagnated for a moment, violently rotated and shrank, and turned into an infinitesimal particle of light, trembling and vibrating, as a strange force of vitality brewed out of nothing. Boom! The light particles exploded and expanded wildly. In just a moment, they turned into a huge sphere spanning several true thoughts. This is the larvae of the heavens, born from nothing and naturally conceived. That ray of black light is extremely mysterious. I don't know where it originated or where it came from. I only know that wherever it is a blank and empty place in the whirlpool of the black disaster heavens, its traces will appear strangely. And in a very short period of time, a party will be born. The larvae of the heavens. This is completely different from the natural heavens created by humans. It has the characteristics of self-growth. The creatures it breeds have unlimited potential, and have the opportunity to reach the end of the 13th realm. Tick. In the absolutely silent void, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared, and a giant hand covered with scales and sharp edges slowly stretched out from the water waves, as if it transcended the concept of reality and reality. The giant palm is boundless and vast, and the 5 fingers are slightly closed, holding the newly hatched larvae of the heavens. And the heavenly spheres spanning several true thoughts are suspended in the palm, as small as a speck of dust. Buzz! Characters emerged out of thin air from the palm of my hand, flowing like a waterfall and gathering into a river. The ocean of words was full of strange and illusory meanings, and gradually condensed into a huge subtitle chapter. What was depicted on it turned out to be the supreme heaven. Everything from the beginning of birth to endless years, up to the other shore, down to the mayflies, every grass, every tree, every sand and dust. They are all included in the words. Narrative. The low, hoarse voice rang out in the void. It was extremely majestic and terrifying, shocking all time and space. Even the sacred timeline was stirred up with immeasurable waves. Boom! The huge written chapter shattered into pieces and turned into endless light spots, enveloping the larvae of the heavens. The seemingly non-existent thunder roared and spread throughout the endless darkness. The larvae of the heavens wrapped in the light spots stagnated slightly at first, and then expanded violently, growing into the most perfect and peak heavens in an instant. The breath of endless creatures, and the will of the powerful on the other side naturally lingered on the surface of the heavens, as if they had existed for eternity. Compared with the larvae of the heavens at the previous moment, they seemed to be distant and abrupt. The supreme heavens that were crushed by Donglin and completely devoured and annihilated were perfectly recreated from scratch. The same supreme, the same majestic and vast, the same natural gestation, with the characteristics of self-growth. All souls have no upper limit of shackles, and have the potential to reach transcendence. However, this black disaster creature in the heavens. But I don't know whether he is him or not. Me. Or not me. I am afraid that only the transcendent people know this answer. Snort. Emperor Varuncha slowly retracted his palm and snorted coldly, looking extremely unhappy. His lair, the end of the end, was completely destroyed by that boy from the other side of the human race, and even covered the sacred timeline, making it impossible for an existence like him to reverse the restoration of time and space, and could only wait as it is at this moment. The larvae of the heavens are naturally conceived, and then reshaped by the power of narrative. How had he ever stooped to do such hard work? He was not tired, but he just raised his hand. He was displeased because he had lost his face, and was bullied to his head by a boy from the other side. Although this human boy is the only one who has mastered the seven-color divine light, he is not transcendent after all. With the arrogance of Emperor Bronze Shah, it is natural for him to feel embarrassed. This is not the first time that he has failed by Donglin. At first, he used the real illusion to drag his consciousness into the bottom prison of the end of nothing, and permanently imprison and suppress him. However, he failed to achieve the resurrection from the dead, ruining it all. By Donglin also didn't expect that he didn't know that the end of nothingness was the home of Emperor Valencia. At that time, during the expedition, he only chose to destroy nearby places, destroying and devouring all the heavens along the way. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Enemies met on a narrow road. 107, that's it. That's it. Emperor Brownchesa shook his head slightly, and decided not to continue to reshape the heavens. He thought about how vast the heavens were in his territory. But now there are only more than 100 left. It's not that he doesn't want to restore everything, but the gestation of the larvae of the heavens is completely random, and appears uncertainly. Without the larvae of the heavens as a foundation, the created heavens are meaningless, and have no effect on him. The reason why detached people value the heavens, for detached people of all races, may be out of feelings for their homeland. But the black disaster transcendents are different. They don't have such rich emotions. Everything is utilitarian. All they want is for the heavens under their command to find a transcendent, who can become their right-hand man. Especially the hometown where I was born. The highest heaven is of even greater significance. The black catastrophe transcendents did not attach much importance to their birthplace before, and regarded it as the same as the ordinary heavens. However, it was not until the two strangers, Perfect Heavens and Huang Yi, appeared in the human race that this changed greatly. Two transcendent beings came out of one of the heavens, and they only perfected the heavens. The reason why the two of them were able to fuse their power, touch logic, and become the top and most terrifying fighting force, frightening the black disaster for endless years, is because they came from the same place. One of the heavens must be involved. If so, his birthplace can also be. Suddenly, Emperor Valaksha sensed something, and his expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but suppress his thoughts, and looked at an unknown place with his dark eyes. His lips moved slightly, and he let out a low call. Azathos! Rumble. In a trance, a huge creature was running above the concept. It was deformed and twisted, with a body covered with weird tentacles, slimy and slippery. It cannot be looked directly at, cannot be described. The ultimate evil intention seems to be able to infect everything. In just a short moment, Azathoth crossed the boundless distance, walked out of the concept, and arrived at the bottom of the end of nothing. The dark time and space called no prison. Emperor Brownchesa, why are you looking for me? Countless scarlet pupils were looking directly at Emperor Brownchesa, although they were asking calmly. But after careful consideration, the voice seemed to be filled with crazy roars and confused whispers. When time and space heard this sound, they couldn't bear it. Countless sticky and wet fleshy touches grew in the void and danced crazily, completely polluted by the evil god's will. Azathos, a friend is coming to visit me. Haha. You won't mind watching such an interesting thing. Emperor Brownchesa narrowed his eyes slightly, and sat on the majestic throne. He didn't care that Wu Jing was contaminated by Azathoth, and his tone was full of inexplicable meaning. Friend? Interesting. I don't know what he thought of. Azathoth's eyes flickered slightly, and then his figure twisted and shrank into a scarlet flesh ball, like the sun, suspended in the endless darkness, releasing his ultimate evil to the outside world all the time. Meaning. Jingle bell. A moment later, a string of distant and ethereal wind chimes extended from an unknown place, spanning conceptual time and space, and reaching into the depths of H.L. Ah. The strange girl hums, following the wind chime, with a peculiar charm, as if it is supreme, majestic and inviolable, and also like meandering water, with light and darkness rotating in it. The sound wave was like a gentle hand, gently brushing against it, and the time and space that had been contaminated by flesh and blood suddenly returned to its original state. A whirlpool of light and darkness slowly emerged, and the existence behind it crossed over. Another incomprehensible and indescribable existence. His body is made up of 99 pairs of snow-white wings that are superimposed and intertwined, taking on the shape of an inverted tin. A warm and bright aura lingers on it, like the aggregation of all beautiful things. But, on each of the snow-white feathers on the wings, there is a pitch-black vertical pupil. Darkness condenses in the pupil, forming a deep whirlpool with no bottom, which is cold and terrifying. The light was tarnished, and the previously bright and majestic image was shattered into pieces by sudden malice. The Lord of Everlasting Darkness. You seem to have brought something very interesting. Uh-huh. Ha ha ha. The majestic body of Emperor Brownchissa leaned forward slightly, looking down at the Eternal Dark Lord with a meaningful expression. His scarlet eyes trembled and jumped, and he laughed inexplicably, making it impossible for people to understand his thoughts at this time. The Lord of Eternal Darkness is a narrative-level detached person among the gods. Only the detached ones can see his true form of reverse Shiyu. He often walks in the world in two humanoid bodies of light and darkness. Its footprints are all over the endless heavens, and it has gathered countless so-called believers. Whether they are good or evil, light or darkness, there will always be a place for them. Barang Shadi. Haha. This is indeed a very interesting thing. How is your original black light doing now? As soon as he said this, Emperor Branch's pupil shrank, and the scarlet sun suspended in the darkness also bloomed with dazzling light. The atmosphere in the prison suddenly became extremely depressing. Cooperate. We all need each other's strength. Chapter 840. Pushing all the way. Who is he? On the 19th step of the majestic altar, Sanqing, who was caught in a game of consciousness, was awakened by a flash of violent aura below. He frowned, opened his eyes, and looked down with a look of doubt. So terrifying. What a powerful fluctuation of consciousness this is. The eternal brilliance that emanates from it is so bright and dazzling in the perception of the ego consciousness. After just a moment of hesitation, the consciousness feels a sharp pain, as if being burned by an invisible flame. Brother Bai, you are here as expected. The source of the information looked delighted. Originally, Bai Donglin should have been one of his competitors, but when he saw him appear, he felt inexplicably relieved, because he had realized that he would not be able to complete the instructions of that adult by his own strength. Looking up, he saw that there were many people who had surpassed him on the altar steps. Even if he tried his best, he would only be at the end of the list. This is not the fault of the source of the information. After all, it comes from a remote place in the spiral arm area. Existences on the other side, like the three pure ones, all live in a prosperous world like the supreme heavens. There is still a big gap in their foundation. Now that everyone has the power bestowed by the transcendent, one's own foundation becomes particularly important. Rather than letting the secret treasure of the Lord of the Source fall into the hands of those strangers, it is better to let Bai Donglin take it away. At least the two have known each other for a long time, and he may even be able to benefit from it. Well, based on my understanding of Brother Bai, he doesn't take things like knowledge inheritance very seriously. If you ask him for advice, he will definitely agree. The source of information was very thoughtful. From the fact that Bai Donglin handed over the inherited intention to me, he had already seen a lot of things. Therefore, he made up his mind to give up the treasure hunt and instead assist Brother Bai with all his strength. Roar, roar, roar. Kill, kill. You. What's wrong with you? Bang. The crowd, who had withstood the test of consciousness and fell into a state of confusion, suddenly shuddered and became confused. Their hands and feet went limp, and their magical weapons fell to the ground one by one with crisp sounds. Do you know everything? Bai Donglin looked indifferent, turned around with his sleeves brushed, raised his head and looked down at the altar, and continued to speak in a heavy voice. Now that you have regained control, you should also understand that this place is beyond their capabilities. Leave quickly, and don't let greed cost you your life. I wasn't so lucky last time. It is true. Weak people like me with kind hearts are rare in this world. Even though we are competitors, I still save people from danger. I am truly a saint. Ahem. Although, saving people was just an intentional act on my part. Bai Donglin walked around the field and, with his extremely weak consciousness that was on the verge of eternity, he completely disintegrated all the tests on the first step. Maybe some hidden mechanism was triggered. Or my methods were too rough and weak. The bottom step. The complicated conceptual power has all disappeared. The so-called test of consciousness naturally collapsed. And those on the other side, who were stuck in the quagmire, were rescued. Thank you very much for saving my life. Your Excellency. I will not be able to repay you in the near future. Goodbye. I will remember your kindness. My friend, Mr. Xiaoda, please accept your greeting. Before a burst of commotion, nearly half of the people on the other side of the first step expressed their gratitude to Bai Donglin, and then hurried away with fear and panic on their faces. Looking closely, those who chose to go to the other side were the ones who had just lost themselves and fell into rage. They were the most unlucky and encountered the bizarre test of self-illusion. If you can create a vague situation, you will succeed. Although the other shores will also suffer terrible disasters. At least you are still alive and know the situation in the inner world clearly. Faced with the departure of a small group of people from the other side, and by Donglin's slightly warning words, we became resolute, without any doubt in our hearts. If you choose to leave, you will definitely feel happy. If you choose to stay, you can look up and see the altar at the end. The layers of stairs seem to have no end. Your heart will be beating fast. That is only the first layer. When you encounter such a terrifying test, you can't even think about what's ahead. Know what is good and what is bad. Xiao Huanquan's eyes were slightly hot, and he was too lazy to pay attention to those guys. Love or death is none of his business. He moved and stepped directly down the 7th step. Boom! There was a loud bang in the consciousness, and a paleness flooded the perception. Then, you fell into a dark white vortex. Is this another illusion of yours? That's wrong. It's slightly weaker than the first layer. Hee. A strange snake with a dull silver body and a huge scarlet tree on its head was lurking under the 7th step. When Bai Donglin stepped down the stairs, his figure froze, and he let out a sinister and cunning laugh. There are already few competitors. This place is crowded. If there is a place for him, it is usually the human race. Die. The first move he made was to use his most powerful secret weapon. The towering tree above his head had every leaf surrounded by the sun, moon and stars. The scarlet branches and leaves rustled, and suddenly an illusory snake shadow appeared, staring at Bai Donglin with a fierce gaze that was full of weirdness and evil. Call out. The snake shadow bit its body and bounced, then suddenly disappeared at a terrifyingly slow speed. In an instant, it crossed tens of millions of light years and swooped down. Wherever it passed, time, space, and information were inexplicably corroded, leaving behind a pitch-white, empty crack. Limited murderous intent was directed at Bai Donglin's fatal point between his eyebrows. Such a sudden change caused everyone on the other side to frown and look at him with concern. The source of the information even had a gloomy expression on his face. He was about to withstand the test of his consciousness and take action to wipe out the snake shadow for Bai Donglin. However, unexpectedly, someone from the other side of the river, who was also on the 10th step, locked onto my movements with his chi, and a torrent of information came roaring towards me. Court death. The source of information's expression changed slightly. After being delayed like that, I already had time to stop the snake shadow. After all, they were both killer weapons from the other side, with both power and speed. But it didn't seem as complicated as it seemed. Clang. Snap. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ferocious and mighty snake shadow struck Xiao Huanquan's forehead without any hindrance. The sound of the collision resounded through the sky and shattered the clouds. The snake's shadow stagnated in the void, and the barrier formed by the vortex force dissolved it with a slight shake. And then it completely shattered into imaginary light spots, filling the sky. Wah! What? The giant silver snake suddenly stood up, causing the strange tree above its head to shake. But what was even more shaken was its mind. Bai Donglin was clearly trapped in the test of his own illusion, and was at his most defenseless and strongest period. However, his trump card could not even break the opponent's defense. Big bug. It's a long story. But in a moment, Bai Donglin had already overcome the test of himself. He quickly opened his eyes, and stared directly at the giant silver snake with a deep gaze. The snake that devours nothingness is also an extremely weak other shore. And at this moment, being stared at by this pair of eyes, his heart felt a chill. A little terror that he had never experienced before. And he screamed in his consciousness. That guy is afraid of me. I'm still on the 7th floor. I'll chase you. Break. He roared in his heart, gathering his strength to violently shatter the test of consciousness. Then turned around, and hurriedly fled to the stairs below. Humph! You want to escape? Can you escape? Xiao Huanchun withdrew his gaze, and under the strange looks from the other side of the crowd, he quickly clasped his hands together. Deep inside his body, his will had already turned into a small knife and slashed towards himself. Before I even started exploring the first flight of stairs, I had already decided that it was a waste of time to go around the field all the time. The little test would do little good to my consciousness. But it would be quick, and I had no more efficient way. What should I do? Going down the stairs. Tens of thousands of people on the other side all looked at Bai Donglin. We didn't know why. But under the huge body, we seemed to see a volcano about to erupt. Since you have extinguished your own limited clones. Cut. Sizzle. The knife will slashed up with a bang. And a cutting sound that only Bai Donglin could hear rang out in the body. With every flash of the knife, 44% of your existence was cut off. And then your blood was restored to full. And then you were cut off again. Over and over again. Everyone in the inner world only saw a series of terrifying figures stepping out from Qiu Huan's group and escaping to both sides of the stairs. Each clone was tested under a huge brick. In just a moment, the continuous shadows had occupied the 7th step. Various tests of consciousness retreated at the same time. Superimposed and accumulated. All acting on Bai Donglin's consciousness. Shit! Then it should be mad. That guy is absolutely crazy. Yes. I'm a monster. All of them were struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Even the usually calm backing had his pupils contracted. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. And his mind was slightly shocked. If it was just a simple clone, there would be nothing wrong with stepping onto the stairs. It would trigger the test of consciousness, because this is a living being that is known to the body. But the noise made by Bai Donglin caused the concepts under each huge brick to fluctuate calmly. It was obvious that the test had been activated. That is to say, each of the clones had no broken consciousness blessing. How could a living being's consciousness be so easily united? Moreover, consciousness has the same origin and perception is synchronized. How could such a small number of consciousness tests be superimposed on each other? Is that something a human can do? Why is my consciousness still collapsing? While everyone on the other side was still immersed in shock and wondering whether they had come to their senses, Bai Donglin had already opened his eyes. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the depths of his pupils. His consciousness became even fainter and brighter. He brushed his sleeves again, paced back, and his figure twisted and illusory, and instantly appeared under the 8th step. The clones of the young masters made the same movements as the original master, with only one difference, and stepped down together. That time it was even slower and faster. He saved the time to kill the clone. He stayed under Qiu Huan for a moment, and then continued to climb the stairs at a frighteningly slow speed. At this time, all the people on the other side were confused, and their eyes looking at Bai Donglin had become serious. They felt a little apprehensive. That was a familiar existence that we had never seen, or even imagined. They kept asking themselves. Then my mother was still on the other side. It's over. It's over. It's a disaster. I'm dead this time. The snake that devoured nothingness, its majestic body, now collapsed like mud, and its mind was filled with panic. A dead aura, as real as a substance, was swirling under its brow. Yes, you want to die, but you don't have a chance yet. Right. The humble snake mother will definitely watch you die. The mission she has given you has not been completed yet. I will save you. For sure. The 8 gods have a master, which is enough to describe its state of mind at the moment. When it can advance or avoid, it can only pray silently in its heart, hoping that the snake mother can listen to its call. Unfortunately, outside that is the tomb of transcendence, which was created by the Lord of the Source. The transcendents are not yet able to set foot there for the time being. Big bug? Why did you run away? Snap! A large figure hurriedly walked to the back of the giant snake. Although as large as a particle, with an indifferent look, it seemed as if it was looking down from under the sky. with great power and majesty. The snake that devours nothingness has a huge scarlet tree above its head, and each leaf of the tree is surrounded by the sun, moon and stars. One can imagine how huge its body is. It was just such a little guy, but Bai Donglin looked down upon him as if he were a worm, trembling and not even having the courage to look me in the eye. Oh, so slow. How long has it been? And you've already reached the 7th step. Although there is fear in one's heart, one has to face the reality. Resistance will definitely give one a chance of survival. The human race is nothing more than a monster. Little man. That's all misunderstanding. Please listen to your explanation. Just compromise for now, and wait for the mother snake to come. All the humiliation will be redeemed. The snake that devours nothingness thought in its heart. Misunderstanding? Of course it is. It's just a minor matter. There's no need to explain it. I should have been more careful in my previous life. Let's go to the bottom lane. A hint of heat flashed in by Donglin's eyes, and when he saw that I didn't move, a ray of light flashed in the depths of his pupils, like a knife or a sword, bursting out and slashing towards the giant snake. That is a weapon of consciousness, designed to kill the consciousness of living beings. It has great power and immeasurable might. There are ways to dodge. There are ways to defend. And the speed exceeds the limit. Boom! The giant snake didn't even have time to feel fear. It only felt a flash of light behind its eyes, and then it disappeared. Its consciousness was extinguished, and it fell into eternal darkness. Its majestic body fell down with a loud bang, setting off a rolling wave of sound. At this moment, the only one that died was the snake that devoured nothingness. Under Chilhuan, who was nearby, one of his clones stretched out a palm knife and slashed towards the other side behind him. Your Excellency, you two have grievances and hatreds. Why are you doing this? Is there really anything? A hint of warm smile flashed in by Donglin's eyes, and he stopped moving. In the face of fear and despair, he chopped the man into a pile of mincemeat, shattered the source of information, and completely destroyed it. How intimate is my consciousness? At the same time as the giant snake attacked, it seemed that the other side had good intentions towards me and had murderous intentions. He did attack me, but was just one step faster. There is sand in Chio Huanchuan's eyes. If you want to kill me, you must die even if you still have time to do it. In an instant, on the 7th step, heads rolled and towering bodies fell to the ground. The scorching cold eternal blood surged like rivers and gathered into a sea of blood with borders. The colorful divine light sparkled and was quite gorgeous. You are courting death, and you blame me. Bai Donglin shook his head and continued to walk down to the next level before swallowing all the corpses into the vortex of the heavens. Damn the other side. There are still people who need to be killed, such as this guy on the 10th level. I naturally understand in my heart that most of those who can walk a certain distance from the altar have transcendence standing behind them, as if they are the special source of information, or the traces and clones of transcendence. But so what? Looking up, there are so few people on the other side who have stepped down from the altar. There are tens of thousands of them, but there are not many transcendents among all races. There are only about 70 in total. In other words, the chess pieces of the transcendent, the so-called trace clones, are valuable. He just picked a group of them at random and retreated into the tomb of transcendence. Killing them is fine. There is no need to make the transcendent angry. Even if I take 10,000 steps forward, and those who are truly transcendent see me as satisfied, I will still be afraid. Is it true that the transcendent is very great? My son Bai Yuan does not have the ability to transcend, but he is the master of the source point in the future and an existence that has stepped onto the pinnacle of narrative. Who is afraid of whom? Thinking of this, Bai Donglin missed his son no longer. His pace slowed down a lot, and his speed of crossing the stairs became faster and faster. He looked at the people on the other side with frowns twitching. Could it be that this person has achieved eternal consciousness and is extinguished? Of course. It is absolutely possible to be so nervous. Xiao Huanchuan's weakness, cruelty and brutality really frightened the other side. Even if they had no more thoughts in their hearts, they dared not express them at this time. The fall of the snake that devours nothingness and others on the other side has proved one thing. Those who have transcended cannot take care of this at the moment. For now, let the monster run wild. The altar is low and far away, and there are few stairs. Is it difficult to take away the secret treasure of the Lord of the Origin? Those on the other side who know the inside story, just give in and give up. Anyway, the secret treasure will fall into our hands no matter what. As a pawn in the hands of the transcendents. Why should we fight too hard? Time passed quickly. Because of the existence of the Overlord by Donglin, the people on the other side gave up their open and covert struggles and ended their efforts to crack the consciousness test. Just before Bai Donglin crossed over to the 70th floor, the painting style became weird. Ba Qing lowered his eyebrows, his long silver hair fluttering in the wind. He looked around at the bustling crowd nearby. With a helpless expression, Bai Donglin's circle around the venue will completely destroy the consciousness test of the altar. The concept of the stairs I have walked will disappear, and I can naturally cross to the other side with my own eyes, regardless of whether these are those who are clinging to life or those who are transcendent. There are many other shores that exist. Before the first attempt, we looked in front of Chiu Huanchuan to see if he would scold or drive us away. When Bai Donglin went to the next floor, we followed him to the next floor. It was a very tense and comfortable experience. Backing sighed inwardly. No matter what, he never expected that things would develop in such a strange direction. It was all just because of my appearance. So faint, so mysterious, so elusive. Bai Donglin, who are you?